In a meadow, a young girl slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? Shang Wanbin gazed around, bewildered. Wasn't I just drunk, collapsed on the road? Right at the end, it seemed a truck was barreling towards me. Supporting herself on the grass, Shang Wanbin struggled to rise her feeble body. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into her mind, overwhelming her consciousness and plunging her back into oblivion. After a considerable time, she awakened once more to S.O. I have traversed in the body of a girl named Shangwan Binger, a beggar who had heard tales of Celestial Gate beyond the city, hoping to try her luck. Ultimately, she was knocked down by the throng and trampled to death. Shangwan Bin sifted through the chaotic memories in her mind, finally grasping her identity. What a tragic past life she had. Shangwan Bin sighed, realizing she had no right to pity her, for she too was a wretched soul. Well then, since I have become a woman, I shall live this life as a woman. In my past life, I suffered greatly at the hands of women in this life. I shall not tread the same path. At this moment, Shangwan Bin has perished. I am now Shangwan Binger. Just then, a cool, ethereal voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Host's mental state has stabilized, binding the Genesis goddess system. A system, the quintessential attribute of protagonists, has, as expected, sought her out. Shangwan Binger smiled faintly. The arrival of the system was merely within her anticipation. Binding complete, distributing beginner's gift package. You have acquired the cultivation physique Genesis Tao body and obtained the technique Genesis Tao scripture. A surge of power awakened within Shangwan Binger, continuously cleansing her body. How delightful! Shangwan Binger softly sighed, savoring the rejuvenating essence coursing through her. Simultaneously, a volume of the Genesis Tao scripture materialized in her mind. As she delicately flipped through the pages of the Genesis Tao scripture in her consciousness, she found no content visible. Just as confusion settled in, a message emanated from the scripture. It turned out that the Genesis Tao scripture was not a conventional set of techniques. Rather, it was the very first method conceived at the dawn of creation, embodying boundless fortune, accessible solely to those with the Genesis Tao body for cultivation. The might of the Genesis Tao scripture lay in its ability to absorb, enhance, and perfect all techniques existing within the cosmos, even the most mundane techniques, when refined through the Genesis Tao scripture, could contend with practitioners of advanced methods. Conversely, the Genesis Tao body possessed the extraordinary capacity to encompass myriad techniques simultaneously, bestowing upon its wielder an inexhaustible understanding, making the transcendence of realms as effortless as sipping water. Typically, individuals can cultivate but a single technique, for each possesses its own unique operational pathways and spiritual essence. The simultaneous practice of multiple techniques often leads to a perilous descent into madness, making those capable of mastering two techniques at once veritable prodigies. Gradually, the power flowing within her began to quiet, retreating deep into her being to nurture her form in silence. Although the process of embracing the Genesis Tao body was not grandiose, devoid of any miraculous phenomena, such as auspicious purple chi spanning 30,000 miles, or the simultaneous emergence of dragons and phoenixes heralding celestial acclaim, Shangwan Binger felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that she was not born into an ancient lineage, nor did she possess the protection of powerful family members. Had her physique caused a significant commotion, it was conceivable that others might seize her for possession or use her as a furnace. System, what capabilities do you possess? Shangwan Binger inquired within her thoughts. This system aims to cultivate the host into an exalted goddess. Thus, whenever the host ascends a significant level in cultivation or elevates her goddess rank, she shall be rewarded by the system. Whenever someone genuinely harbors various positive emotions towards you, you shall accrue goddess points. The higher their cultivation, the more goddess points you shall receive. When the accumulated goddess points reach a certain threshold, they will elevate your goddess rank. The ranks are as follows: Apprentice Goddess, Junior Goddess, Intermediate Goddess, Senior Goddess, Supreme Goddess. Moreover, this system encompasses a variety of additional functions, such as scanning item information and concealing one's own cultivation level. Utilizing these functions requires a certain amount of goddess points. Further functionalities await your exploration. Ah, so that is how it is. Shengwan Binger sighed with relief in her heart. She had harbored fears of encountering a system that enforced mandatory tasks. Where failure could lead to obliteration, such an arrangement would be exceedingly burdensome. At that moment, Shengwan Binger's body, having been nourished, felt significantly improved. She rose to her feet, yet was uncertain of which path to take. As she found herself in a daze, figures gradually approached from a distance, their expressions laden with despondency. What a stroke of misfortune! I was so close to joining the celestial sect, alas. Next year, I shall exceed the age limit, and I shall forever be estranged from the path of immortality. Indeed, the immortal path is too elusive. We ought to content ourselves with the mundane existence of mortals. The celestial beings are about to depart, and I truly wish to avoid witnessing the triumphant expressions of those who have been selected. What? The celestial beings are departing. I must hurry over. Upon overhearing the conversation among the passers-by, Shengwan Binger hastily sprinted back in the direction they had come from. Hey, Lao Wang, was that beggar who just ran by a boy or a girl? I thought it looked somewhat like a girl. Surely a boy. If it were a girl, looking as exquisite as that, she wouldn't be out here begging. One can never be too certain. Some high-ranking officials have peculiar tastes. Haha, do elaborate. By the time Shengwan Binger arrived, breathless at the sight of the celestial selection, the celestial beings had already embarked on their flying vessel, prepared to depart with 100 chosen individuals. Celestial being, wait for me, Shengwan Binger called out loudly. On the vessel, Sidhu Kong was about to steer it back to the sect when he vaguely heard someone calling from below. Shaking his head with a smile, he mused, today's mortals truly do not understand that celestial opportunities cannot be forced. Once missed, they are lost forever. Disregarding her cries, the vessel ascended into the sky, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the newly selected disciples experiencing flight for the first time. Do not depart. Shengwan Binger ultimately arrived too late, watching in despair as the swiftly retreating flying vessel faded into the distance, and she sank to the ground in frustration. Alas, cultivators truly possess distinct personalities they leave at a whim, without a hint of hesitation. Well, I shall return to the city to seek some sustenance and inquire about any nearby immortal sects, and make my way there on foot. The flying vessel darted through the clouds, both steady and swift. However, within the cabin, Sidhu Kong's heart was anything but tranquil. The quality of this batch of disciples is exceedingly poor. The best among them possesses merely a mid-grade single spiritual root. Alas, the resources for cultivation this month will once again dwindle. Will I ever ascend to the golden core stage in this lifetime? How arduous, how daunting. Mortals extol the virtues of immortals, yet they remain blissfully unaware that the troubles of an immortal are no less burdensome than those of immortal wealth. Companions, skills, and landel must be fiercely contested. Oh no, what do we even qualify as immortals? Merely hapless practitioners. Sidhu Kong derided himself quietly. Meanwhile, on the deck, the mortal youths remained fervently animated, engaging in spirited discussions filled with dreams of the future. Taijian, have you noticed the last beggar who arrived? There's something peculiar about him. Though he is tattered and filthy, he is surrounded by a multitude of butterflies. Do butterflies now have an affinity for the fowl? I know not, nor do I care. My sole desire is to cultivate. How dull! You are truly a blockhead. Conversing with you is quite the chore. Listening to their banter, Sidhu Kong recalled his own youthful aspirations, and gradually, his restless heart began to find serenity, as if his state of mind were subtly elevating. Suddenly, Sidhu Kong opened his eyes wide. Is it true that a butterfly follows a beggar? Could it be a spiritual entity? It is said that spiritual entities possess a unique allure to all living beings, particularly those whose consciousness has yet to awaken, often forming an instinctive attachment to such entities. No, if it is indeed a spiritual entity, I must not let this opportunity slip away. With a swift motion, Sidhu Kong struck his palm down, commanding the flying vessel to pivot midair and return at an accelerated pace. I am so hungry. How did I not notice the distance on the way here? Shengwan Binger felt herself on the brink of fainting from hunger. Miss, please wait. A deep voice suddenly resonated from above. Shengwan Binger looked up and saw the flying vessel. Could it be that the immortal had taken a wrong turn? Sidhu Kong leaped from the vessel and approached Shengwan Binger, scrutinizing her closely. Though her attire was disheveled, her skin emitted a faint glow, and her small face bore two pure, flawless eyes that sparkled like the stars in the heavens. This young woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Miss, I heard you calling earlier. Do you wish to join the Immortal Sect? Yes. With a flick of his hand, Situ Kong produced a colorless stone. This is a spirit testing stone. Place your hand upon it, and it will determine whether you possess the aptitude for cultivation. The brighter the light and the more uniform the color, the stronger your innate talent for cultivation. Shangwan Binger understood and gently extended her hand to rest upon the spirit testing stone, which emanated a beam of light that flowed into her body, circulating once before returning to the stone. In an instant, the spirit-testing stone began to flicker erratically, radiating a spectrum of hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet before ultimately fading into an endless gray. Bang! The spirit-testing stone shattered with a resounding crack. Shangwan Binger wore an innocent expression, pondering whether she would be held liable for the damage. She was utterly penniless and unable to compensate. Gulch! Situ Kong stood in stunned silence, bewildered. The stone had first flashed with all colors before culminating in gray, a hallmark of the legendary chaotic spiritual root, a phenomenon chronicled solely in ancient texts. It is well known that spiritual roots serve as the foundation for a cultivator's practice. Without them, one struggles to cultivate. Moreover, the more diverse and numerous the spiritual roots, the slower the absorption of the celestial energy by each root. However, there exists an exception: the chaotic spiritual root. This particular root allows one to cultivate all attributes of techniques, and the speed of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. The last appearance of a chaotic spiritual root occurred millions of years ago, with its possessor showcasing unparalleled talent, overshadowing their contemporaries. Regrettably, before they could reach maturity, they were assassinated by enemies. What a stroke of fortune! How fortunate that I heeded my intuition to return here. Had such a prodigy been claimed by another sect, I would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from my own. My dear young lady, your talent is remarkable. Please, join me aboard my flying vessel. I am Situ Kong, an outer sect steward of the Xingyue sect, and you may address me as Steward Situ, he said kindly. Greetings, Steward Situ. I am Shangwan Binger. I look forward to your guidance. Shangwan Binger ascended the flying vessel alongside Situ Kong, and as the vessel set forth once more, this journey was now graced by the presence of an entity destined to alter the tides of fate in the days to come. Chapter 2: Arrival at the Star Moon Sect. On the flying vessel, the young men and women gazed at Shangwan Binger with expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why Situ Kong would make a special trip to fetch her. Situ Kong found little desire to explain. These young souls still clung to notions of fairness and justice. However, once they experienced the brutal realities of the cultivation world, they would come to realize that this realm is inherently unjust, and the privileges enjoyed by prodigies are not something they can aspire to. Binger, please go wash up in the cabin. This is a set of disciple robes from the sect. I have cast an array, so no one else can enter or see. Situ Kong spoke softly. Shangwan Binger accepted the garments and stepped into the cabin, where a bucket of warm water awaited her. Yet, she hesitated, wary of the unfamiliar surroundings. One must always guard against potential threats. She felt reluctant to cleanse herself in this strange room. System, could you please check if anyone is spying around? She softly inquired, seeking assistance from the system in her heart. Congratulations, dear host. Your meticulous thoughts are commendable. This system, designed to cultivate a goddess, will certainly not allow such an occurrence. Please rest assured. With the system's assurance, Shangwan Binger finally relaxed. She shed her tattered and filthy clothes and stepped into the wooden tub. The warm water cascaded over her body, providing exquisite comfort, almost lulling her into slumber. However, recalling that Situ Kong was still outside waiting, she refrained from lingering too long. She hastily washed herself, donned the pristine garments, and pushed open the door. Creak! As the door swung open, Situ Kong turned to look, and he was instantly rendered speechless. The crowd on the deck stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. What manner of woman is this? Shangwan Binger stood at the cabin door, her lustrous black hair cascading down like a waterfall, reaching her waist. Her delicate, oval face shimmered like jade, framed by elegantly arched brows, a finely sculpted nose, and lips resembling dewdrop-kissed cherries. Her enchanting eyes captivated all who beheld them. Having just emerged from the warm water, A faint blush adorned her cheeks, as if she were emanating warmth. Her skin, as pure as snow, was ethereal and enchanting, her figure graceful and slender, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Standing there, she resembled a breathtaking painting too exquisite to disturb. Deacon Situ? A pair of delicate hands waved before Situ Kong, rousing him from his reverie. Ahem, Sister Binger. You are truly a marvel, Situ Kong stammered, unable to disguise his embarrassment. As a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, he found himself captivated by feminine beauty, a sign of a troubled state of mind. The disciples on the deck gradually awoke, astonished. Is she the beggar from before? How did she transform into such a beauty? What a misjudgment. Iron Root, I thought you were solely focused on cultivation. Why are you still staring? Shangwan Binger observed the playful banter among the crowd and couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter. This smile was transformative, rendering the world itself dimmer in comparison. Noticing the thrall in which they found themselves once more, Shangwan Bingo hastily inquired of Situ Kong, Deacon Situ, does the flying vessel have any provisions? It was evident that she was genuinely hungry. In the vastness of the world, nothing mattered more than sustenance. Even a celestial being could perish from hunger. Sister Binger, as practitioners, we abstain from ordinary grains to prevent impurities from accumulating within us, which could hinder our cultivation. Before the disciples within the sect reach the foundational stage, the sect distributes the nourishing pills known as the Pill of Abandoning Hunger. Situ Kong retrieved a vial of these pills from his storage artifact and handed it to Shangwan Binger. They had all previously consumed the pills. Each one could sustain an ordinary person's dietary needs for an entire month. Is this truly a medicinal pill? Shangwan Bingo mused, gazing curiously at the small vial in her hand. She opened it, extracting a single pill to examine closely. Pill of Abandoning Hunger, a first-grade medicinal pill, upon consumption, provides sufficient energy for an ordinary person for 1 month. A message materialized before Shangwan Binger's eyes. She tilted her head back and swallowed the pill, which dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through her body, swiftly alleviating her hunger. Thank you, Elder Situ, she said, performing a respectful bow. Situ Kong waved his hand dismissively, instructing the crowd to engage in their own activities while he focused entirely on propelling the flying vessel forward. With leisure to spare, Shangwan Binga chose a quiet corner to admire the scenery, while the surrounding disciples hesitated to approach her. Meanwhile, Situ Kong exerted himself to accelerate the vessel. Mindful of the time lost and the urgency to return to the sect, hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Situ Kong summoned everyone. As they gathered, he addressed them. I wish to discuss some matters regarding our sect. We are nearing our destination, and you have only passed the first test of spiritual root assessment. There are still 2 more evaluations awaiting you. Should your performance in these assessments fall short, you will be relegated to the status of a servant disciple, forfeiting numerous cultivation resources. Therefore, it is imperative that you prepare yourselves to present your finest selves and strive to achieve commendable results. Upon hearing there would be an assessment, the disciples collectively sighed, expressing their discontent at the prospect of further challenges, hoping the examination would not prove too arduous. Yet, a true cultivator ought not to fear difficulties. Rather than lamenting their fate, it is far more prudent to adjust one's mindset and strive wholeheartedly. A simple yet resolute youth named Tegan spoke with conviction, his countenance brimming with determination. This caught the attention of Shangwan Binger, who regarded him with newfound respect. This boy was indeed remarkable, perhaps even endowed with the potential of a great emperor. As soon as Tegan finished speaking, he noticed Shangwan Binger gazing at him, causing his face to flush and heart to race. He was merely an ordinary farmer's son, utterly unremarkable, and had never before been the object of such an enchanting celestial's attention. Tegan, I nearly fell for your ruse. Are you attempting to attract Shangwan Binger's notice? I never would have imagined that you, a simpleton, could devise such cunning strategies, teased a fellow villager beside him. Do not speak nonsense. You, Tegan stammered, rendered speechless and pointing at his companion, unable to articulate a coherent response. A soft giggle escaped Shangwan Binger's lips, for Tegan was indeed amusing. His face flushed even deeper as he lowered his gaze, ceasing to argue. Do not mock him. While innate talent is undoubtedly significant for a cultivator, one must not underestimate the importance of one's mindset. A heart steadfast in the pursuit of truth can yield immeasurable accomplishments, even if one's cultivation progress is slower than others, affirmed Situ Kong, acknowledging Tegan's insightful words. The talents of this group were rather mediocre, and their dispositions equally lacking. perhaps a reflection of their limited exposure to the world. Nevertheless, for one so young to possess such a mindset was truly commendable. Among the gathered individuals, Situ Kong held a particular admiration for Tegan and Shangwan Binger. The flying vessel traversed majestic mountains before coming to a halt before a range. Situ Kong produced a token, casting it into the air, whereupon it began to emit radiant patterns. A colossal transparent barrier materialized, and the token subsequently released another shimmering veil that enveloped the flying vessel, guiding it gently into the protective enclosure. Chapter 3. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Upon entering the barrier, it felt as if they had transitioned into an entirely different realm. Celestial peaks stood tall, shrouded in ethereal mist. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen soaring through the skies on their flying instruments or riding upon celestial cranes. The flying vessel descended at the base of the tallest mountain, where a plaza was already filled with individuals. These were all outer sect stewards, engaged in the recruitment of new disciples. Junior Brother Situ, you have finally returned. You have arrived quite late this time. Come, let us proceed with your registration. A steward clad in a blue robe approached, bowing respectfully to Situ Kong. Situ Kong returned the gesture with a smile, replying, Brotherly Shan, I trust you are well. Surely, I am not the last to arrive? I have discovered a promising talent for our sect, so a little extra time was well worth it. Oh, who might that be? Li Shan inquired, though he already suspected the prodigy to be none other than Shangwan Binger. The young woman was strikingly radiant. As soon as he boarded the vessel, he found himself captivated by her presence, as if she were not of this mundane world. Even the esteemed core disciples of the sect appeared dim in comparison to her brilliance. Shangwan Binger, a paragon of water spiritual roots. However, Situ Kong did not divulge the truth, fabricating a tale of false spiritual roots to share with Li Shan. Indeed, this generation of the sect boasts 2 exceptional spiritual roots. Brother Situ, your rewards from the sect will undoubtedly be substantial, and you may even have the chance to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Li Shan congratulated enviously. Without further ado, here are the records of their spiritual roots. Please register them while I seek out Elder Wang to report. Situ Kong departed first, ascending the mountain to inform about Shangwan Binger. The matter of the chaotic spiritual root was of utmost importance, and he dared not reveal it carelessly. After Situ Kong's departure, Li Shan swiftly documented the information of the others. Let us proceed to the Star and Moon Square to await the examination. It shall commence in no more than 2 hours. Shangwan Binger and the others descended the staircase to the square, and the stunning Shangwan Bingo immediately captivated a multitude of gazes. Under such scrutiny, she felt extremely awkward and instinctively attempted to shield her face with her hand. Host. To become a goddess, one must embrace this overwhelming attention. Do not fear. Bravely lift your head and enjoy it. The system encouraged her from within, suppressing her discomfort. Shangwan Binger raised her head, meeting the fervent gazes of the crowd. This action caused the onlookers to falter, each averting their gaze, too timid to continue staring at her openly. As she observed others turning away, her inner tension gradually dissipated, giving rise to a newfound confidence. Congratulations to the host for overcoming inner fears, earning 109 goddess points, with the current goddess level, Apprentice Goddess, 1030 for 100,000. With the elevation of the host's goddess level, a reward is granted, a Shumi Ring. Situ Kong possessed the cultivation level of the late Foundation establishment stage, and he alone contributed over 900 points to Shangwan Binger's divine value. However, it had yet to reach the system's designated first tier, hence no notifications were issued. Otherwise, every single piece of information would inundate her, driving her to distraction. Among the thousands in the plaza, only a little over 100 points of divine value were bestowed upon Shangwan Binger. To earn genuine admiration and affection from others, mere appearances were insufficient. Once Shangwan Binger formally joined the sect and showcased her unparalleled talent, her divine value would see a significant elevation. Your Highness, shall we make an approach to that young lady? Inquired a sullen-faced youth clad in black, bowing slightly. No need. Let us first observe her assessment results. If she is merely a decorative figure, it would be a waste of time. Look, others are not moving either. Besides, there are elders watching from above. We must not provoke their displeasure. In Wushang replied coldly. If she fails the formal assessment, persuading her to willingly become my companion will be exceedingly simple. Haha. Before strategizing to woo the celestial beauties of the Xingyue sect, a little appetizer wouldn't hurt, he thought to himself, unable to resist licking his lips. Meanwhile, a slender young man was seated cross-legged on a stone, engaged in conversation with someone in his mind. Little one, I didn't expect this small Xingyue sect to harbor such hidden talents. It is indeed quite intriguing. Senior Yao Xin, the Xingyue sect is a top-tier sect in the southern region, so it is only natural for it to conceal many exceptional individuals. No. When I speak of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, I do not refer to the Xingyue sect, but rather to the exceptional talents among this new cohort of disciples. Setting aside your own prodigious nature, the cold young man to your left appears to be a spy from another sect, having cultivated sinister techniques. Furthermore, the enchanting woman behind him is even more extraordinary. I cannot discern her true nature, but I am certain she possesses an extraordinary spiritual body. Moreover, observe her attire. She dons the outer disciple robes of the Xingyue sect before even entering, indicating that the recruiting elder is unequivocally certain she will be accepted into the sect. Surely, as a rare dual-rooted individual in fire and wood, you have not received such an honor? It seems the Xingyue sect has indeed made a wise choice, attracting so many prodigies to its ranks. Yu Wuqing smiled. I sense that if I have the opportunity to interact with that woman, she will undoubtedly assist you significantly in the future. Suddenly, Shangwan Bingo felt a wave of malice. She glanced up but noticed nothing amiss, so she dismissed it from her mind. As time flowed on, several more groups of newcomers began to gather in the square. A plump elder soared into the sky, announcing the commencement of the selection ceremony. This assessment consists of 2 stages. The first stage, the road to heaven, will test your indomitable perseverance. Only those who reach the summit may proceed to the second stage of evaluation. Now, begin your ascent along the road to heaven. As soon as the corpulent elder's voice faded, the individuals positioned at the forefront eagerly surged forward. However, as they ascended the steps, their momentum faltered, with some losing their balance and tumbling to the ground. The plump elder soared into the sky, where numerous elders were concealed, both from the outer and inner sects, all in search of promising talents. The path to the heavens was not a simple one. It altered according to the physical constitution of each individual. Those with superior physiques faced greater pressures, thus only those with formidable willpower could endure the trials. Elder Wang, whom do you find most promising? The corpulent elder inquired upon returning to the throng, addressing Elder Wang beside him. Yet, Elder Wang remained silent. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Shangwan Binger amidst the crowd. He was acutely aware that the sect leader and the grand elder were observing from the shadows, and he dared not speak recklessly. Your gaze suggests that girl is a rare talent, possessing a top-tier water spirit root, nurtured by that lad Situ Kong. It is indeed a rarity to encounter such exquisite roots that have wandered astray. However, while the girl is undeniably beautiful, it remains uncertain whether she can endure hardship. The corpulent elder, noticing Elder Wang as silence, proceeded to articulate his musings. In my opinion, the most remarkable participant in this assessment is undoubtedly that lad Yu Wuqing. Born into the royal lineage of Beihai, had he not been stifled by his father, he would have soared to great heights long ago. That old emperor truly is a fool, unaware that the secular authority holds no sway over cultivators, who can extinguish it with a mere wave of their hand. Enough with the chatter, focus on the assessment. At last, someone could no longer tolerate the incessant prattle of the corpulent elder. The other elders also shot him glares of discontent. While normal discourse was acceptable, this elder had monopolized the attention of the entire assembly. Chapter 4. The origin star within Shangwan Binger also embarked on the celestial path, which essentially was a staircase leading to the mountain summit. As soon as she set foot on the steps, an invisible pressure enveloped her, initially mild but intensifying with each ascent. Soon, she was drenched in perspiration, fortunately. The unique fabric of her disciple's attire prevented it from clinging to her skin. Huff, huff. Shangwan Bingo gasped for breath, her mind becoming somewhat hazy. Glancing upward, she noticed many others ahead of her. Having come this far, and with such advantageous innate conditions, she could not succumb to the darkness before dawn. She resolutely refused to give up. Gritting her teeth, she pressed onward once more. 1 step, 2 steps. She surpassed one individual after another, overtaking Yin Wushang. As Shangwan Binger steadily and deliberately advanced, Yin Wushang halted, just a dozen steps from the summit. His expression one of reluctance as he fixated on the figures of Yi Wuqiong and Shangwan Binger ahead. Shangwan Bingo continued her steady climb and soon reached the same step as Yi Wuqiong. He greeted her with a friendly smile, which she reciprocated, without uttering a single word. They continued their ascent. Indeed, this woman possessed extraordinary talent and, remarkably, a steadfast heart in her quest for enlightenment. Her future held boundless potential. Above the clouds, The elders observing the exceptional disciples expressed their admiration, their words laden with satisfaction. The heart in pursuit of the Tao remains steadfast, yet it finds itself halted at this juncture. Since its inception, the path to heaven has never known a soul to reach its pinnacle. The notion that achieving such heights grants passage to the next realm is but a fabrication we employ to spur them on. The portly elder, as ever, emerges at an inopportune moment to dampen the spirits. Indeed, as his words echoed, both Shangguan Bing'er and Yi Wuqiu, who led the way, came to a halt at the final step, devoid of the strength to ascend further. That last step loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm, thwarting countless prodigies. Young Yi, this final step appears to be beyond your grasp. The pressure above is at least tenfold what you currently endure. Alas, your divine body has yet to awaken, otherwise. Stepping upon this last tier would be effortless, the medicine god remarked. Yi Wuqiu cast a glance at Shangguan Bing'er and noted her reddened eyes, as if she yearned to press onward. Unable to restrain himself, he cautioned, "Fair maiden, conserve your strength for the trials that lie ahead." Shangguan Bing'er, undeterred, resolved to make an attempt. If her previous perseverance was for the sake of joining the sect, then with each ascending step, the flame of defiance within her heart ignited further. Cultivation, the path of immortality. How could one succumb to fear in the face of adversity? With all her might, Shangguan Bing'er ascended to the summit, only to be enveloped by an indescribable, terrifying pressure. She felt as though she had been transported back to a past life. The memory of being struck by a truck flooding her senses. Pain, like a kite severed from its string, she was on the verge of tumbling down the mountain. Suddenly, a peculiar force surged from her dantian, instantaneously filling her entire being. Shangguan Bing'er felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if she could cleave the heavens with a single punch. Certainly, this was merely an illusion born of suddenly acquired power. With this divine strength, Shangguan Bing'er forcefully halted her backward fall, standing firm atop the mountain. How is this even possible? Gasps of astonishment arose from various directions, some from above the clouds, others from even loftier heights, and some resonating within the minds of individuals. "Senior, it seems you have miscalculated." Yi Wuqiu, somewhat disgruntled, withdrew his hands which were poised to catch Shangguan Bing'er, playfully mocking the medicine god in his thoughts. This shouldn't be. For even if that girl possesses a divine body like yours, she could not have awakened, could she? How perplexing. The medicine god was utterly confounded. For those unaware, the concept of reaching the summit of the mountain was unfathomable. However, those privy to the truth were profoundly shaken. Below, Yin Wuxiang gaped, his fervent gaze fixated on Shangguan Bing'er, muttering incantations under his breath. "You must be mine." Yin Wuxiang recalled his purpose for coming to the Xingyue sect, realizing that his plans would now require alteration. Seizing the opportunity while Shangguan Bing'er had yet to mature and experience the world was now his most pressing task. Standing atop the mountain, Shangguan Bing'er looked down upon the masses, experiencing a sense of fulfillment she had never known before. Congratulations, host, for being the first to reach the summit of the path to heaven, an event that will echo through the ages, earning you 1,536,343 goddess points. Goddess level has risen. Junior goddess, 1,539,367 10 million. Reward obtained. Chaos Sword embryo. Why is it so much? Shangguan Bing'er meticulously examined the system log and discovered a figure named Shotong had contributed nearly 1.5 million goddess points to her. There are powerful figures watching from the shadows. It is indeed quite normal for a sect to have prominent figures presiding over recruitment events. However, what is the source of the sudden surge of power within me? Host, that is the creation Tao body responding to your will, actively awakening the potential within you. Such occurrences should not happen frequently, as they may lead to damage to the Tao body's potential. So that is the case. I shall refrain from such actions in the future, upgraded Ice Princess remarked playfully. It seems to have emerged from my dantian, she thought, as she focused her consciousness there to explore what lay within. This could be considered an advantage of the Tao body, allowing self-reflection even before the commencement of cultivation. To her astonishment, what she beheld was a miniature planet residing in her dantian. The planet appeared ethereal and was predominantly a tranquil blue, reminiscent of the blue star from her previous life. Upgraded Ice Princess's thoughts circled the mysterious planet, observing it with curiosity. At that moment, a gentle wave emanated from the planet, akin to a child yearning for their mother's embrace. She felt this tender affection, which seemed to cleanse her spirit and bring her a profound sense of peace. With a gentle nudge of her consciousness, she touched the small planet, and an alluring force drew her awareness inward. A stream of information warmly infused her mind, gradually revealing the essence of this celestial body. It was the Origin Star, a planet whose civilization developed in striking similarity to the Blue Star. However, this planet was exclusively inhabited by males. Whenever one met their demise, a newborn would emerge, perpetually maintaining the population at a fixed number, 7 billion. Truly, it is a peculiar planet. As Shangguan Binger gazed upon the inhabitants of the planet, they appeared no different from ordinary people. The miraculous birth of a child in one's home seemed entirely unremarkable. Once cradled and taken to the administration for registration, the child would be considered one's own. In this place, Shangguan Binger encountered familiar devices, computers, smartphones, and various industrial edifices, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia akin to returning to her homeland. The denizens of the Origin Star, too, took notice of Shangguan Binger at that moment. She radiated an aura akin to the divine, her ethereal form manifesting in the heavens, sacred and inviolable. A goddess. Countless souls emerged from their abodes, kneeling in reverence, their voices raised in fervent supplication. Within their mythology, tales of goddesses creating humanity existed, and their minds had long been conditioned to recognize the dichotomy of gender. Yet, they had never laid eyes upon a woman, let alone a goddess. For reasons unknown, from the very first glance at the divine figure, their hearts became wholly captivated, yearning to offer her everything. The fervent cries roused Shangguan Binger from her reverie. Had they discovered her? Employing the 36 stratagems, the best course of action was to retreat. The assessment was not yet concluded, and it was prudent to depart for the time being, to return and study later. With a flicker of thought, Shangguan Binger extricated herself from the Origin Star, returning to her corporeal form. "Host, what have you done?" The system's voice sounded peculiar, leaving her bewildered. "What have I done?" she queried. "You don't even know what you have done?" The system responded incredulously. "If you do not tell me what I have done, how can I possibly know?" Stop. Stop. Enough of this. I am becoming dizzy. Just check the system log." The system conceded, feeling overwhelmed. After all, it was still in its infancy and could not best Shangguan Binger in discourse. Shangguan Binger, filled with curiosity, opened the system log. Chapter 5, Schwerer. A series of unread system messages adorned the log, accompanied by several prominent red warning symbols. Ding. Universal admiration, unparalleled in the world. You have acquired 14.3 billion goddess points. Current goddess level, high goddess. Ding. The heavenly Tao favors you, and the world cherishes you. You have gained the affection of the original world's will. Earning 10 trillion goddess points. Current goddess level. Beep beep beep. Data anomaly detected. Warning, warning. Please refrain from engaging in unauthorized actions. Detection in progress. Detection complete. The source of the host's goddess points is normal. The host has accomplished the ultimate objective set by the system and gained all system privileges. We wish you a pleasant experience. Now, do you comprehend? You are the true master of the system. Whatever you desire is within your reach. You may choose to sever the binding, discard, or even obliterate the system, all at your whim. The goddess points you have acquired have redeemed all system rewards, stored within the system space. Whatever you lack, you may retrieve. I am merely a bystander now, unaware of how you amassed such an abundance of goddess points. Am I truly on the precipice of greatness? Shangguan Binger pondered in disbelief, her thoughts swirling. Indeed, within the system space, she discovered countless treasures, the yellow spring water capable of cleansing the soul, the chaotic essence that shapes unparalleled foundations of Tao, and the immortal spring of heaven and earth that can heal any injury. Countless precious treasures shimmer in the system space, as if they are all beckoning. Choose me. Choose me. Shangguan Binger gazes in awe, her eyes dazzled by the spectacle. Unaccustomed to such grandeur, she is unaware of the true worth of these items. Any single treasure here, if revealed, could compel even the mightiest beings of the celestial realm to kneel in supplication. Retracting her gaze, she observes the little girl squatting on the ground, drawing circles. This is the embodiment of the system. Only when a goddess attains a level beyond that of a high goddess can the system manifest and engage in direct communication with the host. Dear system, there are far too many items here. Perhaps you could assist me in managing them? I am utterly clueless and in dire need of your guidance. Shangguan Binger tentatively inquires of the little girl. This is not a frivolous statement, although each treasure bears a description. Discerning which items will yield the most favorable effects is beyond the ken of a novice like Shangguan Binger. A misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Really? That is splendid. I finally have work to do. I am no longer unemployed. Long live the host. The little system leaps with joy. the aura of desolation that once surrounded her vanishing in an instant. Dear little system, do you have a name? It feels odd to refer to you simply as the system. The little system shakes her head, indicating that she lacks a name. How about adopting my surname? My name is Shangguan Binger, so you shall be called Shangguan Shuer. How does that sound? An idea strikes Shangguan Binger, and she proposes the name with enthusiasm. Shuer is melodious, and she is fond of it. I am deeply grateful to you, esteemed host. Your kindness towards me is truly exceptional. I shall diligently manage the system to repay your generosity. The little system weeps softly, touched by the affection she has never received from previous hosts, who merely extracted power from her without uttering a single word outside of tasks, leaving her stifled. Shangguan Binger, however, does not forget that she remains amidst an assessment, and she retracts her thoughts. Though it seems an eternity has passed, it is merely a fleeting moment in her mind. Shangguan Binger turns and departs, approaching a small plaza atop the mountain, currently devoid of any presence. She stands at the forefront, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the assessments of others. A day has elapsed, and Shangguan Binger has shifted from standing to sitting as the first stage of the evaluation finally comes to an end. The rotund elder descends from the clouds, gesturing grandly as individuals are drawn up towards the mountain peak along the path. The initial trial tests one's perseverance, even if you are unable to reach the summit. Demonstrating extraordinary tenacity throughout the process is sufficient to pass the assessment. The remaining participants must return to the base of the mountain and await their transport to the sect. Those not chosen by the elder display expressions of despair. Some, clearly capable of ascending a few more steps, succumb to the realization that they will inevitably fail to reach the peak and choose to abandon their efforts, opting for ease. Such decisions do not escape the elder's keen gaze. I refuse to accept this, one cries out, pointing at a lavishly dressed youth, lamenting the apparent injustice. Humph. He possesses a superior spiritual root, and thus, an elder has taken him as a disciple. You lack the requisite qualifications and do not possess a steadfast heart for the Tao, yet dare to bark here. The Xingyue sect cannot accommodate you. Which steward brought this one here? Return him to his original place. The rotund elder, having faced scrutiny, erupted in fury, silencing any further dissent. Immediately, a steward approached to escort the individual away. That person is rendered incapable. The Xingyue sect is a prestigious and righteous sect and will not take action against him. Yet should he seek to join another sect in the future, he will find no one willing to accept him. Others sighed in resignation. First, I congratulate you all. You have passed the initial assessment and have effectively placed one foot into the outer sect. The plump elder's demeanor shifted with astonishing rapidity upon returning to the mountaintop square. He transformed into a figure of gentleness, as though the irritable man from moments ago were a mere illusion. The second assessment is exceedingly simple. Merely cross the bridge before you, and you shall have succeeded. On the other side lies the outer sect of our order. However, I must issue one final caution. Should there be among you any evil intent or ulterior motives, I advise you to turn back now, lest you face dire peril. Good fortune to you all. We shall meet in the outer sect. At the mountaintop, a chain bridge extended skyward, disappearing into the clouds, with no visible end in sight. Were it not for the elder's final words wishing them luck, the crowd would not have felt such trepidation. The abrupt shift from the elder's previous fury to his now gentle encouragement sent chills down their spines. None dared to be the first to step onto the bridge. Yin Wushang cast a scornful glance at the cowering crowd and scoffed, "Cowards." The first to step onto the bridge was accompanied by a dark-clad attendant. The crowd fixated intently on Yin Wushang and his companion, feeling a sense of relief as they appeared unharmed and subsequently followed suit. However, Shangguan Binger was in no rush to proceed. After sitting on the ground for an extended period, her legs felt somewhat numb, prompting her to take a moment to recuperate. That young man has successfully broken through to the second stage as well. Shangguan Binger recognized a familiar face, Tai Jin, who had joined her in the same cohort. Almost all the others had been eliminated, leaving only Tai Jin and herself. With a serious expression, Tai Jin carefully stepped onto the iron rope bridge, advancing cautiously with each step. Observing that most of the others had already ascended, Shangguan Binger decided to make her move as well. The group traversed the bridge, maintaining a steady pace as they covered the majority of the distance. Just as Shangguan Binger believed they would easily pass through this second stage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 6. The Master's Teachings Host. You have entered an illusion, which has now been concealed for you, Shuer warned Shangguan Binger. An illusion? Indeed. As the system obscured the illusion, the scene before them transformed. Everyone remained at the entrance of the bridge, having never moved forward even a step. In Shangwan Binger's recollection, they had been advancing all along. Illusions are terrifying. They can ensnare individuals without them even realizing it. If an enemy were to launch an attack at this moment, those trapped in the illusion would be left defenseless. Shangwan Bingo expressed her trepidation. Host, do not fear. The reason this illusion can ensnare you all so effortlessly is due to the formidable skills of its creator and the fact that most of you have yet to begin your cultivation, lacking the means to counter it. Shuer gently consoled, expressing relief over the prowess of her system. The capabilities it offered were indeed remarkable. Before Shangwan Binger mastered the system, utilizing these features required the consumption of divine points. However, now she could employ them at will. Evading the crowd, Shangwan Binger swiftly traversed the iron suspension bridge, gliding through the clouds to reach the other side. It was revealed that the bridge connected to a colossal mountain floating in the heavens, its grandeur unparalleled. Towering pavilions adorned the mountain, intricate railings and exquisite carvings abounded, while celestial birds and mythical beasts frolicked in playful pursuit. Faint sounds of clashing swords echoed, suggesting disciples engaged in fierce combat. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the Xingyue sect? A rich, resonant male voice inquired nearby. Shangwan Binger quickly turned to locate the source of the voice. There stood a young man of striking appearance, clad in white, who regarded her with a smile. Flanking him were two venerable elders in the realm of cultivation. Maintaining a youthful visage was a simple endeavor, as it was only in the face of imminent demise that one hesitated to expend their cultivation to preserve their appearance. Behind them, a stout elder demonstrated utmost respect. May I ask who you are? Shangwan Binger inquired. I am Zhou Tong, the sect master of the Xingyue sect. These two are the esteemed elders of our sect. We have come specifically to see you, and your performance has been commendable, Zhou Tong replied. Greetings, sect master and esteemed elders. Shangwan Binger promptly bowed. Please, no need for formalities, Shangwan Binger. Are you willing to join the Xingyue sect and become my disciple? Your innate talent is extraordinary, and your resolve is unwavering. By joining us, you would commence as a core disciple, receiving the finest resources for your cultivation. In the future, you may even inherit the position of sect master, achieving an extraordinary status. Shangwan Binger hesitated for a moment. Had it been a few hours earlier, she would have knelt down without a second thought to become a disciple. However, having now inherited the entirety of the system, she felt the need to ponder this decision. After all, to be a disciple is to regard one's master as a father for life. The bond between master and disciple is perhaps the most steadfast in the realm of cultivation. A powerful cultivator may have countless offspring, yet suitable disciples are exceedingly rare. Once the bond of master and disciple is formed, a karmic connection is established, necessitating careful consideration from both parties. Shuer, what are your thoughts? Shangwan Bingo decided to seek Shuer's opinion. Dear host, the system lacks martial arts techniques. It only contains exquisite treasures and formidable weapons, all of the highest caliber, which cannot be traded with others. Perhaps the creator of the system deemed all martial arts, aside from the creation Dao canon, to be worthless and thus did not include them? Shuer did not offer a direct suggestion, but instead highlighted the very deficiency that Shangwan Binger currently faced, the absence of martial arts techniques, which necessitated joining a sect and taking a master. Moreover, within a sect, is there any existence more formidable than the sect leader? Realizing this, Shangwan Binger wasted no time and knelt to become a disciple. Master, please accept my bow. She performed 3 resounding bows. Well, rise my disciple. Today I, Zhou Tong, rejoice at gaining a favored pupil. This is indeed a moment of great celebration. Zhou Tong was thoroughly delighted to accept a disciple who was both beautiful and exceptionally gifted. Nodding and laughing heartily. Congratulations to the sect leader on acquiring a cherished disciple. The portly elder seized the opportunity to offer his congratulations. Ouyang Hao, continue to oversee the assessment here and take good care of my disciple. We shall return to the main hall of the sect. Zhou Tong beamed with joy. Exercise some restraint. Unless our spirits are failing, you must pass our scrutiny to take this girl. The elder in the black robe could no longer contain himself and reprimanded Zhou Tong. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Master Luo for his benevolence in not contending with the junior. Ouyang Hao remarked, bowing courteously as he conjured 2 chairs, inviting Shangwan Bingo to sit. Elder Ouyang shall take a seat first, Shangwan Bingo replied graciously. Just call me senior brother. Within the Xingyue sect, there are no rigid titles. Core disciples stand on equal footing with elders. We are free to address each other as siblings. Ouyang Hao elucidated the sect's customs to Shangwan Binger. Oh, I see. Then, Senior Brother Ouyang, what does the second trial entail? I felt as though nothing occurred before I advanced, Shangwan Bingu inquired. Ah, Junior Sister Shangwan. The second trial tests the human heart. When a candidate steps onto the bridge of reflection, they will silently enter an illusion. Each individual faces a unique illusion, crafted by the formation to draw forth the hidden negative emotions within. For instance, if a spy from a rival sect were to tread upon this bridge, their animosity toward the Xingyue sect would be amplified, and the illusion would depict a scene of our sect under siege by enemies. Observing whether they would engage in actions detrimental to us. Who are our enemies in the Xingyue sect? Shangwan Binger asked with curiosity. The Xingyue sect is considered one of the foremost sects in the southern region, yet there are 3 other sects of comparable strength. The Grandsun sect, the Shadow Fiend Hall, and the Celestial Sword Gate. Of these, the Shadow Fiend Hall is a sect formed by heretical cultivators, and they are invariably hostile to the 3 of us. The Celestial Sword Gate is singularly devoted to the cultivation of the sword and remains aloof from worldly affairs. Apart from that, we have some discords with the Grandsun sect. In fact, the Grandsun sect and we share a common origin. Once, our Star Moon sect was not known by this name, but as the Yin Yang Dao sect, possessing the legacies of the sun, moon, and star. Alas, a problem arose in the succession of a certain generation of sect leaders. At that time, a prodigy who cultivated the Yang arts was disgruntled that the position of leadership was passed to someone less powerful than himself. Thus, he led the Sun lineage to secede from the sect and establish another, the Grandsun sect. In recent years, the Grandsun sect has grown increasingly prosperous, with young prodigies emerging one after another, their influence overshadowing ours, and they frequently come to provoke us. Ouyang Hao sighed. Our primary concern is still those evil cultivators of the Shadow Fiend Hall. Their cultivation methods are bizarre, and they often come to our territory to slaughter indiscriminately, satisfying their own cultivation needs. Although the Grandsun sect is at odds with us, we share a common origin after all. When they established their own sect, the sect leader of that generation still felt guilty and gave them much assistance. I understand. Thank you for clarifying this, Senior Brother. It's nothing, Junior Sister. Observe. If someone cannot restrain the evil thoughts in their heart, they will walk off the inquiry bridge of their own accord. Ouyang Hao gestured. Indeed. Someone stepped off the inquiry bridge and fell directly into the boundless abyss. Chapter 7. The 7 Great Peaks of the Sect. Someone, with a greedy expression, reached forward as if grasping for some peerless treasure, and with one misstep, plummeted directly into the abyss. Suspended in the air, lucidity dawned upon him, and he cried out, only to be met with silence. This individual must have succumbed to the magnification of his inner avarice, perhaps pilfering treasures from the sect within the illusion, thereby being led astray from the bridge of inquiries by the phantasmagoria. Shangwan Binger marveled with relish, observing the figures on the bridge with keen interest. Most were visibly struggling, grappling with their choices, for a moment of weakness could lead to eternal regret. Several more plummeted, and finally, a second person regained their senses. To the surprise of many, it was not the prodigious Ewok, but rather an unassuming, plain-looking youth of little renown. Shangwan Binger, however, merely exhibited a slight astonishment before regaining her composure. Ouyang Hao, noticing Shangwan Binger's familiarity with the youth, inquired, Junior Sister. You seem to recognize that young man? Senior Brother, Shangwan Binger elucidated. This youth is named Tai Jin, a disciple recruited into the sect in the same cohort as myself by Steward Situ. I know him to be of pure character, with an unwavering devotion to the pursuit of enlightenment, hence my lack of surprise. Indeed, Ouyang Hao remarked, his heart stirred by the potential he saw. His natural endowments may be ordinary, but he is nonetheless a promising prospect. Although merely an outer elder, Ouyang Hao held a position of considerable influence. His ability to distinguish himself among so many elders and preside over the new recruit assessment was a testament to his capabilities, and many inner elders regarded him as a close confidant. Upon regaining his awareness, Tai Jin hastened to the pair and offered his respects. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Senior Sister. Having witnessed Shangwan Binger's exceptional talent and her triumph in both assessments, he had already esteemed her as his senior. The two acknowledged him with nods, and Tai Jin discreetly positioned himself behind them. Gradually, an increasing number of individuals extricated themselves from the illusion. Realizing they were but a step away from plummeting off the bridge, their hearts filled with trepidation. Yin Wushang, alongside his attendant, regained consciousness, exchanging a glance that revealed a hint of relief. Only Yi Wuqing remained upon the bridge, his complexion pale, drenched in sweat, his fists clenched tightly. Ouyang Hao gazed at Yi Wuqing with concern, for the injustices he had endured in his youth had nearly transformed into his inner demons. He hoped that Yi Wuqing could see through it. Should he successfully navigate this trial, a smoother path would await him in the future. Meanwhile, the medicine god observed within Yi Wuqing's body, refraining from intervening, for he understood that this was a challenge Yi Wuqing must confront alone. No one could assist him. Under the blazing sun, Yi Wuqing's body swayed precariously, but gradually, his once fearsome countenance softened. He exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, which now shone with unprecedented clarity. He had transcended. Noticing he was the sole occupant of the bridge, Yi Wuqing hurriedly ran back. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, filled with contrition. "No matter." Ouyang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Even if you were not the last one, we would still wait. It is the rule. Congratulations. You have officially joined the Xingyue sect as outer disciples. Shortly, an elder will arrive to accept disciples. Those chosen may follow them, while those not selected will be guided by fellow disciples to their accommodations." With that, Ouyang Hao turned his attention away from the group. "Taijin, Shangwan Binger, Yi Wuqing. You three shall accompany me. The rest, please remain where you are." Iron Root appeared bewildered and at a loss, while Shangwan Binger gently nudged him, signaling him to follow. Upon reaching the entrance of a grand hall, Ouyang Hao halted. "Shangwan junior sister, you junior brother, you may enter. The sect leader is waiting for you inside." The two stepped in side by side. Ouyang Hao turned back, leading Iron Root to another location. Inside the hall, Zhou Tong sat at the highest seat, with the two esteemed elders below him, followed by 6 cultivators, each exuding distinct auras. "Esteemed guests, I have summoned you today to witness a significant event. I, Zhou Tong, hereby accept Shangwan Bingo as my disciple, marking her as my 3rd student. Binger, please step forward and pay your respects." Without hesitation, Shangwan Bingo advanced to bow in reverence. Zhou Tong extended his hand, retrieving a storage ring and a token, which he presented to Shangwan Binger. "My child, this is a token of my mentorship. The storage ring may be utilized once you enter the Qi refining stage. Moreover, this token symbolizes your status as a core disciple. You may establish your bond with it through a drop of blood." "Thank you, Master." Shangwan Binger accepted the 2 items, gently pricking her finger to let a drop of blood fall upon them, instantly sensing a connection. "Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring such a remarkable disciple." A man dressed in black on the left chuckled, presenting Shangwan Binger with a piece of spirit-gathering jade as a gift. Shangwan Bingo instinctively glanced at her master, who nodded in encouragement for her to accept it. "Thank you, Uncle Li." She took the jade with both hands, and upon holding it, she felt a refreshing coolness. As the spiritual energy around her intensified, the other masters and uncles also presented gifts one after another. It is advantageous to have a sect leader as a master, as the introductory gifts alone are invaluable. After the initiation ceremony, Zhou Tong turned his attention to Yi Wuq, who had been left aside. "Yi Wuq, do you now have any thoughts of seeking apprenticeship? I am sorry, but this disciple still wishes to cultivate alone. This is my path." Yi Wuq replied with neither servility nor arrogance. "Very well, this is your own choice. You may return to the outer sect." Zhou Tong could only sigh. "Senior brother, are we just going to leave Yi Wuq unattended? He is a rare genius of this generation." Ji Shuiwe, the Water Moon Peak Master, said with concern. "Junior sister Shuiwe, this is the path he has chosen for himself. We cannot force him. Let him be. I believe he is not foolish and must have his own considerations." Zhou Tong swept up Shangwan Binger and vanished before everyone's eyes. Shangwan Binger and Zhou Tong flew in the sky, with Zhou Tong explaining the layout of the sect to her. "There are 7 peaks in the sky, the largest of which is the main peak we ascended during the assessment, which is also where the sect leader resides. The other 6 peaks surround the main peak, forming a defensive posture. They are the Water Moon Peak, which only accepts female disciples, the Artifact Peak, dedicated to refining tools, the Pill Peak, dedicated to refining pills, the Punishment Peak, which manages the sect's affairs, the Talisman Peak, dedicated to drawing talismans, and the Formation Peak, dedicated to formations. Originally, Water Moon Peak was called Combat Peak, a place specifically for disciples to practice combat skills. However, your master aunt became increasingly disgusted with certain male disciples in the sect who frequently harassed female disciples and disrupted their cultivation, so she forcefully took over Combat Peak, named it Water Moon Peak after herself, and only allowed female disciples to enter. As Zhou Tong spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Master Shuiwei possessed an indomitable spirit. Shangguan Binger, caught between laughter and tears, never expected that the seemingly gentle and virtuous master, Shui Yue, had once been so formidable. In her determination to ensure her female disciples could cultivate in peace, she had boldly seized a mountain. Shangguan Bingo felt a deep admiration for her. Come, let me escort you to your dwelling. First, we shall focus on guiding the vital energy into your body. In the future, for any trivial matters, you may summon the servant disciples using your disciple token. Do not feel embarrassed. For them, it represents a fortuitous opportunity. If they happen upon a generous disciple who bestows upon them some elixirs, it could elevate them from their menial status. Chapter 8. Embarking on the path of cultivation, Shou Tong took Shangguan Binger directly to the summit of the main peak, locating a cave residence closest to the pinnacle for her comfort. My dear disciple, this cave was once inhabited by the founding patriarch of the Yinyang Dao sect. You require the consent of all peak masters to reside here, and in all these years, you are the first to be granted such an honor. He continued. Do not mention your possession of the chaotic spiritual root to anyone, as it may incite jealousy. By the way, you must also possess a spiritual body. Could you share with me if there is anything particularly unique about it? Special physiques are often difficult for outsiders to discern before awakening. Yet there are always signs to follow. For instance, the wood spirit body possesses an innate affinity with flora and can sense their emotions and states. The Gung metal sword body enhances the sharpness of sword energy. Shangguan Binger pondered for a moment before responding. I seem to lack any distinctive traits. All right. The absence of any manifestation merely indicates the exceptional nature of your constitution. The more formidable the physique, the more protracted its latent phase. Zhou Tong produced a jade scroll, remarking, this is our Star Moon sect's core cultivation method, the Yin-Yang Inquiry Scripture. Commit it to memory first. Once you've done so, I shall guide you in Qi induction. Bear in mind, you are only to circulate the Yin aspect of the technique. Why is that, Master? Shangguan Bingo inquired, perplexed. Presumably, you are cognizant of some of the venerable matters of the Star Moon sect. This Yin-Yang Inquiry Scripture was conceived by our founding patriarch, its grade reaching the heavenly tier high grade, making it one of the most supreme cultivation methods on the Jade Spirit continent. However, this technique possesses a significant flaw. Only those with a Yin-Yang spirit body can fully harness its cultivation. The founding patriarch recognized this issue and subsequently refined the technique, dividing it into 3 segments, namely Sun, Moon, and Star. These segments are to be cultivated separately by 3 individuals, who then collaborate to unleash the utmost power. Thus, historically, the Sun lineage has cultivated the Yang aspect of the technique, the Moon lineage the Yin aspect, and the Star lineage the neutral aspect. Each of these segments, when extracted individually, possesses the power of a heavenly tier low grade. However, since that incident, everything has changed. Zhou Tong's gaze became distant as he spoke, the event being an eternal source of anguish for the successive leaders of the Star Moon sect. The founder of the Great Sun sect, possessing extraordinary talent, refined the Sun lineage's segment of the technique, elevating it to the heavenly tier middle grade. The cost, however, was the inability to continue cooperating with the other 2 lineages. At that juncture, the matter ignited a fierce debate within the sect. Some adherents championed the solar lineage's stance, acknowledging the potency of the tripartite synergy. However, they harbored reservations about the perpetual reliance on others, perceiving it as a vulnerability that undermined their sense of security and rendered them susceptible to piecemeal annihilation by adversaries. They advocated for a complete transition to the new cultivation technique. Conversely, proponents of the lunar and stellar lineages contended that the collaborative dynamic fostered enhanced unity and harmony within the sect, cautioning against the abandonment of ancestral practices. The sect was embroiled in turmoil during that epoch. Ultimately, the sect master repudiated the solar lineage's perspective and bequeathed the mantle of leadership to the heir of the lunar lineage. This decision engendered profound resentment within the solar lineage, culminating in their secession from the sect. With the departure of the solar lineage, the Stellar Moon sect suffered a dearth of disciples proficient in the cultivation of the Yang incantation. The elder disciples were relegated to practicing incomplete techniques, and the sect was unable to produce a prodigy akin to the founder of the Great Solar Sect, who could refine the technique. This deficiency contributed to the Great Solar Sect's ability to suppress them. The sect's decision to entrust this grotto to you stems from the hope that you can ameliorate the technique, given your extraordinary talent, which surpasses that of the Great Solar Sect's founder. Shangguan Binger was captivated by the narrative, finding it utterly enthralling. She pressed the jade slip against her forehead. whereupon a torrent of information flooded her consciousness, imprinting countless texts and images upon her mind. After a brief interlude, Shangwan Binger opened her eyes, having assimilated the entirety of the technique's knowledge. "Master," she exclaimed, "I believe I can cultivate the complete technique." She was determined to master the complete technique. Given her possession of the Genesis Tao physique, which rendered her capable of cultivating any technique. "What did you say? How can you be certain?" Zhou Tong inquired with a puzzled expression. "I am uncertain as well, after receiving the memories. It felt as if an ethereal voice informed me that I could indeed cultivate it." Shangwan Bingo fibbed. "Could it be that you possess the same yin-yang spiritual body as the founding master?" "No, it might also be a myriad of spiritual bodies," Zhou Tong exclaimed, his excitement causing him to pace back and forth. "Disciple, once you sense the spiritual energy, gently follow the route of the yin-yang inquiry technique. If you feel anything amiss, halt immediately, do you understand?" Zhou Tong cautioned sternly, for he did not wish for any mishap to befall his treasured disciple. Shangwan Binger obediently nodded in agreement. She settled into a cross-legged position, palms facing the heavens, breathing evenly, focusing her attention to keenly perceive the surrounding atmosphere and the existence of spiritual energy. As Shangwan Binger properly positioned herself and earnestly attuned her senses, Zhou Tong discreetly exerted his energy to saturate the cave with abundant spiritual energy, facilitating her perception. With great concentration, Shangwan Binger sensed a distinct change in her surroundings. A special essence seemed to have increased. What could it be? As her spirit continued to sharpen, a unique world unfolded before her eyes, filled with ethereal currents of myriad colors swirling within. Is this spiritual energy? The next step was to absorb a strand of spiritual energy into her body, and Shangwan Binger meticulously recalled her master's teachings, attempting to absorb the spiritual essence. She was pleasantly surprised by its simplicity. A strand of spiritual energy swiftly entered her body, flowing through her meridians, following the designated path of the yin-yang inquiry technique. It completed a full cycle before settling into her dantian, thus becoming an integral part of Shangwan Binger's being. The subsequent matters became remarkably simpler. Methodically absorbing the ethereal energy and refining it into the dantian, she filled her dantian with vigor. Moments later, the aura surrounding Shangwan Bingo stabilized. She had successfully reached the first layer of the qi refinement stage. "Master, I have succeeded," Shangwan Bingo exclaimed with a radiant smile upon opening her eyes. "Indeed, I have truly succeeded. This is splendid news. Binger, you have mastered the complete yin-yang inquiry technique. Our Xingyue sect can finally rise again." Zhou Tong expressed his profound relief. Little did anyone know the extent of his worries hidden beneath his outwardly gentle demeanor, especially with the current generation of the Daylight sect suppressing the Xingyue sect entirely. His heart was constantly tormented. "Binger, I must take my leave. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inform me through the token. I intend to share this joy with some esteemed seniors from different sects. They will surely be elated for quite some time." With that, Zhou Tong departed. Shangwan Binger resolved to continue her practice for a while longer, feeling somewhat hesitant to wander about at the first layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could those individuals from the origin star cultivate? What transformations would their cultivation bring to the origin star? After all, the origin star resided within their very beings. Chapter 9. The Boundless Limits of Qi Refinement. Diving her consciousness into the origin star, she discovered that the passage of time here was surprisingly consistent with the outside world. It seems some changes have occurred within the origin star. Upon closer inspection, Shangwan Binger noticed that the origin star had indeed begun to generate ethereal energy. Although scant, the rate of its emergence was visibly accelerating. Based on this speed and concentration, it appeared that as she drew in energy, the origin star simultaneously commenced the birth of spiritual energy. Was this a revival of spiritual energy? Shangwan Bingo found herself in a state of bewilderment as she continued to receive the information that had previously eluded her. To her astonishment, she discovered a remarkable truth. The inhabitants of the origin star, if they were to cultivate the techniques she bestowed upon them, would become intertwined with her fate, resulting in a synchronization of their cultivation progress with hers. This implied that she had a staggering 70 billion individuals aiding in her ascension. What an extraordinary concept! Even if each person only reached the first level of qi refinement, she could instantaneously elevate herself to a terrifying realm. The time necessary for cultivating and refining spiritual energy was rendered obsolete. All that was required of her was to absorb the spiritual essence. Currently, she possessed a singular technique, The Yin-Yang Inquiry Method. Although her master had not explicitly forbidden her from disseminating the technique, she was well aware of its confidentiality. However, since the people of the origin star could be considered as an extension of herself, sharing it with them was tantamount to cultivating it herself. Thus it might not be deemed as divulging it. Shangguan Binger reached out to the heavenly Tao of the origin star, and a stone tablet inscribed with the Yin-Yang Inquiry Method descended from the heavens, landing directly in the central square of the capital of the highest government on the origin star. Subsequently, she manifested her presence, appearing as a divine figure, and addressed the people of the origin star. I aspire to establish an era of cultivation, and no individual shall monopolize this technique. She understood that if she did not appear to issue this warning, the government might conceal the technique for their exclusive research, which would not bode well for her. We shall adhere to the decree of the goddess. The head of the highest government promptly responded, as Shangguan Binger's visage faded. The leader issued an immediate edict. The goddess desires our cultivation. We must not defy her will. From this moment forth, the area within 100 miles of the Tao transmission stone tablet shall be designated as a sacred ground for cultivation, and no one shall cause disturbances herein. The Yin-Yang questioning the Tao technique was captured in photographs and uploaded online, leading to a flurry of attempts by countless individuals. Upon transmitting the technique, Shangguan Binger commenced her own cultivation. A day passed, and she had remarkably ascended to the second level of qi refinement, a pace that was nothing short of extraordinary, advancing a level each day. Typically, an outer disciple might take 10 days to half a month just to perceive spiritual energy, let alone refine their first strand of it. For those of lesser aptitude, breaking through to the first level of qi refinement could take an entire month. This illustrates the disparity brought forth by innate talent. Suddenly, Shangguan Binger felt a stir within her body. It was the origin star. In the next moment, she sensed her realm continuously ascending qi refinement level 3, level 4, level 5. It was relentless. The origin star, with its vast population of 7 billion, surely harbored a fair share of prodigies, and Shangguan Binger sensed that the ratio of geniuses might be quite significant. Soon, her cultivation reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Was she on the verge of foundation establishment? Yet, she discovered that her realm continued to rise, not transitioning into the foundation establishment stage, but rather breaking through to the 10th level of qi refinement. Did such a realm even exist within the qi refinement stage? Shangguan Binger felt a sense of bewilderment. It was a well-known fact in the cultivation world that no one had ever shattered the boundaries of the 9th level of qi refinement for countless years, until today, when she had done just that. Could it be due to the uniqueness of the origin star? Since they were all within the qi refinement realm, would their synchrony prevent her from advancing to the foundation establishment stage? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, yet her realm showed no signs of halting. Unbeknownst to her, she had effortlessly broken through to the 99th level of qi refinement. Currently, Shangguan Binger possesses a high cultivation realm, but a paucity of spiritual energy within her. Shangguan Binger delved into the storage ring bestowed upon her by her master, Zhou Tong, discovering a plethora of elixirs. She unearthed a vial of qi replenishment pills, intended for those in the qi refining stage, and ingested one. The medicinal potency was instantly refined and absorbed upon entering her body. Insufficient. The potency of elixirs for the qi refining stage is inadequate. Shangguan Binger then procured a Tier 3 elixir, the Essence Nourishing Pill. To have a doting master is indeed advantageous. One is never wanting for elixirs and treasures. The potency of the Essence Nourishing Pill was, as expected, dozens of times greater than that of the qi replenishment pill, swiftly replenishing the emptiness within Shangguan Binger's body. Still not enough? This single essence nourishing pill, capable of replenishing the spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator, is insufficient to satiate Shangguan Binger's body. Shangguan Binger resorted to imbibing directly from the vial. Boom. A torrential surge of spiritual energy erupted within Shangguan Binger's body like a river. Yet alas, Shangguan Binger's cultivation realm was too elevated. It had no chance of resistance. Upon emergence, it was devoured by her famished body, barely elevating her spiritual energy to the 99th level of qi refining, only to discover that Shangguan Binger's current realm had ascended to an unknown stratum. Very well, let us proceed thus for now, and advance gradually. Time for an excursion. Shangguan Binger, with a spirit akin to a soaring eagle, seized a vial of essence nourishing pills, consuming them as one would sweets. She retrieved her token, which contained the architectural layout of the sect. Where to first? Yes, I currently possess spiritual energy but lack the means to channel it. To the scripture depository. Shangguan Bingo proceeded towards the scripture depository. Chapter 10. The Scripture Depository. The Scripture Depository is situated on the mountainside. Shangguan Bingo's abode is at the apex, and a considerable distance remains downward. Shangguan Binger was in no haste, strolling leisurely while taking in the scenery. Descending from the uppermost tier, the density of individuals gradually augmented, ultimately reaching the domain where the inner sect disciples engaged in their cultivation. Who was this individual? Someone questioned, adorned in the raiment of an outer sect disciple, yet emerging from the vicinity of the core disciples? Ordinarily, it would be a menial disciple ascending to attend to the trivial matters of a core disciple. However, the sudden descent of such a comely and unfamiliar outer sect disciple was indeed peculiar. I know not, another responded. Perhaps she is the consort of a core disciple, or a newly acquired disciple of a peak lord. Would you care to inquire? Inquire I shall, a tonsured cultivator declared, directly intercepting Shangguan Binger, and courteously inquired. Esteemed junior sister, pray tarry a moment. I am Zhong Chuan, an inner sect disciple of the Refinement Peak. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Greetings. Senior brother Zhang, Shangguan Bingo responded with a reciprocal salutation. My name is Shangguan Binger, a core disciple of the main peak. I eagerly anticipate your guidance. The observing disciples were utterly astonished. A core disciple? How is it that we possess no prior knowledge of this? Junior sister, Zhang Chuan remarked with a wry grin. Such jesting is ill-advised. Impersonating a core disciple is a grave offense, and you are still clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple. Shangguan Binger glanced downward, realizing she was indeed still wearing the ensemble bestowed upon her by Situ Kong. Observing the others, she noted that the majority were attired in the exclusive garb of inner sect disciples. Senior brother Zhang, Shangguan Binger inquired, does the sect mandate the wearing of disciple attire? Nay, it does not, Zhang Chuan conceded, taken aback by the question. Then that settles it, Shangguan Bingo stated. If there is naught else, I shall take my leave. Perceiving that they had no further business with her, she did not linger. Withstanding the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shangguan Bingo had developed an increasingly thick skin, showing no concern whatsoever. Upon reaching the entrance of the scripture pavilion, she encountered an elderly gatekeeper seated on a stone, deep in meditation. Shangguan Binger approached and presented her disciple token, a protocol she was already well acquainted with. Outer disciples were permitted to enter the scripture pavilion twice a year, each visit lasting only 2 hours, and access was restricted to the first 2 levels. Unless one made a significant contribution, no alternative options were available. Inner disciples could visit the pavilion 10 times a year, each stay lasting a full day, with access to the first 4 levels. Core disciples faced no such limitations. Free to enter at will, save for the final level. The elderly gatekeeper casually scanned her token and then lifted his gaze to Shangguan Binger. You are Shangguan Bingo? Indeed. Esteemed elder, do you recognize me? Shangguan Bingo inquired with a hint of confusion. I am aware that Zhou Tong has recently taken on a new disciple, and I know many have high hopes for you. You may enter. I grant you the privilege of exploring the final level as well, he replied. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave. Shangguan Binger bowed in gratitude. How curious, he mused. Despite her cultivation being merely at the Qi refinement stage, she emanates an aura more potent than that of a golden core cultivator. The old man observed her retreating figure as she entered the scripture pavilion, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Upon entering the pavilion, she found the shelves meticulously arranged, each clearly labeled for easy navigation. The first level of the scripture pavilion was bustling with activity, although outer disciples were limited to 2 visits per year. The sheer number of outer disciples ensured that a considerable crowd frequented the pavilion daily. Shangguan Bingo casually glanced around the scripture pavilion, which consisted of 7 levels. The first floor housed various yellow-tier martial arts techniques, alongside numerous regional chronicles, historical anecdotes, and peculiar tales. Regrettably, these miscellaneous books attracted little attention. To Shangguan Binger, however, they seemed like a newfound treasure. These neglected tomes were her favorites. Having traversed into this world for only a short time, she possessed little understanding of it and sought to enrich herself with this knowledge. She decided to explore the upper levels first and would return later to peruse them at her leisure, as time was of no concern. After all, she was to reside here. With a light melody on her lips, she ascended the staircase. On the second floor, the space had considerably diminished, and the miscellaneous books were virtually absent. Nevertheless, this level was the most populous. It was categorically divided into 3 main sections: yellow-tier techniques and mysterious-tier techniques, both evenly represented, alongside a category of special secret methods. which contained only a meager few dozen volumes, insufficient to fill a single shelf. Curiously, Shangguan Bingo opened one of the secret methods, the blood ignition technique, which involved burning one's own blood to gain greater strength, albeit resulting in a period of weakness afterward. Such secret methods typically bore significant side effects and were rarely employed unless faced with life-and-death situations. Shangguan Binger held little interest in these types of techniques and continued her ascent. The third floor was entirely dedicated to mysterious tier techniques, while the fourth floor featured a scant collection of earth tier techniques. These earth tier techniques were stored within jade slips, as higher tier techniques were generally recorded using such methods. This was due to the fragility of books and the substantial information contained within high-tier techniques, which often required visual aids for complete comprehension. As Shangguan Binger stepped into the 7th level, she encountered a solitary stone platform adorned with 5 jade slips. She picked up the first jade slip and placed it upon her forehead. Upon contact with the information, she discerned that it contained the core technique of the Xingyue sect, known as the Yin-Yang Inquiry Technique. Setting that slip aside, she grasped another. This particular slip revealed a technique called Moonshadow Sword, a low-grade celestial sword art associated with the lineage of the moon. Once mastered, each strike would resemble the luminous moon illuminating the starry river, leaving no room for evasion. After assimilating this knowledge, Shangguan Bingo swiftly transmitted it back to the origin star. Presumably, the remaining 2 jade slips contained the martial techniques of the sun and star lineages. Continuing her exploration, she discovered that the martial technique of the sun lineage was named Great Sun Divine Fist, characterized by its fierce and radiant strikes akin to the resplendent sun itself. The technique of the star lineage, known as Celestial Shifts, primarily employed the strategy of utilizing an opponent's strength against them. It was fundamentally a supportive technique and, strictly speaking, not a martial art in its own right. Those who cultivated Celestial Shifts possessed remarkable physical compatibility and balance, greatly enhancing their chances of becoming advanced alchemists. To her astonishment, the final jade slip contained the celestial mid-grade technique of the Daylight Sect, Radiant Inquiry Technique, a method that had previously instigated a schism within the sect. The very fact that such a technique could be housed in the scripture repository left her astounded. The technique itself was not flawed. Rather, it was humanity that had erred. A weary yet profound voice echoed in the air. Although she saw no one, Shangguan Bingo bowed respectfully to the emptiness, acknowledging, "I have encountered a senior." The voice responded, "Child, dedicate yourself to your studies and do not squander these teachings. The voice of the world is fleeting, arriving swiftly only to vanish just as quickly." "Is it the case that masters are so elusive?" murmured Shangguan Bingo. Regardless, the grand cleaning commences. Shangguan Bingo intends to methodically cleanse each layer. For possessing the Genesis Tao body means that these techniques and martial arts serve as her sustenance. Chapter 11. I am merely an unfeeling porter. A torrential rain fell upon the origin star, as countless Tao-transmitting stone tablets descended from the heavens, forming a veritable forest of stone. The inhabitants of the origin star were filled with exuberance. After all, what significance does a singular technique hold in an era of cultivation? Not everyone is suited to practice the Yin-Yang Inquisition of the Tao. During her transmission of teachings, Shangguan Binger took the opportunity to observe how the people of the origin star cultivated their skills, perhaps aided by the celestial Tao of the origin star. The Tao-transmitting stone tablets surprisingly contained the essence of the Tao, significantly aiding individuals in their cultivation. However, after absorbing all the jade slips, she felt a wave of dizziness. The mental toll of assimilating such an abundance of techniques was immense. Although her storage ring contained spirit awakening pills, she was reluctant to consume any more, having ingested so many throughout the day that she felt on the verge of nausea. Consequently, she retreated to her cave dwelling for a long slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Shangguan Bingo resumed her task at the scripture repository. This time, she donned the attire of a core disciple. Not out of fear of inquiries from other disciples, but rather because the core disciple's garb was resplendent, far superior to that of the outer disciples. And it was indeed an exquisite spiritual artifact, possessing a self-cleaning function. As she was still in the early stages of qi refinement, her divine soul power, albeit present, was exceedingly weak. Thus, Shangguan Bingo could not sweep through the books with her soul directly. She was compelled to examine them one by one, with patience. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the scripture pavilion. A core disciple at the qi refining stage arrived punctually every morning to peruse cultivation techniques, only to return to his cave dwelling with dark circles under his eyes each night. The tale of Shangguan Binger spread swiftly through the Star Moon sect, reaching the ears of disciples and elders alike, whether they emerged from seclusion or returned from outside the sect. Not cultivating, fond of reading, and as beautiful as a celestial being, these were the labels affixed to Shangguan Binger. Many disciples even expended a precious opportunity just to catch a glimpse of her. At the summit of Xingfeng Mountain, a figure emerged from a cave dwelling. Two attendant disciples waiting outside promptly bowed in greeting. Congratulations on your successful seclusion, senior brother Shimin. Shimin Lingtian laughed heartily and tossed out 2 qi gathering pills. In good spirits, these are for you. Any interesting happenings in the sect recently? The attendant disciples, overjoyed, picked up the pills and eagerly replied. As for interesting events, there are 2 recent occurrences that might pique your interest, senior brother. The first, naturally, is last month's recruitment assembly. Our sect has welcomed 2 disciples with exceptional spiritual roots this time, and one of them is a female disciple. Clearly aware of their master's inclinations, the attendants tailored their words to Shimin Lingtian's tastes. Oh, under which peak master has she been placed? Surely the Watermoon Peak Master? Shimin Lingtian speculated casually. No, this girl, named Shangguan Binger, possesses an exceptional water spiritual root and has been taken as a disciple by the sect leader himself. Senior brother, I've heard from others that this senior sister Shangguan is extraordinarily beautiful, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Everyone who has seen her cannot help but sing her praises, chimed in the other attendant. An exquisite hydro-affinity is perfectly tailored for me. Let us descend the mountain and meet her. With a wave of his hand, Shimin Lingtian, accompanied by 2 menials, soared into the sky. Senior Shimin, what about senior apprentice sister Xiao? One of the menials ventured. Disregard her for now. That vixen will inevitably come begging. Feigning aloofness, is she? I am the sole member of the younger generation in the Star Moon sect to have cultivated the Yang incantation to the nascent soul stage. It is her loss if she does not unite with me as a cultivation partner. We shall see who she can find to team up with during the sect grand competition. An exquisite hydro-affinity ensures an unparalleled pace in cultivating the Yin incantation. When we engage in dual cultivation, surpassing that vixen Xiao Lingxue will be a matter of course. I cannot fathom the thoughts of those old relics in the sect. It is evident that our cultivation methods require dual cultivation to maximize advancement. Yet they insist on this free love nonsense. They would do well to heed my counsel and simply assign cultivation partners. Shimin Lingtian proclaimed with audacious arrogance, displaying a lack of respect for his elders and a penchant for insolent remarks. The 2 menials dared not utter a word. Such pronouncements were permissible for Shimin Lingtian, but not for them. What other amusing tidbit have you? Shimin Lingtian inquired. In truth, the other matter also concerns senior apprentice sister Shangguan. Since her initiation, she has remained in the scripture pavilion, voraciously perusing cultivation manuals and secret texts for half a month now. Not cultivating, but reading? Shimin Lingtian questioned, perplexed. Indeed, senior brother. Many fellow disciples have made a point of observing her. Senior apprentice sister Shangguan should still be at the scripture pavilion. Could it be that my future cultivation partner is mentally unsound? Let us proceed to the scripture pavilion. Shimin Lingtian was eager to meet Shangguan Binger. At that moment, Shangguan Binger had been relocated to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. Yin Wushang also arrived at the pavilion, his purpose unmistakably to seek out Shangguan Binger. Senior sister, we meet again, Yin Wushang said, comfortably taking a seat beside her. And you are? Shangguan Binger replied, not recalling having encountered him before. I am Yin Wushang, your junior brother, having joined the sect alongside you. It is perfectly understandable that you do not recognize me, but I must say, your figure is etched in my memory. You truly are the foremost beauty of our time. Yin Wushang flattered, though Shangguan Binger was not impressed by such overt compliments. Could you be any more cliché in your attempts to ingratiate yourself? Shangguan Binger remarked, somewhat exasperated. Well, thank you for the compliment. But I am aware of my prowess. Is there something you need? If not, please do not disturb my reading. She replied coolly. Yin Wushang found himself at a loss for how to continue the conversation. In the past, female disciples would approach him, but that tactic was futile here. He would have to rely on his cultivation to attract her attention. Just as he contemplated retreating, a large hand suddenly sent him flying. You. Yin Wushang glared at the person who had pushed him. What do you mean you? Do you think you can casually approach senior sister Shangguan? Move aside, or I might just strike you. The newcomer was none other than Shimin Lingtian, who had come from Xingfeng. Upon seeing Shangguan Binger, he was utterly captivated. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. The phrases drowning fish and falling geese or the moon hiding and flowers shaming could hardly do her justice. Compared to her, the former #1 beauty of the Xingyue sect, Shaolin Xue, seemed to pale in comparison. However, in the next moment, he witnessed someone daring to flirt with Shangguan Bing'er, which infuriated Shimin Lingtian, who had regarded her as a forbidden treasure. He rushed forward and delivered a slap. Had it not been for the presence of the Sutra Pavilion, Yin Wushang would have already become a lifeless corpse. A flash of resentment flickered in Yin Wushang's eyes as he silently departed without uttering a word. Shangguan Bing'er was somewhat astonished. How could this person dare to act so brazenly within the Sutra Pavilion, unafraid of the consequences? Shimin Lingtian gazed intently at Shangguan Bing'er's graceful figure. His desire and possessiveness laid bare. Junior sister Shangguan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shimin Lingtian, the chief disciple of the Punishment Peak. You may call me Senior Brother Shimin or Senior Brother Lingtian. The chief disciple is typically the strongest among the core disciples of a peak and is often a candidate for the next peak master. Leave, Shangguan Bing'er commanded coldly. How had such a person managed to survive until now, ascending to the position of chief disciple of the Punishment Peak, responsible for enforcing discipline? It was utterly disgusting. Prior to this, her impression of the Xingyue sect had been entirely positive. It could only be said that every sect harbors its share of miscreants. A single radish droppings can spoil a pot of soup. Chapter 12. Soul-concealing celestial orchid Shimin Lingtian was taken aback by her rebuke, surprised that this new junior sister would show him such blatant disrespect. Junior sister Shangguan. What did you say? You would do well to rephrase your words. Shangguan Bing'er chose not to respond, and the sheer act of being disregarded only served to enrage Shimin Lingtian further. A wave of pressure emanating from his nascent soul stage burst forth, bearing down on Shangguan Bing'er. Yet, to his astonishment, when it touched her, it stirred not a ripple, as if it had encountered a bottomless abyss. At that moment, a figure emerged within the scripture pavilion, swiftly subduing Shimin Lingtian with a single strike. As the chief disciple of the Xingfeng sect, Shimin Lingtian brazenly violated the sect's regulations by recklessly engaging in combat within the sacred grounds of the scripture pavilion, injuring a fellow disciple in the process. I hereby impose a 15-day confinement upon you, during which you shall refrain from entering the scripture pavilion for 1 year. Do you accept your punishment? Shimin Lingtian, pinned to the ground and unable to move, felt his face flush with humiliation, having never endured such disgrace. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his fellow disciples, he begrudgingly nodded in acceptance of his punishment, eager to flee the scene. The elderly gatekeeper released Shimin Lingtian, who then sprang to his feet and fled the scripture pavilion without a backward glance. Senior, you have been rather negligent in your duties. I was nearly killed by Shimin Lingtian before you arrived, complained Shangguan Bing'er. Oh, my dear girl, you are far too resilient to be so easily harmed. The elder chuckled, stroking his long beard in jest. Despite his apparent nonchalance, he had been vigilantly monitoring all activities within the scripture pavilion. Had Shimin Lingtian truly intended to kill Yin Wushang, he would have intervened immediately. His reluctance to act stemmed from his desire to observe Shangguan Bing'er. Ever since their first encounter, he had sensed an unusual aura surrounding her and had longed for an opportunity to test her capabilities. Unfortunately, such an opportunity had eluded him until now. The moment he witnessed Shimin Lingtian enter the scripture pavilion, he knew conflict was inevitable. Indeed, it was confirmed that this girl possessed extraordinary abilities, as even the Yuaning stage Shimin Lingtian could not discern her true strength. Everyone, disperse. The elder commanded the gathered disciples. During the past fortnight, although Shangguan Bing'er had been engrossed in her studies at the scripture pavilion, nearly all the inhabitants of Origin Star had transcended to the Qi refinement stage. Presently, Shangguan Bing'er found herself uncertain of her own strength. From the aura emanating from Shimin Lingtian, she sensed that she could potentially vanquish him with a single blow. However, she now faced a formidable challenge, the inability to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. The prerequisite for this breakthrough was to convert all the spiritual energy within her body into spiritual liquid. Yet the overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy within her rendered this transformation insurmountable. It was truly vexing. Her current limitation lay in her spiritual power. Yet the Xingyue sect possessed no techniques for cultivating the soul. Shangguan Bing'er felt disheartened, realizing that her spiritual prowess would torment her for quite some time. Dear host, do you wish to enhance your spiritual power? There are treasures in the warehouse that can assist you. Shuo emerged to alleviate Shangguan Bing'er's was after overhearing her murmurs. The soul-nourishing Tianlan, a divine-grade treasure of the 9th rank, possesses the ability to nurture and safeguard the soul. Is my spiritual power too feeble to withstand it? Shangwan Binger questioned. Not at all. This treasure can be utilized by anyone. Its greatest advantage lies in its gentle nature, subtly nourishing your soul without you even noticing. Reassured by Schwerer's affirmation, Shangwan Binger felt a sense of relief as she retrieved the soul-nourishing Tianlan and infused it into her sea of consciousness. Once the Tianlan entered her consciousness, it fell silent. However, Shangwan Binger could distinctly perceive the treasure's effects, as her spiritual power elevated at a visibly rapid pace, soon reaching the level of the foundation establishment stage. Such a marvelous treasure. Schwer, you should have informed me sooner. I have perused every single word of the techniques. Shangwan Binger felt a surge of emotion, on the verge of tears. Master, you didn't ask, she lamented. I am truly sorry. I promise to notify you in advance next time. Schwer felt a tinge of grievance. No, it is my own fault. I curse myself for not thinking to inquire. She sobbed softly. With her worries set aside, Shangwan Binger resumed her study of the techniques, and with the enhancement of her spirit, she absorbed the knowledge at an astonishing pace. Another fortnight passed without interruption for Shangwan Binger, and she successfully devoured all the volumes of techniques. Thankfully, these texts were merely concise. Had they been akin to the textbooks from her previous life, they would have surely overwhelmed her. Having set down the last tome, Shangwan Binger rose, stretching her limbs. At that moment, the voice of her master, Zhou Tong, reached her ears. Binger, tomorrow marks the annual Outer Sect Disciple Competition. Would you care to attend? Of course. Shangwan Binger replied eagerly. At Xingyue Sect, the Outer Sect Disciple Competition is an annual event held a month after the welcoming ceremony. By this time, most new disciples have already advanced to the Qi refinement stage, and the competition provides them with valuable insights into their cultivation. Within the sect, aside from the Grand Sect competition, the Outer Sect competition is the most lively affair. As the Grand Competition occurs only once every 100 years and is a rare sight to behold, the rewards for the Outer Competition are substantial. The top 3 participants are granted exceptional admission into the Inner Sect, whereas typically, an Outer Sect disciple must reach the Foundation Establishment stage to gain entry into the Inner Sect. The top 10 participants are also rewarded with elixirs and magical artifacts. In any case, this grand event is eagerly anticipated by all Outer disciples. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, the master had already been waiting. Disciple, your cultivation seems rather peculiar, Zhou Tong remarked, sensing Shangwan Binger's aura, which indeed was as the gatekeeper had described. How to articulate it? A cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, even more formidable than those in the nascent soul stage? Master, my situation is somewhat extraordinary. I am uncertain of my current realm. I only know that I have certainly surpassed the 9th level of Qi refinement. Shangwan Binger explained helplessly. Is the chaotic spiritual route truly that terrifying? In just a month, and having spent it in the scripture pavilion, her cultivation has advanced at such an astonishing rate. Use your full strength to strike me, and I shall assess your current level of power. Must it truly be with all my might? Shangwan Binger blinked, uncertainly questioning her master. Do not hesitate. After all, I am a cultivator in the void refinement stage. If I cannot withstand the attack of my disciple who has only just begun their journey a month ago, then it would be better for me to acknowledge you as my master. Zhou Tong responded with a calm smile, brimming with confidence. Very well then, master, be careful. Shangwan Binger took a deep breath, grounding her energy in her dantian, mobilizing her entire strength to unleash a punch. Without employing any martial techniques, it was merely an ordinary punch, imbued with a layer of spiritual energy. Zhou Tong nonchalantly extended a hand, effortlessly meeting her strike. Puff. Zhou Tong's expression changed dramatically as he quickly gathered his strength into his palm. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Tong was immediately repelled several steps. The hand that received the blow held behind his back, trembling slightly, and it took a while to recover. Ahem, Binger. Your current strength has already surpassed that of ordinary deity transformation cultivators. Except for not having as many techniques as they do, your attack power is about the same. Zhou Tong said with a sigh. Has there ever been a chaos spiritual route this freakish in history? If this gets out, people will probably laugh themselves to death. The Star Moon sect master being suppressed by a disciple who has only been in the sect for a month. Indeed, master. I'm currently stuck at the Qi refining stage and can't break through. Do you have any cultivation methods for the divine soul? I've searched the entire scripture pavilion and haven't found a single one. Shangwan Binger said pitifully. Although she now has the soul-nurturing heavenly orchid to enhance her divine soul power, having an additional cultivation method for the divine soul would also be beneficial. After all, an additional one means an additional 70 billion. Cultivation methods for the divine soul are extremely rare. Generally speaking, we cultivators can only enhance our divine soul realm by increasing our cultivation realm. Once we reach the nascent soul stage, we can nurture the divine soul through the nascent soul, achieving the goal of enhancing the divine soul. Currently, the only known force possessing divine soul cultivation methods is the Soul Clan in the Central Domain. However, these ancient clans are all secretive in their actions, so naturally, no cultivation methods would be circulated. However, in addition to cultivating the divine soul through cultivation methods, one can also take pills to enhance it. Although pills that enhance the divine soul are also relatively scarce, the sect still has some in storage. However, those pills are generally only taken by those in the distraction stage to accelerate their cultivation speed, and you wouldn't be able to absorb them in your current state. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and realized that, at present, there seemed to be no means to assist Shangguan Binger. Binger, do not be anxious. I shall help you find a solution. Thank you for your efforts, Master. Chapter 13. Two Dark Horses the following morning. Shangguan Bingo accompanied her master to observe the Outer Sect Grand Competition. The event was held in the Outer Sect, marking Shangguan Bingo's inaugural visit to this bustling area of the sect. To her surprise, she spotted several familiar faces among the contestants: Yi Wuqing, Tai Jin, Yin Wushang, and others. Were they also required to participate in this sect competition after merely a month of entry? The host was the corpulent elder Ouyang Hao. He dispensed with unnecessary formalities, succinctly announcing the competition rules before commencing the matches. Given the multitude of Outer Sect disciples, the arena was divided into 9 battle platforms, with participants drawn at random to compete. Disciples assigned to Platform 1, please make your way to the stage. 2 disciples stepped forward from the crowd, ascending the platform. They exchanged respectful bows and introduced themselves, disclosing their cultivation levels, as required during registration. After all, this was merely a sect competition intended to showcase their abilities and assess their standings within the sect, rather than a life-and-death struggle. Concealing one's cultivation would only hinder their performance. Wang Zhe, 6th level of Qi Refinement, I seek your guidance. Sun Shuai, 5th level of Qi Refinement, I seek your guidance. After the formalities, both disciples assumed their fighting stances, opting not to wield weapons. Confident in his superior cultivation, Wang Zhe launched the first attack, closing the distance to Sun Shuai. With both hands igniting in a blaze of yellow flames, he struck forth. Shangguan Bingo has now become a master of martial arts with profound knowledge, immediately recognizing that Wang Zhe employs the advanced yellow-tier martial technique, Blazing Palm, a method favored by many disciples during the Qi refinement stage. Although Outer Sect disciples are permitted to learn mysterious tier techniques, the increased spiritual energy consumption and the arduous nature of mastering advanced techniques often lead them to prefer a swift initiation into a lower-tier method. A deeply comprehended yellow-tier technique can be equally formidable as an unmastered mysterious tier technique. In this moment, faced with Wang Zhe's blazing palm, Sun Shuai remained entirely unperturbed. With a swift step of his right foot onto the ground, he adeptly evaded the attack. Sun Shuai had invested considerable effort into mastering a particular movement technique, which served as his assurance in confronting Wang Zhe, even at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The two engaged in a dance of attack and evasion, devoid of any spectacle, causing the observing disciples below to stifle yawns. Binger, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Zhou Tong inquired, testing Shangguan Binger. After a moment of contemplation, she articulated her perspective. I believe that Sun Shuai will prevail in this contest. What leads you to that conclusion? Zhou Tong prompted. Shangguan Bingo gathered her thoughts and replied, should they continue to battle in this manner, it is evident that Wang Zhe, possessing greater spiritual energy, would win. However, Wang Zhe cultivates a fire attribute technique and, eager to initiate his assault, displays a clearly impatient temperament. Such a disposition, when the battle becomes protracted, will inevitably compel him to launch hasty attacks, exposing vulnerabilities that the opponent can exploit. In contrast, Sun Shuai begins the fight with a calm and strategic mindset, evading and defending with composure. In comparing the two, the outcome is already determined. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Shangguan Binger's analysis. Indeed, Binger's analysis is remarkably astute. As anticipated by the two, Wang Zhe, eager to launch an offensive, revealed a fatal flaw, which Sun Shuai seized upon, decisively unseating him. He conceded, Sun Shui performed a respectful bow before also exiting the stage. The ensuing battles largely followed this trend. They primarily consisted of confrontations among Qi refinement stage practitioners. While the spectacle was not grandiose, it was varied and captivating, much to Su Guanyin Binger's delight. The individual known as Yin Wuxiang has taken the stage. At long last, a familiar face has emerged, and Su Guanyin Bingo is keen to witness the progress of these contestants. Among the newly initiated disciples, only these three have registered for the competition, thus attracting considerable attention as many are eager to discern whether they are overreaching or possess some underlying strength. Hurry to the 9th battle platform. A match involving a newly initiated disciple is about to commence. Yin Wuxiang's opponent is a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement, who initially believed his cultivation might suffice to surpass the first round. However, upon encountering a new disciple, he couldn't help but feel unexpectedly elated, reflecting that luck is indeed a component of strength. Li Shan, 4th level of Qi refinement, I seek your guidance. Yin Wuxiang, 2nd level of Qi refinement. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yin Wuxiang transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly arriving before Li Shan, who, caught off guard, found a long sword pressed against his throat. In this contest, Yin Wuxiang emerged victorious. The judge proclaimed the outcome of the battle. Yin Wuxiang sheathed his longsword and cast a glance upward, as if to boast to someone. Wow! The entire 9th battle platform erupted in exclamations. A dark horse indeed. Yin Wuxiang is undoubtedly a formidable contender in this competition, defeating his opponent in an instant despite being 2 levels below. Truly impressive. This must be the mysterious martial art technique, phantom body technique, right? How is it possible for him to advance to the 2nd level of Qi refinement within just a month of practice and also successfully master a profound martial art? With such remarkable talent, why is he still in the outer sect? It is said that he, like Yi Wuqing, declined the invitations from the Peak Master and various elders to take him as a disciple. I pondered all night and still cannot comprehend why what we covet so dearly seems to hold no value in their eyes. Master, should I have also declined at the beginning? Otherwise, it seems I do not fit in. Shengwan Binger was puzzled as well. Is it now fashionable for geniuses to cultivate independently? Cough, cough, do not speak nonsense. If even you were to decline, I, as the sect leader, would need to reflect on myself. Zhou Tong was taken aback by Shengwan Binger's words. Such behavior should not be emulated. Well then, my disciple, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may observe at your leisure. With a flicker, Zhou Tong vanished without a trace. Watching their duel ignited a desire within me as well. Had I known, I would have waited until after the outer sect competition to take on a master. Being invincible too early is not necessarily a blessing. In the midst of this conversation, Shengwan Binger's spiritual power surged once more. Yet she found it difficult to feel joy amidst the overwhelming increase in strength. Following Yin Wuxiang's remarkable display, the disciples grew even more eager to witness the performance of the remaining two. At last, Yi Wuqing was paired with an opponent. Yi Wuqing, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, please enlighten me. As Yi Wuqing announced his realm, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. This was even more outrageous than Yin Wuxiang, directly reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement. What has he been consuming to grow so rapidly? His cultivation speed surpasses that of core disciples. Yi Wuqing's opponent was a disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Initially, he felt a measure of confidence, believing that even with Yi Wuqing's cultivation at merely the 2nd level of Qi refinement, it would be impossible for him to defeat someone 4 levels higher. However, the situation had become uncertain. Yi Wuqing employed a unique palm technique, each strike more powerful than the last, overwhelming his opponent with sheer force. The adversary could only focus on defense, ultimately succumbing to Yi Wuqing's 5th layered strike, which sent him crashing down from the battle stage, resulting in defeat. Master Yaoshan, this Hanhai Palm is indeed formidable. When fully accumulated, it can even contend with those at the 8th level of Qi refinement. That is to be expected. Although I acquired this martial skill in my youth, it remains quite advanced in this realm. In contrast to the remarkable victories of Yin Wuxiang and Yi Wuqing, Tai Jin's performance was far less impressive, leaving many in disappointment. His cultivation barely reached the 1st level of Qi refinement, and although he managed to hold his ground against a 5th level opponent for a few exchanges, he was swiftly overwhelmed. Indeed, this reflects the level of a new disciple. I was quite intimidated by the previous 2 battles, thinking this year's newcomers were exceptionally strong. Is it a joke to participate in the grand competition with such meager skills? If I were to encounter him, I would have to consider how much strength to use to avoid taking his life. Aha. As the laughter of the surrounding disciples echoed in his ears, Taijin clenched his fists and quietly walked away. Chapter 14. My desire to refine elixirs. Are you disheartened? Do their taunts matter to you? Do you regret participating in this grand competition? The voice of his master, Ouyang Hao, resonated. Taijin lifted his head, tears glimmering faintly in his eyes. There is nothing. I merely feel a sense of discomfort. If there is nothing, why the discomfort? Because I felt embarrassed in her presence. Tegan's voice trembled with emotion. Ouyang Hao was taken aback. Tegan had been diligently training for an entire month without encountering anyone else. Suddenly recalling something, he lifted his gaze toward the heights and, indeed, spotted a figure. Do you have feelings for Shangwan Bingo? Tegan remained silent, his head bowed as he walked. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, compelling him to halt. The gentle words of his master reached his ears, and tears began to flow uncontrollably down Tegan's face. Foolish disciple, evasion cannot resolve your problems. Master, I comprehend that the chasm between her and me is akin to that between heaven and earth. I may spend my entire life unable to catch up to her shadow, yet I simply cannot suppress my affections for her. From the moment I first beheld her on the flying boat, her every glance and smile became etched in my heart. I know I am Navi. Whether one calls it infatuation at first sight or mere desire, I have resolutely chosen her. Tegan nearly shouted in desperation. And what if she does not reciprocate your feelings? Ouyang Hao inquired further. My affections for her are my own. They concern her not. Ouyang Hao erupted into hearty laughter, pondering that had he possessed such determination back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Foolish disciple, I possess a method that could transform you entirely, though the risks are exceedingly high and may lead to death. If you are willing to attempt it, then follow me. With hands clasped behind his back, Ouyang Hao descended the mountain. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures. The outer sect competition lasted for merely 3 days, during which He Wuqing and Yin Wushang, two dark horses, truly shone, only succumbing on the final day. By that point, their opponents were seasoned disciples of advanced qi refining. Naturally, each possessed their own resources. However, what surprised Shangwan Bingo was that Taijin had not appeared to spectate during these days. Although she had interacted with him only briefly, her intuition suggested that Taijin was not the type to shy away from ridicule. After the outer sect competition, Shangwan Bingo found herself at leisure. Although she was urged to focus on her cultivation, no amount of her efforts could match the pace of the 70 billion inhabitants of Origin Star. Thus, after reporting to her master, she hastened to the Pill Peak to learn the art of alchemy. Alchemists are among the most esteemed professions in the cultivation realm. Any practitioner requires various elixirs, yet the number of cultivators is countless while the elixirs remain elusive. No one wishes to offend an alchemist lightly, for one never knows if they have a powerful benefactor who once sought their services. Moreover, wealth is paramount in the world of cultivation, with alchemists being the most affluent figures in the realm. Mastering alchemy is exceedingly difficult. Not only is the initial entry challenging, but advancing in skill is equally arduous. In a venerable sect like the Xingyue sect, history has recorded only one 6th-grade alchemist. Presently, the highest-ranking alchemist is the Pill Peak Master, Gu Yixian, a 5th-grade alchemist. This illustrates the formidable challenge of mastering alchemy. Typically, disciples commence their studies as apprentices, assisting alchemists and gradually acquiring the skills of the trade. Lady Shangwan Bingo, in contrast, received special treatment. Upon her arrival at the Dan Peak, she was ushered into the uppermost alchemy chamber, where she received personal instruction from Peak Lord Gu Yixian. Esteemed Master Uncle Gu, Shangwan Bingo greeted him with a bow. Bingo, come over here. I was overjoyed to hear of your interest in learning the art of alchemy. Come, let me first elucidate the fundamental principles of alchemy for you. Gu Yixian was exceedingly delighted. The arrival of such a gifted and endearing disciple to study alchemy brought him considerable pride. Firstly, to aspire to become an alchemist, one must possess both fire and wood spiritual roots. The fire spiritual root enables superior control over flame temperature, while the wood spiritual root harmonizes and balances the medicinal properties of spiritual liquids. These prerequisites alone eliminate a significant number of individuals. Secondly, one must possess formidable spiritual strength. If spiritual roots are the foundation of alchemy, then spiritual strength is the most critical determinant of your alchemical prowess. The alchemical process is divided into 3 stages. First, extracting the essence of spiritual herbs. Second, fusing the essences. And third, congealing the elixir. Each of these 3 stages necessitates the use of spiritual perception. Furthermore, The medicinal potency contained within each spiritual herb varies, and the temperature and time required for extraction and fusion differ greatly. This demands a sufficiently robust spiritual capacity. Alchemy is an endeavor that severely depletes spiritual strength. Generally, an alchemist's capabilities are largely confined to the realm of their cultivation stage. For instance, I, being in the transformation spirit stage, can only concoct 5th-grade elixirs. Even with my utmost efforts, I would find it exceedingly difficult to produce a 6th-grade elixir. With a sigh, Gu Yixian lamented his stagnation. He had been trapped at the 5th-tier alchemist level for several centuries. Yet, as long as his cultivation remained unbroken, he could never ascend to the 6th tier. After much discussion, he decided that practical experience would serve him better. "Allow me to demonstrate, dear disciple," he proclaimed. With a clap of his hands, flames erupted from the alchemical furnace, and he deftly summoned spiritual herbs, casting them into the cauldron. As he refined the elixirs, he imparted wisdom to Shangguan Binger. For novices, it is advisable to extract the essence of each herb individually at the beginning. Only after becoming proficient and strengthening one's spirit can one attempt to refine them all at once. Before long, the herbs within the furnace dissolved into a pool of spiritual liquid, enveloped by Gu Yixian's soul force, floating gracefully within the alchemical vessel. The next step involved merging the medicinal properties, a complex process that is difficult to articulate and relies heavily on personal experience. As long as one senses that the spiritual liquids blend harmoniously without conflict, success is assured. Gradually, the liquids coalesced into a singular form, molded by the pressure of the soul power into a spherical entity. The final step, the condensation of the elixir, was the simplest of all. As long as the preceding steps had been executed flawlessly, one merely needed to execute the condensation technique. Any misstep prior could result in inferior quality elixirs, waste, or even an explosion of the furnace. With a series of precise gestures, the elixirs began to take shape within the furnace. A fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. With a pop, the lid flew open, and 12 elixirs soared forth, landing gracefully in the prepared jade vials. Having completed the task, I have concocted the simplest 1st-tier elixir, the Qi Restoration Pill. Binger, would you care to give it a try? Shangguan Bingo stepped forward, channeling her spiritual energy to ignite the flames. This alchemical furnace belongs exclusively to Gu Yixian, adorned with numerous formations that amplify the user's spiritual essence, thereby enhancing both the success rate and efficiency of alchemical processes. The technique of the condensing pill formula was rather straightforward, and Shangguan Binger quickly grasped it. As she recalled Gu Yixian's teachings, she gently placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace, carefully refining them with the flames. The primary ingredient of the Qi Restoration Pill is the spirit-infused herb, a delicate substance that cannot withstand intense heat, lest it shatter and lose its medicinal properties. At that moment, Shangguan Binger experienced a peculiar sensation, as if she were merging with the spirit-infused herb, feeling the scorching flames enveloping her. Gradually, her form began to dissolve, transforming into a pool of liquid. Once the refinement was complete, she withdrew the flames and proceeded to extract the other auxiliary herbs, a process significantly simpler and accomplished in no time. The subsequent phase involved the fusion. The pools of refined spiritual liquid, under Shangguan Binger's guidance, gently converged and made contact. Utilizing her spiritual essence, she meticulously blended the liquids together. Once they were uniformly combined, she cautiously divided them into 13 portions, a necessary adjustment dictated by the varying properties of the herbs. With a swift series of hand seals, the 13 pills took shape and soared into the vial. Gu Yixian examined them closely. "The quality is immaculate. Binger, you are indeed a prodigious alchemist." Gu Yixian was astounded that Shangguan Binger could achieve such a feat on her maiden attempt at alchemy. Many 2nd-grade alchemists cannot consistently produce elixirs of perfect quality when concocting qi-replenishing pills. Shangguan Bingo did not perceive alchemy as particularly arduous, likely due to her formidable spiritual power. "Binger, attempt another batch." Shangguan Bingo rekindled the fire and commenced the 2nd batch of elixirs. This time, her technique was even more adept, culminating in a flawless concoction at an astonishing pace. Again, 13 elixirs of perfect quality emerged. While the first instance might have been attributed to luck, the second unequivocally demonstrated Shangguan Binger's exceptionally prodigious alchemical talent. Excellent, excellent. Confronted with Shangguan Binger's formidable alchemical talent, Gu Yixian resolved to impart all his accumulated knowledge to her. Thus, they spent an entire month in the alchemy chamber. During this time, Gu Yixian ceaselessly imparted various elixir concoction techniques to Shangguan Binger. bestowing upon her all the alchemical experience he had amassed over the years. Shangwan Binger reveled in this, as alchemical knowledge cannot be augmented through cultivation on the origin star. At most, others could only assist her in more proficiently concocting elixirs. In essence, an alchemist's lifetime production of elixirs is finite, and repeated practice merely serves to enhance the success rate and quality. After a month of study, Shangwan Binger had memorized all the elixirs formulas mastered by Guixian, spanning from the first to the sixth tier, encompassing the entirety of what the Star Moon sect possessed. Binger, there is little more I can impart to you. The remainder must be discerned and practiced through your own efforts. Remember, what I have taught you may not always be suitable for your path, and do not allow yourself to be ensnared within the confines of knowledge. Guixian clapped his hands and rose to his feet. Seek a cauldron from your master. As for me, your uncle, I have only ever utilized this singular cauldron throughout my life and possess no surplus to bestow upon you. Immediately, Shangwan Binger replied, I dare not accept further gifts from my esteemed uncle. I am eternally grateful for your impartation of wisdom, which I shall cherish forever. Guixian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to remember my kindness. All that I have is bestowed by the sect. If you can elevate the sect's reputation, that alone would suffice as a return for my month of guidance. Binger took this to heart. Slowly, she exited the alchemy chamber. She was now capable of refining elixirs within her own dwelling and could not continue to disturb her uncle's cultivation. After gathering a substantial amount of spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden, Shangwan Binger embarked on her journey of alchemy. With a flick of her wrist, a cauldron as pure and flawless as jade materialized in her grasp. This white jade cauldron, a 9th-grade divine alchemy furnace, ranks among the finest in existence. It contains the jade spirit divine fire, capable of purifying all impurities in the world. The furnace body can absorb the lightning of elixirs to enhance their quality, elevating them to new heights. Previously, she had only listened to teachings from her esteemed uncle. Now, she could finally showcase her skills. Although her current prowess did not permit her to summon the true jade spirit divine fire, being able to wield a flame imbued with a trace of its essence was indeed commendable. One by one, the spiritual herbs were drawn into the jade furnace, simultaneously refining their essence. The delicate white flames danced gently, transforming the herbs into liquid form as they passed. Gathering chi pills, foundation establishment pills, nurturing origin pills, infant breaking pills, spirit enhancing pills. Each elixir was crafted to perfection, and Shangwan Binger felt as though she possessed no limits. In just a month, her spiritual power had surged to the level of the transformation stage, a testament to the terrifying potency of divine-grade materials. Although theoretically she could only refine 5th-grade pills, whether due to the influence of the soul-infusing celestial orchid or other factors, her spiritual essence surpassed that of a typical transformation stage cultivator. Refining 6th-grade elixirs was likewise well within her capabilities. However, the raw materials for high-grade pills were exceedingly rare and precious. Thus, her esteemed master had provided her with just enough of each formula to experiment with after her breakthrough. At last, in her final batch, the 6th-grade returning void pill was successfully concocted. She was now a 6th-grade alchemist. It had taken merely a month from her initial studies to achieve this status, and she hoped that the alchemists within the cultivation world would remain oblivious to this news, lest they succumb to despair and bleed from their hearts. With all the spiritual herbs in her storage ring fully consumed, they transformed into numerous bottles of elixirs. Armed with these potions, Shangwan Binger set forth to seek her master, Zhou Tong. There was no need for her to conceal her abilities. The sect had treated her kindly, and she felt compelled to give back. Moreover, her strength had grown immensely, and her only previous weakness had been remedied. In the southern region, she was now virtually untouchable. Within the hallowed halls of the sect, a scene of astonishment unfolded. Binger, do you assert that you are the artificer of these elixirs? Zhou Tong inquired, his disbelief palpable as he gazed upon the array of vials and jars that adorned the table, some containing remedies even he struggled to procure. This is the quintessential elixir of divine enhancement, a panacea that aids nascent soul cultivators in the expedited metamorphosis of their nascent souls into divine entities. Even within the sect, our reserves are meager, and this is the elixir of transcendence, he exclaimed, his voice laced with awe. A coveted prize for those in the transformation realm. Yet you possess an entire vial. This single vial could potentially usher forth several powerhouses into the void realm within our sect. Zhou Tong, the esteemed sect master of the Star Moon sect, found himself momentarily bereft of words. Though he had witnessed countless treasures in his tenure, none had elicited such profound astonishment as this. Had he been fortunate enough to consume an elixir of transcendence in his youth, he might have ascended to the void realm centuries ahead of schedule. Alas, without such alchemical assistance, he was forced to rely solely on his own capabilities. A perilous and protracted endeavor. Indeed, Master, Shangwan Binger affirmed, her voice imbued with quiet confidence. These elixirs are the product of my solitary endeavors. I have now attained the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist. At that moment, Gu Yixian, his countenance smudged with soot and his attire disheveled, burst into the hall. He seized the elixir of transcendence from the table, scrutinizing it with meticulous care. A tremor coursed through his frame as tears welled in his eyes. Yes, the fragrance is pure and intense, indicative of a recent concoction, no more than a week old, he declared, his voice thick with emotion. Moreover, the residual aura of Binger's divine soul permeates it. I have witnessed her craft firsthand. I cannot be mistaken. Gu Yixian, his hand trembling as he gestured toward Shangwan Binger, struggled to articulate a coherent sentiment, his voice choked with emotion. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his tone imbued with complexity. Binger, you once held great anticipation for your alchemic talent, but now, I am suddenly overcome with trepidation. I, too, was once hailed by many as a prodigious alchemist, a talent unmatched in a century. Yet, I am aware that my abilities were not as exceptional as they were lauded. I had prepared myself to be surpassed by other prodigies. However, I never conceived that one day I would be so overwhelmed in the realm of alchemy as to feel fear. Your talent seems otherworldly. I have ventured to the central domain and witnessed the geniuses there, but none have achieved the status of a 6th-grade alchemist within a mere month. Can the Star Moon sect truly retain you? Upon hearing Gu Yixian's words, both Zhou Tong and Shangwan Binger were taken aback. The smile vanished from Zhou Tong's face. Indeed, how long had his apprentice been initiated? It seemed the sect had little to offer her, and now, it was the sect that was imploring her assistance. How much affection could one develop for a sect in just 2 months? Master, senior uncle, your concerns are excessive. No matter what, I, Shangwan Bing, will never forget the sect. Since my initiation, I have always remembered your kindness. Perhaps I will venture to greater realms in the future, but the Star Moon sect will always be my home. Shangwan Binger's resolute voice echoed through the hall. She did not consider herself a saint, but she would never be ungrateful or betray her teachers and ancestors. Well said. A round of applause emanated from outside the main hall. It was Ji Shueiyue and 4 other peak masters who had also received the communication and hurried over. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the earnest words of Shangwan Binger, prompting an immediate chorus of approval. One cannot deny that the enduring unity and mutual support within the Xingyue sect has played an indispensable role in its longevity, which is precisely why the previous generation of sect leaders disapproved of the practices of the Sun One lineage. Greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts, Ji Shueiyue exclaimed, enveloping Binger in a warm embrace. The girl was utterly to her liking, possessing a gentle exterior coupled with a resilient spirit, devoid of any pretense, and of course, her face was universally adored. Little Binger, why haven't you come to play at Shueiyue Peak? Do you dislike your uncle Shueiyue? As Ji Shueiyue tucked her into the majestic embrace of the mountain, Shangwan Binger's face flushed crimson. She had never been so close to a woman in her 2 lifetimes, let alone to a breathtaking beauty like Uncle Shueiyue. Oh dear, Uncle Shueiyue, please let me go, I can hardly breathe. With a chuckle, Ji Shueiyue released her hold. Observing the shy girl who resembled a startled deer, finding the situation immensely amusing. All right, junior sister Shueiyue, do refrain from teasing our dear Binga too much, lest you frighten her away from assisting you with alchemy. Zhou Tong interjected promptly. Turning his gaze towards Gu Yixian, he inquired, Senior Brother Gu, do you still possess any spiritual herbs for refining the return to Void Pill? Gu Yixian shook his head in response. The ingredients for the return to Void Pill are inherently rare. Over the years, my attempts at concoction have nearly depleted my reserves, and the last portion was given to Binger. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong contemplated for a moment and said, Esteemed brothers, let us first allocate the returning Void Elixir to Senior Brother Gu. Once he breaks through to the Dongshu stage, his alchemical skills will undoubtedly improve. Subsequently, we can gather the necessary spiritual herbs for further distribution. What do you think? The group nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. After consulting with several peak masters, Zhou Tong turned to ask Shangwan Binger, Binger, What are your thoughts? Will you continue as a core disciple, or take on the role of an elder? Shangguan Bingo reflected briefly before responding, Master, I would prefer to remain a humble disciple for now. Ascending to the position of elder at this stage might provoke some discontent within the sect, and I do not wish to attract undue attention. Moreover, I aspire to delve deeper into array formations, talismans, and artifact forging. The others, upon hearing Shangguan Binger's words, felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that a formidable shift was about to occur. As they anticipated, Shangguan Binger spent 3 months mastering the entirety of the Starry Moon Sect's teachings, effortlessly manipulating formations and inscribing talismans in midair. She even significantly enhanced their magical artifacts, rendering them several times more powerful than before, truly a terrifying prospect. The peak masters transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of numbness, ultimately finding amusement in following Binger as she demonstrated her prowess on others. Well, my esteemed uncles and aunts, I have reforged your artifacts, elevating them all to supreme quality. Alas, I lack the materials. Or else I might have attempted to refine them into spiritual treasures. Shangguan Binger withdrew the flames and presented the last of the magical artifacts. Ji Shuiwei received the magical artifact, which originally took the form of a long whip, a medium-grade treasure. However, after being reforged by Shangguan Binger, it now radiated a brilliant aura, exuding a chilling presence. With a swift flick of the whip, a beam of icy light shot into the sky, striking a distant mountain peak and instantly freezing a significant portion of it. Its power had more than doubled. In the realm of cultivation, weapons wielded by practitioners are categorized into 4 tiers: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. Most cultivators at the void refinement stage utilize magical treasures. Although this is not universally applicable, many loose cultivators in the transformation stage, lacking fortuitous encounters, are left with only spiritual artifacts. Naturally, Shangguan Binger possesses her own fated weapon, the Chaos Sword Embryo, which was a reward from the system. Indeed, it was the reward granted upon her ascension to the rank of Junior Goddess. At that time, she had thought that the lower rank would yield subpar rewards, only to discover that the system bestows the most extraordinary items at every stage. For instance, her first reward, the Shumi Ring, is no ordinary storage ring. It contains a vast miniature world. Once bound to her soul, it cannot be forcibly unsealed unless she perishes. It can even house living beings, proving to be immensely useful. Chapter 17. Descent from the Mountain. The Chaos Sword Embryo boasts exceptional quality, and Shangguan Binger continuously refines it within her body, channeling her spiritual energy to transform it into her own divine weapon. After bidding farewell to Ji Shuiwei, Shangguan Binger stood atop the mountain peak, gazing down at the world below. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent 5 months in this realm, evolving from a powerless beggar girl into a formidable chi refinement practitioner, surpassing even those in the void refinement stage. Time passes swiftly. Shangguan Bingo sighed. Suddenly, an unusual sensation arose within her, and a subtle transformation occurred in her pure chi refinement stage aura, as a hint of foundation establishment stage energy gradually emerged from her being. What is this? Finally, someone on Origin Star has broken through to the foundation establishment stage after 5 months. This could be considered an extraordinary talent. Shangguan Binger activated her cultivation technique, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy, which rapidly transformed into spiritual liquid and entered her dantian. At this moment, Shangguan Binger felt quite peculiar. Both spiritual energy and spiritual liquid coexisted within her. To describe her current realm, she was at the first layer of foundation establishment while simultaneously at 999 layers of chi refinement. Additionally, her spiritual consciousness had slightly elevated. Yet this modest enhancement barely stirred any ripples for her. After meticulously sensing the essence of the foundation establishment stage, she noted that the dantian was in a liquid state, capable of nourishing the body. Her spiritual awareness had doubled, and her lifespan could extend to over 200 years. However, she could not utilize lightspeed escape but could fly on a sword for extended periods, having attuned herself to her newfound abilities. Shangguan Bingo was about to return to her cave dwelling for further cultivation when, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yuwuk hastily approaching the mountain, only to be obstructed at the inner gate, appearing quite anxious as he argued with the guarding disciple. Upon closer inspection, she realized that he was currently at the 9th layer of chi refinement, which contradicted the rapid ascent he had made to the 4th layer just a month prior. Please, senior brothers, allow me to enter. I have urgent matters to discuss with the elder, Yuwuk implored. his expression fraught with anxiety as he bowed respectfully to the guarding disciple. That is not possible. Without instructions from above, outer disciples are not permitted to ascend the mountain. It is the rule, so please return, junior brother. Yi Wuqing found it impossible to reason with them and resolved to force his way in. Just then, the voice of Shangwan Binger echoed from above. Let him through. I have given my permission. Although the two gatekeepers were perplexed as to why senior sister Shangwan had not informed them beforehand, they dared not question her authority and promptly made way for Yi Wuqing. His expression brightened with joy as he hurried up the mountain. Shangwan Binger had been waiting for him along the path. After all, he had once offered her a reminder during the entrance examination, and thus they shared a modicum of camaraderie. What brings you to the mountain? She inquired. Senior sister, I have pressing matters that necessitate my descent. I seek the sect leader's approval. The Xingyue sect upheld a rule. Any outer disciples wishing to leave the mountain within 10 years of their initiation must first locate an elder, who would then relay the request to the sect leader or the head of their respective peak for approval. This policy was instituted to safeguard the disciples, as those in the Qi refinement stage possess limited capabilities, rendering them vulnerable to unforeseen mishaps when venturing outside. After a decade, even if they wished to remain, outer disciples would be compelled to depart the mountain, tasked with managing the sect's enterprises in the mortal realm. This 10-year period was intended for disciples to focus on their cultivation. Should they fail to advance to inner disciples by its conclusion, they would be forced to leave. Once outside the sect, deprived of its abundant resources and rich spiritual energy, it was likely they would only attain the foundational stage in their lifetimes. You may not even have the chance to meet the sect leader, nor the other 6 peak masters, as they are currently engrossed in secluded cultivation. This situation stemmed from Shangwan Binger herself, for she had recently refined the magical artifacts of these individuals, hence their current delight in assimilating their newly acquired treasures. This, senior sister, I possess imperative reasons for my descent. Clenching his teeth, Yi Wuqing resolved that even without the clan's blessing, he would force his way down the mountain. Tell me the reason, Shangwan Binger inquired with piqued interest, and I might be able to intercede on your behalf. She was intrigued to see such a composed genius driven to such straits, his urgency almost palpable. Something has befallen my mother, and I must return at once. Yi Wuqing's eyes were bloodshot. He had never imagined that man would be so ruthless, stooping to harm his own wife to coerce him back. Very well. Hold on a moment, Shangwan Binger said, pouring him a cup of calming tea. Compose yourself, for haste can often lead to peril. With that, she retrieved her disciple's token and contacted her master, Zhou Tong. Master, Yi Wuqing seeks permission to descend the mountain, and your approval is required. Shangwan Binger succinctly explained the situation. Zhou Tong, who had been wholly engrossed in refining his magical artifact, was initially irked by the interruption. However, upon learning that it was a message from his cherished disciple, he quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor. As he listened to Shangwan Binger's account, Zhou Tong's brow furrowed. He immediately recognized this as a blatant trap, realizing the petty nature of the Beihai Emperor. Yi Wuqing's return would be fraught with peril. Binger, Zhou Tong sighed. It is not that I am unsympathetic, but if I were to permit Yi Wuqing to descend the mountain, he would be facing almost certain death. I would rather be seen as a villain and deny him passage, so that he may one day cultivate to a level where he can avenge himself. Ultimately, this matter pertains to Yi Wuqing's family affairs, which the Xingyue sect finds inconvenient to intervene in. This predicament exemplifies one of the challenges faced by righteous sects. Were it an evil sect, they would have stormed in without hesitation. I shall accompany Yi Wuqing back. I have been yearning for a respite from the mountain, having thoroughly explored the Xingyue sect. Well, that is not out of the question, but Binger, do exercise caution. The hearts of mortals can be treacherous. Do not place too much trust in others. Zhou Tong seems to have overlooked this aspect, rather than forgetting the strength of Shangwan Binger. It is more accurate to say her circumstances are so unique that she often escapes his mind. Although the Beihai dynasty is a worldly realm, practitioners do exist within it. These individuals are mostly loose cultivators seeking worldly pleasures, with varying levels of cultivation predominantly at the Qi refining stage, but there are some at the foundation establishment stage as well. Generally, those at the golden core stage would not descend into the secular realm. To assist Yi Wuqing, the options are either to dispatch elders or elite disciples, or to send a larger number of ordinary disciples. Whichever choice is made would signify the Xingyue sect's involvement in Yi Wuqing's family matters, thus providing others with a point of leverage. Shangwan Binger, however, is different. She is merely a Qi refining disciple who has not even been in the sect for 6 months and shares a bond with Yi Wuqing. making her perfectly suited to accompany him to the Beihai dynasty. Coincidentally, Zhou Tong also wishes for Shangguan Binger to undergo some practical training, for in his mind, she is a naive child, untouched by the cunning of the world, possessing only her cultivation. Yet, little does he know that Shangguan Binger not only possesses extraordinary abilities but also harbors the memories of 2 lifetimes, proving she is far from a mere innocent flower. Chapter 18. The Northern Sea Dynasty. Yi Wuqiu, have you lost your way? How is it that we have flown for such a long time without finding a single city? In the sky, 2 flying swords carried Shangguan Binger and Yi Wuqiu as they soared swiftly. It had been over 2 months since they departed from the Xingyue sect. One might wonder why Yi Wuqiu was able to fly on a sword. It was, in fact, Shangguan Binger who deftly maneuvered both swords simultaneously. At first, Yi Wuqiu believed he could share a single sword with his senior sister, which filled him with a sense of excitement. However, the next moment, he watched in astonishment as Shangguan Binger controlled 2 swords at once, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that his senior sister had a penchant for cleanliness? Hey, you brat, that girl is speaking to you. The stern voice of Yao Lao jolted Yi Wuqiu from his reverie. Surely I am not mistaken. Look over there, senior sister. That must be the Northern Sea Imperial City. Yi Wuqiu pointed in the direction he believed to be the city. Indeed, a castle loomed in the distance, appearing as a small black due to the vast distance between them. Let us proceed with caution, senior sister. I remain uncertain about my mother's condition, Yi Wuqiu implored. Shangguan Binger, understanding the gravity of the situation, had no intention of acting recklessly. Her purpose for venturing into the secular world was primarily to witness its nature, and secondarily, to offer protection to Yi Wuqiu. They descended from the skies and opted to continue their journey on foot, with Shangguan Binger donning a veil to avoid drawing attention to her appearance. As they approached the city gates, the guards stationed there immediately halted their advance. Halt. If you wish to enter the city, you must first pay the entrance fee, 10 copper coins per person. Shangguan Binger gazed at Yi Wuqiu with a teasing glint in her eyes. Ah, so you, a prince of the dynasty, must pay to return to your own home? It seems your circumstances are rather dismal. Yi Wuqiu refrained from retorting, for he had always been overlooked since childhood. Not only the soldiers, but even within the palace. Many had merely heard of his existence without ever knowing his visage. Casually producing 20 copper coins, he handed them to the city guard, and the 2 were allowed entry. However, Yi Wuqiu's expression was rather grim. Shangguan Binger assumed her earlier remarks had caused him distress and quickly offered her apologies. It's not your fault, senior sister. Rather, it is the rising city entrance fee that troubles me. When I departed, it was merely 5 copper coins to enter, and now, in just half a year, it has doubled. One must realize that an ordinary family's daily income is only about 30 copper coins. How are commoners to survive with such exorbitant charges? What purpose do you serve in collecting these funds? Is your dynasty preparing for war against others? Shangguan Binger inquired. No. All these funds ultimately flow into the hands of the royal family's cultivators to procure resources for their training. While spiritual herbs for the qi refinement stage are not particularly rare and circulate even within secular dynasties, their prices are exorbitantly high when purchased with mundane currency. One could not deny that the imperial city indeed boasted a prosperity befitting its title. Strolling along the bustling streets, one encountered numerous vendors calling out their wares, with a plethora of shops lining either side. Yi Wuqiu, where might I find a place to trade for resources from the cultivation world? I cannot rely solely on your funds. Senior sister, up ahead lies at Yibao Pavilion, where such transactions can take place. Yi Wuqiu was rather indifferent to Shangguan Binger using his money. However, he was aware that his senior sister disdained taking advantage of such situations. As they approached, a towering edifice came into view, yet few individuals entered or exited, with no one seen entering for quite some time. Upon stepping into Yibao Pavilion, they discovered an array of weaponry and herbs displayed on the first floor, all of which were rather subpar. A maid approached to assist them. Are you two here to purchase or to sell? To sell. Please exchange this spirit stone for mundane currency. Shangguan Binger produced a spirit stone, a token from her apprenticeship, which amounted to only a few hundred pieces. Given the existence of elixirs, these spirit stones held little value for her. This, Yi Wuqiu found himself at a loss, rubbing his forehead. What's wrong, junior brother? Is there something amiss? Shangguan Binger remained oblivious to her actions. Senior sister, what you have presented is a top-tier spirit stone. Such stones are exceedingly rare in the cultivation realm. If you attempt to exchange it for money, Yibao Pavilion may suspect you are causing trouble. Shangwan Binger felt somewhat embarrassed. Her entire inventory within her storage ring was filled with such spirit stones. Surely, she could not exchange elixirs instead, for she had no low-grade elixirs on her person. It was somewhat pitiable, ever since Shangwan Binger had mastered alchemy. She had never lacked for elixirs, frequently visiting the Pill Peak, which resulted in a significant depletion of the spirit herbs there. After all, she was quite the enthusiast for consuming elixirs. With her constitution, she had no fear of pill poison, regardless of how many she consumed. The head of the elixir garden, overwhelmed by the situation, sought out Gu Yixian to express her grievances. If Shangwan Binger continued to take the elixirs in this manner, the disciples of Dan Feng would be left without the necessary resources to practice alchemy. Consequently, Gu Yixian had no choice but to impose a restriction on Shangwan Binger, limiting her to collect elixirs only once a month and capping the quantity. This predicament left Shangwan Binger distressed, so much so that she went several months without a proper meal. Indeed, as soon as the maid received the spirit stones, her countenance darkened considerably. Were the guests here to create disturbances? Aribao Pavilion boasts a formidable influence across the Yuling continent. I suggest you ponder this carefully. Just as Shangwan Binger was about to explain, an elderly voice resonated from the upper floor. Xiaohe, what is the cause of this commotion? The maid, referred to as Xiaohe, replied, Manager, someone is attempting to exchange premium spirit stones for mundane currency. Is this not a deliberate disruption? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. An elder clad in a black long coat descended from the upper floor, took the spirit stones, and examined them meticulously. He then bowed apologetically to Shangwan Binger and her companion. Yibao Pavilion extends a warm welcome to both esteemed guests. Young Xiaohe, in her naivety, has offended you. And I, as her elder, sincerely apologize on her behalf. Xiaohe, taken aback, was at a loss. Yet, with the manager having offered an apology, she too followed suit. I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. Not at all. It is my ignorance of the customs that has led to this misunderstanding. Are you willing to accept this transaction? Shangwan Binger waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there were no hard feelings. To be candid, the value of premium spirit stones is exceedingly high. If we were to exchange them entirely for currency, it could result in a significant monetary deficit for the entire Beihai dynasty. Might it be possible to substitute a portion with other items? The elderly steward wiped away his sweat and cautiously inquired, Do you possess any spiritual elixirs? I would gladly exchange for any elixir available. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The old man ascended the stairs with a spiritual stone and shortly returned with dozens of boxes. Esteemed guest, here are your elixirs. Additionally, Xiaohe, please retrieve 1,000 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, and 1,000 strings of copper coins. Shangwan Binger accepted the elixirs and planted them within the realm of Xiumi, as her consumption of spiritual herbs was alarmingly excessive. Relying solely on external supplies was utterly insufficient. Self-sustenance was the true path. After Shangwan Binger and her companion departed, Xiaohe could no longer contain her curiosity and asked the steward why he had shown such profound respect to those two individuals. The steward earnestly replied, Xiaohe, you are still quite young. Just by observing their attire and demeanor, one should discern that they are no ordinary beings. The finest spiritual stones are not possessions of the common folk. However, that is not the crux of the matter. You overlooked a crucial detail. From where did those premier spiritual stones originate? The storage ring. The female guest possesses a storage ring that even golden core cultivators may not own. Thus, I exercised utmost caution. Although Aribao Pavilion is formidable, we cannot rely on our status to shield us from the repercussions of our mistakes. You have grown somewhat arrogant. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe lowered her head. As a mere mortal working in Ibao Pavilion, she was often treated kindly by the lofty cultivators, which had fostered a misguided sense of superiority within her. Little did she know that today, she nearly committed a grave error. Chapter 19. Ye's mother poisoned upon exiting the grand doors of Yibao Pavilion. Shangwan Binger instructed Yi Wuqiu to guide her to the imperial palace. Sister, have you exchanged your money and not thought of going out for a stroll? I am not blind. The worry in your eyes is apparent to anyone. First, let me assist you in resolving matters concerning your mother. Shopping can be done at any time. Yi Wuqiu felt a surge of emotion. His sister truly is a wonderful person. The Beihai Imperial Palace, situated at the heart of the royal city, exudes an opulent golden hue, standing in stark contrast to the surroundings, akin to a nugget of gold fallen into the mud. Radiantly striking, one can discern that the architects who conceived this palace were indeed generous with their resources. Upon entering the palace, they encountered no one unfamiliar with Yi Wuqiu. Allowing them to proceed smoothly towards Fengyi Palace, the residence of Yi Wuqiu's mother, the Queen's chambers. On their journey, Yi Wuqiu had already shared numerous personal stories with Shangguan Bing'er, who has now gained a fair understanding of his circumstances. Yi Wuqiu's mother, Zhao Shuang, is the legitimate daughter of the former general of the Beihai dynasty. In her youth, she fell in love with Yi Qingye, who was then a mere prince. With the influence of the Zhao family, Yi Qingye ascended to the throne. However, once crowned, his disposition shifted. He became acutely aware of the means by which he had attained power and feared that one day, someone might employ similar tactics to unseat him. Thus, he began to covertly seek solutions, and indeed, he found one: practitioners of the arcane arts. Through a series of promises, Yi Qingye successfully wed the daughter of a highly regarded foundational practitioner from the scattered sects of the Beihai dynasty. With the unique abilities of these practitioners, he effectively purged the court of dissent. His own father-in-law was imprisoned by him, and unable to endure the humiliation, he took his own life. However, Yi Wuqing's mother, Zhao Shuang, led a life of virtue and integrity, devoid of any wrongdoing. Yi Qingye could not unjustly punish her and could only choose to neglect her. For a weak woman stripped of familial power posed no threat to him. Yet, it soon became apparent that Yi Qingye had gravely miscalculated. Zhao Shuang gave birth in the same year as a daughter of a wandering cultivator. The arrival of Yi Wuqing was nothing short of astonishing for all present at the birth, including Yi Qingye himself. When he was born, he was surrounded by a halo of divine light, his skin smooth and plump, unlike the typical unattractive appearance of most infants. It was evident he was extraordinary. Subsequent assessments confirmed this revelation. Yi Wuqing possessed an exceptionally rare spiritual root, while the other son born in the same year lacked any aptitude for cultivation. This left Yi Qingye in a state of distress. If Yi Wuqing were to grow up and learn of the misfortunes that befell his mother and grandfather, could he possibly refrain from seeking vengeance? In a moment of desperation, Yi Qingye contemplated ending Yi Wuqing's life while he was still in the cradle. However, he ultimately restrained himself. By that time, Yi Qingye had already plunged the court into chaos, and the discontent among ministers and soldiers was palpable. Should Yi Wuqing and his mother suddenly perish, it would undoubtedly serve as a catalyst, prompting a mass exodus of officials. While cultivators are formidable, they lack the time and capacity to govern an empire. If the dynasty were to collapse, the resources he had promised to those cultivators would inevitably be jeopardized. And they were not known for their leniency. Thus, Yi Qingye resolved to conceal Yi Wuqing's extraordinary talents from the world, continuously suppressing him to instill a sense of worthlessness. Originally, everything was flawless, yet unbeknownst to others, another soul resided within Yi Wuqing. Thus began his arduous journey to the Xingyue sect in search of enlightenment. However, Yi Wuqing refrained from disclosing the matter of the medicine god's soul to Shangguan Bing'er. The Fengyi Palace, as the empress's residence, was splendidly adorned. Yet the vast expanse felt eerily desolate, with scarcely a few maidservants in attendance. The two entered the palace and approached a particular chamber. A cough echoed from within. In a state of urgency, Yi Wuqing pushed the door open, revealing an elderly woman, weary and coughing incessantly, lying on the bed. "Mother, how are you?" he inquired anxiously. "She has been poisoned." Two voices resonated, one within Yi Wuqing's mind and the other from behind him. Upon hearing this, the medicine god fell silent, while Shangguan Bing'er stepped forward, her profound spiritual energy probing into the woman's body. It became evident that her entire being was infused with toxins. This was not a case of sudden poisoning, rather. It indicated prolonged exposure to chronic toxins that had pervaded her system. "Junior brother, the poison afflicting your mother is not insurmountable. A single first-grade detoxification pill would suffice to cleanse it. However, her condition has deteriorated to a critical state. Had we delayed our return by even a few days, I fear she may not endure," Shangguan Bing'er remarked, producing a detoxification pill alongside a foundational stability pill. Although the latter was merely used for swiftly stabilizing one's realm after breaking through, from qi refinement to foundation establishment, its mild effects were beyond what Yi Wuqing's already frail mother could withstand. Shangguan Bing'er assisted the woman to sit upright, administering 2 pills and channeling her own spiritual energy to cleanse the woman's body, gradually infusing the excess medicinal power into her, fortifying her health. After an hour had passed, the woman expelled black toxins and impurities. Her complexion began to regain its rosy hue, and the frailty of her age slowly revitalized. In no time, She transformed from a decrepit old woman into a dignified middle-aged matron, exuding grace and elegance. As Yimu opened her eyes, she immediately spotted Shangwan Binger sitting by the bedside, alongside the anxious Yi Wuqiu. "Wuqiu, you have returned," Yimu exclaimed with joy. But her expression quickly changed as she anxiously urged Yi Wuqiu, "You must leave at once. Your father has surely laid a trap to kill you." Yi Wuqiu grasped his mother's hand, offering comfort. "Mother, I am here now. There is no escaping." "Wuqiu, you have always been clever. Why return now to court death? Had I known this would happen, I would have ended my life when I fled, sparing you from being burdened by me. I have caused countless tragedies in my life. My father, my uncle, all the elders who cherished me have met their demise because of me. Now, I would only bring misfortune upon my son. I am truly a worthless wretch." Tears streamed down Yimu's face, her anguish palpable. Shangwan Binger discreetly shifted her position, granting the mother and son some privacy. Observing the profound bond between Yi Wuqiu and Yimu, she felt a twinge of envy. In her past life, she had been an abandoned orphan, and in this world, her previous incarnation was a neglected little beggar, never having experienced such warmth of familial love. However, thinking of the affection bestowed upon her by her master and senior apprentices, and cherishing the harmonious atmosphere of her sect, as well as the presence of Shuer, Shangwan Bing couldn't help but smile faintly, realizing that she was far from being alone. Chapter 20. The eruption of conflict. Yimu's emotions finally settled, allowing her to notice Shangwan Bing standing beside her. Having just awakened, she initially failed to observe her surroundings. But upon closer inspection, she recognized that although the girl was adorned with a white veil, her figure was exquisite, exuding an aura of serene elegance. "Okay, who is this?" "Mother, she is my senior sister. It was thanks to her assistance that I was able to descend the mountain. Otherwise, I might not have received permission. Moreover, it was she who aided in your recovery." As Shangwan Binger heard their conversation, she turned to Yimu and greeted her. "Good day, Auntie. My name is Shangwan Binger. You may call me Binger." Her voice was as melodious as the gentle tinkling of mountain springs, instantly refreshing Yimu's spirit. "Fairy Binger, I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness." "Auntie, you are too kind. Simply calling me Binger will suffice. I am friends with Yishidi, and it is only natural for friends to assist one another." Yimu wished to say more, but at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from outside. The door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a figure strode in confidently. "Yi Wuqiu, you truly dare to return? You are indeed a foolhardy one." Yi Wuqiu turned to Shangwan Binger and remarked, "This is my overly pampered younger brother, Yi Chenglong, who has taken delight in tormenting me since childhood. It must be said that no member of the royal family possesses an unremarkable appearance." Yi Chenglong's gaze was erratic, yet his physique remained robust, likely a testament to his frequent consumption of spiritual herbs. "Oh, and he has even returned with a woman, veiled and distant. Remove the veil so that I may behold her." Upon noticing that his brother was ignoring him and instead conversing with a lady, Yi Chenglong felt a surge of irritation and advanced to pull the veil from her face. "Step aside." Yi Wuqiu delivered a powerful kick, sending Yi Chenglong sprawling outside, where he fell, bloodied and gasping. The attendants outside were startled, crying out in alarm as they hurriedly provided Yi Chenglong with various healing pills, barely managing to stem his bleeding. "Yi Wuqiu, how dare you injure His Highness the Crown Prince? Summon reinforcements and apprehend Yi Wuqiu." A squad of elite soldiers rushed in, intent on seizing Yi Wuqiu. However, Yi Wuqiu was no longer the same. He was not to be trifled with by mere mortal soldiers, regardless of their strength. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched them all to the ground. Yi Wuqiu advanced slowly toward the wounded Yi Chenglong, the horrific memories of his mother flooding his mind, igniting the fury he had suppressed for over a decade. The desire for vengeance surged within him. "Yi Wuqiu, do not approach. I warn you, should you dare to kill me, my father and mother will not spare you." "Yi Chenglong, drag beast. How dare you slay your own kin? You are nothing but a creature beneath contempt. If I do not bring you to justice this day, I would be betraying the ancestors of the Yi family." A throng of several dozen individuals surged forward, led by a man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, his countenance aflame with fury. The followers behind him were predominantly cultivators. The dragon-robed man appeared on the verge of charging at Yi Wuqiu to denounce him, but was restrained by the cultivators behind him. "Your Majesty, Yi Wuqiu is now a cultivator. Approaching him may pose a perilous threat." Shangwan Binger, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama, her spirit already enveloping the entire imperial palace, perceiving the so-called schemes and stratagems with clarity. Those unaware might believe Yi Wuqing to be ruthless, mercilessly slaughtering his kin. Little did they know that this group had long been watching from the shadows. It seemed he was indeed Yi Wuqing's father, Yi Qingye, unable to tolerate the blood-sucking of rogue cultivators, attempting once more to incite them into a frenzy, urging them to eliminate Yi Wuqing, thus compelling the Xingyue sect to intervene and eradicate these rogue practitioners. Yi Wuqing remained unperturbed, adopting a posture of combat. Yi Qingye turned to the cultivators behind him, bowing deeply, and implored, "I beseech you, esteemed immortals, assist me in capturing this scoundrel, and I shall offer you ample rewards." Such courtesy is unwarranted. Those who defy the very principles of heaven and earth are unworthy to be called cultivators. Witness as I single-handedly subdue him. A confidently self-assured rogue cultivator, clad in black, declared, though he sensed no hint of Yi Wuqing's strength. After all, how formidable could a person be who had joined a sect for less than a year? With a sudden advance, he unleashed a strike known as the Black Tiger Prowling Heart, but alas, it was effortlessly evaded by Yi Wuqing, who countered with a palm strike to the back of the dark-clad rogue cultivator, instantly ending his life. Brother Liu, how can this youth possess such formidable strength? The rogue cultivators nearby were taken aback. The dark-clad rogue was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yet he had been slain by a young man who had barely been in the realm for less than a year, a truly inconceivable feat. Yi Wuqing, filled with murderous intent, charged toward the rogue cultivators, causing their faces to flush with rage. This young brat dares to look down upon us. Let us all attack. I refuse to believe he can take on us all alone. Behold, shattering stone palm, piercing leg. A cacophony of martial techniques was unleashed, yet none were of any significant merit. Yi Wuqing, with a solid defense and offense, plunged into the fray, causing chaos and devastation among the rogue cultivators, who suffered heavy casualties and fell into disarray. My hand. This youth is terrifying. He is beyond our capacity to resist. Quickly, summon Elder Wu. Trying to flee, are we? Can you escape? Yi Wuqing caught up and delivered a decisive punch to the rogue cultivator who sought aid. Unexpectedly, from the back, Yi Qingye emerged, producing a signal flare from his bosom and launching it into the sky. With the last rogue cultivator dispatched, only Yi Qingye remained unscathed. Unfazed, he calmly addressed Yi Wuqing, saying, "Yi Wuqing, I acknowledge that your talent is indeed remarkable. To have grown so strong in merely 6 months is astonishing. I should have disregarded the greater good and eliminated you in your cradle. However, it is too late for regrets now. Let us propose a transaction. The signal flare has been launched, and soon a formidable expert from the Foundation establishment stage will come to claim your life. Should you choose to kill me now, both you and your mother shall find it difficult to survive. However, if you release me, I could intercede on your behalf, and perhaps you may yet escape death. What do you say to this arrangement?" Yi Qingye, a master of manipulation, understood the significance of Zhao Shuang to Yi Wuqing. While Yi Wuqing himself might not fear death, he would never regard Zhao Shuang's life with indifference. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Qingye's words, Yi Wuqing halted his advance. A smirk spread across Yi Qingye's face. After all, he was still too young. What good is mastery if it can be so easily played by an ordinary mortal? Yet, in the next moment, the smile vanished from Yi Qingye's face, replaced by a look of shock and agony. A hand pierced through his chest, creating a gaping wound where his heart once resided. Yi Qingye could hardly fathom that Yi Wuqing would strike him down with such resolve. With confusion etched on his face, Yi Qingye's body slowly toppled backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 21. A Foundation Establishment Expert? One strike to obliterate a carriage emerged from the imperial city of Beihai, with Shangwan Binger and Ye's mother seated inside, while Yi Wuqing guided the horses from outside. Within the carriage, Shangwan Binger had removed her veil, revealing her full beauty. Ye's mother grew increasingly fond of her. Indeed, her son's senior sister was the finest girl she had ever encountered. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her gentle and understanding nature, combined with her broad knowledge, made her a remarkable companion. Rumor had it that her cultivation talent was exceptionally formidable, making her the destined partner for her precious son. The innate instincts of motherhood awakened within Ye's mother, and she resolved to bring Shangwan Binger and Yi Wuqing together. Two individuals engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, the carriage jolted and came to a halt. Shangwan Binger drew back the curtain to peer outside, revealing an elderly man in blue garb with white hair standing in front of the carriage, exuding an aura of hostility. You are Yi Wuqing, the one who has slain my grandson and son-in-law, yet you dare to swagger out of the city, showing such blatant disregard for me. The white-haired elder spoke coldly. Spare me the pleasantries. If you seek battle, then let us engage. Yi Wuqing took a swift step forward, clashing palms with the elder. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat as the elder's palm strength sent him staggering, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Humph. A mere 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner daring to act wildly before a Foundation establishment master, truly ignorant of your own limitations. Today, I shall teach you that the gap in realms is not one you can traverse. The elder unleashed his Foundation establishment aura in full force, summoning a flying sword imbued with shimmering spiritual light, its blade glistening ominously. Yi Wuqing, being but a mortal, naturally refrained from confronting the flying sword head-on. He evaded skillfully, and when evasion proved futile, he resorted to martial techniques to deflect the sword, ensuring he would not sustain grave injuries. Simultaneously, he maneuvered to close the distance to the white-haired elder. Observing Yi Wuqing's remarkable agility, the elder recognized that his flying sword could not land a hit, and that controlling it was taxing on his spiritual energy. Thus, he sheathed the sword, preparing to engage Yi Wuqing in close combat. Excellent, the vast sea palm. Yi Wuqing had been anticipating this very moment for close-quarters fighting. Although each of his earlier strikes had been met with the elder's counterattacks, causing him to stagger and spit blood, gradually, as the number of vast sea palm strikes accumulated, Yi Wuqing began to match the elder blow for blow. After exchanging another palm strike with the elder, Yi Wuqing expectorated a mouthful of blood, his physique unable to endure further strain. The boundless sea palm was undeniably formidable, yet each strike exacted a tremendous toll on his body, which had already sustained countless injuries throughout the battle. Yi Wuqing supported himself on the ground, blood incessantly trickling from the corners of his mouth, a sight that filled his mother within the carriage with anguish. Insolent whelp, finally at your wits' end, are we? That you could contend with this venerable one for so long, armed with mere Qi refining cultivation, marks you as a prodigy, 1 in 10,000. Alas, you failed to cultivate discreetly, insisting on provoking trouble. Take heed in your next life. The white-haired elder delicately wiped away the faint crimson stain at the corner of his lips, a minor injury sustained from a blow he had inadvertently received from Yi Wuqing. Gripping his long sword, he prepared to extinguish Yi Wuqing's life. Senior sister, help! Yi Wuqing cried out. From within the carriage, Shangwan Binger's helpless chuckle resonated. Wouldn't it have been simpler to call earlier? Must you always be so headstrong? The white-haired elder's expression tautened, his grip on his magical artifact firm as he fixed his gaze on the carriage. He had detected no trace of any formidable presence within. Could it be an elder of the Starmoon sect? Is the esteemed one affiliated with the Starmoon sect? Is it the one of righteous sects to engage in such furtive behavior? Dare you slander the Starmoon sect, you old codger? As the curtain was swept aside by the breeze, the white-haired elder caught sight of a visage of unparalleled beauty, only to have his life extinguished by a surge of spiritual energy, his head separating from his body. Wow, senior sister, you are truly formidable. Alas, to be of the same generation as you, I know not whether it is my bane or my blessing. Yi Wuqing sighed, rising from the ground. Spare the flattery. Hasten to retrieve his storage pouch. We shall change to a flying boat and resume our journey. 3 months have passed once again, and Shangwan Binger and her companions have finally returned to the Xingyue sect. Alas, the flying vessel was hastily crafted from inferior materials by Shangwan Binger, rendering it unable to travel swiftly. Junior brother, we must part ways here. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me at the mountaintop. I have arranged communication with the gatekeeper disciples, granting you free access. With that, Shangwan Binger departed, as she needed to report her experiences during this journey to her master. After her departure, Yi Wuqiao returned to his abode with his mother. Upon entering, Ye's mother fixed her gaze intently upon him, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable. Mother, why do you stare at me so? Have I done something wrong? Yi Wuqiao inquired, perplexed. My dear, you were so astute in your youth. How is it that you have become more foolish as you've grown? Ye's mother lamented. Bingo is such a wonderful girl. And yet during your 3 months aboard the vessel, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation. If it weren't for Binger fearing I would be lonely and keeping me company, I might have dashed my head against your door in despair. Indeed, it is my fault. I have been overly focused on my cultivation, neglecting my mother. I acknowledge my error and accept any punishment you deem necessary. Yu Wuqiu promptly admitted his mistake. He had indeed been motivated by his senior sister's influence. He could have advanced to the foundation establishment stage much earlier. However, the medicine god had informed him that the qi refining stage encompasses more than 9 levels, potentially reaching up to 13. Attaining the 13th level would enable him to easily defeat most foundation establishment practitioners, not to mention the significant advantages it would confer for future advancements. Thus, he had been diligently honing his abilities, seeking a breakthrough. Yi Mu, in a fit of exasperation, struck Yu Wuqiu lightly and exclaimed, "Do you not yet comprehend where you have erred? 3 months have passed, and you have not once sought out Bing'er. Have you lost your senses? Regardless of the circumstances, I have already resolved that Bing'er shall be my daughter-in-law. Should you fail to win her heart, do not expect to bask in my goodwill in the future." Yi Wuqiu, caught between amusement and exasperation, realized that his mother was intent on securing a daughter-in-law. He felt helpless in this situation. Thus, he endeavored to explain, "Mother, I have spent considerable time with senior sister Bing, and I can sense that she harbors no affection for men. This is why I have refrained from pursuing her further. I am fully aware that she would make an excellent partner, yet love is a mutual affair, and my unilateral affections would only serve to annoy her." Upon hearing this, Yu Mu fell silent. She certainly recognized the strength of her son's intuition. He had often sensed impending crises long before they occurred during his childhood. Still, she was unwilling to relinquish such a promising daughter-in-law. "I shall not relent. As your mother, I harbor few desires in this life, save for the wish to become a family with Bing'er. If you cannot achieve this, I shall remain discontent." Yu Wuqiu, sensing the weight of her expectations, could only acquiesce. "Mother, I shall do my utmost. Merely doing your utmost is insufficient. You must exert every ounce of your strength." Chapter 22. The young sect master within the grand hall of the sect. Shangguan Bing'er was recounting the events of her recent expedition to Shoutong. Upon hearing that Shangguan Bing'er had decisively vanquished a foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike, Zhou Tong felt a flicker of surprise, not due to her prowess, but rather at the unexpected decisiveness and precision with which his dutiful disciple had acted. This was a quality he found most commendable. "Bing'er, it appears my concerns for you are unfounded. Your remarkable talent is matched only by your mature demeanor. You truly embody the qualities of my esteemed disciple." Zhou Tong remarked with a nod of approval. "Master, you flatter me, but I must confess a lingering worry. We have slain both the emperor and the crown prince of a dynasty. Will our departure not precipitate the collapse of this empire, plunging its citizens into turmoil?" Shangguan Bing'er harbored persistent anxieties, having once lived in a realm that valued human life. Unlike the indifference exhibited by the denizens of this world toward the fate of the common folk. Were it not for Zhou Tong's repeated admonitions before her departure, urging her to refrain from interfering in matters of succession, she would likely have delayed her exit until the Northern Sea dynasty was stabilized. Zhou Tong chuckled softly and replied, "Bing'er, your compassionate heart is indeed commendable. However, you need not fret excessively about the Northern Sea dynasty. The presence of cultivators often alters the dynamics of warfare. Battles between dynasties are frequently determined not by soldiers, but by the strength of the backing cultivators. Thus, regardless of how dynasties shift, the common people are often spared from the ravages of conflict." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Bing'er exhaled in relief, her feelings of guilt dissipating. "Master, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Bing'er, there is indeed something I wish to discuss with you," Zhou Tong interjected, halting her departure. "You have been at the sect for nearly a year, and the new recruitment initiative is about to commence. Would you be interested in participating in its execution? During your absence, I, along with 6 other peak masters, have appointed you as the vice master of the Xingyue sect. You must make an appearance." "Vice master? Is this not a bit premature?" Shangguan Bing'er widened her eyes in disbelief. Just recently, she mentioned her reluctance to take on the elder role for fear of attracting controversy. And now she was being directly elevated to vice master. Was this not going to cause an uproar within the Xingyue sect? It is worth noting that the last division of the sect was ignited by the dissatisfaction of the Sun lineage regarding the strength of the sect master's heir. "There will be no mishaps, rest assured, Bing'er. The reason for your swift promotion to vice master is due to unforeseen circumstances, which we can discuss further upon your return from recruitment." Seeing that Zhou Tong was seemingly serious, Shangguan Bing'er ceased to dwell on the matter of the vice master position. "Very well, I shall proceed with the recruitment. Which area am I responsible for?" Shangguan Bing'er agreed, always eager for intriguing endeavors. "You will oversee the Qinglan dynasty." The other stewards are at the foundation stage and are not adept at piloting flying vessels, typically managing just a single city. Binger, your prowess is exceptional. It would be a worthwhile challenge for you to manage an entire dynasty, especially since it is your homeland. Do you not wish to return and take a look? All right, no problem. You can begin preparing now. The scope of a dynasty is indeed vast, and as this is your first recruitment, I have arranged for an elder to assist you. Just ensure you return to the sect within 2 months. Upon departing from the grand hall of her sect, Shangguan Binger first visited the Qi Peak, where she undertook a thorough reforging of her flying vessel, elevating it to the status of a magical artifact. Now, its speed and capacity were more than sufficient. Upon reaching the foot of the main peak, she found an elder awaiting her. Ah, it is you, Steward Situ. Oh no. Now, Elder Situ, she remarked in surprise. I did not expect you to assist me in recruiting new members. This elder was none other than Situ Kong, the one who had brought Shangguan Binger into the Xingyue sect. Due to this achievement, he had been promoted to an outer sect elder, his strength now reaching the golden core stage. I never imagined that junior sister Binger would ascend to the position of young master so swiftly. It is truly beyond belief. Situ Kong exclaimed, reflecting on how the small beggar he had once taken in had now become the master of a sect. What a fantastical turn of events. Elder Situ, let us converse as we walk. Shangguan Binger summoned her magnificent flying vessel, which was incomparably luxurious and vastly larger than Situ Kong's previous small craft. The master of Qi Peak had indeed made considerable sacrifices to forge this vessel, in hopes of acquiring a spiritual treasure for himself in the future. He had nearly depleted his own resources for Shangguan Binger's benefit. On board the flying vessel, Situ Kong began to introduce Shangguan Binger to the Qinglan dynasty. Young master, the Qinglan dynasty is the closest dynasty to our sect, and it is entirely reliant upon us. The royal family of the Qinglan dynasty bears the surname Shao and has governed for millennia. Each emperor has been astute and ambitious, transforming the dynasty into a semi-cultivation realm. Within the empire, numerous cultivators abound, and various sects proliferate. The esteemed Princess Shao Lingxue, your second senior sister, is a member of the royal family. It is merely the inhabitants of remote towns, like the one where the junior sect master originated, who have not experienced the world and thus refer to us as immortals. The Qinglan dynasty boasts 12 cities, including 6 major cities and 5 smaller ones, aside from the imperial city. Even if we were to linger 3 days in each city, 2 months would suffice to complete the recruitment task for the Qinglan dynasty. As the national sect of the Qinglan dynasty, our Xingyue sect need not personally engage in recruitment. We simply instruct the local government to gather the populace at our designated recruitment points. Shangguan Binger nodded, realizing that the task assigned to her by the master was rather effortless, lacking any challenge. Situ Kong added, the junior sect master need only enjoy her time in the city. I shall take care of the recruitment matters. How could that be appropriate? It merely involves the tedious task of using spirit stones to assess spiritual roots. Such an endeavor should not waste the junior sect master's time. It is best left to me. Chapter 23. Aesthetic appeal for all. Shangguan Binger skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel, which soared swiftly, soon arriving at the Qinglan dynasty's first major city, Xingyue City. As the vessel approached, a general flew up to greet them. Is someone from the Xingyue sect present? Situ Kong stepped forward, producing the Star Moon sect's insignia, and proclaimed, I am Situ Kong, an elder of the Star Moon sect. We are here to recruit new disciples and will depart in 3 days. I trust the general will assist in disseminating this information. The general received the insignia, verified its authenticity, and swiftly returned to the city. Soon after, common folk began to arrive for the selection process. Shangguan Binger sat at a table, testing the spiritual roots of each applicant. Those who qualified were directed onto the airship. A straightforward process. Although Situ Kong advised her to remain uninvolved, she felt compelled to contribute, reciprocating their respect. As time passed, an increasing number of people arrived for the selection, along with a throng of onlookers drawn by rumors of a stunning fairy. The spacious area was soon densely packed, preventing many aspiring disciples from entering. Witnessing this, Shangguan Binger, recalling her own demise due to chaotic crowds, ascended into the sky and issued a resounding decree. Uninvolved individuals, clear the area. All those seeking to join the Star Moon sect, form 2 orderly queues. No cutting in line. The onlookers, fearing the fairy's wrath, scattered in haste. No longer obstructing the path, those seeking to join the Star Moon sect began to organize themselves into orderly lines. significantly improving the recruitment environment and expediting the testing process for Shangguan Bing'er and Situ Kong. 3 days elapsed swiftly, and Shangguan Bing'er had recruited several hundred qualified disciples in Qingyu City. Consequently, they embarked on their journey to the next city. The subsequent recruitment in the cities proceeded exceptionally smoothly, without any hindrances, and soon they arrived at the final stronghold of the Qinglan dynasty, the Qinglan Imperial City. This time, Situ Kong resolutely insisted that Shangguan Bing'er should not continue her recruitment efforts. If the young master of the sect were to take on all responsibilities personally, what purpose would he serve? Unable to withstand Situ Kong's determination, Shangguan Bing'er reluctantly entrusted the recruitment to him and ventured into the Qinglan Imperial City to indulge in leisure. Previously, her shopping plans in the Beihai dynasty had been interrupted by rogue cultivators, and accompanied by Yi Wux's mother, it was inconvenient to shop. Now, she could truly savor the vibrancy of human life. The Qinglan Imperial City was far more prosperous than the Beihai Imperial City, with most passers-by sporting cheerful smiles. It seemed the emperor of the Qinglan dynasty genuinely cared for the well-being of his people, which endeared Shangguan Bing'er to the Qinglan dynasty even more. Street vendors energetically hawked their wares, candied hawthorn, oh, sweet and delightful candied hawthorn. Shangguan Bing'er paused, pondering whether the candied hawthorn in this realm was also made from hawthorn berries. Approaching a vendor holding a straw rack laden with candied hawthorns, she inquired, "Miss, would you like to buy some candied hawthorn? Only 1 coin for a skewer, delicious and affordable." Without hesitation, Shangguan Bing'er purchased the entire straw rack from the vendor. In her previous life, she had longed for such a rack, imagining the joy of plucking a candied hawthorn whenever she desired a treat. The candied hawthorn here was crafted from a red fruit known as the astringent fruit, which was extremely sour when consumed alone, yet when paired with sugar, it transformed into a delightful burst of sweet and sour flavors that was quite popular among the populace. However, her appearance is truly peculiar, a graceful beauty clad in white. Her face partially veiled, cradling a grass target in one arm, while the other holds a string of candied hawthorns, occasionally taking a bite. Is this what we call a blend of elegance and vulgarity? Meanwhile, Xiao Lingyun is reveling with a group of rascally companions on the streets. Of course, if it weren't for the bruises adorning their faces, they might resemble a band of spoiled gentlemen oppressing the fairer sex. "Brother Xiao, your sister is rather ruthless, isn't she? We merely sought to enjoy the artistry of the singers at Chunfeng Tower, offering warmth to these downtrodden women. We certainly did not intend to abduct them. So why have we ended up like this? Indeed, Brother Xiao, you must persuade your sister. In her current state, no man would dare to marry her." Xiao Lingyun rubbed his face, inadvertently pressing against a wound, drawing a sharp intake of breath from the pain. "If you cannot speak wisely, it would be prudent to say less. If my sister hears us, we shall endure another round of her wrath. She is beyond my persuasion. Even my father's counsel goes unheeded by her." The group's expressions fell. They were merely venting their frustrations, daring not to genuinely suggest that Xiao Lingyun confront Xiao Lingxue, lest they risk losing such a good friend. "Brother Xiao, for the first time, I find no envy in your status as the heir to the throne. The burden of this inheritance weighs heavily upon you." Xiao Lingyun, feeling understood for the first time, gazed with misty eyes, reflecting on how few truly comprehend his struggles. Everyone believes he is the happiest person in the Qinglan dynasty, blessed with a wise and beloved father, a mother of formidable prowess from a prestigious family of cultivators, and a sister of extraordinary talent who has entered the esteemed Starry Moon sect as a disciple. With such an illustrious background, one would presume he could traverse the Qinglan dynasty with ease. Yet, who truly comprehends the immense pressure he endures? No matter how diligently he strives, he cannot measure up to any of the three. His ascension to the throne is solely because his sister has little interest in mundane affairs. His father is aware of his mediocrity and has never placed excessive demands upon him, as long as he avoids significant blunders. He may lead a carefree existence as a nominal emperor. Thus, he has succumbed to complacency, spending his days wandering aimlessly with companions, not engaging in anything particularly egregious. On one such day, having finally mustered the courage to accompany his friends to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, he was unexpectedly caught in the act by his returning sister, resulting in a severe reprimand. Now, he returns home seeking some ointment, feeling too embarrassed to consult a physician. Sighing, he reflects on how his sister used to treat him kindly. What has ignited such fury this time? Suddenly, a young man's eyes brightened as he called out to the group, "Look over there. That woman in white is quite peculiar." The others turned to follow his gaze. Observing a woman in white fervently haggling with a vendor while clutching a straw target, the confrontation spirited and intense. How strange indeed. Brother Wang. That woman is undoubtedly an eyesore. Only an unattractive person would conceal her face behind a veil, fearing to frighten others, while indulging in candied hawthorn. A true beauty would never clutch a straw target. How utterly pedestrian. Xiao Lingyun spoke with conviction, asserting that a beauty like his sister would never don a veil. In this world, where could one find a fairy who conceals her exquisite visage? Xiao, my dear brother, I must disagree with your assessment. Based on my extensive experience with women, I can confidently declare that this lady possesses an extraordinary figure and an equally exceptional aura. Observe that vendor, clearly. He is entranced by her charm, stumbling over his words in her presence. I have never encountered a woman blessed with such a splendid physique and grace who would bear an unattractive face. Let us wager, shall we? Let us bet on the beauty of this maiden. The loser shall treat the winner to drinks. The young man referred to as Wang waved his fan, exuding the confidence of a seasoned connoisseur amidst blossoms. Very well, let us wager. Who shall unveil her face? Xiao Lingyun inquired. The crowd fell silent. All eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 24. Xiao Lingxue. At this moment, Shangwan Bingo was haggling with the vendor selling jewelry, while some revel in the thrill of lavish spending. She found herself captivated by the art of negotiation. Good sir, how much for this hairpin? 50 copper coins, the vendor replied. Having perceived Shangwan Binger's opulent attire and youthful voice, presuming her to be a wealthy young lady and thus inflating the price. What? This mere trinket commands 50 copper coins? Why don't you go and rob a bank? Shangwan Binger reacted like a puffed-up kitten, her tone agitated. Ahem. This is merely the preliminary phase of negotiation. To bargain effectively, one must exhibit fervor. The vendor, taken aback by the lady's vehement response, quickly revised his offer. 30 copper coins. 30 copper coins will suffice. No, that remains too exorbitant. Miss, I can hardly afford to part with these 30 copper coins. I must support my family. After all, I can't simply give them away. The stall owner wore a bitter expression. Observing this, Shangwan Binger prepared to leave, but silently counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As expected, the stall owner's voice called out from behind. Miss, name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I shall sell it to you. Sigh. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. With a confident smile, Shangwan Binger replied, 15 copper coins. That won't do. I'd be at a loss. Could you possibly increase your offer? It's just 15 copper coins. If you refuse, I shall seek another vendor. The stall owner gritted his teeth and conceded, very well. 15 it shall be. Would you like a box, miss? Oh no, I was careless. I still bid too high. Shangwan Bingo walked away, her expression clouded with disappointment, while the stall owner's cheerful farewell echoed behind her. Dismissing the encounter from her mind, she sought another seller to hone her bargaining skills. At that moment, a man dressed in an opulent long robe approached her, his face bearing signs of a recent altercation. Dear lady, your demeanor strikes me as remarkably familiar, akin to my long-lost sister. Might you unveil your face for me to confirm? The companions hiding behind her stifled their laughter. What a peculiar approach from Xiao Lingyun, revealing his desire to glimpse her visage right from the outset. Oh really? You bear a striking resemblance to someone I cannot stand. Would you care to test your luck against me? This is splendid. Since we both share this sentiment, my dear lady, why not strike me so that I may unveil your visage? A fair and just proposition. Xiao Lingyun remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Shangwan Binger, too, was taken aback, questioning the mental state of the individual before her. She had merely jested, yet he took her words to heart. Am I truly to strike? She inquired. Come forth. How much strength can a woman truly possess? Does he truly believe everyone is as formidable as his sister? Shangwan Binger began to gather her energy, streams of aura coalescing around her form. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Lingyun's mind. This woman was indeed a practitioner of the arts. He hastily retracted his earlier bravado. Wait. Please, fair lady, I just recalled that my sister lacks your grace. You cannot possibly be her. Too late. Shangwan Binga gently delivered a palm strike upon Xiao Lingyun. A mere featherlight touch, devoid of any spiritual energy, merely intended to impart a lesson against his audacity in approaching strangers. A halo of light enveloped Xiao Lingyun, attempting to mitigate the impact of her strike, yet the force still sent him sprawling to the ground. A protective talisman? Swiftly, Xiao Lingyun rose from the earth, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, fair lady. This young woman exuded an astonishing presence. Merely through her raw strength, she had bested him. If she were to unleash her spiritual energy, even his protective talisman would be of little solace. At that moment, a streak of light descended from above, and a graceful figure alighted before Xiaolingyun. "Who are you, and why have you laid hands upon my brother?" Tension crackled in the air as they faced off. "Sister, you misunderstand. It was I who was the aggressor, and that lady has shown me mercy." Xiaolingyun, sensing the situation was amiss, hastily offered an explanation. The woman, clad in a fitted blue outfit, had her raven tresses tied back with a black ribbon. Her exquisite features exuded a sense of heroism, reminiscent of a valiant heroine. It turned out to be Xiao Lingxue, who was practicing within the imperial palace when she suddenly sensed that the protective jade pendant she had gifted to her brother had been activated, prompting her swift arrival. Upon hearing Xiao Lingyun's explanation, Xiao Lingxue felt a twinge of remorse and turned to apologize to Shangwan Binger. "I apologize for my rashness. I am Xiao Lingxue. Should you require assistance in this dynasty, do not hesitate to seek me out." "You are Xiao Lingxue?" Shangwan Binger was taken aback by the serendipity of encountering her second senior sister. "I am Shangwan Binger. I wonder if you remember me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxue's excitement surged. "You are Binger, the little junior sister that Master has recently taken under his wing?" The two presented their core disciple tokens to verify their identities. "Little junior sister, I never anticipated our meeting would unfold in such a manner. The last time I returned to the sect, you had just departed, and I lamented not having met you. Senior sister, I have come to the Qinglan Empire to oversee the recruitment of new disciples for our sect. Elder Situ mentioned that you are the royal princess here." The two women, bound by mutual admiration and the camaraderie of their shared master, felt an immediate kinship. Finding it inconvenient to converse in the street, Xiao Lingxue beckoned, "Come with me into the palace, junior sister, so we may converse at length. And you, young man, follow closely and explain why you dared to disturb junior sister Binger. If you cannot clarify your intentions, you shall face dire consequences." Two young women walked hand in hand ahead, while behind them trailed a despondent Xiao Lingyun, his face etched with despair. His companions had fled as soon as Xiao Lingxue arrived. "I sensed that my fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Impersonating my long-lost sister and claiming that my sister lacked the grace of the illustrious Su Guanyin, not to mention declaring that Su Guanyin was an eyesore. Each of these offenses would suffice to bring me misfortune, let alone their simultaneous occurrence. Heaven, why do you toy with me? Hurry up, what are you doing lagging behind?" Chapter 25. Assisting the senior sister in cultivation within the imperial palace. Maidservants kept their distance from the palace's entrance, whispering about the events unfolding within. "Ah, sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, no more beating. It hurts, it hurts. If this continues, I shall perish." Xiao Lingyun's cries echoed throughout the palace, yet no one interceded on his behalf. Originally, Su Guanyin had pardoned him, considering him to be Xiao Lingxue's brother. However, after he divulged everything, calling her an eyesore, no woman could endure such an affront. "Oh, so you've acquired some skills. Have you? Have you learned to frequent brothels? We've been separated for years? My grace is lacking? I cannot find a suitor? My junior sister Bingo is an eyesore? And you dare to wager over Bingo? Truly, you have some nerve." After a thorough beating, Xiao Lingxue finally released her pent-up anger, seated herself upon a stone bench, and sipped a cup of tea. "Someone, carry Xiao Lingyun back to his quarters, and remember to apply some healing ointment." Once Xiao Lingyun was taken away by the maidservants, Su Guanyin finally spoke. "The senior sister is quite fond of her younger brother." Xiao Lingxue gently combed her hair and let out a soft sigh. "What can I say? Lingyun is a good child, but being born into the royal family with mediocre talent is his greatest misfortune. He bears a significant burden, and as his sister, I naturally must support him more." Although Xiao Lingxue appears to be harshly reprimanding Xiao Lingyun, in truth, she is helping him strengthen his physique. Each punch she delivers is imbued with spiritual energy to nourish his body. This method is exceedingly taxing. She must carefully control the force to avoid internal injury while precisely guiding the spiritual energy to enhance his physical form. Once Xiao Lingyun's body recovers, he will discover a remarkable increase in his physical strength, even enabling him to contend with cultivators at the first level of qi refinement. By the way, junior sister, how did Master come to the decision to assign you the responsibility of recruiting for the entire Qinglan dynasty? You have only been initiated for a year. Master has promoted me to the position of junior sect leader, stating that it is to give me a chance to make my presence known. The specific reasons, he insists. will be revealed only after I return. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoling Xue connected the current state of the sect with recent events and grasped their intentions. It seems that incident has truly pushed Master and the others to their limits. Upon noticing her senior sister seemingly in the know, Shangwan Bing eagerly inquired about the reason. Junior sister, you must be aware of the Centennial Sect competition, right? The last time this competition was held was 60 years ago, and our sect suffered a crushing defeat, becoming a laughingstock. Recently, due to the emergence of a hidden realm, the sect competition, originally scheduled for 40 years later, has been advanced. Perhaps the sect wishes for you to lead your disciples to victory in this upcoming competition, which is why you have been appointed as the young sect master ahead of time, given your brief tenure. Only the title of young sect master can command the respect of the other disciples. Is that so? However, appointing me directly as the young sect master might not earn me their respect, questioned Shangwan Binger. Before we participate in the actual sect competition, our sect will hold an internal tournament to select representatives from various realms. At that time, there will undoubtedly be dissenters. You simply need to subdue them. Now, Shangwan Binger fully comprehended the situation. It seemed that her master and the others had been stifled for years, and now that she had risen, they naturally wished for her to strike hard against the other sections. By the way, junior sister, have you managed to anger that fellow, Shimin Lingtian, within the sect? Xiaoling Xue suddenly inquired with keen interest. Shangwan Binger was still pondering the matter and instinctively replied in the affirmative. What is the matter, senior sister? Is there an issue? There isn't a significant problem, but Shimin Lingtian is an exceedingly selfish individual, relying on his innate talent for the sun cultivation technique. He incessantly harasses the female disciples of the sect, coercing them into dual cultivation with him. Eventually, Uncle Master Shui Wei could no longer tolerate his behavior and established Shui Wei Peak. This, Shangwan Binger felt somewhat bewildered. Initially, she held great admiration for the exploits of Master Shui Wei, but now, her respect for Shimin Lingtian had intensified. He had single-handedly transformed an entire peak, leaving her to ponder whether the combat-loving disciples would curse him in their hearts. He had persistently pursued me, yet I had chosen to ignore him. Then one day, he unexpectedly stormed into my cave abode, insisting that I discipline him. I was utterly at a loss for words. Xiao Lingxue laughed heartily, finding Shimin Lingtian utterly amusing. After failing to win over Xiao Lingxue, he resorted to threats. After his unsuccessful pursuit of Shangwan Binger, he even ran to Xiao Lingxue to lodge a complaint. Was he not excessively self-assured? Next time we meet, I shall teach him a lesson. Shangwan Binger clenched her fist, filled with the desire to return to the sect and give Shimin Lingtian a sound thrashing. Suddenly, Shangwan Binger recalled something. Shimin Lingtian had been tolerated by the sect due to the uniqueness of his cultivation technique. However, in terms of understanding the techniques, who could rival her? She was practicing the complete Yin-Yang inquiry technique. Sister, since practitioners of the Yang and Yin techniques can cultivate together to enhance their speed, then surely I can do the same. Xiaoling Xue paused, realizing the validity of her statement. Shall we give it a try? Neither of the women was one to dally. They promptly returned to their chambers, declaring that no one was to disturb them. Shangwan Binger even set up a protective formation. Then, they sat in silence, gazing at one another, feeling somewhat at a loss. Shangwan Binger broke the silence. Sister, I have never engaged in dual cultivation before. How do we proceed? Xiaoling Xue also felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she too had no prior experience with dual cultivation and could only rely on her instincts to navigate the situation. In the practice of dual cultivation, one must be completely bare and face-to-face, ensuring that the flow of spiritual energy occurs without loss. With a flushed face, Shangwan Binger felt an overwhelming rush. It was her first time witnessing another woman's body aside from her own, and it was utterly exhilarating. Gazing at Xiao Lingxue's alabaster form and her elegantly long legs was intoxicating. Gulp. Shangwan Binger swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the stimulation. Junior sister, please avert your gaze. Your physique surpasses mine in beauty. Why must you look at me with such a lascivious gaze? The intensity of Shangwan Binger's stare made Xiao Lingxue's body flush with warmth. The scrutiny felt far too invasive, forcing herself to suppress her wandering thoughts. Shangwan Binger extended her hands, aligning them with Xiao Lingxue's palms, and began to circulate her energy. Pure yin-yang spiritual power flowed from Shangwan Binger into Xiao Lingxue's body, circulating once before returning with Xiao Lingxue's energy back to her own. This reciprocal exchange allowed Xiao Lingxue to deepen her comprehension of the yin-yang inquiry technique. while the yin energy within her began to undergo a gradual transformation, increasingly infused with a hint of yang energy. This infusion led to a qualitative change in the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Shangguan Binge was also reaping significant rewards, as her abundant spiritual energy rapidly transformed into spiritual liquid. The two became thoroughly engrossed in their cultivation. Chapter 26. The brazen Ji Shuiwei Situ Kong paced anxiously in the corridor, for the sect's recruitment event was about to commence. Yet their young master remained inside, engrossed in his practice, leaving one to wonder when he would emerge. Elder Situ, might it be prudent for you to escort those disciples back to the Star Moon sect? Once your esteemed sect's junior master emerges from seclusion, I shall promptly notify her to return to the sect. The speaker is none other than the current emperor of the Qinglan dynasty. Upon learning of his daughter's junior sister's visit to the palace, he was eager to meet her. However, alas, Shangguan Binge had chosen that very day to shut her door and commence her cultivation, leaving him disappointed. He waited and waited. Yet instead of the anticipated emergence of Shangguan Binge, he was met by Situ Kong, who had come in search of her. Typically, the recruitment conference could be overlooked. But this time, the absence of the junior master is simply unacceptable. Situ Kong had already communicated with the sect master over long distances. The master's exact words were for Shangguan Binge to return without delay. Yet, Situ Kong finds himself at an impasse. Not only is it a grave taboo to intrude upon a cultivator's seclusion, as it may disrupt their practice, but the entire room was also enveloped in a formidable array, preventing him from entering. As both individuals found themselves in a dilemma, a faint sound emanated from within the room, accompanied by an overwhelming force that fervently drew the spiritual energy from the surroundings into the palace. Is this vortex of spiritual energy indicative of Shaolin Xue breaking through to the nascent soul stage? Within the imperial city, numerous cultivators engaged in their practices were roused by this commotion, casting their gazes toward the palace. Alas, the Star Moon sect is truly fortunate to harbor such a prodigy. When shall our humble sects witness the birth of such talent? Shaolin Xue and the Star Moon sect are mutually beneficial. Do not dwell on such thoughts. If Shaolin Xue were in your Wild Blade sect, despite her extraordinary giftedness, she would likely still be merely at the foundation establishment stage. Brute. Do you truly believe your wild strength sect surpasses mine? Come and challenge me. Let's meet outside the city, lest you find yourself thrown out by Shaolin Xue. Regardless of the myriad discussions among the crowd, inside the room, Shaolin Xue had completed her breakthrough and was currently stabilizing her realm. Shangguan Binge curiously observed a diminutive figure before Shaolin Xue. Is this the primordial infant? It doesn't seem particularly special. Junior sister, the lifespan during the primordial infant stage can reach 1,000 years. The most significant advantage lies in the greatly enhanced ability to preserve one's life. As long as the primordial infant remains unharmed, it can eventually be restored after a certain period. Shaolin Xue opened her eyes and retracted the primordial infant back into her body. Having broken through to the primordial infant stage, she radiated vitality, her spirit elevated. Junior sister, I owe my successful breakthrough to your assistance. Shangguan Binge waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. We have mutually aided each other, and I too have gained immensely. Indeed. Shangguan Binge spoke no falsehood. Her gains were substantial, though they remained unexpressed outwardly. Sister, since dual cultivation proves so beneficial, let us practice together in the future. Hee. Shangguan Binge wrapped her arms around Shaolin Xue. Shaolin Xue felt an inkling that her junior sister harbored ulterior motives, yet she hesitated to draw conclusions. The benefits of dual cultivation were too significant to decline. The two donned their garments and stepped out of the room. Young sect master, you have finally emerged. The 2-month deadline is approaching. We must return swiftly. Upon seeing Shangguan Binge, Situ Kong felt a wave of relief, knowing that time was of the essence. Shangguan Binge refrained from engaging in idle chatter. The three soared into the sky, leaving behind the old emperor, who had just parted his lips, intending to greet the future master of the Xingyue sect. On the Xingyue Square, the annual recruitment conference was about to commence. This year was particularly special due to the early sect competition, which prompted the majority of elders and elite disciples to be present within the sect. They were eager to witness the recruitment conference prior to the grand competition. Brother Zhou, has Binge returned yet? Inquired the master of Shuiwei Peak, sending a telepathic message to Zhou Tong. Do not worry, Sister Shuiwei, Binge has already sent word to me. They are hurrying along and will soon arrive at the sect. The new disciples on the square remained calm, engaging in discussions about the Xingyue sect with those around them. Suddenly, a streak of light shot in from the distance. Hovering above the square, Zhou Tong smiled slightly and announced, "The assessment is about to begin. Now, let us welcome the young master of the Xingyue sect, Shangguan Binger." To explain the rules of the assessment, Shangguan Binger emerged from the flying vessel and stood before the crowd. To everyone's astonishment, the young master was a female cultivator. "Brother, have you really entered the cultivation world only to cling to gender discrimination? May I inquire if the young master is accepting disciples?" "Ahem. I am merely in awe of the young master's profound cultivation, and I assure you, it is not merely her beauty that captivates me." As soon as Shangguan Binger made her appearance, the novice disciples were instantly entranced by her beauty, their minds already weaving a tapestry of romantic tales between master and disciple. Even some of the female disciples felt their cheeks flush, their legs growing weak as they pondered in a daze. Alas, the disposition of this generation of disciples still requires refinement. Has the young master already revealed his true self due to his infatuation? Ouyang Hao shook his head, reflecting on the perfection of his own disciple's character. Turning around, he discovered that his foolish apprentice was gazing dreamily at Shangguan Binger, not much better than the other disciples below. Unable to contain himself, he tapped the head of Tai Jin and reproached him with irritation, still staring. "Are you not afraid that your senior sister Shangguan will regard you as a lecher and detest you?" Awakened by the tap, Tai Jin rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. Ouyang Hao felt somewhat helpless. His apprentice was bound to suffer misfortune someday, and he could only hope that the consequences would not lead to his demise. Once the venue quieted, Shangguan Binger emulated Ouyang Hao's words from the previous year to explain the rules of the assessment, thus officially commencing the examination. Shangguan Binger flew to her master's side, and at that moment, Xiao Lingxue also soared upward. Upon seeing Xiao Lingxue, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He sensed that her nascent soul aura had yet to stabilize completely. "Lingxue, you have broken through to the nascent soul stage. Congratulations." "Indeed, master. I owe much to junior sister Bing. The time I took to cultivate has caused you concern." Xiao Lingxue recounted the advantages of their dual cultivation, ultimately condensing a surge of spiritual power for Zhou Tong to perceive. This Yin spiritual power is over 3 times stronger than before. It is truly remarkable. Zhou Tong marveled, reflecting on the potency of the complete yin-yang inquiry technique. Merely through dual cultivation with another, one could imbue their spiritual energy with a trace of yin and yang, dramatically enhancing its quality. Within the chamber, numerous female elders found their cultivation stagnated. If they could enlist the assistance of Shangguan Binger, their strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Zhou Tong gazed at Shangguan Binger, his intention to speak evident. However, she preemptively interrupted, declaring, "Do not even think about it. I am not a mere instrument for cultivation." With that, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, a figure rushed forward and embraced Shangguan Binger, her small face nuzzling against her. "Little Binger, why haven't you sought your Shirshu for dual cultivation? Am I not as worthy as Xiao Lingxue? I was here first." "Woo-woo." Ji Shueyue pouted, feigning tears, which left Shangguan Binger in a most uncomfortable predicament. "And Shueyue, let go? There are so many people watching. Not a chance. If you do not agree to dual cultivate with me, I shall not release you." Ji Shueyue clung on stubbornly, disregarding her status as the master of Shueyue Peak. The elders in the clouds could only pretend not to see this spectacle, knowing well that neither of these two were to be trifled with. "Is it not possible for me to agree? But you must promise not to behave like this again. I have my dignity." Chapter 27. The Terrifying Iron Roots. The recruitment conference concluded successfully, with this year's newcomers standing in stark contrast to those of the previous year. Many from the last cohort were eliminated at the first hurdle, the Tongtian Road, while this year's newcomers, spurred by the desire to impress the young sect master, performed commendably. Ironically, it was the Wuxin Bridge that proved to be their downfall, the reasons for which remained known only to them. As the recruitment conference drew to a close, Zhou Tong did not dismiss the crowd. Instead, he stepped forward to make an announcement. "The grand tournament of our Southern Domain sect is about to commence. I hereby announce the roster of representatives who will participate on behalf of the sect. Should there be any dissenters, they may issue a challenge on the spot. If victorious, they shall take the place of the challenged. For the Qi refinement stage, there are 20 participants: Yi Wuqing, Tai Jin, Zhang Tianxing, Wang Xing. For the foundation establishment stage, there are 10. For the golden core stage, 5. For the nascent soul stage, 2, Shiman Lingdian and Xiao Lingxue. Those who believe themselves superior to the aforementioned individuals in their respective realms are invited to step forward and challenge. This list has certainly sparked much discussion. Whether it be regarding Xiao Lingshua's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage or the inclusion of the two outer disciples, Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin, who have been in the sect for less than a year. Before long, someone stepped forward. A disciple sought permission from the sect leader to challenge Tai General. This disciple, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, was recognized for his prowess among outsiders. He had assumed his place on the list was assured, only to be outmaneuvered by two newcomers, a situation he found difficult to accept. Having inquired among other disciples, he learned of Yi Wuqing's astonishing talent. Having progressed to the 4th layer of Qi refinement within a mere month and capable of defeating opponents beyond his level, his current strength was likely unfathomable. Daring not to face him, he set his sights on Tai Jin, who had previously made a notable blunder. Tai Jin, undeterred, leapt onto the stage, ready for combat. "Give it your all, hold nothing back. I shall ensure your safety," Zhou Tong spoke up, asserting that the grand competition of the Southern Domain sects was far more perilous than the trials within their own sects. Those who dared to hold back would likely find themselves facing dire consequences. The challenger, a disciple, launched an aggressive assault. Wielding a crimson longsword with a technique that was both fierce and formidable, displaying remarkable proficiency, this was no mere fade. In stark contrast stood Tai Jin, motionless, simply observing as his opponent lunged towards him. Clang! The longsword struck Tai Jin's body, producing a jarring clang, yet the disciple was sent reeling backward from the recoil. Remarkably, Tai Jin bore nothing but a faint white mark upon his skin, having sustained no injury whatsoever. Aside from Ouyang Hao and Zhou Tong, who had been privy to prior information, the spectators were astounded. A body cultivator was a rarity in the Southern Domain, and yet one had emerged from the Xingyue sect. He was indeed a body cultivator. To withstand a full-force strike from a 9th layer Qi refinement practitioner, his physical fortitude must have reached the foundational realm, truly impressive. Ouyang, you are indeed generous. Ji Shuiwei regarded Ouyang Hao as though she had seen a ghost. Body cultivation required even greater resources than Qi refinement, with each advancement demanding a substantial amount of rare materials and elixirs, and the suffering endured during the process was beyond what most could bear, resulting in a mere handful of successes. Yet, the notoriously stingy Ouyang Hao had willingly aided Tai Jin in his physical cultivation. This was indeed extraordinary. What you say, Master Shuiwei, is true. Even I, Ouyang Hao, would not be miserly with my own disciple. Moreover, once Tai Jin reaches the foundational stage, there will be little more I can offer him. He must rely on his own efforts to strive forward. Meanwhile, Shangwan Binger listened intently, pondering the implications of body cultivation. She seems to have discovered yet another method to enhance her own prowess. Elder Ouyang, might you impart your body refining techniques to me? Little Binger, why pursue body refinement when you could cultivate with your uncle? It is far superior to the arduous path of body refining. Shangwan Binger disregarded her persistent uncle. To truly cultivate, one must master all abilities. After all, there are often forbidden areas that house restrictive laws. What if she were to encounter one? It could spell disaster. Young master, this body refining technique is exceedingly rare. Ouyang Hao rubbed his fingers together, appearing quite embarrassed. How about a vial of breaking infant pills? Shangwan Binger inquired. No. I have no interest in breaking infant pills. I merely require the young master's assurance to provide my disciple with the resources necessary to reach the golden course stage. Certainly, that is not an issue. I concede to your request. Shangwan Binger readily agreed and handed Ouyang Hao the breaking infant pills. After all, it was merely a resource for the foundation establishment stage. A trivial matter for someone of her wealth. However, little did she know that she would soon learn of the abhorrent aspects of that body refining technique and realize she had been deceived. The battle below raged on, and the disciple, seeing his attacks rendered ineffective, contemplated using speed to exhaust Tai Jin, hoping to wear him down. Do you think body refining practitioners are invariably cumbersome and slow? With the 9 transformations of the Savage God technique, first transformation, release. With a thunderous roar, Tai Jin's entire body swelled, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, he surged forth like a rocket. The speed was astonishing, comparable to that of a flying sword in the foundation establishment stage. The opposing disciple was utterly unable to evade and was struck squarely by a punch, causing his garments to explode, propelling him off the stage like a shadow. An elder transformed into a beam of light, appearing before the defeated disciple to catch him and assist him in swallowing a healing elixir. Who else dares to challenge? Zhou Tong inquired. The disciples below whispered amongst themselves. Yet none had the audacity to confront Tai Jin again. What should I do? I had previously mocked Tai Jin. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? My frail frame cannot withstand a single punch from him. In a corner, the disciple who had once ridiculed Tai Jin trembled in fear. Gradually, a few disciples stepped forward to challenge those on the list, but all met with failure. It can be said that under Zhou Tong's leadership, the selected disciples were all among the most formidable of their stage. As night descended, with no further objections from the disciples on the list, Zhou Tong declared the internal competition concluded. However, a defiant voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I refuse to accept this. I wish to challenge. Who could this be? A figure descended from above, revealing himself to be Shimin Ling Tian, the chief disciple of Xing Feng. What are you doing, Shimin Ling Tian? Aren't you on the list? Zhou Tong asked, frowning. Shimin Ling Tian surveyed the surrounding elders and disciples, his fingers spinning incessantly, ultimately landing on the direction of Shangguan Bing'er. I never stated I would challenge anyone on the list. I contest the legitimacy of Shangguan Bing'er's position as the young sect master. Historically, successors must earn their standing through strength. Why should she, having only entered the sect a year ago, be granted such a title? I challenge you, Shangguan Bing'er. Shimin Ling Tian had long been plotting. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Shangguan Bing'er, he had been secretly devising schemes to bring her down, but opportunity had eluded him. Upon hearing that Zhou Tong intended to appoint Shangguan Bing'er as the young sect master, his initial feeling was jealousy, swiftly followed by exhilaration. For he recognized that the moment for revenge had finally arrived. Why should a mere Qi refinement disciple ascend to such a lofty position? Simply because she is the sect leader's disciple? I refuse to accept this. The competition among the sects in the southern domain included a duel for the young sect master. Were we truly to allow a Qi refinement disciple to face off against the representatives of 3 other sects? This was akin to a child attempting to shake a great tree. I stand firmly behind senior brother Shimin. Only he possesses the capability to lead our Xingyue sect to commendable achievements in this competition. A throng of disciples, previously won over by Shimin Lingtian's machinations, began to stir the pot, manipulating public sentiment. Shimin Lingtian, filled with pride, mused to himself, "Humph, Shangguan Bing'er, I have long foretold the consequences of crossing me. Let us see how you fare today." As the commotion among the disciples escalated, Shangguan Bing'er stepped forward. "If you wish to battle, then let us do so." The 2 adversaries took their positions on the arena, one brimming with confidence, the other maintaining a stoic expression. "Bing'er, remember to conceal your true strength." Zhou Tong's voice echoed in Shangguan Bing'er's mind. She nodded slightly. In that case, she would only employ her golden core strength. As a prodigy, it seemed entirely reasonable to defeat a nascent soul cultivator with golden core prowess, did it not? Junior Sister Bing'er, if you would but offer me an apology, I could ensure your defeat is not overly humiliating. The divine consciousness of Shimin Lingtian resonated in the ears of Shangguan Bing'er. Drawing forth the chaos sword embryo, she pointed it towards him. After enduring a prolonged period of refinement, the chaos sword embryo had begun to faintly reveal the semblance of a blade. Yet it still predominantly resembled an elongated stone. Humph, oblivious to your own limitations. Since you are so insistent, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Shimin Lingtian's aura, indicative of the early Yuanying stage, erupted forth as his body gradually ascended. Spiritual energy surged, causing the surrounding air to become increasingly arid and heated. A flame ignited from his dantian, radiating outward until he transformed into a figure of fire, his scorching presence dazzling like a resplendent sun. In contrast, Shangguan Bing'er conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield herself from the scorching waves. Though the beads of sweat trickling down her face betrayed the difficulty of her resistance. How intense! Is this the terrifying power of the Yuanying stage? Merely gathering spiritual energy has already pushed me to my limits. The young master is indeed formidable, capable of facing the oppressive aura of Shimin Lingtian. He must possess at least the strength of the Jindan stage. It has only been a year since then, and I now comprehend why the sect leader intends to bestow the position of young master upon Sister Shangguan. Alas, if only she were granted a little more time. She would undoubtedly solidify her claim to the position. I cannot fathom the sect leader's reasoning for transferring such a responsibility to her at this juncture. It seems to be a disservice to her. I hope that Sister Shangguan does not emerge from this setback with lingering shadows that could impede her future cultivation. Shimin Lingtian listened to the praises directed towards Shangguan Bing'er from the crowd, feeling a sense of discomfort within. Flames began to gather rapidly upon his right fist, invoking the Great Sun Divine Fist. It seemed as if he had hurled a miniature sun itself. A colossal fireball surged towards Shangwan Binger, leaving her with no avenue for escape. She firmly planted her sword before her, her hands moving in a fluid dance, conjuring a Taiji symbol that manifested in the air, perfectly intercepting Shimin Lingtian's Great Sun Divine Fist. As the stars shifted and turned, the Great Sun Divine Fist relentlessly pressed closer, seeking to breach the defenses of the Taiji diagram. Yet, it proved futile. The Taiji symbol spun incessantly, absorbing the power of the Great Sun Divine Fist and gradually depleting its strength. In this ebb and flow, the might of the Great Sun Divine Fist swiftly dissipated. Blocked. She has done it. Shimin Lingtian marveled at the depth of his senior sister's comprehension of the art. Astonishingly, she had withstood the Great Sun Divine Fist, a manifestation of the Yuanying stage, with her mere golden core cultivation. Was this the true power of martial skills refined to their utmost limits? Shangwan Binger lowered her hands, slightly breathless. After a moment of composure, she seized her sword and charged towards Shimin Lingtian. At this point, he was still in a dazed state, witnessing her proactive assault. Instead of feeling anger, he smiled, donning his spiritual artifact gauntlets with determination. Now, he was serious. With the gauntlets equipped, Shimin Lingtian's attacks grew exponentially more formidable. Yet, Shangwan Binger consistently managed to neutralize his assaults, even reflecting them back at him. It was the first time he felt vexed by the Taiji technique. Thus, he resolved to engage Shangwan Binger in close combat, reasoning that she would have no opportunity to counter his strikes in such proximity. This approach indeed proved effective. Shangwan Binger, on several occasions, was unable to evade and was struck by Shimin Lingtian, causing her to cough up blood on the spot, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. Shimin Lingtian, invigorated by his success, unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Shangwan Binger into a defensive posture, rendering her unable to counterattack. You have lost, Shangwan Binger. Your position as the junior sect master now belongs to me. With all his might, Shimin Lingtian launched his most powerful punch. At that moment, Shangwan Binger's eyes sparkled with determination. She swiftly dodged and retaliated with a sword strike, which resembled the full moon in the night sky, graceful yet imbued with deadly intent. The seemingly blunt stone sword sliced through Shimin Lingtian's neck, sending his severed head flying, drenched in warm blood. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Shangwan Binger had unexpectedly executed a counterattack against Shimin Lingtian at the last moment, a twist no one anticipated. Before the disciples below could erupt in cheers, the situation on the stage took another turn. Shangwan Binger, you are indeed remarkable. You feigned weakness to instill in me the illusion that I could effortlessly overwhelm you, while in truth, you had mastered a technique of agility, striking me down when I was unguarded. Your strategy was flawless, alas. You overlooked one crucial detail. As long as a Yuanying stage cultivator's Yuanying remains intact, they cannot truly perish. Ha! A small infant emerged from Shimin Lingtian's body, his voice echoing through the air as that of the baby. Did you truly think I had not accounted for this? Shangwan Binger flashed a bewitching smile, a smile that held endless allure for the others, yet instilled profound fear in Shimin Lingtian. Sun's essence explode. Shimin Lingtian's body detonated in a cataclysmic explosion, the sheer force of which engulfed both combatants. Zhou Tong swiftly entered the arena, and with a grand gesture, manipulated his formidable solar spiritual energy, compressing it into a sphere before dispersing it. Both Shangwan Binger and Shimin Lingtian sustained grievous injuries. Shangwan Binger was visibly hemorrhaging, while Shimin Lingtian's nascent soul was riddled with fractures. Thus, Shangwan Binger emerges victorious. Shimin Lingtian's nascent soul is critically wounded, precluding his immediate recovery, thereby forfeiting his candidacy. The grand competition concludes here. Those listed are to assemble here at noon tomorrow to proceed to the Quadrangle Mountains. Chapter 29. Phantom of 1,000 Faces. The day's events have been overwhelmingly informative, resulting in numerous disciples congregating to discuss the proceedings even after the competition's conclusion. Esteemed senior disciples, I have been pondering deeply, yet I remain perplexed as to how the young sect master vanquished senior disciple Simon. Could you enlighten me? I consulted my master, who elucidated that the young sect master has thoroughly mastered the Yang incantation. Prior to his physical demise, senior disciple Simon had accumulated a surfeit of Yang spiritual energy within his body. It was at this juncture that the young sect master intervened, disrupting the equilibrium of the spiritual energy within Simon, leading to a tumultuous and explosive outburst. Indeed, the young sect master is truly a prodigy, unparalleled in millennia. Is there any technique or martial art within our sect that she cannot comprehend? It appears that I, too, must broaden my focus beyond mere cultivation and dedicate time to honing my martial skills. Within the main peak's uppermost cave dwelling, Ji Shuiwei continued to extol the virtues of Shangwan Binger. Oh dear Binger, your acting must have been honed in a mundane theatrical troupe, for your performance was remarkably lifelike. When I witnessed you suffer and cough up blood, I nearly rushed to your aid. All right, Master Shuiwei, you've uttered this line countless times. It's time to return. Shangwan Binger replied with a touch of exasperation, unable to shake off her clingy master. Master, we are set to embark on our journey to participate in the sect's grand competition tomorrow. We agreed to merely experiment. Yay, Ji Shuiwei exclaimed, hastily pulling Shangwan Binger onto the bed, beginning to remove her garments. Often, Shangwan Binger felt a peculiar illusion, as if she were the elder of the two, or that Master Shuiwei had once been a man. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Shangwan Binger arrived at the square early, her hair still somewhat disheveled. Binger, did you not rest well last night? Zhou Tong inquired, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded Shangwan Binger. No, I'm perfectly fine, she stammered, hurriedly tidying her hair. Master Shuiwei was truly unreliable, and the memory of her master's wild antics from the previous night still left her blushing. At that moment, Ji Shuiwei approached, her gaze directed at Shangwan Binger, filled with embarrassment, akin to a child who has erred. Opening her mouth to apologize, she said, Little Binger, I did not mean to. Stop. Step aside. I can no longer believe your fabrications. Shangwan Binger promptly hid behind Zhou Tong. Ji Shuiwei, acutely aware of her own shortcomings, decided to bide her time until the ire of Shangwan Binger had subsided before approaching her. Alas, the previous night, once she entered the dual cultivation state, it was as if she had succumbed to a frenzy, indiscriminately pursuing Shangwan Binger with fervor. Had it not been for Shangwan Binger's formidable strength, she might not have been able to walk to the plaza today. Zhou Tong, sensing the tension, refrained from further comment, for one was his cherished disciple and the other, his junior sister, who had come to his aid just the day before. Being caught between these two formidable individuals was no easy feat. Fortunately, practitioners of the way seldom indulged in slumber, and soon everyone had gathered. Zhou Tong promptly summoned the Yunshao flying boat, inviting everyone aboard. This vessel, a treasured artifact passed down through the generations of the Xingyue sect, was specifically designed for travel and to uphold the prestige of the sect. It could traverse thousands of miles effortlessly, and, while in flight, it soared through clouds, effectively shielding itself from divine perception. As Zhou Tong initiated the formation, the Yunshao flying boat ascended gracefully, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing within the confines of the sect. In the shadows, a figure emerged, approaching Yin Wushang, and whispered, Your Highness, everything is prepared. We await your command. Yin Wushang nodded, and the figure melted back into the wall, disappearing from sight. Shangwan Binger, why can I not match your pace? Even that simple-minded youth surpasses me, Yin Wushang murmured to himself, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes drifted towards the direction of Xingfeng, a faint smile curving his lips. On the roller coaster of emotions, Zhou Tong was articulating the pertinent details of the upcoming sect competition to the attentive audience, most of whom were participating in such a confrontation with other sects for the very first time. Esteemed members, this sect competition is arguably the most unique and significant event in nearly 10,000 years, as we have discovered a secret realm in the southern domain. This secret realm may very well be the resting place of a formidable being from the integration stage. However, due to the passage of time, the space within this realm has become exceedingly fragile, and the realm's master has instituted a rule. Those above the God transformation stage are prohibited from entry. Any attempt to breach this rule will result in the self-destruction of the realm. Thus, our four sects only permit cultivators below the God transformation stage to enter. The competition's rules dictate that strength reigns supreme. The sect that endures until the end will secure a place within this realm. A victorious sect from the Qi refinement stage will earn an additional 10 entries, from the Foundation Establishment stage 20, from the Golden Core stage 40, and from the Nascent Soul stage 80. Furthermore, there is a crucial duel among the young masters. where the young masters from the four sects will engage in a chaotic battle, and the sect that has its representatives standing on the platform at the end will triumph, gaining an additional 211 entries. The limited number of places is primarily due to the formation within the Secret Realm, which comprises only 361 array bases. Only those standing on these bases may enter the realm. Therefore, I urge you all to strive diligently, especially you, Xiaoling Xue. With Shimin Lingtian unable to participate in the competition, the weight of expectation rests heavily upon your shoulders. Zhou Tong gently patted Xiao Lingshue's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Indeed, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Xiao Lingxue nodded earnestly. The other disciples, too, resolved to exert their utmost efforts. For they must not tarnish the esteemed name of the Xingyue sect. Those among you who excel will be rewarded by the sect, with prizes ranging from foundation-building pills to breakthrough pills, and with no upper limit. Upon hearing of these rewards, the disciples were instantly invigorated, akin to having been injected with enthusiasm, eager to engage in friendly sparring to hone their combat skills. Meanwhile, Shangguan Binger stepped aside with her master, Zhou Tong, for a private conversation. Master, should I still conceal my true abilities during this sect competition? Shangguan Binger inquired, finding a certain delight in the guise of a naive underdog. The bewildered expressions on her opponents' faces brought her joy for days on end. Well, do as you please. Your happiness is what matters. I have faith in your capabilities. Zhou Tong replied. By the way, Binger, I have something to bestow upon you. He retrieved an object from his storage ring, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a human face, sending shivers down one's spine. This is a spiritual treasure of our Xingyue sect. Since ancient times, it has been a custom for the young sect master to choose a spiritual treasure for personal use, to ensure their safety in the event that they are vulnerable to enemy attacks. The Thousand-Faced Phantom, he named it. Once you refine it, you will possess the ability to transform into the appearance and aura of others at will. Even formidable beings in the Void Realm will find it difficult to discern any flaws without careful scrutiny. Shangguan Bingo accepted the mask, cradling it in her palm and delicately caressing it, feeling as though she were truly touching human skin, exquisitely smooth and refined. Thank you, master. After expressing gratitude to her master, Shangguan Bingo began to refine the thousand-faced illusion at her location. Although the spiritual treasure is typically wielded by powerful beings post-integration stage, the capabilities of such treasures are often beyond the reach of weaker cultivators. Yet, what concern is this to Shangguan Bingo? Chapter 30, Xifang Mountain. Even with the speed of the cloud-soaring vessel, the disciples of the Xingyue sect took over half a month to arrive at the venue of the sect competition, Xifang Mountain. This mountain is a neutral territory, distinct from the four major sects, and is safeguarded by a formidable being of the Dongshu stage known as the Elder of Xifang. His purpose is to mediate the relationships among the four major sects of the southern region. It was formerly known as Shenzun Mountain, but was renamed Xifang Mountain at the request of the Daylight sect. Although the Elder of Xifang holds no formal power, countless wandering cultivators are eager to ally with him, and he welcomes all who seek refuge, provided they are not heinous criminals. These wandering cultivators are responsible for hosting the Elder's guests, while the Elder occasionally imparts teachings to help alleviate their doubts in cultivation. Thus, they mutually enhance the reputation of Xifang Mountain. Upon the arrival of the cloud-soaring vessel, the wandering cultivators atop Xifang Mountain recognized it as the emblematic treasure of the Xingyue sect. A cultivator of the nascent soul stage swiftly approached to greet them. Esteemed guests of the Xingyue sect, please follow me. Representatives from the other three sects have already gathered. The group followed the steward into the mountain, where the terrain had been leveled to create a spacious area for the sect competition. As they entered the venue, the factions began to take distinct positions. The individuals from the other three sects each possessed unique characteristics, making them easily distinguishable. The disciples of the Daylight sect are almost uniformly clad in crimson robes, their complexions flushed and tempestuous. The swordsmen of the Heavenly Sword sect each bear a sword upon their backs, occasionally caressing the blade as if engaging in a tender interaction with a beloved. In stark contrast, the denizens of the Shadow Demon Hall present a remarkable array of appearances. Some are marred by festering sores, others are entirely shrouded in black robes, their forms obscured from view, while some appear ghostly pale, as if they have not partaken of sustenance for days. Truly a bizarre assortment. Compared to the Shadow Demon Hall, the other three sects seem remarkably normal. Esteemed members of the Star and Moon sect, please take your seats over here. After Shangguan Binger and her companion settled down, The elder from the four directions glided forth gracefully, ready to preside over the grand sect competition. Ah, my friends, it is hard to believe that only 60 years have passed since our last gathering for this event. Without further ado, you all know the rules. Let us commence the competition with the Qi refinement stage. With that, the elder ascended to his seat, prepared to witness the unfolding contest. Silence enveloped the arena, as no one dared to take the first step. In a situation where strengths are evenly matched, the first to step down would inevitably become a target, diminishing their team's overall prowess. Why does everyone hesitate? Is it merely a matter of qualifying for a secret domain? Must you all cower in trepidation? The Daylight Sect boldly declared, "We shall take the lead. We will seize first place. Who among you will dare to challenge us?" True to form, a disciple from the Daylight Sect, renowned for their fiery temperament, was the first to leap onto the stage, claiming the platform as their own. However, much to their dismay, no one was willing to engage, leaving the disciple to stand there in a daze. Eventually, unable to contain their frustration, they began to provoke the Star and Moon Sect. Individuals from the Xingyue sect, have you not always proclaimed yourselves as the ancestors of my dairy sect? Why do you hesitate to step into the arena? Come forth, and I shall grant you 3 moves. Upon hearing this, several young disciples of the Xingyue sect were incensed and prepared to battle, only to be restrained by Zhou Tong. Is it possible that you intend to cower like turtles? Very well, if you simply address me as your ancestor, I shall allow you to claim victory. Master, allow us to engage in combat. We cannot permit him to continue tarnishing the reputation of the Xingyue sect. The disciples clamored for battle, and Zhou Tong turned to Shangwan Binger, urging her to issue the command. Why hesitate? With Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin present, what is there to fear? Shangwan Binger surveyed the crowd, recognizing that none in the Qi refinement stage could rival Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin. Her keen perception honed by witnessing the cultivation of 70 billion souls on Origin Star daily. With the permission of the young sect master, Zhang Tianxing was the first to charge forth. As a fully realized practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he had diligently refined his martial skills and had remained in the outer sect, absent from the outer sect competition. Zhang Tianxing of the Xingyue sect, I humbly request your guidance. At last, someone has stepped forward. The disciples of the dairy sect remained arrogant, yet soon their bravado would wane. Zhang Tianxing's cultivation was steady, and his martial techniques were solid. Though not as ferocious as those of the dairy sect disciples, he navigated the confrontation with ease. The dairy sect disciples launched a fierce offensive, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Tianxing, yet as time wore on, their fervent attacks yielded little effect. Instead, due to a lack of enduring strength, Zhang Tianxing seized the opportunity to turn the tide and suppress his opponent, relentlessly overpowering him until he was gradually forced off the stage, ultimately losing the match. Zhang Tianxing let out a sigh of relief and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you for the lesson. How ridiculous. Is this all you are capable of? Go back and reflect on your performance." The master of the Daylight sect scolded, leaving the disciple utterly humiliated and unable to face his peers, retreating to a corner in silence. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Yin Demon Hall, reveling in the spectacle, began to jeer, eager for the Star Moon sect and the Daylight sect to exhaust each other, hoping to benefit as opportunistic bystanders in the competition. Isn't anyone from the Daylight sect going to step up? Are they afraid of their own ancestors? The Yin Demon Hall's sharp tongue ignited the fury of the Daylight sect. A towering disciple leapt onto the stage, causing the entire arena to tremble. Daylight sect, Yin Ba, I challenge you. The two commenced their battle. But it was evident that Yin Ba was an elite disciple from the Daylight sect, wielding brute strength that left Zhang Tianxing struggling to defend himself. Zhang's methodical approach proved ineffective against such raw power. A single punch could shatter his defensive stance. Zhang Tianxing had no choice but to conserve some of Yin Ba's stamina before conceding defeat and exiting the stage. Upon returning to his team, Zhou Tong and Shangwan Bingo greeted him with reassuring smiles. "It's all right. You did exceptionally well. Let the others handle the rest, and take some time to rest." Zhang Tianxing's eyes glistened with emotion. This was the very reason he cherished the Star Moon sect, warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 31. The Grand Competition in Progress Following His Victory. Yin Ba issued another provocation towards the Xingyue sect, yet this time, the sect chose to remain silent. Shangwan Binger stepped forward and addressed the members of the Yinma Palace and the Tianjin sect, asking, "Will you truly refrain from sending your disciples into the arena? If so, perhaps we should simply cancel this grand competition altogether." The Yinma Palace and Tianjin sect opted for silence, refraining from any response. Shangwan Binger then turned her gaze towards the elder of the four directions, awaiting her intervention to restore order. The elder, with a hint of exasperation, rose to her feet. This cannot continue. I have indeed overlooked a significant flaw in the rules. Henceforth, let us amend the regulations. Each sect shall send one representative to battle in turn. For every victory, a point shall be awarded, and rankings will be determined based on the accumulated scores. What say you? The Xingyue sect and the Dai sect were the first to agree, leaving the other two sects with no alternative but to acquiesce. Eventually, they consented, and it was determined that the next sect to participate would be the Yinma Palace. Clearly reluctant to pit an elite disciple against Yin Ba, the Yinma Palace sent forth their weakest disciple, who, after a brief struggle, conceded defeat after a mere exchange of blows. As the Tianjin sect's turn arrived, despite having previously watched the ensuing spectacle, their sword cultivators were notably resolute. The disciple they sent into the fray fought fiercely against Yin Ba, with both sustaining injuries. Renowned for their mastery of sword techniques and ferocity in battle, the sword cultivators were recognized as formidable forces within the cultivation world. However, as the old adage suggests, what is strong may easily break. After numerous direct confrontations with Yin Ba, they ultimately succumbed to defeat. Having endured these several skirmishes, Yin Ba was left panting and significantly drained of energy. It was not long before the Xingyue sect seized the opportunity, triumphantly unseating him from the arena. What ensued was a series of exchanges and fierce confrontations among the four major sects, yet none of them deployed their most formidable disciples to the arena. As the battles progressed, the number of combatants available from each sect dwindled, and their scores drew increasingly closer, leaving only the ultimate disciples for the final showdown. Tegan, you shall take the stage next. The Xingyue sect had only Tegan and Yi Wuqing yet to participate, and Shangwan Binger opted to let Tegan enter the fray first. Tegan's prowess was undeniably formidable, his powerful physique crushing all in its path. In a matter of moments, he dispatched his opponent on the platform. Attracting the attention of the three other sections, I have never heard of this disciple from the Xingyue sect. Has he been kept hidden by the sect? No. According to the information received, the Xingyue sect has two new disciples participating in this grand competition, one of whom is a body cultivator. It must be him. The elder from the four directions urged, the next battle shall be fought by the Yinma Hall. Over at the Yinma Hall, the sect leader addressed the disciple, who was hunched within his robe, saying, Igwe, you shall go. Yes, came the raspy response. The Yinma disciple swiftly made his way to the arena. The techniques of the Yinma Hall were notoriously ruthless, their attacks accompanied by the wails of vengeful spirits, designed to disrupt the focus of their adversaries. Igwe was a standout even among the Qi refinement stage practitioners, executing the Yinma Claw with unparalleled finesse, shrouded in a veil of black mist that augmented his assaults. Unfortunately for him, he faced Tegan, whose body cultivation radiated like the blazing sun, showing no fear of these phantoms. A master of body refinement could even unleash a surge of yang energy, causing the spirits within a radius of 10,000 miles to be reduced to ashes. After Iron Root delivered a decisive blow, the Yin Ghost ultimately succumbed and retreated to the Yin Demon Hall. What followed was a solo exhibition by Iron Root. Despite several elite disciples from various sects, none could rival this extraordinary talent. The Star Moon sect even triumphed in the Qi refining competition without deploying Yi Wuqing. The Day Sun sect wore expressions of profound discontent, as they had not been defeated by the Star Moon sect in many years, and this generation faced an unprecedented defeat. Meanwhile, the master of the Yin Demon Hall appeared ominously displeased, furious that the intelligence-gathering disciples had failed to relay crucial information in a timely manner. Fortunately, in the subsequent Foundation establishment and Golden Core matches, the Star Moon sect did not shine brightly, allowing both the Yin Demon Hall and the Sky Sword sect to claim victory. Regardless, the competition in the nascent soul stage must result in our triumph. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Day Sun sect lie? The sect leader gravely admonished the two disciples behind him. Let us commence. The initial challenger in the nascent soul stage will be the victor from the Golden Core stage, the Sky Sword sect. A disciple from each of the Sky Sword sect and the Day Sun sect stepped forth, with the latter unleashing their full might, exchanging injury for injury in a reckless display that caught the Sky Sword sect off guard, leading to a swift defeat. Ling Shui, proceed with caution. You have just entered the nascent soul stage, while your opponent is a formidable presence in the mid to late stages of nascent soul. Prioritize your safety above all. cautioned Xiaoling Shui, who nodded in understanding before leaping forward. It seems that the Xingyue sect, having enjoyed a stroke of fortune last year by recruiting a few exceptionally talented disciples, still finds its older disciples lacking in strength. Astonishingly, among them, only one disciple has reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, a rather pitiful situation. A disciple from the Dairy sect glanced around and confirmed that the only nascent soul disciple present from the Xingyue sect was this female disciple, prompting him to begin his taunts anew. Is this never-ending? Xiao Lingxue scoffed. Against you, one is more than sufficient. Raising her slender sword, she unleashed a magnificent moon shadow sword technique, manifesting countless sword shadows that soared toward her adversary. The Dairy sect disciple, upon receiving this attack, quickly sensed something amiss. Despite the opponent's total spiritual energy being inferior to his own, each sword shadow radiated an alarming potency. Behold my Dairy divine fist! The disciple of the Dairy sect roared, launching a counterattack with his fist against the swords. If you refuse to acknowledge your past association with the Xingyue sect, why then do you seek to learn our martial techniques? How shameless! Xiao Lingshue's voice was as frigid as the rain of swords above, piercing the heart of the Dairy disciple. Begone! This is the ultimate skill of my Dairy sect. What connection does it have with your Xingyue sect? Seizing the opportunity amidst the Dairy disciples' futile arguments, Xiao Lingxue executed a swift maneuver, darting before him to deliver a powerful palm strike that sent him flying, blood spewing forth as he sustained grave injuries. Intent on pursuing him to claim his life, she found, to her dismay, that he had rolled off the stage, conceding defeat. Even at the initial stage of the nascent soul, defeating your advanced nascent soul disciple poses no challenge. Xiao Lingxue coldly uttered a remark and returned to the center of the arena to regain her composure. The mere words she spoke caused the Grand Master of the Daylight sect to tremble with indignation, leaving him with no outlet for his frustration. In Chapter 32, titled 2 Against 1, Xiao Lingxue faced off against a core disciple of the Shadow Demon Hall. Despite her opponent's peculiar techniques, she emerged victorious with relative ease. A youth with a head of white hair and sharp eyes stepped forward beside the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiao Lingxue, why has your senior brother not come to participate in this grand competition? Xiao Lingshue's expression turned solemn. The individual before her was the foremost disciple under the Lesser Master of the Heavenly Sword sect, who had previously been defeated by her senior brother. Thus, he had long sought an opportunity to duel her brother again. In truth, there was no animosity between them, merely a rivalry marked by mutual respect. My senior brother has ventured out for training and has long been lost to us, yet to return. Mu Chuan sighed, alas, without him, this sect competition has lost its charm. I might as well return home to practice my swordplay. He began to step down from the platform. Mu Chuan, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, admonished sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. He was relieved that Mu Chuan had not been chosen as the Lesser Master of the Heavenly Sword sect, for he could scarcely fathom how the sect would fare under his leadership. Oh dear, I almost forgot about the sect's duties, my apologies. He continued, how about this, junior sister Xiao? You are aware of my capabilities. You have exerted considerable energy in your previous battles. It would be wiser for you to concede, given that your Star Moon sect has but one representative left. Rather than tire yourself to the benefit of others, why not strike a deal with me? I could treat you to a drink on another day. Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Binger wholeheartedly agreed. Why continue to fight when defeat is inevitable? It would only serve to benefit one's adversary. Is that not foolish? Come back, Ling Shui. Zhou Tong spoke decisively. Xiao Lingxue was not one to stubbornly persist. Having fought valiantly with her nascent soul stage strength, no one dared to mock the prowess of the Xingyue sect any longer. Let us resolve this swiftly. Perhaps we may return in time for a brief respite. Mu Chuan yawned, exuding a languid demeanor, dismissing his opponent with nonchalance. With a flourish, he drew his sword, executing the technique known as a sword playing with the spring breeze. Mu Chuan's swordsmanship was remarkably graceful, akin to the very name of his technique, flowing effortlessly with the wind. Just as the wind eludes comprehension, so too did Mu Chuan's sword, resembling a leaf caught in a gust. Its next destination a mystery to all. The blade halted at the dantian of the disciple from the Daylight sect. You are defeated. Truly formidable. The Daylight sect could not contest this loss. Such mastery of swordplay and control over spiritual energy undeniably placed him among the elite of the southern region. Only one disciple from the Shadow Demon Hall remained unchallenged. Do you possess the confidence to triumph over Mu Chuan? Reporting to the Hall Master, The disciple is unable to surpass Mu Chuan. At best, it would result in mutual destruction, yet he would likely emerge slightly victorious. The Shadow Demon Hall chose to concede, granting victory in the nascent soul stage competition to the Tianjin sect. Upon returning to his sect, Mu Chuan addressed another stern disciple beside the sect leader, saying, "I shall leave the rest to you. Do not disgrace yourself." If I were to lose, you would fare even worse. The cold and ruthless disciple leaped onto the arena, simultaneously joined by Shangwan Binger and the other two young sect masters, culminating in a confrontation among them. What on earth? Foundation establishment stage? The entire audience was bewildered. The young master of the Xingyue sect astonishingly possessed merely the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, an undeniable fact that several prominent sect leaders could not misinterpret. Has that disciple perished? Regardless, I shall summon his soul to inquire how he gathered intelligence. The master of the Yinma Hall felt a profound sense of failure. His disciples could scarcely manage even the simplest task of intelligence gathering. Any ordinary person could perform better than them. Yet, no one dared to underestimate Shangwan Binger any further. Having been repeatedly humiliated, her face swollen from the encounters, who could predict what kind of extraordinary being this young master might be? The four individuals were keenly observing one another, marking this as Shangwan Binger's inaugural opportunity to engage in a contest against adversaries. She remained unhurried, intent on observing how others navigated such chaotic skirmishes. The young master of the Yinma Hall sent a mental transmission to Li Yangping, the young master of the Daylight sect, aware that evil cultivators were generally scorned. If this stalemate continued, he would likely be the first to be ousted by the united front of the other three major sections. Thus, he directed his gaze towards the grave-faced representatives of the Daylight sect. Li Yangping was under immense pressure. His sect had yet to secure a single entry into a secret realm. Should he falter again? They would suffer a fate akin to that of the Xingyue sect 60 years prior, losing face, and worse, being excluded from the resources of the secret realm. Daoistly, we share a common enmity with the Xingyue sect. Why not unite our strengths to eliminate them? Having one less competitor would surely benefit us both, wouldn't it? Li Yangping hesitated momentarily, contemplating the esteemed reputation of the Dairy sect as a righteous faction and how it would be unthinkable to ally with these nefarious practitioners. Yet, the current predicament of his sect lingered in his mind, causing him to waver. Let us first join forces to vanquish the Xingyue sect. The Tianjin sect has always preferred to reap the rewards without getting their hands dirty and will undoubtedly refrain from assisting Xingyue. Once we have disposed of them, we can then turn our attention to the Tianjin sect, ultimately facing each other in a duel. Do you lack faith in your own prowess? Or do you simply wish to forsake your sect's chance of victory in this competition? Li Yangping felt swayed, ultimately setting aside his disdain for the malevolent practitioners and resolved to cooperate with the other party. The two struck a clandestine agreement and simultaneously launched their assault against Shangwan Binger. Watch out, young master. The members of the Xingyue sect cried out in alarm. Rushing to warn him, the young master of the Tianjin sect furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before deciding against aiding the Xingyue sect. He gripped his sword tightly, waiting for a more opportune moment to strike. Ah, so you believe me to be an easy target, do you? Attempting to remove me from the game? I can only say that your luck has run dry. You've kicked against an iron plate. A smirk graced Shangwan Binger's lips, amused by the unfolding drama, likening it to the petty alliances often seen among the mundane. With a swift kick, she traversed the space and landed a blow squarely on Li Yangping's face. Bang! The impact was akin to shattering a watermelon, obliterating Li Yangping's head. His primordial spirit burst forth from his body, fleeing at an astonishing speed, daring not to look back. By the heavens! The young master of the Yin Demon Hall was taken aback, and the attack he had been preparing was forced upon Shangwan Binger. From the myriad of ghosts within the ghost banner, countless vengeful souls surged towards her, intent on tearing her apart. The sheer number of these souls attested to the malevolence of such wicked cultivators. How many innocent lives had been slaughtered to forge such a malevolent spiritual treasure? The area surrounding Shangwan Binger was entirely suffused with vengeful spirits, rendering it devoid of any human presence. Chapter 33. Evil Cultivator? Kill. A shroud of black mist enveloped the region, filled only with the wails of the tormented souls. Suddenly, a faint glimmer pierced through the darkness, creating a fissure that swiftly expanded, illuminating the entire expanse of black fog. The myriad of souls, illuminated by this light, felt their anguish gradually dissipate. their forms becoming translucent as the malevolent aura surrounding them was cleansed. Emerging from the core of the radiance, Shangwan Binger recited incantations. Employing a unique technique she had learned in the scripture repository, designed to liberate the souls of the departed and purify the vengeful spirits. "You dare to destroy my spiritual treasure," roared the master of the Een Demon Hall in furious indignation, preparing to intervene and halt Shangwan Binger's actions. As the malevolence of the ghost banner was continuously being purified, seemingly on the verge of falling from its status as a treasure, Zhou Tong stepped in front of the master of the Een Demon Hall, declaring, "Een Tianxiu, are you intent on disrupting the rules among disciples?" Een Tianxiu glared fiercely at Shangwan Binger. Those of the wicked path cared little for such rules, as his sole desire was to preserve his sect's spiritual treasure. However, the elders from all directions were closely observing. This was her domain. Should Een Tianxiu dare to cause a ruckus here, he would undoubtedly face a concerted assault, 2 fists against 4 hands. On that overcast day, Een Tianxiu ultimately relinquished the notion of a forceful assault and turned to the young master of the Een Demon Hall, Sima Xiu, exclaiming, "Sima Xiu, concede at once." Just as Sima Xiu was about to utter the words of surrender, he discovered that he was unable to control his own body. An invisible force brutally restrained both his physical form and consciousness, rendering him incapable of conveying any message to the outside world. "What are you waiting for, Sima Xiu?" Een Tianxiu frowned, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Shangwan Binger completed her incantation, and the radiance enveloping her burst forth, encompassing all the vengeful spirits along with the 10,000 ghost flag. The flag emitted a mournful wail, and the entire spiritual treasure disintegrated into Ashmedare. Sima Xiu, the flag's master, suffered a backlash from the destruction of his prized possession, spitting a mouthful of blood and becoming exceedingly feeble. Countless vengeful souls were purified, transformed into pristine spirits, some young, some old, some male, and some female, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight, weeping profusely. They had suffered brutal torment in life, and in death, they were subjected to the relentless torment of the 10,000 ghost flag, driving them to the brink of madness. All the spirits bowed in reverence to Shangwan Binger, then waved their hands, smiling as they dissipated into particles of light that scattered across the heavens and the earth. In this moment, Shangwan Binger felt a profound stirring within her heart, as if she had discovered a deeper meaning to her existence. This single malevolent spiritual treasure had inflicted suffering upon tens of thousands of innocents. How many more lives had been ravaged by the multitude of wicked cultivators and sinister sects in this world? The wicked must be eradicated. The malevolent must be vanquished. Such altruistic sentiments might be deemed saintly within the cultivation world. However, on her former planet, they represented nothing more than a commonplace mindset. Impossible. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator obliterate a spiritual treasure? There's something amiss. You must be a venerable ancestor from the Star Moon sect concealing your true cultivation. Een Tianxiu could scarcely fathom that in a fleeting moment of inattention, his spiritual treasure had been utterly annihilated, leaving not even a trace. With a frosty smile, Shangwan Binger casually waved her hand, instantly reducing Sima Xiu on the platform to a pulpy mass, both his physical form and nascent soul obliterated. "It seems you harbor considerable animosity towards me. I shall grant you an opportunity to act upon it." Een Tianxiu fled without a backward glance, abandoning even his Een Demon Hall disciples. Spiritual treasures were entities of immense significance. Their top-tier sects possessed only a scant few inherited artifacts. He had never heard of anyone so easily destroying a spiritual treasure. He was no match for this woman, undoubtedly. She was an ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He fled and fled, traversing an immeasurable distance until he reached a small mountain, where Een Tianxiu halted, his divine sense ceaselessly scanning the surroundings. Finding no one, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It appears she may not deem me worthy of her attention. Alas, I must hasten back to the sect." Only the sect's protective grand formation might withstand the attacks of such a being. "Who said I didn't deem you worthy of my attention? You are, after all, the sect leader of one of the 4 top-tier sects in the southern domain. Do you possess so little confidence?" Shangwan Binger's spectral voice echoed once more in his ears. On a gloomy day, Een Tianxiu was startled and, upon turning around, found Shangwan Binger standing right behind him. "Senior, please spare my life. Whatever you desire, the Een Demon Hall can provide. I only ask for my life to be spared." Een Tianxiu implored, realizing that preserving his life outweighed any concern for his dignity. Shangwan Binger seemed to ponder for a moment before finally speaking. Then you must destroy all your avatars, and I shall let you go. In the realm of Dongxiu, powerful beings possess avatars. The stronger one is, the more avatars they have. As long as the avatars exist, the true self remains undying. This revelation left Yin Tianqiu in hesitation. If he were to obliterate all his avatars, he would plummet back to the transformation stage, and without several hundred years of cultivation, recovery would be nearly impossible. Did you not claim that any request could be fulfilled? Are you mocking me? Shangwan Binger's expression darkened, her anger palpable. Resolutely, Yin Tianqiu steeled his heart. If destruction was to be his fate, so be it. As long as the green hills remain, I need not worry about firewood. He promptly annihilated all his avatars without leaving a single one behind. He believed that the senior before him was extraordinarily formidable. Any attempt at deception would surely be detected. If she chose to use her powers to track his avatar's location, it would spell his doom. Blood trickled from the corner of Yin Tianqiu's mouth as he weakly addressed Shangwan Binger. Senior, I have destroyed all my avatars. I implore you to honor your promise and spare me. Shangwan Bingo smiled and replied, Of course, I will not strike you down. However, do take a look at your surroundings. Yin Tianqiu lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself back at Xifeng Mountain, or rather, he realized he had never truly left Xifeng Mountain at all. Gazing upon the smile adorning Shangwan Binger's face, observing the peculiar expressions of the onlookers, and witnessing the despair etched on the faces of the disciples from the Yinma Hall, he comprehended the gravity of the situation and slowly uttered two words, illusory formation. I have vowed not to take your life, and even if my words in this illusion bear weight, I shall not concern myself with whether others may slay you. As soon as Shangwan Bingo finished speaking, Zhou Tong appeared behind Yin Tianqiu, delivering a powerful strike upon him. Yin Tianqiu, already weakened by the self-destruction of his doppelganger, sustained grievous injuries, and now, with Zhou Tong's full force crashing down upon him, he collapsed to the ground, drawing breath with great difficulty. Yet, he still shakily raised a finger to point at Shangwan Binger, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. You vile woman, you toy with me. I curse you to meet a wretched end. How can one on the brink of death still utter such threats? Have you pondered the plight of the innocent civilians you have tormented? They too bore sentiments akin to yours before their demise. Shangwan Bingo stepped forward, planting her foot upon Yin Tianqiu's face and twisting it with force. They are but first-tier commoners, mere wretches. What is there that they cannot be slain for? In my eyes, you are even beneath the status of a wretch. Yin Tianqiu, devoid of breath, succumbed to death with unyielding eyes. Chapter 34. A great change in the sect. Yin Tianqiu lay dead, a powerful adept of the void realm extinguished in this place. The scene fell into a profound silence. The impact of this moment on the witnesses was nothing short of monumental. Once cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, their ability to preserve their lives is significantly enhanced, rendering the likelihood of death exceedingly low. Moreover, this was a being who possessed a doppelganger at the void realm. Shangwan Binger turned her gaze towards the two remaining contestants on the stage, who, in their fright, hastily declared their surrender and fled from the arena. What jest is this? With the sect master fallen, who would dare confront Shangwan Binger? The Four Directions elder was at a loss for words, her long life dedicated to upholding regulations. Yet the current situation was beyond her control. For Directions elder, I assure you, there was no deception on my part. I am indeed the young sect master of the Star Moon sect, not some ancient fiend in disguise. Whether you believe me is your prerogative. Shangwan Binger declared to the Four Directions elder, offering her a graceful exit. Indeed, we have no reason to doubt you. Therefore, I hereby announce the Star Moon sect as the victor of the Young Sect Master Contest, and this year's Southern Domain Sect competition is concluded. The Star Moon sect disciples erupted in joyous celebration, basking in the glory they had brought to their sect. As members of the sect, they couldn't help but feel immensely proud. Zhou Tong was particularly elated, as the Star Moon sect had finally avenged all the grievances it had suffered over the years. Just as Zhou Tong was about to speak, his expression underwent a dramatic shift. He hastily gathered the disciples and prepared to depart, while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Shangwan Binger in the sky. Binger, the Yin Demon Hall has launched a sneak attack on our sect. The enemy is relentless, and our sect is embroiled in a fierce battle. We must return with utmost haste to provide reinforcements. A surprise attack by the Yin Demon Hall. How did they infiltrate the Star Moon Mountains undetected? There was no time for further contemplation. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Binger swiftly made her way back to the cloud-soaring ark, leaving the bewildered cultivators of the three major sects in a state of utter confusion. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, so why the sudden, urgent departure? The disciples of the Een Demon Hall felt as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. With the departure of the god of death, their lives were spared, and a sense of relief washed over their faces. However, their joy was short-lived. A torrential downpour of swords descended from the heavens, enveloping the area occupied by the Een Demon Hall, piercing through all the malevolent practitioners indiscriminately. How could I almost forget about you? A chilling voice resonated in the air. Listen well. I, Shangguan Binger, harbor an unparalleled disdain for evil practitioners, particularly those who slay innocents. For such fiends, I shall eliminate one at every opportunity. Shangguan Binger's icy proclamation pierced the hearts of those present, compelling them to refrain from lingering any longer. They hastily boarded their respective vessels and departed. The cloud-chasing vessel soared through the skies at an astonishing velocity, leaving in its wake a swirling vortex. Master, what exactly is happening? Isn't there a protective formation guarding the sect? How could it be breached by the Een Demon Hall? Shangguan Binger inquired, a look of confusion etched on her face as she turned to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong shook his head vehemently, gritting his teeth as he replied, "There is a traitor within the sect. The people of the Een Demon Hall have somehow managed to allow Een Wushang to bypass the heart-testing bridge, and now they have infiltrated the sect using the same method. Several peak leaders have been ambushed, and the sect has suffered grievously. The protective formation is only effective against external threats. The Een Demon Hall's assault has clearly been premeditated. We must hope it is not too late." A furrow formed on Shangguan Binger's brow as she realized the urgency of the situation. "Master, can you hold out for 3 days? 3 days will pose no issue. Several esteemed elders have emerged from their seclusion to join the fray. Maintaining our defense for a while longer is certainly feasible." As Shangguan Binger soared forth from the celestial vessel, her mastery of sword flight surpassed that of the vessel itself. With her remarkable speed, she could reach her sect within a mere 3 days if she exerted herself to the fullest. Within the confines of the Xingyue sect, Een Wushang struck Shimin Lingtian across the face with an emphatic slap, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Shimin, were you not quite arrogant? Was it not exhilarating to strike me in the scripture pavilion? Go on, maintain that bravado if you dare." Shimin Lingtian found himself metaphorically nailed to a post, his body marred and battered. His eyes glowed with fury as he spat blood, glaring at Een Wushang with contempt. "You are nothing but a despicable coward, resorting to ambushes. Have the courage to face me in a fair duel." With a sharp crack, another slap landed on his face. Een Wushang produced a soul-piercing nail, repeatedly driving it into Shimin Lingtian's nascent soul. The excruciating agony compelled Shimin Lingtian to scream, causing him to kneel. "Bow thrice before me, and I may consider granting you a swift end." "Ah, Een Wushang, may you suffer a wretched fate." "Ah, spare me. I recognize my errors. Please show me mercy." Ultimately, Shimin Lingtian succumbed to his torment, bowing his proud head in submission. "Speak louder. I cannot hear you," Een Wushang ordered sharply. Shimin Lingtian, gritting his teeth against the pain, forced himself to strike the ground with sufficient fervor that even the elders engaged in battle above could hear. "Scoundrels, how dare you insult the Xingyue sect?" One elder cried in righteous fury, preparing to charge at Een Wushang, only to be intercepted by the minions of the Een Demon Hall mid-stride. In the face of adversity, how dare one become distracted? Truly, I am not held in high regard. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. Een Wushang, weary of the combat, produced 1,000 souls banner and plunged it into Shimin Lingtian's nascent soul, forcibly drawing his spirit into the banner for refinement. "Ah, you are a liar." The wails of Shimin Lingtian echoed incessantly from the 1,000 souls banner. "Am I not trustworthy, yet a practitioner of the dark arts? If I do not torment you, how could your soul be so laden with resentment? Such is the finest material for forging. Ha ha ha." In the skies above, Ji Shuiwe, Guixian, and others were desperately resisting the onslaught. Yet due to an ambush, their strength was diminished to a mere fraction, leading them to retreat steadily. Zhou Tong's avatar continuously maneuvered across the battlefield, alleviating the pressure on his comrades. "Fear not, everyone. Binger shall return shortly. Let us endure a little longer." An elder, in despair, lamented, "What good will it do if the young master returns? She is merely at the nascent soul stage and cannot alter the tide of battle. It would be better to let her flee. At least we could preserve the legacy of our Star Moon sect." Nay, Binger is not as feeble as you presume. Do you not trust your sect master? Would I allow the legacy of the Star Moon sect to be severed? The elder fell silent. He indeed believed in Zhou Tong's devotion to the sect, yet he could scarcely fathom how the young master could salvage their plight. Chapter 35. Binger to the rescue. Though the attacking Demon Hall held the advantage, furrowed brows signaled their unease. Why had there been no word from the hall master? Logically, the sect competition should have concluded by now. The Grand Elder of the Shadow Demon Palace felt an inexplicable twinge of anxiety. How could a foolproof plan encounter unforeseen complications at the hands of the Palace Master? At that moment, Yin Wushang returned to the Grand Elder's side and bowed respectfully. Wushang, your contributions to this operation have been paramount. Once we have thoroughly annihilated the Xingyue sect, you may soon ascend to your father's position, the Grand Elder praised. Yin Wushang was originally the former Vice Master of the Shadow Demon Palace, possessing extraordinary talent, and he was also the son of the Palace Master, Yin Tianqiu. However, after reaching the Yuaning stage, he found himself unable to break through to the transformation stage, only to discover later that the cultivation method he practiced had significant adverse effects. He had absorbed the essence of two mini-mortal women, resulting in his body being filled with various impurities, which hindered his advancement. Ultimately, his father, Yin Tianqiu, devised a plan to forfeit his own cultivation and start anew. From the outset, he would absorb the essence of talented female cultivators, and it was evident that the Xingyue sect, with its abundance of exceptional female practitioners, was the prime target. This strategy would not only enhance his own abilities but also weaken the opposing sect, truly a win-win situation, for the sake of his son. Yin Tianqiu presented the most invaluable treasure of the Shadow Demon Palace, the half-step innate spirit treasure, the soul-concealing mirror. This artifact could obscure a person's soul, creating a false essence to mislead others. Innate spirit treasures are exceedingly rare, and half-step innate spirit treasures are even scarcer, as they cannot be easily forged through traditional crafting methods. The Shadow Demon Palace had never before revealed this treasure, as it was reserved for maximizing benefits. Initially, Yin Wushang was sent to probe the foundations of the Xingyue sect, discovering that it was indeed in a state of utmost vulnerability, ripe for a decisive strike. Seizing the resources of the Star Moon sect, the Shadow Demon Hall would swiftly expand, surpassing the other two sects, and perhaps even dominate the southern region. A beam of white light raced through the sky, traversing lakes, rivers, mountains, and grasslands, ultimately halting before a mountain range. The figure of Shangwan Binger emerged. Even standing outside the Star Moon mountain range, she could hear the sounds of battle within, indicating just how fierce the conflict was. As she stepped into the mountains, disciples of the Shadow Demon Hall stationed there instantly noticed her, first expressing surprise, followed by sinister, lecherous smiles. Brother Liu, who would have thought we would be assigned to guard this place? What seemed like a thankless task has turned fortunate with the appearance of such a beauty returning to the sect. My dear, your sect has already been breached. Serve me well, and I may spare your life. Several disciples exchanged glances, rubbing their hands eagerly as they approached Shangwan Binger. In a flash of white light, she vanished from their sight. Where did she go? One disciple wondered, only to see his companion staring at him in terror. My neck. Before he could finish his sentence, they felt a shift in their vision, as if witnessing their own bodies collapsing. Shangwan Binger surged forward, dispatching every evil cultivator in her path with a single stroke of her sword. The disciples of the Star Moon sect, caught off guard, found their opponents lying lifeless on the ground. It's the young sect master. She has returned, they exclaimed. Hooray! We are saved. Let us eradicate these invaders. An elder master from the Shadow Demon Temple discovered Shangwan Binger and approached to obstruct her, yet he was swiftly vanquished by her prowess. The number of personnel from the Shadow Demon Temple within the mountains dwindled rapidly. At last, the swiftly vanishing presence of disciples drew the attention of the temple's higher-ups. This is dire. There is a formidable opponent among us. All remaining members, gather here. The Grand Elder of the Shadow Demon Temple called out urgently, rallying the remaining members to cluster together, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Shangwan Binger approached Zhou Tong and his companions, inquiring with genuine concern, Master, are you all well? Zhou Tong, clutching his injured shoulder, bore a relaxed expression. He understood that with Shangwan Binger's arrival, the Starry Moon sect was assured safety. It is a relief to see you back. Binger, we are mostly unscathed, though the two supreme elders have exhausted their life force and may not endure much longer. As he spoke, the group lowered their heads. The supreme elders were already in the twilight of their lives, typically in a state of slumber to conserve their vitality. They had refrained from action whenever possible. However, now that the sect faced a life-or-death crisis, they could no longer hold back their strength. Upon emerging from their seclusion, they unleashed their full power, striving to preserve the sect's remaining forces to the greatest extent. Shangguan Binger glanced over, recognizing the two supreme elders who had accompanied Zhou Tong when she first joined. They now appeared frail, their hair completely white, faces withered, and eyes devoid of light, resembling two ordinary elders on the brink of passing. Yet, upon witnessing Shangguan Binger's spectacular display of strength, they seemed to regain their former vitality, grasping her hands and gently patting them with affection. With a sense of relief, he remarked, "Binger, we always knew we had not misjudged you. Bringing you into our sect was the wisest decision of our lives. The future of Xingyue's sect now rests upon your shoulders." As he spoke, their breaths grew increasingly faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "Master, Grand Elder." The crowd wept bitterly. Chapter 36. The alchemy that shook the heavens. Shuer, is there any elixir that can save them? Shangguan Binger urgently inquired of the system Shuer. Shuer swiftly responded, retrieving a spirit herb from the repository. "Dear host, their condition has reached a point of no return. Ordinary healing potions will be ineffective. This is the life spirit herb. Consuming it can restore vitality and prolong life, but given their current state, they may not even withstand the roots of the herb. You will need to employ your alchemical skills to disperse its potency." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Binger immediately severed a tiny portion of the life spirit herb's roots and promptly produced an alchemical furnace to begin her work. Binger, Zhou Tong intended to offer further counsel, aware that such natural decline in vitality could not be salvaged by mere potions. Yet, upon witnessing Shangguan Binger's resolute gaze, he ultimately refrained from speaking further. "Grand Elder, how dare they focus on alchemy at such a critical moment? We should take advantage of this opportunity to strike." Someone from the Een Demon Hall proposed. "Look beneath your feet." The Grand Elder of the Een Demon Hall sighed. The crowd glanced down to discover a vast formation enveloping them entirely. A sixth-grade killing formation. If they were positioned at the edge of the formation, there might have been a slim chance of survival. However, they now found themselves at the very heart of the killing array. Aside from a few of the most powerful elders, the others had no hope of surviving. The people from the Shadow Demon Palace dared not act recklessly. Shangguan Binger cast the roots into the alchemical furnace, igniting the flames to an intense blaze, yet the roots melted with exasperating slowness. "Disperse!" Shangguan Binger roared within. An inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy surging into the jade furnace, as a phantom white flame gradually ignited, merging into the inferno. With the incorporation of the small flame, the roots began to dissolve at an accelerated pace, swiftly transforming into a pool of medicinal liquid. Shangguan Binger proceeded to add numerous spiritual herbs that would suppress the potency, merging them into the elixir. Typically, alchemists strive to minimize the loss of medicinal power and maximize the efficacy of the herbs. Yet the spiritual ginseng was of such exalted grade and possessed overwhelming potency that Shangguan Binger had no choice but to suppress a portion of its strength. Beads of sweat began to trickle down her face. This was a self-created formula, and it involved crafting an exceptionally high-grade elixir. The medicinal liquids gradually melded together, and Shangguan Binger dared not show even a hint of negligence. Sensing any irregularities, she immediately adjusted the ratios. Gradually, 12 pills began to take shape. Shangguan Binger formed seals and commenced the pill condensing process. A thunderous roar erupted. The skies darkened as an innumerable mass of ominous clouds converged, forming a colossal vortex of thunderclouds. This was the tribulation cloud. How could this be? Is it a pill tribulation? Gu Yixian exclaimed, fixated on the swirling thunderclouds above. The oppressive atmosphere deepens as dark thunderclouds begin to gather strength, coalescing into a colossal, ebony thunder dragon. This is the tribulation of the celestial-grade elixir. Such thunderous tribulations only manifest when a celestial-grade pill is being refined. What should I do? The potency of this tribulation is beyond even the most formidable cultivators in the tribulation stage. Gu Yixian is in a state of utter anxiety. Esteemed uncles and aunts, please disperse and keep your distance from me. I have a method to overcome this tribulation, speaks Shangguan Binger as she instructs those around her to scatter. The black dragon in the sky swoops down towards the alchemical furnace, its sole purpose being the destruction of the elixir. With a confident smile, Shangguan Binger mutters, "If you enjoy crashing, then I wish you a delightful meal." The thunder dragon collides with the white jade furnace, yet it does not produce the slightest sound, vanishing from sight as if devoured by the furnace itself. A rich, fragrant aroma of the elixir wafts from the furnace, invigorating all those who inhale it. As their bodily injuries begin to heal rapidly, Shangguan Binger taps the white jade furnace, causing the lid to open automatically. 12 gleaming pills, entwined with strands of lightning, emerge and are collected into a jade vial. She retrieves 2 pills and administers them to the nearly lifeless Supreme Elder. With the reversal of yin and yang, vitality begins to resurface in the 2 elders. Their bodies transform at a remarkable pace, reverting from frail old men to vigorous youths in the blink of an eye, exuding more vitality than the younger disciples present. I have come back to life. With a resounding roar, the Grand Elder's aura surged dramatically, allowing him to transcend his boundaries between life and death. Congratulations poured forth as the crowd clasped their hands in reverence, celebrating the Grand Elder's rebirth. Binger, I owe you a life. From now on, if you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. Suwa Binger wiped the sweat from her brow, modestly replying, Grand Elder, your words are excessive. It is my duty as a disciple of the Starry Moon sect. She then interrupted Gu Yixian, who seemed poised to speak. Master Gu, let us postpone our discussion on alchemy for now. We must first resolve the matter at hand. The members of the Shadow Demon Palace were rendered speechless, dumbfounded by the revelation that this woman could concoct a celestial elixir and withstand a heavenly tribulation that even the most seasoned cultivators could not endure. As Suwa Binger cast her gaze upon them, the Grand Elder of the Shadow Demon Palace swallowed hard, uncertain of how to proceed, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. In the game of kings and pawns, I have no words. The Starry Moon sect is indeed fortunate, with such a glorious founding ancestor. To receive a reincarnated celestial being in this decline is a misfortune for us. Grand Elder, perhaps this is merely a ruse. The elixir could be a fabrication. We cannot surrender. At that moment, Yin Wushang stepped forward, unwilling to let his plans unravel at this juncture. Deep down, he refused to acknowledge Suwa Binger's true prowess. The Grand Elder of the Shadow Demon Palace glanced at Yin Wushang, choosing not to elaborate. Could one truly discern the authenticity amidst such turmoil? Yin Wushang's struggles failed to garner even a fleeting glance from Suwa Binger, and he ceased his futile discourse. With a gentle press of her delicate hand, Shangguan Binger unleashed a torrent of spiritual power that cascaded downward like an overwhelming tide, crushing the members of the Shadow Demon Palace beneath its immense force. No amount of resistance could avail them. Thus, the full-scale assault of the Shadow Demon Palace came to a definitive end. Chapter 37. The Pill Cannon vibrant and teeming with life. The Xingyue mountain range now exuded an even more profound aura of immortality than ever before. A month had elapsed since the battle for the protection of the sect. During this time, Shangguan Binger ventured to the stronghold of the Shadow Demon Palace, obliterating this malevolent sect entirely. The invasion of the Xingyue sect by the Shadow Demon Palace sparked a cataclysmic conflict between 2 of the foremost sects in the southern region, culminating in the utter defeat of the Shadow Demon Palace and the eradication of its lineage. The entire southern region trembled as all practitioners of the dark arts recognized the formidable prowess of the young master of the Xingyue sect, who harbored an intense aversion towards evil cultivators. Consequently, they refrained from showing their faces, with many even opting to flee the southern region in search of refuge elsewhere. Moreover, both the Daylight sect and the Heavenly Sword sect issued formal declarations acknowledging the Xingyue sect as the preeminent sect of the southern region and pledging to never oppose it. At this juncture, the Xingyue sect had seized all the cultivation resources of the Shadow Demon Palace, significantly enhancing its power. While many malevolent artifacts remained unusable, the bounty still allowed the Xingyue sect to flourish remarkably. Currently, the resources available to the outer disciples of the Xingyue sect rivaled those previously reserved for inner disciples, heralding a promising and prosperous future. At the summit of the main peak, Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin arrived simultaneously, both taken aback upon encountering one another. Brother Yi, are you also here to seek Sister Binga? Indeed. And you, junior brother Tai? Please, go ahead. I am in no hurry. The 2 individuals, appearing to engage in mutual deference, were, in fact, hesitant to enter. You 2 need not stand outside, deferring to one another. Simply step inside together. The clear voice of Shangguan Binger resonated, her bemusement evident. It was perplexing how these 2 distinguished talents could become so absurd when in each other's presence. With awkward smiles, they pushed open the door and entered. Now speak up. What brings you to me? Yi Wuqing, you go first. Yi Wuqing hesitated, casting furtive glances at Tai Jin, who, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly exited the room to allow the two to converse. It is about this, senior sister Binger. I have heard that you have concocted a elixir capable of restoring one's vitality. I wish to exchange for one. Shangwan Binger raised an eyebrow. The news of her alchemical endeavors was well known among the sect, thus it did not surprise her. However, she found it puzzling why Yi Wuqing, a mere qi refinement disciple, would require such a potion. Who would he intend to use it for? Could he afford such an exchange? The elixir, named the Shengxing Yuling Dan by Shangwan Binger, was classified as a first-grade celestial elixir, albeit the lowest tier within that category. She lamented the inferior quality of the materials she had employed. The successful creation of the elixir was already a commendable feat. A total of 12 elixirs had been produced. 2 were utilized by the Grand Elder. 1 was given to Master Gu for research, and after reserving 1 for herself, the remainder were entrusted to her master, Zhou Tong, to be stored in the sect's treasury for future needs, as she could always concoct more as required. Master Shun, are you truly willing to barter the Danjing for an elixir, knowing you vowed to keep this technique secret? Yi Wuqing was still engaged in confirming with the spirit of the medicine god within his consciousness. Let us exchange. Although the canon of elixirs is far more precious than this pill, I require the latter to reconstruct my physical form. Otherwise, even with your rapid cultivation, it would take countless years to concoct such a remedy. Furthermore, consider it a favor to your senior apprentice sister. Her origins are not simple, and as a mere remnant soul, I cannot assist you greatly. With such a sister to safeguard you, your growth will be more secure. The weathered voice of the medicine god echoed within Yi Wuqing's sea of consciousness. Seeing that the medicine god's mind was made up, Yi Wuqing acquiesced. After composing his thoughts, he spoke, Senior apprentice sister, I am willing to exchange a cultivation method with you. You may examine it first. Yi Wuqing produced a jade scroll, pre-recording the method within. Accepting the scroll, Shangwan Binger jested, You trust me so implicitly? What if I accept your method and renege on the deal? Yi Wuqing smiled, I trust you. Senior apprentice sister, my intuition tells me you are a benevolent person. Shangwan Binger felt helpless, lamenting how many times she had received the nice person card. Immersing her divine sense into the jade scroll, she began to receive the information. The elixir is singularity, is oneness. Only the Tao is without equal. Hence it is named elixir. Heaven attains oneness to be clear, earth attains oneness to be tranquil, valleys attain oneness to be full, and man attains oneness to achieve longevity. Abruptly, Shangwan Binger's eyes snapped open, emitting 2 brilliant beams of light, startling Yi Wuqing. At this moment, Shangwan Binger's heart trembled, for the system had assessed this cultivation method as a creation-level technique. Only after consulting the system, Schwerer, did Shangwan Binger realize the profound power of this method. Let us put it this way. The most formidable technique she currently possesses is the Genesis Tao Canon from her sea of consciousness, classified as a Tao Canon level skill. In contrast, creation-level techniques are merely a step below the Tao Canon, regarded as unparalleled treasures even in the divine realm, capable of igniting world wars. Junior Brother Yi, are you aware of the immense power this technique holds? Shangwan Binger inquired solemnly of Yi Wuqing. To exchange this technique for a first-tier elixir of celestial rank is akin to trading a nuclear bomb for a child's lollipop. Though she is quite tempted by this technique, she cannot betray the trust of her junior brother. It appears that your senior sister has discerned the rarity of this technique. Her status warrants reconsideration. I initially presumed she was merely an inhabitant of the celestial realm, but it seems she may have had dealings with the divine realm as well. You may wish to placate her. My adversaries in the divine realm wield considerable power, and I cannot afford exposure. The medicine god cautioned Yi Wuqing. Rubbing his head, Yi Wuqing replied ambiguously, Senior sister, I understand that this technique has certain peculiarities. Might it be possible to exchange it for an elixir? Shangwan Binger suddenly found herself intrigued by her junior brother. Could it be that he has a mysterious benefactor behind him? Nevertheless, if they are not enemies, there is no need to fuss over such matters. Upon reflection, this technique is indeed of paramount importance to her. The title Danjing clearly indicates a connection to alchemy, and it is, in fact, a skill intricately linked to the art of pill refinement. More significantly, Danjing is the sole cultivation method that Shangwan Binger has long sought to acquire. The Danjing is the origin of alchemical practices in the world. Upon mastering this technique, one's spiritual essence is enhanced through the alchemical process, resulting in a qualitative transformation of the practitioner's spirit imprinted with the principles of alchemy. Any elixir forged with the practitioner's spiritual essence experiences a significant elevation in quality and success rate, and comprehending the formulas becomes exceedingly effortless. Remarkably, even though Shangwan Binger has merely perused the Danjing once and has yet to begin her cultivation, she is already brimming with innovative ideas to improve the Shengxing Yuling Dan. Truly formidable. Chapter 38. Chaotic Spiritual Liquid. Junior Brother Yi, to be candid, your technique is far too precious for a single elixir to merit it. Consider what else you may need. Do not hesitate to ask, for I would rather not hold on to it uneasily. Shangwan Binger stated frankly, not wishing to unduly take advantage of Yi Wuqing. Upon hearing her words, Yi Wuqing felt somewhat awkward about accepting her technique without offering something in return, so he casually suggested, "Senior sister, you may decide what is appropriate. I am nearing my foundational cultivation. Perhaps a few foundational elixirs would suffice." Foundational cultivation, indeed. Shangwan Binger mused, stroking her chin. "Oh, I recall there is a vial of chaotic spiritual liquid in the storeroom, specifically intended for foundational cultivation. Given my unique constitution, it would be more beneficial to bestow it upon my junior brother." She retrieved the chaotic spiritual liquid from the storeroom and, along with the Shengxing Yuling Dan, presented them to Yi Wuqing. "Junior Brother Yi, this vial contains some spiritual liquid suitable for foundational cultivation. I hope you will not find it lacking," Shangwan Bingo said softly. Yi Wuqing accepted the two items, exchanged a brief greeting, and swiftly departed. At that moment, Tegan, who had been waiting outside, entered but stood aside, hesitating and at a loss for words. His purpose for coming here was not entirely innocent and was somewhat difficult to articulate. "All right. I promised your master to provide you with resources for your foundation building period. You have come for this, haven't you?" Shangwan Binger remarked, recalling Tegan's bashful demeanor. After obtaining the body refining technique 9 transformations of the savage god from Ouyang Hao, she had yet to practice it, merely transmitting the technique to Origin Star. However, the progress of those on Origin Star in cultivating this technique had been rather sluggish. Is a heavenly grade body refining technique truly so difficult to master? As Shangwan Binger reminisced about the details of 9 transformations of the savage god, she was suddenly struck with realization. This was no mere body refining technique. It was a money-consuming technique. Just considering the resources required for the foundation building period, such as the blood essence of golden core stage beasts, the 10,000-year blood spirit herb, and earth heart essence, these were enough to deplete the entire fortune of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Yet, this was only predicated on the premise that the cultivator possessed exceptional talent. If one's talent were lacking, the consumption of these resources would increase exponentially. Clearly, Tegan belonged to the latter category. That gluttonous Ouyang Hao had ulterior motives. Shangwan Binger inwardly cursed. Nevertheless, she was only slightly irritated, for after all, this was indeed a powerful and rare body refining technique, valuable yet scarce. "Junior Brother Tegan, please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch resources from the sect's warehouse." After Shangwan Binger departed, Tai Jin felt increasingly uneasy, for this was his senior sister's cave abode, akin to a woman's private chamber in the mundane world, shrouded in intimacy. Surely, he would not encounter anything inappropriate. Fortunately, Shangwan Binger returned swiftly, smiling as she tossed a storage bag to Tai General Junior Brother Tai Jin. Within this bag is double the resources needed for the foundational chapter of the 9 transformations of the savage deity. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to seek me out again. Were it not for the consumption of the Eam Demon Hall, gathering these resources would have been quite a challenge, especially as there was little reserve of certain beastly blood within the Xingyue sect. After Tai Jin departed, Shangwan Binger began to ponder her own path in cultivating the 9 transformations of the savage deity. Was it truly necessary to immerse herself in beast blood, relentlessly whipping her own flesh to awaken potential and absorb the energy contained within the vital blood? The imagery seemed almost too idyllic. After contemplating for an extended period without arriving at a satisfactory solution, she resolved to first practice the pill cannon. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind. Could she not refine herself as one would a medicinal pill? A torrent of thoughts surged through her consciousness. Indeed, the essence of body refinement is to continually strengthen oneself through external forces. Eliminatin, moreover, this endeavor inevitably induces a state of intense mental strain, as one's spirit safeguards the corporeal form while simultaneously cultivating the Danjing, thereby augmenting one's spiritual prowess. The concurrent refinement of the body, energy, and spirit is nothing short of a trifecta of achievements. I am truly a genius. Even Shangwan Binger admires her own intellect. I cannot fathom what has contributed to such brilliance. First, I shall undertake the preparatory work for cultivation. Once all is in place, I shall proceed to practice, ensuring absolute success. Meanwhile, Yi Wuck returned to his secluded chamber and retrieved the 2 small vials gifted by Shangwan Binger. Carefully uncorking one of the vials, he discovered a jade-green elixir nestled within, its fragrant aroma refreshing the senses. The other vial must contain the foundational substance bestowed by my senior sister. I am curious to see what it holds. With intrigue, Yi Wuck opened the second vial, revealing a thin layer of transparent liquid devoid of any scent. He contemplated pouring it into his palm for a closer inspection, only to be startled by the urgent exclamation of the medicine god within his consciousness, nearly causing him to lose grip on the precious vial. Good heavens! Young Yi, steady yourself. Should it fall, you shall forever regret it. The medicine god, witnessing Yi Wuck's near mishap, hastily moderated his tone, wary of further alarming the young man. Yi Wuck had never before witnessed this enigmatic elder display such a lack of composure, and he cautiously secured the vial, inquiring, "Elder medicine god, does this contain something extraordinary?" The medicine god replied, "Yi, my boy, you might as well seek out your senior sister and align yourself with her. It would not be beneath you to serve as her apprentice sooner rather than later. This bottle contains the elixir of chaos, a peerless treasure essential for establishing the supreme foundation of the Tao. Even a deity from the divine realm, upon acquiring such a marvel, might find themselves compelled to abandon their current cultivation and start anew. Do you comprehend what the supreme foundation of the Tao entails? It represents the most impeccable foundation within the cosmos, and one who forges this foundation will encounter a remarkably smooth path in their future cultivation, nearly devoid of bottlenecks. This is also a fundamental prerequisite for a deity to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. Nevertheless, discussing this with you seems futile, as you may not grasp its significance. Simply understand that this substance is far more precious than the entire realm of cultivation. It appears we have not misjudged your character. Your senior sister is indeed a person of integrity, unwilling to take undue advantage of you." In that moment, Yi Wuqian felt the small vial in his hand weighed as heavily as mountains. Should I now cling to my senior sister for support? I was merely jesting, and you took me seriously. With your current level, your senior sister would not even regard you. You should focus on your cultivation. Chapter 39. The Trinity Cultivation Method within the cave dwelling. Shangwan Binger had made all necessary preparations, with only the commencement of her cultivation remaining. This unique cultivation method, conceived by Shangwan Binger herself, was aptly named the Trinity Cultivation Method. While it may sound rather simplistic, it is both concise and clear. Host, are you truly intent on pursuing this method of cultivation? Might it not be excessively perilous? Little Schwer expressed her concerns. As this peculiar notion was beyond even her extensive experience as a system, it was undeniably audacious. No worries. I have contemplated this thoroughly. This method of cultivation should indeed yield success. Moreover, with you by my side and an abundance of life-preserving treasures in the repository, nothing untoward shall occur. The white jade alchemy furnace swung open, and Shangwan Binger gracefully entered within. It must be said that the white jade alchemy furnace is not only immensely powerful, but also strikingly beautiful. Stepping inside feels akin to entering a pristine white palace, in stark contrast to the dark and grimy appearance of other alchemical furnaces. Let us commence. Shangwan Binger took a deep breath, settling into a meditative posture. Levitating in the air, the temperature within the furnace began to rise, as ethereal white flames emerged from the walls, converging beneath Shangwan Binger. At this moment, she was entirely bare, devoid of any covering. With a flicker of the Shumi ring, a plethora of spiritual herbs descended from above, encircling her as they floated gracefully in the air. Shangwan Binger silently activated the alchemy scripture, her formidable spiritual power enveloping the entire furnace, commanding the flames and the herbs. The flames gradually intensified, and the herbs in the air melted into pools of medicinal liquid, while beads of sweat began to form on Shangwan Binger's body. "Come forth," she silently urged, activating the alchemy scripture, the Yin-Yang inquiry technique, and the 9 turns barbarian divine technique simultaneously. A torrential surge of flames and medicinal liquid enveloped her entirely. Humph! In an instant, Shangwan Binger spat out a mouthful of blood, as the potency of the spiritual herbs proved overwhelmingly violent, relentlessly assaulting her body. Nonetheless, everything is progressing rather smoothly. The potency of the spiritual elixir begins to enhance Shangwan Binger's physique, while the spiritual energy within her dantian rapidly diminishes under the refining influence of the jade spirit divine fire, transforming into a more concentrated spiritual liquid. The overarching power of her soul steadily grows, and intricate, peculiar patterns commence to adorn it, bestowing an air of mystery and nobility upon her spirit. Shuer has been vigilantly observing Shangwan Binger's condition, and upon realizing that all is proceeding favorably, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Indeed, the host is unparalleled, far exceeding my previous counterparts. Perhaps it is truly possible. Time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, and the latest outer sect competition has come to a close. Zhou Tong sensed the situation within Shangwan Binger's cave abode, yet there were still no signs of her emergence. It is futile to wait for Binger. The group must unite swiftly upon entering the secret realm. In the face of danger, they should promptly shatter the jade talismans, for preserving their lives is paramount. The spatial stability of that secret realm is increasingly precarious, with a potential collapse looming at any moment. If they do not enter soon, they may never have the opportunity again. Zhou Tong leads over 200 sect members prepared to embark, predominantly comprising those at or above the Golden Core stage. Save for the exceptional talents of Yi Wuqing and Tai General indeed, these two have been exceptionally promoted to core disciples, solely due to their terrifying combat prowess, effortlessly challenging opponents beyond their level as if it were mere sustenance. Zhou Tong contemplates whether it is somewhat unjust to confine them to the southern region. Perhaps they ought to pursue the prodigies of the ancient sects in the central region. Let us depart, Sister Shueihua. I have reserved a place for Binger. Should she emerge from her seclusion, she can join us later. The celestial vessel ascended, gliding away from the Xingyue sect. In a certain mountainous region of the southern domain, a contingent of over 100 individuals awaited, each bearing their swords. Indeed, they were the disciples of the Tianjin sect. The sect's leader was keenly observing the vast mountain beneath, the very location of the hidden realm. Given that the Daylight sect had failed to secure victory in any of the competitions, and the Yinma Palace had been vanquished by the Xingyue sect, the hidden realm was now accessible solely to the Tianjin sect and the Xingyue sect. They're arriving. The leader of Tianjin sect announced, rising to his feet as the celestial vessel approached from the distance. Zhou Sectmaster, it is good to see you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two leaders instructed their respective members to find their designated positions within the formation, preparing to activate the Great Array and enter the hidden realm. Ladies and gentlemen, I must once again emphasize that our two sects have always maintained a cordial relationship. Once we enter the hidden realm, let us refrain from engaging in conflict that may disrupt the harmony between our factions. Both Zhou Tong and the leader of Tianjin sect cautioned their disciples. Had all four sects entered together, the environment would have been rife with suspicion and competition for opportunities. However, with only the two sects present, the contest would be based solely on merit. The two leaders infused their spiritual energy into the array beneath them, causing it to radiate brilliantly as it transported all those standing upon it into oblivion. With some time to spare, Zhou Tong retrieved a chessboard and began a game with the leader of the Tianjin sect. Chapter 40. Opportunity? Seizing possession. At the Dan Peak of the Xingyue sect, Gu Yixian was engrossed in studying the Shengxing Yuling Dan, a gift from Shangwan Binger, marveling at the remarkably innovative refining techniques inscribed upon it. Suddenly, a heartbeat reverberated through the air, and every member of the Xingyue sect felt as though their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing their blood to race and their breaths to quicken. Gu Yixian pressed his hand against his heart, sensing a twinge of discomfort. What was happening? Could it be that someone had dared to launch an attack while the sect leader was away? Yet, just as swiftly, the strange sensation dissipated, leaving Gu Yixian perplexed and eager to soar into the sky to assess the situation. At that moment, another terrifying wave surged forth, this time directly assaulting the sea of consciousness of all present. Those gathered felt as if their innermost secrets had been laid bare, exposed without the slightest veil. Who dares to intrude? Gu Yixian seethed with anger as he ascended into the heavens, his voice booming in demand. The powerful members of the Xingyue sect also took to the skies, seeking the source of these two ominous disturbances. With a resounding roar, a pillar of spiritual energy erupted from the main peak, soaring towards the heavens like a colossal column connecting earth and sky. An overwhelming aura of dread radiated from the pillar, crashing into the powerful beings above like a tempest, sending them plummeting to the ground as if they were mere marbles. The origin of this luminescent column seemed to be where Bing'er was located. Recognizing the source, Gu Yixian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not an external foe. This radiant pillar persisted for 3 days, gradually dwindling in size before finally retracting into the cave dwelling. The door of the cave slowly creaked open, and Shangwan Bing'er stepped out. At that moment, she felt utterly splendid. The Trinity cultivation method truly resonated with her essence. It was as if she could effortlessly tear through the fabric of space itself. "Greetings, Master Gu," Shangwan Bing'er exclaimed with a playful smile. "Not at all. You nearly gave me a heart attack with your antics, my dear. In the future, please choose a more secluded place for your seclusion. It's simply terrifying." Gu Yixian responded, exasperated. "Hee, I was just too engrossed in my training and lost control for a moment." "It won't happen again," replied Shangwan Bing'er, glancing around. She noticed many familiar faces were absent and inquired, "Master Gu, where are my master and Uncle Shuiwei? They seem to be missing from the sect." Gu Yixian smacked his forehead and quickly replied, "Your little escapades have scrambled my thoughts. I nearly forgot to inform you that the secret realm has opened early. The sect master and the others have already ventured inside. You must hurry, Bing. With your illusory realm and unimaginable power, you will undoubtedly ravage the secret realm." "Understood." With a flash, Shangwan Bing'er vanished before Gu Yixian's eyes, leaving him bewildered. Was it teleportation? Or did she simply fly away? Outside the secret realm, Zhou Tong and the leader of the Tianjian sect wore furrowed brows. It had been several days since anyone had entered, and not a single soul had emerged, which was indeed peculiar. As the spatial stability of this secret realm began to waver, the two individuals found themselves increasingly restless. This place housed the core strength of their sects. Should they suffer total loss here, both of their clans would be left in dire straits. "Brother Zhou, why don't we force our way in? Remaining idle is not a viable solution. No, forcing entry would only hasten the collapse of this secret realm." The two were at an impasse, caught in a dilemma. "Master, what has transpired?" The figure of Shangwan Bing'er materialized beside them, startling the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. "What astonishing speed! Could she take my life in an instant?" Zhou Tong, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Bing'er, your timing is impeccable. Only you can turn the tide now." Shangwan Bing'er had firmly established her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Her dantian devoid of any spiritual energy, yet abundant with spiritual liquid flowing within, mingled with a trace of spiritual essence. Zhou Tong explained the current predicament to her, and she quickly grasped the situation. Making an okay gesture, she turned and entered the final array foundation, transporting herself into the secret realm. Zhou Tong, puzzled, mimicked the gesture and asked the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, "Do you know what this signifies?" "I do not. Perhaps it is a method of some kind of technique?" "Is this truly the secret realm? It seems rather unremarkable." As Shangwan Bing'er's vision shifted, she found herself in a meadow. This secret realm felt inferior to her own Shumi realm, its space fragmented and on the verge of collapse at any moment. As Shangwan Bing'er's consciousness began to sweep through the entire secret realm, it was evident that her spiritual awareness had transformed into a divine sense through a year of cultivation. Although merely a single character apart, the difference was vast. There it was. The disciples from the two sects were unexpectedly gathered within a single palace, their backs pressed against one another in a desperate defense, yet surrounded by no foes. "Xiao Shiji, are you all right?" Yi Wuqing managed to utter, his mind already clouded with dizziness. Xiaoling Xue's complexion was pale as she bit her lip fiercely, using the pain to keep herself from succumbing to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was the machination of the master of the secret realm, who, facing his imminent demise, sought to seize a person of exceptional talent for his own purposes, while all others would serve as sustenance for his regained strength post-possession. Ha ha ha. I am truly delighted. Who would have thought that the heavens would not forsake me, delivering such splendid vessels to my doorstep? The Tao of heaven favors me. An ancient figure clad in a black robe materialized before the crowd, a grin stretching across his face. "Let me see, this lad is impressive, his foundation remarkably solid. This one too, though not as handsome, is a rare body cultivator. And this girl is quite decent as well, with a harmonious blend of yin and yang, her spiritual energy of exceptionally high quality. How shall I choose?" Upon witnessing the mastermind reveal himself, some disciples could not restrain their attacks, only to find their strikes passing through the black-robed figure as if he were but a mirage. "Futile. In my secret realm, no matter how you struggle, It is utterly useless. The black-robed man laughed maniacally, biding his time until these individuals' spirits were utterly shattered, at which point he could commence his possession scheme. In his heart, Ewok silently inquired of the medicine god, "What should I do now, esteemed senior?" The medicine god replied, "Do not fear him. You have already forged an unparalleled foundation of the Tao. Your soul and body are perfectly melded. Should he dare to seize your form, he would perish instantly within your vessel. Moreover, there is still him to consider." The soul of the supreme being of the divine realm would swiftly teach the adversary a lesson. Tai Jin, too, was undaunted. His will was formidable. Should the opposing force dare to contest his body, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, only Xiaoling Xue was left in peril. Currently, Xiaoling Xue was on the verge of collapse, desperately holding herself together. Ultimately, she could no longer endure, her body swaying before it fell to the ground. "Kikikik, at last, you can no longer withstand it. Surrender your body to me." The figure cloaked in black laughed heartily, preparing to invade Xiaoling Xue's form. At that moment, a slender silhouette entered, swiftly embracing Xiaoling Xue as she was about to succumb to the earth. Bingo. Chapter 41. There is no honor among warriors. The moment Xiaoling Xue beheld Shengwan Binger, she felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, closing her eyes in relief. For she knew that no one could harm her any longer. The cloaked figure was taken aback. "Who are you?" In the secret realm, not a single disturbance escaped his notice. From where had this individual emerged? "Young master." The members of the Xingyue sect rejoiced. Shengwan Binger swept her consciousness over the crowd, purging the invading forces from their bodies, while gently entrusting Xiaoling Xue to a female disciple for support. As the cloaked figure noticed that Shengwan Binger was ignoring him, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Previously, he had stealthily drained the energy of those around him, only revealing himself when they were utterly exhausted. "Senior sister." This individual lurks in the shadows, continually utilizing the power of the secret realm to deplete us. It is precisely for this reason that we are unable to contend with him. Ewok spoke up. Shengwan Bingo smiled faintly. This further indicates that his strength is nearly non-existent. Otherwise, why would a formidable being in the integration stage be so timid, refraining from confronting us directly? Since he hides within the secret realm, I shall simply destroy it. You all must leave the secret realm. With that, Shengwan Binger shattered the cloaked figure's blockade, allowing them to exit the secret realm through the jade talismans. Once everyone had departed, Shengwan Binger once again scanned every corner of the secret realm with her divine sense. Yet she found no trace of the cloaked figure. She pondered, the cloaked figure cannot abandon this secret realm. It is his only chance for survival. If he is not within the realm, then there is but one possibility. He has merged with the entire secret realm. He is the secret realm. With her spiritual energy surging forth, Shengwan Binger began to wreak havoc upon everything within the realm. The already fractured secret realm was further devastated by her relentless strikes. With vast expanses of space on the brink of collapse, have you lost your mind? If the secret realm's space shatters, we will be swept away in the chaotic currents of space. Do you wish to perish? The cloaked figure was forced out by Shengwan Binger's actions, shouting in exasperation. As she emerged, Shengwan Binger's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She raised her hand, conjuring a stream of spiritual energy that effortlessly traversed the body of the cloaked figure, inflicting no harm whatsoever. "Cease this at once. You hold no power over me. You have suffered no loss. Let us coexist in peace, shall we?" The cloaked figure advised, recognizing the precarious state of the secret realm. It was imperative to dissuade this madman, offering a chance to lure others back and complete the possession. Only magic could contend with magic. My father did not deceive me. If spiritual energy could not harm him, then I shall resort to divine consciousness. The current state of the cloaked figure appeared to be a result of the fusion of his primordial spirit and the secret realm itself. The divine consciousness manifested as a sharp blade, piercing directly into the cloaked figure, and, with a swift motion, he was impaled. The cloaked figure could hardly believe that he could be harmed. It was inconceivable. In his current state, not even the primordial force of the void-penetrating stage could inflict injury upon him. The cloak was torn asunder, revealing the true form of the cloaked figure, a translucent primordial spirit, exceedingly frail, nearly rendered invisible. As Shengwan Binger prepared to strike again, the cloaked figure hastily pleaded for mercy. "Wait. Within this secret realm lies countless treasures. I shall offer them all to you if you spare my life. Would you desire heavenly-grade techniques? I possess 6th-grade elixirs, an array of rare materials, spiritual treasures, Even those unattainable at the void-penetrating stage, I will bestow them all upon you. I merely wish to survive. Shangwan Binger halted her incantation, leading the cloaked figure to believe he had swayed her with his conditions. Yet her subsequent words nearly drove him to despair. Is this all you, a harmonization stage cultivator, have to offer? No wonder you met your demise in this desolate corner. What must you do to finally release me? The figure cloaked in black found himself in despair. How unpredictable the world can be. Once a revered powerhouse of the integration stage, he now languished under the control of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. How tragic. Allow me to pose a question. When facing imminent demise, why choose to seize another's body? Is it not possible to perpetuate this cycle and attain immortality? This inquiry had arisen in Shangwan Binger's mind when she first learned of body snatching, yet no one had been able to provide an answer. Now, having apprehended a perpetrator, it was time for a thorough interrogation. The black-robed figure offered a bitter smile and replied, "It is not as simple as you suggest. Body snatching is immensely taxing on one's spiritual essence. Each time one seizes a new body, their own spiritual core becomes tainted. Moreover, the new body and spirit cannot achieve perfect harmony, which severely hampers one's cultivation. Most individuals who attempt body snatching find themselves unable to return to their previous level of cultivation, thus rendering further attempts futile. This is why I sought out exceptional talents for the process. Now I understand. The majority of cultivators view body snatching as merely acquiring a second chance at life. However, what if one were to seize a person with extraordinary potential? Perhaps one could soar to unimaginable heights. I have answered your question. Can you now grant me my freedom? The black-robed man implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Shangwan Binger extended her hand and commanded, "Now, relinquish all your treasures." A storage ring materialized, and with a sweep of her consciousness, she dispelled its restrictions and delved within. Indeed, it was rather meager. A plethora of trivial trinkets lay within, yet truly valuable items were scarce. Retracting her consciousness, Shangwan Binger cast a devilish smile at the black-cloaked figure frozen in place. "Farewell." With a swift mental strike, she severed him into two halves. "You lack integrity. When did I ever declare I would spare you? You inflicted such grievous harm upon my senior sister. Had I not arrived in time, she would have perished. Do you still wish to cling to life?" The black-cloaked man opened his mouth in a futile roar of defiance, yet his life had already been extinguished, rendering him speechless. "If I perish, you shall not escape either," he silently screamed. The very fabric of space began to collapse, and just as Shangwan Binger prepared to evade, the storage ring worn by the black-cloaked man erupted with a surge of dark energy, momentarily obstructing her. The chaotic currents of space swept over her, whisking her away into oblivion. Damn, what a sly trickster. Chapter 42. Northern Domain. Amidst the tumultuous currents of space, Shangwan Binger was swept along, navigating through the disordered flow. Rifts in the fabric of space tore at her form. However, thanks to the dual protection of her consciousness and spiritual power, the wounds inflicted upon her were but mere scratches, swiftly mending themselves. Stabilizing her body, she concentrated her strength and struck a vulnerable point in the space, creating a substantial opening through which she escaped. Northern Domain. Red Cloud Desert. A caravan was making its way through the sands. "Miss, we are almost back to Red Cloud City. Once our trade is successful, our family's debts will be entirely settled," remarked a middle-aged man dressed as a steward, smiling at the young woman beside him on horseback. As the group rallied their spirits, they were reminded that upon entering the city of Qiyun, they could finally relish in relaxation after their arduous journey. Wu Hanyan nodded in agreement. The trek had indeed been fraught with challenges. The desert's environment posed a formidable threat to their small merchant company. They had to remain vigilant against the lurking desert beasts that could emerge from the sands at any moment, as well as evade the robbers that roamed the dunes. Yet, survival necessitated the relentless transport and sale of goods day after day. "Miss, there is a woman lying over there who appears somewhat destitute, seemingly injured," reported a scout who had ventured ahead. "Pay her no mind. Continue onward," commanded the steward. "Wang uncle." Wu Hanyan hesitated, torn between her compassion and the practicality of their situation, yearning to ascertain the woman's condition. "Miss, in the desert, one encounters all manner of individuals. We cannot ascertain whether this is a trap. Should we approach and fall into danger, the Wu family would be doomed, and we cannot afford to lose the shipment." "Wang," the steward implored earnestly. With a sigh, Wu Hanyan acknowledged the dire state of the Wu family. They were in no position to assist others. let alone ensure their own survival. Wang, uncle, let us at least toss some supplies to her from a distance. Her fate rests in her own hands. Wang, reluctant to entangle himself with a stranger whose background was unknown, feared that any animosity she bore could potentially be redirected toward them. Yet, as the miss insisted, he reluctantly cast aside some water and food before hastily moving on. Upon hearing the clatter of objects, Shangwan Binger stirred awake. Upon noticing some supplies 10 meters ahead, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. What was the situation? Had she not just emerged from the chaotic currents of space, arriving in this desolate expanse? After coming into contact with a multitude of spatial debris, she felt a surge of insight and decided to lie down, seeking deeper understanding. As her consciousness expanded outward, she quickly discerned the presence of a caravan ahead, their bags of provisions mirroring those she possessed, likely discarded by them. Glancing at herself, she noted her tattered attire, ravaged by the tumultuous currents of space. Although it was not indecent, it was far from presentable, and in her haste, she had merely donned a simple dress. The repository of her system contained treasures in the form of robes, yet they required divine power for refinement. Clad in such garb, she found herself no better off than the disciples of the Xingyue sect. Shuer, what do you think the creator of this system was thinking? The warehouse is stocked only with the most exquisite items. If I were to cultivate in a conventional manner, it seems I would have to ascend to the divine realm before I could utilize them. Daily, Shangwan Binger lamented the peculiar logic of the system's creator. At the very least, they could have included some treasures from the celestial realm. Handing an Anda cannon is utterly pointless. Who knows? Perhaps the system was crafted in haste, with those treasures merely plundered from the creator's own belongings, lacking the desire to produce lesser items, Shuer replied, her nature as a system sprite revealing her ignorance. And how did your previous host manage their cultivation? Shangwan Binger inquired, curiosity piqued. The rewards bestowed upon individuals are diverse, with each new host system offering a fresh set of incentives. Their novice packages typically consist of ethereal entities, unlike the exceptional gifts you, esteemed host, have received upon arrival. I am at a loss regarding the nature of this arrangement, Snow Air lamented. Su Qianbing swiftly advanced, intent on inquiring about their whereabouts. Undoubtedly beyond the southern region, as her communication talismans failed to connect with the Xingyue sect. Hey, wait for me. Miss, look. The woman from earlier is catching up, one member of the caravan observed. The caravan halted, and the guards unsheathed their blades, bracing for potential confrontation. Halt. Approach at your peril, for our weapons are poised. Su Qianbing stepped forward, exuding a friendly demeanor. There's no need for alarm. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your provisions, she said, raising the bag of supplies to indicate her appreciation. However, Steward Wang subtly maneuvered closer to Wu Hanyin, whispering, Miss, the attire of this woman has changed. And given that we ride the Qi Yun horses, her ability to catch up so swiftly suggests she is no ordinary person. Exercise caution. Wu Hanyin nodded, stepping forward to engage with Su Qianbing. There is no need for formality. It was a mere act of kindness. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. I seem to have lost my way. Might your caravan allow me to accompany you for a while? I am willing to offer compensation. Su Qianbing was reluctant to part ways just yet. It appeared that most of the group comprised ordinary folk. Save for the leading woman and the man beside her, both practitioners of the martial arts, specifically body refinement. Before Wu Hanyin could utter a word of refusal, Shangwan Binger tossed forth a pill, an exquisite grade 1 Qi blood pill, the primary elixir utilized by early-stage body refinement cultivators to enhance their vitality. The ranks of body refinement practitioners closely parallel those of Qi refinement cultivators, with the initial stage known as the body tempering period. Subsequent ranks share nomenclature with those of Qi refinement. This, indeed, is a Qi blood pill of perfect quality. Wu Hanyin was taken aback as she accepted the pill. In the northern domain, the Qi blood pill is exceedingly sought after, for it is a land dominated by body refinement. Yet few practitioners possess the skill to concoct elixirs, rendering a single pill nearly priceless. Uncle Wang, this. Wu Hanyin felt somewhat at a loss. After all, she had only assumed control of the Wu family commerce for a year and had never encountered such a situation. Miss, please accept it. With this pill, the Wu family shall be entirely salvaged, Wang, the steward, said with a wry smile, though a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. One who possesses such a valuable elixir could scarcely be found injured in the desert. One could only hope that this would not bring calamity upon them. For the Wu family had truly endured enough tribulation. Such is the lament of the weak, bereft of the power to choose. Thus, Shangwan Binger joined the caravan, traveling alongside them. Chapter 43, Red Cloud City. Sister Binger, so you hail from the southern domain. No wonder you possess such striking beauty. In a mere few days, Shangwan Binger had forged a close bond with Wu Hanyin, sharing everything as if they were dear sisters. People from our northern domain endure relentless heat, and it is rare to find a woman with skin as fair as yours. Wu Hanyin felt an immense sense of envy as she gazed upon the portraits of women from various regions, ethereal and radiant, their youthful allure captivating her. Unfortunately, as she matured and began to embrace her family's business, the relentless exposure to the elements transformed her once delicate skin into a healthy, sun-kissed hue. Shangwan Binger had come to understand her position within the northern domain, specifically in the arid expanse of the Qiyun Desert. The environment in the northern domain was exceedingly harsh, dominated almost entirely by desert terrain. This region was divided into 5 territories, each named after the influential powers that governed them, with the Qiyun Desert being ruled by the Qiyun sect. Within the Qiyun Desert stood but one substantial city, Qiyun City, where the inhospitable conditions made production difficult, leading to the emergence of countless merchant associations that traversed between the many cities of the northern domain and even engaged in trade with other regions, profiting from their exchanges. Wu Hanyin's Family Merchant Association was but one among the myriad of such enterprises. Sister, you are quite remarkable as well. I shall gift you a beauty elixir that will ensure your exquisite appearance, she said with delight. For what woman does not cherish beauty? The notion of possessing a beauty elixir was once beyond her wildest dreams. Ladies, we have arrived at Qiyun City. We are approaching the inspection point, came the voice of Steward Wang from ahead. Qiyun City was immensely vast, far surpassing the Qingshan Imperial City by several folds, encircled by towering, robust walls that gleamed with an uncommon luster, suggesting they were crafted from materials far beyond the mundane, designed to withstand the onslaught of desert beasts and tempests. After paying the entrance fee, the group entered Qiyun City. The entire Qiyun City is divided into 3 distinct regions. The outer city serves as a dwelling place for mortals and low-level cultivators, while the inner city is a hub of activity for practitioners. The innermost circle is exclusively accessible to members of the Qiyun sect and individuals of notable status and strength. Shangwan Binger followed Wu Hanyin to a private courtyard in the outer city, marked by a prominently displayed plaque reading Wu Residence, which serves as both the family's domicile and the commercial office. Within the courtyard, several young members of the family were engaged in arduous physical training. Employing the most primitive methods, they relentlessly struck their bodies with external force until their flesh was battered and bruised, only retreating to a nearby medicinal vat to absorb the essence of the herbs once they could endure no more. This is the painstaking method of cultivation for those without wealth, while scions of affluent families or sects can effortlessly elevate their prowess through elixirs and precious medicines. These individuals are left to endure a slow and painful path. Seated in a wheelchair, a frail middle-aged man oversaw the disciples' training. Upon seeing Wu Hanyin return, a flicker of tenderness softened his stern visage. Yenner, you have returned. Was your journey prosperous? Wu Hanyin approached and gently massaged his shoulders, responding, Father, this trading expedition was remarkably successful. We encountered no beastly threats along the way. Once I finalize these transactions, our family's debts will soon be settled. The head of the Wu family expressed his satisfaction, gazing at his daughter's simple attire with a hint of remorse. My dear Yenner, I am eternally grateful to you. It is my inadequacy as a father that has led to your 2 brothers' mismanagement, resulting in your current plight. You possess the innate talent to join the esteemed Qiyun sect for cultivation, yet you find yourself ensnared within our family. I am truly powerless. With that, he raised his hand and struck himself across the face twice. Father, I have reassured you countless times that I am indifferent to this. My purpose in cultivation is solely to safeguard our family. If, in the end, my journey leaves me isolated, what value is there in immortality? Wu Hanyin grasped her father's hand, offering gentle comfort, a solace she had extended repeatedly throughout the past year. Initially, her 2 elder brothers had ventured into the inner city, only to be lured into gambling, squandering the family's entire fortune and plunging them into colossal debt. The creditors stormed into the Wu family residence, seizing her brothers to force them into labor in the mines. In the struggle to protect them, her mother was brutally beaten to death, and her father sustained grave injuries, leaving him in a state of despair. Once a buoyant and formidable man, their father now frequently contemplated ending his own life. It was not his fault. He merely failed to prevent his sons from entering the inner city, never anticipating their descent into gambling addiction. After a brief moment of consolation, Wu Hanyan guided her father toward Shangwan Binger, introducing her with great reverence. "Father, this is Sister Binger, a skilled alchemist whom we encountered on our journey." "An alchemist? Esteemed alchemist, greetings." The head of the Wu family, overwhelmed with excitement, attempted to rise, but as a man now confined to a wheelchair, his struggle nearly toppled him. Shangwan Binger stepped forward, steadying the wheelchair. "There is no need for formalities. Simply treat me as an ordinary person. I merely hitched a ride to Qian City." I then bid farewell to Wu Hanyan. "Sister Wu, I shall take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Their relationship, having been forged in a fleeting encounter, was not particularly profound. The injuries sustained by the head of the Wu family could easily be healed with a single healing pill. And given Wu Hanyan's capabilities, it would not take long for her to procure one. She was not the type to assist everyone she met. The principle of reciprocity often dictated interactions, and such occurrences were far from rare. As Shangwan Binger departed, Wu Hanyan felt a pang of disappointment. She had anticipated that Shangwan Binger would linger longer in her home, especially after their delightful conversation during the carriage ride. However, the head of the Wu family, having regained her composure, turned to comfort Wu Hanyan instead. "My dear Yenner, we are not of the same world as the esteemed alchemist. Do not harbor excessive expectations. This farewell may very well be our last. If you truly wish to find her again, then strive diligently in your training." Chapter 44. The Master of Deception Shangwan Binger strolled alone along the streets, where the architectural style of Qian City starkly contrasted with that of the southern region. The most notable difference was the absence of small carts among the vendors. Instead, they simply spread a cloth on the ground, adorned with an array of goods, and began their sales pitches. Shangwan Binger's attire and demeanor set her apart from the crowd, garnering attention yet allowing her to significantly diminish her presence through her mental prowess. Is it not said that protagonists often discover extraordinary treasures at humble stalls? Why is it that after visiting so many cities, I have yet to stumble upon even a single gem? Shangwan Binger was quite perplexed. Unknowingly, she had arrived at the entrance of the inner city, only to discover that it was guarded by sentinels, requiring a fee for entry. Casually, she tossed a piece of silver to the gatekeeper, intending to pass through, but was abruptly halted by him. With a disdainful expression, the gatekeeper returned the silver, scoffing, "To enter the inner city, one must present a low-grade spirit stone. This place is not for just anyone to wander into." However, upon closer inspection, he found the woman increasingly enchanting, seemingly drawn to her presence. Suddenly, a spirit stone struck the gatekeeper, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his face. "I am not someone you can just gawk at," she muttered under her breath, stepping over the fallen guard and entering the inner city. It must be said that the inner city was indeed far more sophisticated than the outer city, adorned with exquisite pavilions. And the air was thick with a palpable aura of spiritual energy. What a grand endeavor it was to establish a spirit-gathering formation over such a vast area. No wonder they demanded a spirit stone for entry. Nevertheless, vendors also dotted the inner city, offering treasures coveted by practitioners of the craft. Ethereal grass. Come and see. A second-grade spiritual herb, ethereal grass. Consuming it grants one the ability to enter a state of sudden enlightenment, truly an essential treasure for any cultivator. The seller exclaimed, "You must not miss this opportunity. I unearthed this spirit treasure from ancient ruins with great peril. Though it may seem flawed and lacking in luster, the essence of the treasure remains. I believe all you esteemed friends are fated to possess it." The celestial technique known as the Wunyan Wuxiangju has been simplified into an enticing version named Kongxiangju, which is now being offered at a substantial discount. It is rumored that one can derive the original method from this text, a method that purportedly enhances the power of the soul. Wouldn't it be worth a gamble, my fellow cultivator? However, upon closer inspection, one finds a myriad of deceitful vendors, few of whom speak the truth, preying upon the naivety of inexperienced novices. Take, for instance, the so-called Kongling grass, which indeed provides a fleeting boost to one's comprehension. Yet, the effects are alarmingly brief and feeble, hardly qualifying as enlightenment. Even consuming 100 of them would yield little benefit, unless they are refined into a pill, which might hold some value. And as for the so-called incomplete spiritual treasures, they are nothing more than mere scraps of iron. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that many fledgling cultivators are genuinely lured by these gimmicks, leaving one to ponder the persuasive abilities of these vendors. Suddenly, a figure approached Shangguan Bing'er from behind, beckoning her mysteriously to a secluded corner. "Esteemed fairy," he exclaimed, "I can tell at a glance that you possess extraordinary talent, unrivaled in this realm, destined to become a formidable force in the future." Shangguan Bing'er regarded the diminutive man before her, eager to uncover his tricks. The little man rambled on, but soon realized that Shangguan Bing'er was not engaging with him, which perplexed him. Shouldn't she be responding modestly at this juncture? How could she remain so unperturbed in her silence? "Please, do continue. I find your words quite captivating," Shangguan Bing'er urged. "Ah, esteemed fairy, I possess a pill that you are certain to adore." The diminutive figure was ultimately vanquished by Shangguan Bing'er's audacity. Hastily shifting the conversation back to his own agenda, he retrieved a jade vial from a small pouch at his waist, cradling it with utmost reverence, fearful that a moment's carelessness might cause it to shatter upon the ground. "This, dear fairy, is a treasured beauty elixir passed down through my family. It possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's beauty and preserve youth, a rarity that has not graced Qiyun City for a century. Had it not been for my grandmother's dying wish for me to bestow this precious pill upon a woman of unparalleled beauty, I would have long since sold it. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew I had found its destined recipient. Truly, what a cunning trickster I am." Merging the effects of the beauty elixir with that of the youth-preserving pill to amplify its virtues, Shangguan Bing'er stifled a laugh, inquiring playfully, "Does this beauty elixir truly possess such powers?" "Indeed. My reputation as an upright gentleman is well known throughout Qiyun City," he replied. "However, esteemed fairy, I find myself in a bit of a predicament, requiring some spirit stones. How about this? The beauty elixir shall be yours for a mere 100 spirit stones. The last one sold for several thousand." He rubbed his hands together, feigning a troubled demeanor. "Interestingly, just moments ago, someone offered me a beauty elixir for only 50 spirit stones. Could you assist me in discerning its authenticity?" Shangguan Bing'er, with a subtle motion, reached into her sleeve and, appearing utterly unpretentious, retrieved a jade vial, presenting it to the diminutive figure. Upon hearing that a rival had already seized the opportunity, the diminutive figure felt his confidence in the transaction wane. He took the jade vial and glanced at it nonchalantly, only to be struck dumb. Goodness, it is genuine. At that moment, the wheels of his mind began to turn rapidly as greed surged within him, compelling him to devise a scheme to acquire the precious elixir. Regaining his composure, he sighed wistfully at the fair maiden, Shangguan Bing'er, saying, "My dear fairy, you have been deceived. This is merely a counterfeit pill. Your innocence is truly endearing." "How could that be?" "He assured me that this elixir is undoubtedly authentic. Otherwise, he would suffer the wrath of heaven," Shangguan Bing'er exclaimed, her agitation rising as she reached for the jade vial to inspect it herself. The short figure deftly evaded her grasp, continuing to console her, "Do not be hasty. Dear fairy, although this pill is a fake, it can still fetch a price of 10 spirit stones. How about this? Out of pity for you, I will help you dispose of this counterfeit, and you may take my genuine beauty elixir instead." "No, I cannot deceive you, even if it is false. I must confront that person for an explanation," Shangguan Bing'er insisted stubbornly, refusing to relinquish her hold. Seeing that he could not sway her resolve, the diminutive figure's heart hardened. Clutching the jade vial, he attempted to merge into the crowd and escape, though such thievery would undoubtedly ruin his career and brand him a pariah. The potential gain from this elixir outweighed countless years of deceit. Summoning all his strength, he fled swiftly, only to realize that despite his efforts, he had remained in the same spot all along. The sounds of bartering and chatter persisted around him. Cursed be this predicament. "Friend, where do you think you are running to? Even if we are to exchange pills, you must at least give me your share." The voice of Shangguan Bing'er echoed from all directions. The short man realized he had fallen into a trap. One who often treads by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. "Fairy, this. I was afflicted by the cold, merely trying to warm myself." Shangguan Bing'er gestured, and 2 jade vials flew into her hands. She opened the short man's vial and sniffed. "This is a low-grade pill, is it not? Let me see. The ingredients include hemostatic herb and honeysuckle." She listed each component, causing the short man to sweat profusely, for he was confronted by a formidable alchemist. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. "Forgive me, esteemed alchemist, I was wrong to deceive you. I beg for your mercy," Shangguan Bing'er pondered. The status of an alchemist was exceedingly revered in the northern domain. While many in the southern domain held respect for them, it did not usually evoke such desperation. Chapter 45. The Arena of Betting Rise. I have no intention of taking your life, Shangwan Binger said, giving the kneeling short man a gentle kick. I have just arrived in Qiyun City. Please enlighten me about this place. I have heard there is an arena for betting in the inner city. What can you tell me about it? Upon hearing that Shangwan Binger had spared him, the short man sighed in relief. As individuals of such stature rarely went back on their word, he felt fortunate, sensing an opportunity to soar to new heights by aligning himself with such a beautiful alchemist. If he could win her favor, even a single pill gifted to him would be enough to elevate his status significantly. Hastily leading the way, he guided Shangwan Binger through the inner city while elucidating the various factions within Qiyun City. Esteemed alchemist, there are numerous distinctive features in Qiyun City. For instance, an extensive defensive array is meticulously arranged beneath the entire city, with a grand spirit gathering formation situated under the inner city. In the very heart of this area, the spirit gathering formation reaches an even higher level, allowing one day of cultivation within it to equate to several days of practice within the inner city. Additionally, there are the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, and the arena for gambling battles you mentioned earlier. The former two are among the most prominent forces on the continent, while the gambling arena is a unique establishment of Qiyun City. Due to the prevalence of temperamental body refinement practitioners in the northern region who often engage in public brawls, the city lord established the gambling arena as a means to resolve conflicts. It allows individuals to settle their disputes within its confines while also placing bets to win spirit stones. This arena is undoubtedly the liveliest place in Qiyun City, where daily, some meet their demise, while others amass great fortunes. As the short man spoke, he swallowed hard, a hint of envy in his voice. However, he dared not participate in the battles within the arena due to his cultivation level. His occasional visits to place bets had ended in dismal losses, leading him to suspect foul play within the gambling arena, prompting him to refrain from returning. Shangwan Binger's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an allure in the gambling arena. Take me to the gambling arena, she urged. The gambling arena and the treasure pavilion occupy the same locale, closely situated to one another. From an external perspective, the treasure pavilion in Qiyun City exudes a grandeur far surpassing that of its counterpart in the North Sea Imperial City. It is not merely a wooden structure, but a magnificent tower-like edifice. Indeed, it is no surprise that Yibao Pavilion, with its extensive influence across the continent, boasts such a remarkable branch, where even a single division is a spiritual artifact. One can only imagine the immense resources required for its creation. In contrast, the arena appears rather ordinary, resembling a circular coliseum. Are you two here to participate in the betting or merely to spectate? Upon entering the arena, a tall maid approached to guide them. Let us observe for now. I have heard that one can place bets here. How does one go about it? Replied Shangwan Binger. The maid gestured, please follow me. To spectate, a fee of 5 low-grade spirit stones is required. As for placing bets, a designated attendant will approach after you are seated. As they surveyed the frenzied crowd below, Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow and inquired, do you have private rooms available? Indeed, we do. Our private rooms are categorized into 3 tiers. The maid's explanation was interrupted as Shangwan Binger tossed a top-grade spirit stone, commanding, arrange the finest private room for me. Consider the excess as your tip. Certainly. The maid beamed with joy, recognizing a benefactor. In the cultivation realm, a single top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade stones, yet few would be foolish enough to trade a high-grade stone for lesser ones. Most loose cultivators at the Qi refinement stage might not possess such wealth. The VIP room is located at the very top of the arena, featuring an independent spirit gathering formation and an array of spiritual fruits and teas for guest enjoyment. One must admit, the service here is undeniably exceptional. The short man glanced around, marveling at the extraordinary venue he had never imagined entering in his lifetime. Cautiously, he picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. Ah, delightful. For a fleeting moment, he savored the experience of a life of luxury, indulging in fine food and merriment, while his cultivation subtly advanced. The competition below had yet to commence, yet the contenders had already entered the arena, preparing for the bout. Shangwan Binger noticed several staff members from the betting arena weaving through the crowd, inquiring if anyone wished to place a wager. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Come in. A man, seemingly in charge, entered with a respectful bow. Esteemed guest, would you like to place a bet? Pray, enlighten me about the competitors, Shangwan Binger replied languidly, reclining in her chair. She had already discerned the capabilities of the two combatants below. The man in black, known as Jiang Tang, stood to the left, while the one named Zhang Zue occupied the right. The betting arena, however, refrained from disclosing their cultivation levels, leaving it to the patrons to assess through their own means. Currently, Jiang Tang's odds are 1, 2, while Zhang Zue's odds stand at 3, 5, 1, the man informed her. Thus, the majority believe Jiang Tang will lose? She inquired. Indeed, it appears they may have prior knowledge of the competitor's strengths, influencing their betting choices. Then I shall wager on Zhang Zue's victory. Placing a bet of 1 exquisite spirit stone, Shangwan Binger produced a spirit stone and placed it upon the tray held by the attendant, who nodded and bowed before departing the room. Inside, the short man opened his mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated, scanning the room and refraining from voicing his thoughts. How prudent of him. Speak your mind freely. Rest assured, no one is eavesdropping, she encouraged. Master Alchemist, they say that one should not place trust in their words. Last time, I followed the crowd and placed my bets, only to see the individual I had faith in fail to perform to their full potential for reasons unknown, resulting in the loss of several years of my earnings. There must be some hidden machinations at play here. I am well aware, yet I merely indulged in the gamble. To me, a single spirit stone holds little significance. Shangwan Binger remarked nonchalantly that gambling is an unwise endeavor, harmful to oneself and others. She had merely come to witness the spectacle, harboring no intentions of making it a continuous pursuit. By the way, I have another question for you. Even if body cultivators are prone to aggression, it seems improbable that so many would come to engage in duels daily, does it not? As she journeyed from the outer city, she observed few conflicts arising. Certainly, that is not the case. If the arena relied solely on outsiders to engage in duels, it could hardly sustain such vast operations. The arena clandestinely engages in numerous underhanded activities, coercing many indebted individuals into participating in duels, promising them freedom after winning a certain number of matches. The residents of Qiyun City are fully aware of these dealings, yet dare not speak of them openly. Is it akin to the situation of Wu Hanyan's two brothers? As Shangwan Binger pondered, the duel competition commenced below. Chapter 46. The Wu family encountered Jiang Tang's cultivation appeared to be at the 5th level of the body refinement stage, while Zhang Zue's strength was at the 6th level, which is why the bettors believed Zhang Zue had the greater chance of victory. At the body refinement stage, the techniques available to all are limited, particularly for body cultivators, who primarily rely on their physical prowess. The one with the higher cultivation level is likely to prevail, unless they happen to be a prodigy from a renowned sect. The two fighters engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow striking with palpable intensity, igniting the fervor of the spectators below, who fervently cheered for their chosen champion. Jiang Tang, unleash your power. My entire year's earnings rest upon your shoulders. They cried. Yes, yes, keep your mouth open, proceed steadily, do not rush. Securing victory is paramount. No miraculous turn of events transpired, and this lackluster bout concluded with a victory for the fighter known as Zhang Ko. Many affluent gamblers, who had taken risks in pursuit of fortune, were left dejected, ultimately failing to win their bets. Meanwhile, the steward returned, delivering the spiritual stones won by Shangwan Binger. You need not return to inquire. I shall refrain from further wagers in the upcoming battles, she commanded. Subsequently, a series of contests unfolded, each resulting in triumph for the crowd-favored contender, without exception. An increasing number of individuals gravitated towards the more favorable side, aware of the potential for corruption yet uncertain of when it might emerge. To them, a successful bet represented profit, and the next opportunity would be their chance to withdraw. This encapsulated the quintessential gambler's mindset. Standing before the window, Shangwan Binger was captivated by the entrance of two newly arrived cultivators, a spark igniting in her eyes as a subtle smile graced her lips. The performance was about to commence. Truly, she excelled in her craft, timing her actions impeccably, with several duels still to follow. The gamblers were bound to suspect that any underhanded dealings would surface in these later matches, leading them to wager without hesitation on this current round. The short Taoist leaned in, repeatedly scrutinizing the two combatants on the stage, yet failing to discern any irregularities. You may not perceive any issues at first glance, however. The more advanced cultivator among them had succumbed to poison. When not engaged in combat, the toxin lay dormant within his body, but once an intense battle commenced, the accelerated flow of blood would cause the poison to erupt, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Such a tactic is typically imperceptible to all but the most skilled cultivators or alchemists with formidable spiritual power. As anticipated by Shangguan Binger, the poisoned individual initially dominated the match, nearly concluding it several times. Alas, his opponent consistently evaded direct confrontation. Gradually, the poisoned one's strikes grew increasingly feeble, ultimately leading to his heart being shattered by a well-timed counter, leaving him to perish with unfulfilled resentment. How could you be so incompetent as to lose? He lamented. My spirit stones. Those were the resources my family needed for cultivation. Now I am left with none. Upon returning home, I shall surely face dire consequences. The arena was filled with wails of despair, countless individuals cursing their fates. Meanwhile, those who had won their bets rejoiced, discreetly claiming their rewards while fearing any potential retribution for their glee. Let us depart, Shangguan Binger called out, preparing to take the diminutive Taoist with her. Having witnessed enough of this gambling arena, she found it lacking in interest. The Taoist nodded in agreement, ready to follow her, when suddenly, a figure ascended the competition stage, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Isn't that the prodigious young lady from the Wu family? What brings her to this gambling bout? Shangguan Binger abruptly turned, her gaze fixated on the platform where, to her astonishment, stood Wu Hanyan. On the stage, Wu Hanyan's eyes were devoid of light, her expression vacant, completely stripped of the previous vitality and optimism she once radiated. Shangguan Binger furrowed her brow, pondering why the debts of the Wu family had not been settled. Moreover, she had bestowed upon her 2 medicinal pills. How could Wu Hanyan find herself in this ruthless gambling arena, becoming a mere spectacle for others? The short man, noticing Shangguan Binger's lingering presence and her keen gaze upon Wu Hanyan, could not help but inquire curiously, Are you interested in Wu Hanyan, O Master Alchemist? Shangguan Binger repositioned herself and nodded. Please enlighten me about your knowledge of the Wu family. Why is she referred to as a prodigious young lady? The short man, invigorated by the question, eagerly launched into a narrative about the Wu family's history, revealing details that Wu Hanyan had not disclosed. When the Wu family faced their siege, Wu Hanyan was en route to Qiyin sect. Possessing commendable talent in cultivation, she had, at a tender age, advanced to the second layer of body refinement without the aid of any sect, earning her a modest reputation in the outskirts of Qiyin city. Given her aptitude, her admission into Qiyin sect seemed a certainty. Tragically, before she could join, her family encountered this unfortunate predicament, compelling her to abandon her aspirations and return home to rectify the chaos. Yet, it is worth noting that Wu Hanyan not only possessed remarkable cultivation talent, but also exhibited keen acumen in business. Within a mere year of taking over the Wu family's trading company, she was on the verge of clearing the debts incurred by her 2 elder brothers. The saga was divinely spread throughout the outer city, as no one had ever been able to settle a debt with the gambling arena. The depths of it were unfathomable, with interest rates that changed daily, designed to squeeze every last drop of value from you before seizing you or selling you to the mines to toil, or, if you possessed a modicum of cultivation, sending you to the arena to fight. Having spoken, the dwarfish Taoist sighed. Seeing the mark of the gambling arena slave on Wu Hanyan's wrist, this talented girl had ultimately not escaped the clutches of the gambling arena. A slave like her, possessing a certain beauty and talent, would meet a fate far more tragic than others. The gambling arena would not allow her to die easily in the fighting arena. Shangguan Binger's beautiful eyes swept over Wu Hanyan's wrist, where there was a circular mark, identical to the marks on the bodies of some of the people who had appeared earlier. The gamblers in the arena had just lost a great deal and were about to leave, but they did not expect the next fight to be Wu Hanyan's battle. This made them stop. Although Wu Hanyan's cultivation was not high, her deeds were inspiring. Such a character had also fallen to the point of being casually commented on by them, which greatly stimulated their vanity. Who was Wu Hanyan's opponent? What were the odds? No matter who it is, I'll bet on her, as a witness to the fall of another commoner genius. There are not so many geniuses who can make a comeback. This world is ultimately the world of sectarian forces. Chapter 47 Cause of Calamity. Wu Hanyan looked at the bustling crowd below, and her heart was infinitely cold. She clenched her fists tightly to hide the despair in her heart. Half a day ago, she was filled with joy at the prospect of her family finally getting back on track, setting out to trade with the supplies they had brought back. Little did she know that the group of debt collectors had raised the interest rates once again. With no other recourse, she reluctantly produced the beauty elixir gifted to her by Shangguan Binger. while she hesitated to part with the vitality elixir. To her dismay, the collector, seizing the opportunity, falsely accused her of stealing the elixir and confiscated it on the spot. They proceeded to arrest everyone from the Wu family, demanding to know the origin of the elixirs. Wu Hanyan recounted the truth, yet they remained incredulous. How could a noble alchemist possibly be associated with individuals of their ilk? It was an absurdity. In a swift turn of events, they raided the Wu household and, upon searching Wu Hanyan, discovered the vitality elixir on her person. Although officials from the city lord's mansion were present, they were in cahoots with the wrongdoers. After all, the gambling arena was established by the lord's own men, and they would never assist someone without power. Thus, Wu Hanyan was thrust into the gambling arena, her final worth to be extracted. The words of the arena's overseer echoed in her mind. If you dare to take your own life, your entire family shall follow you to the grave. Think it through. The world is indeed so unjust. No matter how hard one struggles, it seems futile, Wu Hanyan murmured. Her opponent took the stage. A cultivator at the 4th level of the body refinement stage. Though she might have had a chance to win, she was acutely aware that this was an unwinnable match, as far too many had bet against her. As the battle commenced, her opponent launched an attack, and Wu Hanyan casually deflected a few strikes before abandoning her defense entirely, waiting for either death or a judgment of defeat. What on earth are you doing, Wu Hanyan? Fight! Indeed, the former Wu Hanyan has perished. The present version of her is merely a slave, entangled in the corruption of the gambling arena. As she listened to the harsh words of those around her, her heart remained unperturbed, allowing her adversaries to strike her. In a corner, the overseer was engaged in conversation with another individual. Has the elixir been delivered to the young lord? Yes, it has been delivered, and the young lord is exceedingly pleased. However, why arrange for Wu Hanyan to be in this predicament? She could have been orchestrated to win a few rounds, maximizing our gains. That is unnecessary. A certain individual from the Qiyun sect has taken an interest in her. We only require the profits from this particular match. If someone has taken an interest in her, will this treatment not incite discontent? Not at all. After all, she is merely a plaything. It is sufficient for us to be aware of these matters, but refrain from voicing them. Shangwan Binger extended her consciousness over the entire gambling arena, discerning the true reason behind Wu Hanyan's presence. She was taken aback to realize that it was the elixir she had provided that had incited the greed of others. When she had initially bestowed the elixir, she had considered the implications, mindful that an innocent person could suffer for possessing something valuable. She had assumed that upon witnessing the flawless elixir, others would exercise utmost caution, wary of provoking its creator and investigating thoroughly. Should they discover her connection to the Wu family and acknowledge her as the benefactor, they would surely refrain from targeting the Wu family. To her astonishment, their audacity was boundless, showing no concern for the wrath they might invoke. Rising to her feet, Shangwan Binger felt a reluctance to overly assist the Wu family. However, she could not turn a blind eye to their suffering, which had arisen as a consequence of her actions. Wang Hanyan lay on the ground, battered and bruised, awaiting her fate. Her adversary, poised to deliver a decisive blow, was intent on concluding the battle. The referee, lurking in the shadows, was about to step forward to declare the match over when, unexpectedly, someone reached the stage before her, swiftly lifting Wang Hanyan and hurling the assailant aside. Who dares to disrupt the sanctity of the gambling arena and interfere with the contest? The referee felt a surge of joy. She had been seeking a reason to terminate the match, and now one had presented itself. Wang Hanyan found herself enveloped in a soft embrace, a fragrant essence wafting through the air, so delightful that she instinctively inhaled. Was that scent familiar? As she opened her eyes, a stunning visage came into view, illuminated by the sun's gentle rays, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earth. It was Sister Binger. Shangwan Binger spoke with an air of regret. I apologize. I failed to consider the consequences, causing you such torment. Wang Hanyan gently pressed her fingers to Shangwan Binger's lips. No, even without your elixirs, they would not spare me. It is merely a matter of time. I have long understood this, but I cannot abandon my family to save myself. The scene was almost too exquisite to behold, while tales of heroes rescuing maidens abound. Instances of a beauty saving another beauty are rare. I ask you, do you not regard our gambling arena with respect? The referee ascended the stage, intent on separating Shangwan Binger from Wang Hanyan. Suddenly, a diminutive figure descended from above, shoving the referee aside and boldly pointing a finger at her, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to a master alchemist in such a manner?" He is now akin to a grasshopper aboard the same vessel as Shangwan Binger. They entered the gambling arena together, and if he does not cling tightly to Shangwan Binger, it would spell certain doom for him. The short man, with a steely resolve, decided to steadfastly follow Shangwan Binger in all his years of discerning people's character. He had never erred significantly, except for the time he underestimated Shangwan Binger. What? That woman is actually an alchemist? It must be a fabrication, perhaps a ploy to intimidate. Yet, it seems genuine. In the northern region, no one would dare impersonate an alchemist, especially in such a public setting, where exposure could lead to fatal consequences. The judge stood flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the steward finally made his appearance and immediately offered a deep bow. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed alchemist. I did not realize that our distinguished guest was a revered alchemist. My eyes have failed me. Might I inquire if you possess any proof of your esteemed status? Shangwan Binger disregarded their inquiries, administering a healing elixir to Wu Hanyin before departing with her. Within half a day, she successfully returned the Wu family members unscathed. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Chapter 48. Seeking justice. Watching Shangwan Binger and her companions leave, the steward did not impede their exit and dismissed the crowd. Upon returning to a small chamber, he found the individual he had previously conversed with waiting for him. He could scarcely believe it. The Wu family had indeed made the acquaintance of an alchemist. What should he do now? Hold your haste, the robust man articulated. Release all members of the Wu family. The situation has escalated, rendering clandestine measures impossible. The revelation of the Wu family's acquaintance with an alchemist is now public knowledge. I must consult with the young city lord and instruct our subordinates to exercise discretion, as alchemists are typically safeguarded by formidable protectors. As you command, came the reply. I shall execute your orders forthwith. Red Cloud City was in an uproar. The arrival of an alchemist, a foreigner no less, had ignited the city. Investigations revealed the alchemist's impressive skill, the flawless quality of their elixirs being a testament to their mastery. Numerous prominent families, unable to remain passive, journeyed to the Wu family's residence to pay their respects. The Wu family members, having been released, gathered to console one another, the past days having been fraught with terror. What are your intentions moving forward? Inquired Shangwan Binger. Wu's father nodded towards Wu Hanyin. Having relinquished his position as head of the Wu family to her in favor of retirement, Wu Hanyin, without hesitation, knelt on one knee, imploring. The Wu family beseeches the alchemist to accept our allegiance, to allow us to serve you. Please accept us. Red Cloud City no longer offered them sanctuary, nor did the entirety of the northern domain. Deprived of Shangwan Binger's protection, they would be annihilated in an instant. Have you considered this carefully? She asked. This is no trivial matter. Allegiance in the cultivation world is a solemn vow. To pledge oneself to another is to entrust one's very existence into their hands. Regardless of the commands issued by the followers, they are bound to comply. Whether they can endure the betrayal remains uncertain, contingent upon the methods employed by the leader. Wu Hanyin gazed at the members of the Wu family, who all nodded in unison and proclaimed loudly, Please, esteemed one, take us in. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly and never forsake you. Very well, I accept. This marks the inception of the first batch of followers under Shangwan Binger. In the realm of cultivation, it is quite rare to find personal followers. Typically, only alchemists possess them, along with certain sects that have their own followers. I possess a small world. If you are prepared, you may enter there to cultivate. The Shumi realm in Shangwan Binger's possession, abundant in spiritual energy and adorned with a splendid environment, is the perfect sanctuary for her followers, who can also assist in tending to her medicinal herb garden. For any minor matters, she can summon them as needed, which is exceedingly convenient. This arrangement is far superior to others. The followers of alchemists are often promised elixirs as compensation for their protection, as constant vigilance hinders their own cultivation. This is perhaps the joy of the affluent. Only those in the integration stage can comprehend divine abilities to create a small secret realm, which remains unstable and immobile, far less advantageous than the Shumi realm. Furthermore, Shangwan Binger sensed that the Shumi realm harbored even more formidable functions, which could only be activated through divine power. She gathered all the members of the Wu family into the Shumi realm and also provided them with the cultivation resources previously intended for the old ghost who had plotted against her. In the realm of martial families, few have encountered such an abundance of cultivation resources and an environment so conducive to training. Many have plunged into rigorous practice. determined to cultivate their skills in order to repay Shangwan Binger. The lord of Qiyin City, Xiaogua, has come to pay a visit to the esteemed alchemist, requesting a moment of their time. A deep male voice resonated from outside, announcing his arrival. At last, the principal guest has arrived. Among the distinguished families who sought an audience, none had been granted the privilege of meeting with Shangwan Binger. Everyone had been awaiting the appearance of the Qiyin City Lord. The door was opened with a wave of Shangwan Binger's hand. Outside, a throng of individuals lingered, their murmurs filling the air. They refused to depart until they were acknowledged. Upon witnessing the door swing wide, Xiaogua smiled subtly, thinking to himself that this alchemist is indeed perceptive. Out of the multitude, he was the only one to be welcomed inside. As Xiaogua stepped into the Wu residence, others cautiously followed suit. And upon noticing that Shangwan Binger did not deter them, they were filled with elation. However, upon reaching the central courtyard, Xiaogua's brow furrowed in confusion. Where were the members of the Wu family? Had they not just returned? The absence of anyone was perplexing. It is well known that every person possesses vulnerabilities. His dominance in Qiyin City over the years has stemmed from exploiting this very truth. As long as the Wu family remained within the city, Shangwan Binger would naturally be reluctant to sever ties. After all, no one can guarantee the safety of all unless the Wu family holds no value for her. Yet, that was evidently not the case, for Shangwan Binger would not have brazenly stormed into the gambling arena to demand the return of the Wu family members otherwise. His gaze shifted to the woman seated at the stone table in the center of the courtyard. Her cultivation was subdued, her skin fair and smooth, suggesting she had not engaged in body refinement. However, when has the realm of cultivation ever witnessed a beauty as stunning as the alchemist Shangwan Binger? The emergence of such an individual could hardly go unnoticed. Indeed, it would be inevitable for benevolent souls to immortalize her likeness and disseminate it far and wide. While the onlookers appraised Shangwan Binger, she too scrutinized them in turn. The majority were of feeble strength. The Lord of Qiyin City was merely a foundational cultivator at the Golden Core stage, with only a handful of Golden Core practitioners among the prominent families, the rest being predominantly at the Foundation Establishment stage, and even a few heads of families at the Body Refinement stage attempting their luck. Initially, Shangwan Binger surmised that in such a vast northern region, the concentration of people within 5 cities would yield a higher overall cultivation level compared to the southern region. Yet, it appeared that the situation was akin to the cumulative strength of several dynasties from the south, lacking any transformative leap. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. How could nascent soul cultivators remain in such a place for long, devoid of resources and spiritual energy? Are you the Lord of Qiyin City? Was it you who orchestrated the incident with Wu Hanyan? Shangwan Binger demanded sternly. Naturally, her first order of business was to seek accountability. After all, Wu Hanyan had become her ally. Was it wrong to stand up for her subordinate? Xiaogua maintained his composure. He had witnessed such confrontations numerous times and believed he could navigate this one easily, given that his opponent was weaker. Even if the opponent were stronger, they would likely temper their response out of respect for his affiliation with the Qiyin sect. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Master Dan, this matter may have been orchestrated by those beneath us. These wretched individuals, despite my prior admonitions against engaging in such despicable acts, remain blinded by greed and disregard my warnings. The perpetrator has already met their demise at my hands. I implore you to temper your ire. Seeing Xiaogua's attempts to obfuscate the truth, Shangwan Binger produced a recording stone, infusing it with spiritual energy to reveal a segment of footage. The scene depicted a conversation between the overseer of the gambling arena and an official from the city lord's residence, detailing the events leading up to this incident with clarity. Xiaogua found himself momentarily at a loss, as this woman showed him no courtesy, letting the evidence speak for itself without uttering a single word. Furthermore, there was mention of someone desiring Wu Hanyan. Who could that individual be? Is it someone from the Qiyin sect? Shangwan Binger savored her tea, awaiting Xiaogua's response. Chapter 49. Entering Qiyin. Xiaogua remained silent for an extended period, the atmosphere thick with tension. At last, a family patriarch, who typically fawned over Xiaogua, stepped forward in an attempt to extricate him from his predicament. With a beaming smile, he said, Master Dan, please do not be so stern. Surely, Lord Xiaogua was unaware of these matters. Every leader has a few vermin beneath them who exploit their authority for personal gain. This is understandable, quite understandable. Xiaogua regarded the man with a look of appreciation, recognizing his willingness to assist. However, the next moment, that very individual erupted in a gruesome display, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, with Qiuguo caught off guard, finding himself smeared with the remnants. "Did I permit you to speak?" he seethed. "Do you truly believe me a fool, easily deceived by mere platitudes?" The voice of Shangwan Binger emerged like a whisper from the abyss, cold and ethereal. She possessed the formidable ability to vanquish all in an instant, yet she preferred not to exercise such power indiscriminately. Relying solely on brute force would render her a heartless demon, one who slays without a flicker of remorse. Many circumstances hinge upon a mere distinction between 0 and infinity. Had she today ruthlessly extinguished the lives of many, then proceeded to decimate the entire Qian sect, none would dare to object, for in the realm of cultivation, strength alone dictates supremacy. However, once such a precedent is established, future dilemmas would only be resolved through similar means, and over time, even her own convictions might be tainted. Should anyone provoke her, she would retaliate. Upon witnessing atrocities, her hand would be forced. Yet, she would not expend her energy fretting over every injustice in the world, for she lacked the luxury of time, and others might not appreciate her efforts. Thus, when faced with a few miscreants within a sect, she would not indiscriminately slaughter all, but rather eliminate only those guilty of wrongdoing, leaving the sect to manage the rest. Excluding her encounters with the nefarious factions, she would strike down any adversary in her path. Calling her master alchemist would not instill fear. Should they reject her grace, she would respond with force instead. At this juncture, Qiuguo shed any pretense. Since the opponent showed no inclination for peace, they would test their might against one another. Capturing her and returning her to the sect for confinement and servitude as a mere alchemical slave was the plan. With a wave of his hand, his hidden forces surged forth, charging towards Shangwan Binger, while Qiuguo remained vigilant, wary of any followers she might have. Despite the throng from Qiuguo having encroached within mere meters of Shangwan Binger, no one emerged to shield her. Could it be that this woman was merely a rogue cultivator who had fortuitously obtained a legacy in alchemy? If so, then her fate was sealed. Casting his gaze upon Shangwan Binger's voluptuous figure, he envisioned a grim future for her. As for the prior annihilation of the family head, he dismissed it. It was common knowledge that alchemists possessed formidable soul power, making the swift dispatch of a body-tempering cultivator plausible. Tap, tap, tap. Shangwan Binger's fingers gently drummed upon the stone table, and one by one, the besieging cultivators detonated in a macabre spectacle, their scattered flesh transforming the Wu family compound into a veritable charnel house. The onlookers were utterly stupefied. Among the slain were several golden core cultivators, the very cream of Qiuguo's forces. Could a nascent soul cultivator achieve such a feat? Utter annihilation without a trace? Qiuguo, now drenched in perspiration, clasped his fist in a sweeping salute, exclaiming, "Which senior is present?" "I am Qiuguo, an outer sect steward of the Crimson Cloud sect. I implore you, senior, to spare me for the sake of the Crimson Cloud sect. The Crimson Cloud sect will be in your debt." Silence ensued, unbroken. Qiuguo remained frozen, uncertain whether the hidden senior had deigned to grant him clemency. "I have no desire to spare you," a crystalline voice echoed. A jolt of dread coursed through Qiuguo. He had forgotten this critical detail. The clandestine senior was likely a follower of the alchemist. If she was unwilling to grant him absolution, his entreaties were futile. "Enough. I no longer wish to squander time with you. Take me to the one who seeks Wu Hanyan. Do not dawdle, delay further, and face dire consequences. That individual resides within the Red Cloud sect, and I am unable to summon him forth. Then lead me to the Red Cloud sect." Qiuguo took the lead, while Shangwan Binger followed closely behind, hands clasped behind her back. Their pace was remarkably swift, and soon they had departed from Red Cloud City, arriving at a desolate expanse of desert. This place conceals an array similar to that of the Star Moon Mountain Range, albeit of a lesser grade. Upon arriving, Shangwan Bingo could immediately sense the aura of the formation. To the eyes of others, it appeared merely as an ordinary desert, yet to her, it manifested as an immense barrier of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Qiuguo accelerated and dashed inside, feeling a sense of relief. Surely, once within the sect, he would be safe. To his astonishment, he turned and discovered that Shangwan Binger had also entered. What sorcery is this? How could she possibly infiltrate without the sect token? Why are you dawdling? Continue to lead the way, Shangwan Binger urged. This level of formation she could dismantle with ease, and she might even enhance its potency. However, The concentration of spiritual energy in the northern region is indeed inferior to that of the southern region. Even within the Red Cloud sect, which boasted a gathering formation, the spiritual energy appeared rather feeble in Shangwan Binger's eyes. No wonder the northern region is abundant in body cultivators. At this moment, Xiao Guo was utterly at a loss, relying solely on instinct to navigate. The terrifying prowess of Shangwan Binger increasingly revealed itself before him, and he now questioned whether the sect would risk offending her for the sake of a mere exiled steward managing the city of Red Cloud. Ah, Steward Xiao, what brings you back to the sect? Bystanders were curious about the stunning woman accompanying Xiao Guo, but he remained silent, escorting Shangwan Binger towards the inner sanctum of the sect. Only the sect leader could resolve the issue of Wu Han Yin catching the eye of the Red Cloud sect's young master, especially since his own son had facilitated it. The disciples, ignored by Xiao Guo, displayed hints of resentment. They muttered about Xiao Guo's aloofness, despite being a discarded pawn of the sect. Questions arose about Xiao Guo's return, considering the rule against expelled members re-entering the sect without significant cause. Speculation pointed towards him offering a vessel to the young sect master, a beautiful woman captured in Red Cloud City in exchange for an inner disciple position. Envy filled their voices, acknowledging the unfair advantage Xiao Guo now possessed in securing his promotion. Resignation colored their words as they lamented their birth in the Northern Territory, contrasting it with other regions where talent and strength determined advancement. They wondered about the landscapes and opportunities in those distant lands. Chapter 50. A debt paid in blood. They soon arrived at a grand hall, where disciples and stewards reported critical matters. An elder was meditating inside. Xiao Guo addressed him, requesting the elder to inform the sect leader of an urgent matter. Stewards typically referred to themselves as disciples when addressing elders. The elder slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Shangwan Binger, and spoke. The sovereign has entered seclusion. Matters can be addressed at a later time. As for the young master, this issue is of paramount importance to the sect, and I hope elderly will take it seriously. Xiao Guo felt a sense of urgency. The young master is also preoccupied and has instructed me not to disturb him. Please convey any matters directly to me, and I will relay them when time permits. Elderly dismissed the concern, thinking, what significant issue could possibly arise from an outer disciple? To trouble the sovereign with trivialities is utterly absurd. It seems you are incapable as well. I shall take matters into my own hands. How long must we languish in indecision? Shangwan Binger, growing impatient, soared into the sky and proclaimed, who is the master of Qiyun sect? Come forth. I require your presence. Elder Li's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the ruckus caused by the woman brought by Xiao Guo. Impudent. Descend at once. Elder Li summoned his energy, manifesting a colossal hand aimed at Shangwan Binger. Xiao Guo hastily intervened, exclaiming, Elder Li, you must not. Elder Li disregarded Xiao Guo's interjection, intent on subduing the woman aloft. Shangwan Binger's voice resonated throughout Qiyun sect, startling numerous disciples and elders in meditation. Who dares to create such a disturbance within Qiyun sect? Is this a matter of life and death? This woman is extraordinary. It seems we may need to flee today. Brother, what do you mean by that? How could an ordinary person awaken all those in seclusion merely by sound? Do not forget, who would shut themselves away without setting up a few formations to shield against the external environment. It seems indeed to be the case. As the voice of that woman surfaced directly in my mind, entirely disregarding the isolation formations within my cave abode. In the sky, Shangwan Binger also beheld the enormous hand conjured by Elder Li. With a delicate wave of her jade-like hand, a ripple of spatial fluctuation emanated forth, making contact with the giant hand. In an instant, it appeared to be distorted, vanishing entirely from its original position, only to reappear before everyone after a brief moment. However, at this juncture, its target was no longer Shangwan Binger, but rather the spell-casting Elder Li. Startled, Elder Li hastily struck out once more, dispersing the immense hand. Oh, this technique shall be referred to as spatial displacement. Shangwan Binger nodded in acknowledgement. This maneuver was derived from her understanding of spatial turbulence, or rather, it represented her comprehension of a unique essence, the true meaning of space. According to her acquired knowledge, she had never encountered such a concept before. Yet, at the moment of her enlightenment, an ethereal voice whispered to her, affirming that this was indeed the essence. Presently, Shangwan Binger's grasp of the true meaning of space remains rather superficial, sufficient only to counter lowly adversaries by redirecting their attacks. As her understanding deepens, She may eventually achieve spatial traversal, seamlessly transitioning from the northern domain to the southern domain in a single step. Such a notion is utterly astounding. The formidable members of the Qiyun sect have also emerged in the heavens, encircling Shangguan Bing'er. At the forefront, a robust middle-aged man donned nothing but a pair of black shorts, revealing his muscular physique. The burly middle-aged man inquired in a deep voice. "I am the one you seek, the leader of the Qiyun sect, Qiyin Tian. May I ask who you are and why you have caused such a commotion within my sect?" As a mid-stage void refinement practitioner, Qiyin Tian was renowned throughout the northern region for his formidable Qiyin body refinement technique. It was indeed a rarity for a woman to brazenly confront him in such a manner. Had he not been unable to discern the strength of this woman before him, he would have already struck her down with a single blow. Supreme Elder Bing'er, manipulating the air, seized the trembling Qiuegua from below and hurled him before Qiyin Tian. "You shall clarify the circumstances surrounding this matter," she commanded. Qiuegua, confronted by the fierce visage of Qiyin Tian, stammered and faltered, his legs quaking in terror, a sense of warmth pooling beneath him. Qiyin Tian bellowed, "Speak. If you remain silent, I shall reduce you to a mere pulp." "The leader," Qiuegua stuttered. "The young lord has taken a liking to a girl from a minor family and instructed us to bring her back as a furnace for him. Little did we know that she is a friend of the esteemed alchemist." Upon uttering these words, Qiuegua's legs gave way, and he collapsed, a foul odor permeating the air. He understood that regardless of the outcome, his fate was sealed. "Is this true?" Qiyin Tian directed his question toward a dark-skinned youth below. "The young lord of the Qiyin sect, Qiyin Di." The youth rose with an imposing presence and replied brusquely, "Indeed, it is true. When I visited Qiyin City, I heard of her prodigious talents and carelessly instructed someone to bring her to me. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten the matter altogether." This trivial matter has escalated to such proportions. He was reveling in his cave, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of power when he was abruptly interrupted, causing great vexation. Particularly, the stunning woman standing in the sky reignited the flames of desire within him. Yet the grave expression on his father's face made it abundantly clear that she was beyond his reach. Qiyin Tian, having overheard his son's candid remarks, felt no anger but rather a sense of delight. In his youth, he too had been rebellious, indulging in whatever brought him joy. With a hearty laugh, he swiftly dispatched the limp figure of Qiuegua, then turned to Gushang Bing'er, inquiring, "This incident was indeed our fault. What compensation do you seek, my lady?" Gushang Bing'er found the mindset of the Qiyun sect rather perplexing. Their casual abduction of women seemed entirely normal to them. When faced with a formidable challenge, their response was merely to offer an apology. Connecting with the Shumi realm, she released Wu Hanyan and softly asked for her thoughts. "The dark-skinned man before you is the architect of the calamity that has befallen your family. What punishment do you wish for him? Speak freely, and I shall act on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Wu Hanyan's eyes instantly filled with tears. Her mother had been brutally slain by them, and her father was left physically shattered. How could such deep-seated enmity be avenged? Only blood could repay blood. "Sister Bing'er, I want him dead." With great effort, Wu Hanyan managed to utter those 9 words, each syllable painfully extracted as blood seeped from her clenched jaw. Chapter 51. The True Essence of Space Coldly. Shangguan Bing'er addressed Qiyin Tian. "Did you hear that? This is what you owe her. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid. It is a matter of principle." Qiyin Tian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. The surrounding elders joined in his uproarious mirth. "How amusing! An eye for an eye. I have only heard such notions in the mundane world, and never again since. In the realm of cultivation, the strong dominate. It is absurd to speak of retribution for murder. If you lack strength, you deserve to be oppressed. Surely, at your level of cultivation, you cannot be so ignorant of this truth." Shangguan Bing'er observed their laughter with an unruffled demeanor. She understood the law of the jungle. Yet when it came to her being bullied, that was an entirely different matter. "In that case, allow me to wield my strength against you. Do not resent me, for I am more powerful." With a fierce resolve, Shangguan Bing'er unleashed her newfound understanding of the true essence of space upon them. Concentrating, she manifested a sword chi in her palm and flung it outward. The moment it left her grasp, the sword chi shimmered momentarily before vanishing from sight. A sense of dread surged within Qiyin Tian as the alarm bells rang in his mind. He sensed an imminent threat and swiftly darted aside. In an instant, a sword chi materialized from the very spot he had occupied, nearly cleaving him in two. Qiyin Tian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Acutely aware of the lethal sharpness of the sword energy before him, even as a physical cultivator, he knew he could not withstand it. Everyone mustered their utmost strength and could not afford to underestimate the situation. With a thunderous shout, he surged with vitality, transforming into a towering giant, unleashing an unparalleled offensive toward Shangwan Binger. Simultaneously, another Qi Yuntian soared from below, taking the form of a giant to flank Shangwan Binger from behind. This was his doppelganger, possessing the strength equivalent to that of his true self at the 5th tier. Elders from all directions initiated their assaults, and numerous powerful cultivators converged their might, causing the very skies above the Qi Yun sect to undergo a tumultuous transformation. Even from 1,000 miles away, the city of Qi Yun could sense this chaotic and formidable aura, prompting various cultivators to ascend into the air, gazing toward the direction of the Qi Yun sect. Yet unaware of the unfolding events, Shangwan Binger, holding Wu Hanyan's hand, displayed no hint of fear, while Wu Hanyan, though internally trembling at the might of these individuals, gritted her teeth in silence, refraining from uttering any sound that might disturb Shangwan Binger. The dual assault from Qi Yuntian approached, yet just as it was about to strike Shangwan Binger, it suddenly flickered and reappeared. With a delicate tip of her toes, Shangwan Binger nimbly evaded the attack. Her mind racing, it became clear that the essence of spatial truth posed significant challenges in maneuvering against those of greater strength. The space surrounding powerful beings was exceedingly unstable, amplifying the difficulty of manipulation exponentially. After several attempts, she found it still arduous to redirect Qi Yuntian's onslaught, ultimately deciding to abandon the effort for now. It would be prudent to wait until her comprehension of the essence of space deepened further before attempting again. With a casual motion, she transformed her insights regarding the essence of space into a stone tablet of enlightenment, transmitting it to the origin star. She harbored no expectations that the inhabitants of the origin star would swiftly comprehend, for the essence of such power had not even been documented in this realm. Given the current state of the origin star, grasping this concept would indeed prove challenging. The process of bringing forth existence from nothingness is the most arduous, while the transition from one to infinity is comparatively effortless. Lacking an understanding of the notion of intention, they would not contemplate enlightenment in this regard. However, once Shangwan Binger initiated the discourse, the innate talents of these individuals would inevitably blossom, creating a world distinct from the realm of cultivation. Moreover, while Shangwan Binger divided her focus to impart wisdom during battle, Qi Yuntian had already reached the limits of his patience. Every attack aimed at the woman failed to connect. How could one fight under such circumstances? Wasn't the principle of retribution supposed to apply? Why was she merely evading? Initially, he had intended only to vent his frustrations with empty bravado, yet to his astonishment, Shangwan Binger ceased her evasions. Could it be that this woman was one who could not withstand provocation? A surge of hope filled Qi Yuntian's heart, seizing the moment of her stillness. He unleashed his full power, even resorting to secret techniques for the sake of speed. Bang! A hit. Yet, before the members of Qi Yunzone could revel in their triumph, they were confronted with a sight that left them utterly astounded. The woman single-handedly caught the full force of the sect leader's punch. This was impossible. How could a mere alchemist, despite possessing formidable Qi cultivation, also dominate in physical prowess? Qi Yuntian exclaimed in disbelief. Attempting to retract his fist, he found it firmly ensnared by Shangwan Binger, immobilized without the slightest movement. Qi Yuntian's body was taut with bulging veins. Exerting all his strength, yet unable to extricate his arm from the iron grip of Shangwan Binger, whose palm was as steadfast as a vice. Do you comprehend the intensity of my training over the past year? Had you any inkling of the arduous discipline I have endured, you would not dare to question my prowess. Shangwan Binger began to boast extravagantly. Each day, I am subjected to the searing flames, while simultaneously enduring the torment of those chaotic spiritual herbs. Do you have any idea how excruciating it is? That 9-treasure blood ginseng, just a minuscule fragment of its root, nearly brought me to the brink of death. I was compelled to expel the excess potency from my body, and the heartbreak it caused me was immeasurable. As she spoke, a laugh almost escaped her lips. Indeed, she relished the frustration of those around her. The centuries of cultivation some had undergone paled in comparison to her single year of triumph, a demoralizing revelation. Qi Yuntian and his companions were utterly bewildered, questioning what she meant by a year and the 9-treasure blood ginseng, terms foreign to them. Observing their utter lack of comprehension, Shangwan Binger felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. The sensation of being misunderstood was painfully tedious. This generation of cultivators was woefully uninformed. Was it not merely a treasure from the divine realm? Could they not seek to understand it? With a slight as Shangwan Binger halted her steps. Curiosity sparked within her as she inquired, "Pray tell, are you about to utter threats about how someone stands behind you, claiming that should you perish, they would spare me?" Drawing a deep breath, Qi Yuntian suppressed his physical injuries and responded, "Should you take my life and obliterate the Qi Yun sect, the entirety of Qi Yun City shall accompany me to the grave." Chapter 52. The Wind Spirit Ring. Qi Yuntian, intent on prolonging the suspense, was met with a swift punch to the face from Shangwan Binger, who furrowed her brows and threatened, "Speak quickly. If you dawdle any longer, I shall end your life with a single blow." Realizing the futility of further delay, Qi Yuntian hastily elucidated, "Do you comprehend why the northern region harbors only 5 cities? Even amidst the harshest conditions, it should not be limited to merely 5 settlements, should it? This phenomenon is attributable to the desert storms that have erupted intermittently since the inception of the northern region. Such calamities, akin to the heavens collapsing, are formidable even for the mightiest of cultivators to withstand. Furthermore, these desert storms frequently usher in terrifying waves of desert beasts, should the defenses falter. The cost is the destruction of the city and the loss of its inhabitants. Thus, the populace is compelled to rely upon powerful sects for protection to endure the tempestuous storms, and within the northern region, only we 5 sects possess the capability to provide such refuge. Should you slay me, the denizens of Qi Yun City will be left without shelter. And according to the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion, the next desert storm is imminent." Qi Yuntian finished his exposition in one breath. It is remarkable that even practitioners of the martial arts find themselves constrained by the forces of nature. Truly, the majesty of the heavens is beyond comprehension. Thus, it seems that it is indeed unwise to eliminate him at this moment. Otherwise, one would be forced to await the next desert storm, only to assist them in crossing before one could depart. As she pondered this, Shangwan Bingo continued to inquire, "You mentioned the predictions of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Do they possess the ability to foresee the future? Why not consult them to ascertain the origin of the desert storm and eradicate it in one fell swoop?" She had encountered the name of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in her readings, a most legendary organization, reputed to unveil even the mysteries of one's past life, provided the price was right. Previously, in Qi Yun City, she had heard the dwarf mention that they had a branch there, though she had not had the opportunity to visit. "We did seek them out, but the price they demanded was exorbitant. The representatives of our 5 major sects could not reach an agreement, and thus we abandoned the endeavor. Under the current circumstances, however, resisting the desert storm is not overly arduous for us." Shangwan Binger scoffed lightly. "I believe it is not a matter of negotiation failure, but rather a fear that once the storm dissipates, other sects might invade the northern territories to seize resources." Qi Yuntian fell silent, offering no rebuttal. What a troublesome predicament. Shangwan Binger sighed, her hair dancing in the wind as her spiritual consciousness surged forth, expanding wildly outward. She was acutely aware of the terrifying potency of her spiritual essence, though she had yet to unleash it to its fullest extent. Today, she intended to ascertain whether her strength could indeed uncover the source of the desert storm. Her consciousness roiled like tumultuous ocean waves, centered around her, rapidly sweeping beyond Qi Yun City. Beholding the caravan traversing the vast desert, one cannot help but notice the countless beasts lurking beneath the sands, as well as the desert marauders concealed in the shadows, waiting for the caravan to pass. It is uncertain how far they have journeyed, yet a distant city gradually comes into view, and a hint of fatigue finally washes over Shangwan Binger. If horizontal movement proves futile, then a vertical approach shall be adopted. Her consciousness begins to sweep beneath the surface. Sand, beasts, sand. The monotonous scenery breeds a sense of irritation. Suddenly, her perception grazes a particular area, as if the very fabric of space quivered momentarily, an imperceptible shift to the untrained eye. However, Shangwan Binger's consciousness surpasses even the might of a unified spirit, and her understanding of spatial dynamics is considerable. In an instant, she discerns the anomaly within that space. Just as her consciousness intends to investigate further, the entire northern region begins to tremble, with countless grains of sand seemingly dancing in chaotic disarray. The entire northern territory descends into turmoil as myriad desert beasts scurry about, while the cultivators within the cities adopt grave expressions, hastening to the city walls to assess the situation. The city's defensive array activates, a colossal protective barrier extending from the earth, enveloping the entire city and offering them a semblance of security. Conversely, those stranded in the desert wear expressions of utter despair, acutely aware that, bereft of the city's protection, their fate is sealed. The desert storm has commenced. Chi Yuntian collapses onto the ground in a state of hopelessness, not out of fear for the storm's ferocity, but rather from the realization that his sole method of stalling for time has vanished. Even if he survives this tempest, that woman will not spare him. Disregarding the despair of the members of the Qiyun sect, Shangwan Binger focused her consciousness on the previously anomalous location. Ever since a wave of energy emanated from that spot, a sandstorm had commenced, suggesting an undeniable connection between the two phenomena. As anticipated, the space fluctuated once more, and an unending tempest of wind began to coalesce, forming colossal tornadoes imbued with destructive power, sweeping relentlessly through the desert. "I found you." Shangwan Binger's eyes sparkled with excitement as her figure vanished from the Qiyun sect, only to reappear at the bottom of the desert. A subtle spatial ripple emanated from her as she made contact with the mysterious area. With a crack akin to shattering glass, the very fabric of space transformed before her eyes. This was a realm devoid of any sand, where a verdant hand ring floated serenely, encircled by gentle breezes. Shangwan Binger yearned to draw closer for a better examination. Yet the hand ring suddenly unleashed a powerful force, attempting to repel her. However, such force proved insufficient to dislodge Shangwan Binger. She stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the hand ring. Intricate patterns adorned its surface. The moment she touched it, a sensation of warmth and comfort enveloped her, akin to the gentle caress of spring. Nevertheless, upon realizing it had been seized, the hand ring began to struggle violently. The once soothing winds transformed into sharp, biting gales, slicing against Shangwan Binger's hand, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. "Be good, don't resist," she softly urged, as her spiritual energy surged into the hand ring, swiftly refining the artifact, while her consciousness inscribed a mark upon it. The emerald-green bracelet finally settled, gently resting in Shangwan Binger's palm. After refining the bracelet, Shangwan Bingo discovered its origins. The Wind Spirit Ring, a congenital spiritual treasure, can unleash the power of wind from the heavens once refined, a truly formidable force. However, for Shangwan Binger, the greater significance of this treasure lies in its ability to allow her to continually perceive the true essence of the wind. Since its inception, the Wind Spirit Ring had remained buried deep within the northern desert, with desert storms serving as its periodic means of venting. It is no wonder that this congenital treasure could summon storms capable of sweeping across the northern region, for it contains within it the imprint of the true essence of wind. The essence operates like a featherweight that can displace 1,000 pounds when the time comes. The forces of heaven and earth unite, enabling it to invoke tremendous power without the need for direct intervention, thus delivering devastating attacks. The reason this treasure could remain hidden for so long is primarily due to the protective nature of the space in which it was born. As most individuals are oblivious to the powers of space and cannot perceive it, now that the source of the desert storm has been resolved, only the tempest in Qian City remains to be dealt with. They shall reap a peaceful life, while I acquire a congenital spiritual treasure, a mutually beneficial outcome. Chapter 53. An inescapable death. Shangwan Binger's sudden departure caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Qianshan carefully sensed his surroundings, uncertain of the tricks that the woman might be playing. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that remaining here would surely lead to his demise. Fleeing might still offer a chance at survival. The vastness of the desert ensured that no one could guarantee the woman would find him. Having come to this conclusion, Qianshan turned his back and fled with all his might, disregarding the treasures of the sect, not daring to waste time on them. Seeing their leader escape, the elders and disciples followed suit, scattering in all directions. Although this matter was of little consequence to them, who could predict whether that deranged woman would unleash her wrath upon their return, incensed by the absence of their leader? The scene descended into chaos, as these individuals, unlike Qianshan, were not as eager to save their lives and instead seized the sect's treasures. Wu Hanyin remained rooted in place, fixated on Qiundi. She intended to remember the path of this adversary to inform Shangwan Binger upon her return. Qiundi, too, recognized that Wu Hanyin was watching him intently. Unlike his father, he pondered whether he could escape faster than that woman. Given her prowess, It wouldn't take long for her to catch up and eliminate him. Instead, he resolved to seize a hostage to leverage against her, perhaps allowing for a sliver of hope. With powerful strides, he lunged toward Wu Hanyan, acutely aware that he could not predict the woman's return. The faster he acted, the better, just in case. As Qi Yundi's loathsome visage drew nearer to Wu Hanyan, she exhibited no trace of fear, firmly believing that her sister Bing would never harm her. I've got you, Qi Yundi thought, a smile nearly breaking upon his face as he anticipated his success. In the next moment, intricate patterns illuminated beneath Wu Hanyan's feet, binding Qi Yundi in midair with countless chains of spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. How could this be possible? The 6-tier spirit locking array, the Yin wind suppressing soul array, the fire elemental sword array. It was inconceivable that someone could surreptitiously set up so many formations and foundations in one location. Qi Yundi found himself completely encircled by these arrays, the terrifying might emanating from them continually provoking him. Wu Hanyan exhaled softly, gazing at her utterly defenseless nemesis, a strong desire to strike him down coursing through her veins, yet she feared the arrays might inadvertently harm her. Cautiously, she advanced a step, only to discover that those formidable arrays exhibited no hostility towards her, gracefully parting in her presence. With newfound confidence, Wu Hanyan hastened to stand before Qi Yundi and unleashed a punch. With a resounding thud, her attack inflicted no damage upon him whatsoever. Ha ha ha, even if someone aids you, what does it matter? Ultimately, you are but a worthless fool, incapable of avenging yourself. Come and kill me. Qi Yundi laughed maniacally, teetering on the brink of madness. Nothing mattered to him anymore. Even as he faced death, he found solace in the thought of vexing Wu Hanyan. Wu Hanyan bit her lip fiercely, clenching her fists to strike again, relentlessly pummeling Qi Yundi until her hands were with an overwhelming surge of fury. A fist struck the face of Qi Yundi. Yet it yielded no effect. Instead, it resulted in the shattering of her own arm. Wu Hanyan, dragging her feeble limb, stood rooted to the spot, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks. I truly am useless. Sigh. A distant sigh resonated from behind her. A golden talisman floated gracefully onto Wu Hanyan's arm, radiating brilliance as it merged with her flesh. In that moment, she felt an infinite power coursing through her being. Compared to her former self, her strength had multiplied exponentially. Wiping away her tears, she pondered, can you withstand this punch, Qi Yundi? At last, her strikes could inflict damage upon him. Although she could not severely wound him with a single blow, the wrath within Wu Hanyan surged forth, her fists raining down like a relentless storm. Qi Yundi could never have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere body-refining practitioner, particularly one he once regarded as a vessel for his ambitions. It was only when Wu Hanyan had reduced Qi Yundi to a mere puddle of mud that she ceased her assault. The impetus for vengeance evaporated, and she collapsed onto the ground. Even with the talisman's assistance, the countless attacks had drained her entirely, relying solely on her indomitable will. Struggling to lift her gaze towards the sky, she spotted Shangwan Binger watching from afar. Thank you, Sister Binger. With those words, Wu Hanyan succumbed to unconsciousness. You must ponder how to repay me now, for I seldom extend such kindness to others. Perhaps not as seldom as I thought. Gently escorting Wu Hanyan back to the Shumi realm, Shangwan Bingo set forth towards Qiyun City. A formidable sect that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years in the northern region, now reduced to utter disarray. In the vast desert, two robust men with identical bare torsos lay on the ground, their heads severed and lying thousands of meters away, as if decapitated mid-flight, an occurrence most sinister. Chapter 54. The Relentless Onslaught. Qiyun City. Countless desert beasts relentlessly assaulted the protective barrier of Qiyun City. Even with such formidable defensive formations, the shield began to dim under the continuous onslaught of the beasts. Unless one were a master of formations capable of harnessing the energies of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. The operation of such formations required a significant expenditure of spirit stones, with the consumption escalating alarmingly under attack. Fear pervaded Qiyun City, as cultivators had already ascended the city walls to engage the beasts, attempting to alleviate the pressure on the formations, yet their cultivation levels were insufficient, rendering their efforts futile. Alas, the hide of these beasts is extraordinarily thick. At this moment, the short Taoist was also vigorously battling atop the city walls. Though he was known for his cunning and penchant for deception, he would not shy away from the duty of defending the city. Meanwhile, within the Yibao Pavilion, two elderly men sat leisurely at a table, savoring their tea. All personnel from the Tianji Pavilion and Yibao Pavilion had gathered within the tower-like spiritual device of the Yibao Pavilion. Should Qiyun City fall, they would promptly activate the device and make their escape. Ouyang, pray tell, why have the people of Qiyun not yet arrived at this hour? Have they encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Can you ascertain whether Qiyun City can withstand the impending threat? The elder in charge of Yibao Pavilion inquired. Ordinarily, at this time, the disciples of Qiyun sect would have long since made their appearance, for these desert beasts are prime resources for cultivation. Their inner elixirs can be utilized for alchemy, their hides for crafting, and their blood for bodily refinement. Such an opportunity, which does not require one to toil beneath the desert sands to hunt these creatures, is never overlooked by Qiyun sect. Do not question me. It has been stated that only the sect master and the deputy sect master of our Tiangui Pavilion possess the capability to divine the secrets of heaven. The rest of us rely solely on a plethora of information to draw conclusions. We have indeed predicted the arrival of the desert storm, yet we remain perplexed as to why a disruption has occurred. Is there truly anyone in the Qiyun desert region who poses a threat to Qiyun sect? The steward of Tiangui Pavilion bore a similarly puzzled expression. Nevertheless, neither of them felt panic, as members of an organization with influence spanning the entire continent. They had been granted numerous treasures for self-preservation, making an escape from Qiyun City a trivial matter. Look, a massive tornado is approaching us from the distance. A colossal vortex, entwining countless grains of sand and beasts, advanced toward Qiyun City. The cultivators atop the city walls wore expressions of despair. Should the tornado collide with Qiyun City, the current strength of the formation would be utterly inadequate to withstand it. What shall we do? What shall we do? I, the old Taoist, have no desire to meet my demise just yet. It is neither prudent to flee nor to remain. Death is inevitable. Had I known, I should have shamelessly implored the esteemed alchemist to accept me as a follower. The diminutive figure paced anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. The steward of Yibioj slammed his hand down and commanded, "Everyone, prepare to activate the Duobao Tower. We shall evacuate from Qiyun City." Wait, do you see that person in the sky? In the sky? Who would dare to fly up there now? Do they not fear for their life? Following the gaze of the Tiangong Pavilion steward, the crowd beheld a woman clad in white standing beyond the protective barrier, facing the tornado. "Isn't that the esteemed alchemist?" someone exclaimed. "Why has she returned?" The visage of Shangwan Binger had long been disseminated throughout Qiyun City. The noble alchemist confronting the esteemed sect, Qiyun sect, had become a tale of great intrigue. Was it a fierce dragon crossing the river, or a powerful dragon suppressing the local snake? Such stories had undoubtedly spread throughout the city, and some even circulated her portrait to distant lands. The alchemist has returned. Surely the Qiyun sect must be here as well. We are saved. The faces of the crowd lit up with hope as they searched for the presence of the Qiyun sect, yet to no avail. The diminutive figure's heart sank, and a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Could the alchemist have annihilated the Qiyun sect? After all, he had witnessed Shangwan Bing's prowess. If she confronted the Qiyun sect, she would undoubtedly demand an explanation. Yet, the absence of the sect's members was conspicuous. Shangwan Bingo surveyed the jubilant throng within Qiyun City and the fleeing individuals from Yibioj, choosing silence. As the tornado drew near, she raised her delicate hand, and the green bracelet on her wrist began to emit a soft glow. Remarkably, the tornado, which had been advancing toward Qiyun City, appeared to be halted by her will, pausing in its relentless approach. Moments later, an unexpected whirlwind began to sweep around the city of Qiyun, mercilessly clearing the besieging beasts. In an instant, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of the creatures, and the densely packed tide of beasts was torn apart by this tempest, as if a white stroke had been drawn across a black canvas, significantly alleviating the pressure on Qiyun. Yet, the beasts continued their reckless assault on the city, as if driven by a loss of reason. "If you won't flee, then let the storm consume you," murmured Shangwan Binger, as the verdant glow of her wind spirit ring intensified, drawing countless winds from the heavens towards her. Merging with the whirlwind, the already colossal vortex grew even more terrifying. The very essence of the whirlwind began to exhibit a chilling black hue, expanding relentlessly as its fearsome pull dragged the surrounding beasts into the tempest. How magnificent! This is the essence of cultivation, where one can alter the fabric of the heavens with a mere gesture, causing the stars to hang in reverse. The dwarf looked at Shangwan Binger in awe, his perception of her transforming dramatically over the course of just a few days, from initial admiration for her beauty to respect for her status, and now complete reverence for her formidable power. What manner of woman is she, utterly devoid of flaws? Suddenly, a jolt roused the dwarf from his reverie. What is happening? He looked down in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Good heavens! The entire city of Qiyun was being drawn away by the storm. This was a monumental fortress, reinforced over countless generations, standing resilient in the desert for years. And now it was on the verge of being uprooted. Elder, we can no longer allow the tornado to grow larger. Otherwise, the city will be significantly displaced, and the foundational array of our defenses will be compromised. At that point, all the inhabitants of the city will be engulfed by the tempest. A cultivator well-versed in formations urgently warned Shangwan Binger. At this moment, the tornado had turned pitch black, resembling a black hole that devoured everything in its path. The demonic beasts finally sensed the peril and wished to flee, but alas, it was far too late for such thoughts. The number of these creatures dwindled at an alarming rate, nearly vanishing altogether. Meanwhile, the protective barrier of Qiyun City flickered one last time before completely dissipating. Just as despair gripped the hearts of the onlookers, who believed they were destined to be drawn into the tornado and meet their demise, Shangwan Binga snapped her fingers, and the tornado disintegrated in an instant, as a mountain composed of inner elixirs descended from the heavens, scattering across the ground. At first glance, it appeared to number over 1 million. Inner elixirs are treasures that demonic beasts produce upon entering the first realm of cultivation, encapsulating the majority of their accumulated power, and serve as their ultimate weapon. It is instinctual for every demonic beast to utilize their inner elixirs in a last desperate counterattack. Unfortunately, the tornadoes might have been overwhelmingly potent, resulting in the obliteration of most demonic bodies, with many lower-grade inner elixirs shattered, leaving a significant portion of the remaining elixirs marred and unsightly. Chapter 55, Message to the Southern Region. With a wave of her hand, Shangwan Binger collected all the inner elixirs into the Shumi realm and slowly descended into the city. Before she could steady her footing, a figure rushed towards her, dropping to one knee and beseeching her loudly. Master Alchemist, I, the humble Taoist, wish to become your follower. I implore you to accept me. This individual was none other than the quick-witted Taoist, who, upon noticing Shangwan Binger enter the city, hurried over, anxious that he might arrive too late to catch a glimpse of her. Shangwan Binger glanced at the Taoist and spoke slowly. What reasons do you have that compel me to take you in? Or rather, what can you offer me? In her view, the Taoist's assistance was of little significance. She did not particularly require a follower, as her association with the Wu family was merely a matter of chance, one she had been compelled to accept. The Taoist's eyes darted around, his mind racing as he pondered his advantages, contemplating what value he could present to Shangwan Binger. Master Alchemist, I am quite amiable and capable. I possess considerable knowledge of the cultivation world. Regardless of the region, I hold some understanding, and I have even spent time in the central domain. After much contemplation, the Taoist realized he had no particularly remarkable attributes. Were he in the position of the Master Alchemist, he likely would not consider such a person. However, he still endeavored to market himself, fully expecting a rejection and preparing to depart in disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Shangwan Binger stroked her alabaster chin and acquiesced. The central domain was a place she would undoubtedly visit in the future, and having someone knowledgeable about it to elucidate its intricacies would prove beneficial. Furthermore, she appreciated the Taoist's adeptness in handling affairs. While the Wu family could assist her, they could never match the Taoist's cunning and meticulousness. In simpler terms, the temperament of those in the martial families tends to be excessively forthright, rendering them suitable primarily as enforcers, while their capacity to manage various affairs remains uncertain. As exemplified by their family's plight, had the diminutive Taoist been entrusted with the matter, the parents of Wu Hanyin would assuredly have remained unharmed. Very well. You shall accompany me. The diminutive Taoist, to his astonishment, found Shangwan Binger amenable to his proposition, whereupon he was elated and promptly pledged his fealty. With a nod, Shangwan Binger accepted the diminutive Taoist's fealty and proceeded directly towards the treasure exchange pavilion, intending to convert the aforementioned inner cores into diverse cultivation resources. Her current reserves of rudimentary cultivation resources are meager, insufficient to sustain the Wu family's cultivation for an extended duration. Fortunately, the abundance of inner cores at her disposal affords her the opportunity to replenish their supplies. The diminutive Taoist, with a resounding clap, trailed behind her, his countenance beaming with elation. Within the Sumeru realm, Wu Hanyan had regained consciousness, whereupon Shangwan Binger released her and permitted her to accompany them. Wu Hanyan's potential for cultivation surpassed that of all members of the Wu family. Hanyan, henceforth, in addition to your cultivation, you shall attend to me daily. Furthermore, allow me to introduce the diminutive Taoist. It behooves you to become acquainted. Wu Hanyan promptly paid her respects to the diminutive Taoist. Greetings, esteemed senior. Despite the appellation of diminutive senior causing him some discomfiture, he possessed his own given name. However, given that Lady Binger favored this designation, he would henceforth be known as the diminutive Taoist. The diminutive Taoist dared not presume, for he recognized that the maiden before him held a position of paramount importance in Shangwan Binger's esteem, one capable of propelling her directly into the Crimson Cloud sect. He promptly returned the salutation. Esteemed immortal maiden Wu, you may address me as the diminutive Taoist. We are all in service to the lady, thus such formality is unwarranted. It must be said that the eloquence of the diminutive man is truly exceptional. With just a few words, he successfully bridged the gap in the relationship between Wu Hanyan and himself, easing the initial awkwardness that had existed between them. As they made their way to the Yibao Pavilion, the two stewards had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Shangwan Binger and her companions had not concealed their movements during their journey, and thus, they could not escape the watchful eyes of the onlookers. However, none dared to approach Shangwan Binger, reflecting the innate fear that lower-tier cultivators held towards powerful ones. Welcome, esteemed friend, to the Yibao Pavilion. I am the steward here. Please feel free to inform me of your needs. True to the demeanor of a steward from a prestigious faction, he maintained his composure in the presence of Shangwan Binger, engaging in conversation with ease. I wish to exchange all these inner elixirs for cultivation resources. Shangwan Binger produced a storage ring filled with the inner elixirs of demonic beasts. She retained a few for her own needs, as all the inner elixirs acquired during the recent tempest were contained within. The steward took the storage ring and probed its contents with his spirit sense. As he had anticipated, a wry smile crept across his face. From the moment he noticed Shangwan Binger approaching the Yibao Pavilion, he had surmised the purpose of her visit, and it posed quite a dilemma. Dear friend, our inventory at the Yibao Pavilion in Qian City is insufficient to accommodate the inner elixirs you possess. Might I suggest that we conduct a partial transaction for now, with the remainder to be addressed at a later date? Very well, you may determine the quantity for exchange, she replied. Diminutive man. You and Hanyan shall accompany him to negotiate the resources. The two followed the steward of the Yibao Pavilion as Shangwan Binger's gaze shifted to the steward of the Tianji Pavilion, who had been observing intently from the side. How peculiar. I cannot discern anything. Ouyang Jing had never encountered a situation quite like Shangwan Binger's. Although he could not deduce the heavenly secrets like the master of the pavilion, over the years he had acquired a modicum of skill in reading others. However, after observing for a considerable time, he found that Shangwan Binger was merely an ordinary woman, approximately 20 years of age, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, the absence of anomalies was itself the greatest anomaly. It seemed implausible for someone so young to possess such formidable strength and proficiency in alchemy. Are you the steward of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Ignoring Ouyang Jing's scrutiny, she inquired. Ouyang Jing withdrew her gaze and replied, Indeed, do you have a matter to discuss? I have heard that the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possesses the capability to transmit messages across regions. I wish to send news to the southern domain. Having been away for so long, my masters may believe I have perished or been lost in the chaotic currents of space, with little chance of survival. I dread the day I return to the sect only to find my spirit tablet has been prepared, she expressed. Rest assured, this is a trifling matter that I can handle for you. In less than a day, your sect will receive your message, Ouyang Jing assured her, patting her chest, and even waived any fees for Shangwan Binger, considering it a gesture of friendship. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the Yibao Pavilion, two influential entities, cherished the bonds of friendship, as one traded in information while the other dealt in treasures. More friends equated to more opportunities. Having sent her message, a weight lifted from her heart, she continued, I also wish to inquire about the news concerning innate spiritual treasures. Since discovering the existence of consciousness within these treasures, Shangwan Bingo had harbored the aspiration to collect them. She harbored little hope, for the innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare, and even the Tianji Pavilion likely possessed scant information. Chapter 56, The Blood Flame Treasure Land. As expected, Ouyang Jing shook his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. The details regarding the innate spiritual treasures are known only to our pavilion master and the young pavilion master. I am afraid I am powerless to assist you. In light of the absence of information, Shangwan Binger did not press further, believing that fate would naturally unfold in due time. At that moment, the steward of Yibao Pavilion arrived, accompanied by the short Taoist and Wu Hanyan. Dear friend, Yibao Pavilion will dispatch a flying vessel to the central domain in 3 months. Should you wish to trade any remaining supplies, you are welcome to accompany our vessel. Shangwan Binger nodded and departed with the two. My Lady Binger, this is the cultivation resource provided by Yibao Pavilion. Following this transaction, you have ascended to the status of a 6-star VIP at Yibao Pavilion, and with this token, you shall receive preferential treatment at any Yibao Pavilion outpost. The short Taoist presented a storage ring along with a golden token, inscribed with the character for treasure on one side and 7 pentagrams on the reverse. To attain VIP status within Yibao Pavilion, one must expend a certain quantity of spirit stones. A 3-star VIP receives a green token, a 4 to 6-star VIP receives a silver token, while a 7 to 9-star VIP is awarded a golden token. Typically, these tokens represent the spending power of cultivators at their establishment. Shangwan Binger, having expended the entirety of a cultivator's fortune in a single transaction, had thus been granted the exceptional 7-star golden token. Such golden tokens are rarely possessed by cultivators in the other 4 domains, with the exception of the central domain. Upon receiving the token, Shangwan Binger examined it closely, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, the Yibioj is remarkably generous. The token it provides is not merely a trinket, but a superior spiritual artifact, capable of establishing contact with the Yibioj and inscribed with a defensive array for one's protection. It is evident that the Yibioj's success in business is rooted in its reputation, which is lauded by all across the continent." The short man concurred. With 3 months remaining, we shall embark on the airship of Yibioj to the central region. Pray tell, are there any notable treasures in the northern region? It would be remiss to spend the entirety of our time confined to Qian City. We must witness the splendor of the north. As for knowledge of the northern region, aside from those at the Tianji Pavilion, the short man, having traversed its streets and alleys, is well informed. My Lady Binger, there is indeed a sight of great interest, the short man declared, producing a map and gesturing towards it for Shangwan Binger. He first indicated the location of Qian City on the map, then traced a line with his hand towards the right, crossing the boundary of the Qiyun Desert and arriving at the adjacent Blood Flame Desert, halting at its very center. Not far from a city, here lies the Blood Flame Treasure Site, the most renowned site in our northern region. You shall undoubtedly find it intriguing. The Blood Flame Treasure Site is situated in the heart of the Blood Flame Desert, governed by the Haisha sect. It is the only desert in the northern region not named after a sect. Such is the fame of the Blood Flame Treasure Site that outsiders have come to refer to the desert it inhabits as the Blood Flame Desert. Regardless of how the Black Sand sect attempts to rectify the situation, the name has become an undeniable reality. The Blood Flame Treasure Ground is an inverted conical abyss, filled with flames as crimson as blood. These flames prove immensely beneficial for physical cultivation, capable of purging impurities from the bloodlines and generating a substantial amount of vital energy. However, one cannot remain within for prolonged periods. The flames intensify their intrusion into the cultivator's body with the passage of time, and if one lingers too long, it may lead to their utter incineration. Only cultivators of higher realms can delve deeper into this enigmatic place. Yet no one has ever fully reached the very depths of the Blood Flame Treasure Ground. It is speculated among cultivators that to access the bottom, one must possess at least the strength of a great ascension cultivator and be a body cultivator, as the flames directly consume the flesh, rendering the protective spiritual energy of Qi cultivators utterly ineffective. When the Blood Flame Treasure Ground first emerged, the Black Sand sect intended to monopolize it. However, news leaked, drawing the attention of all 4 desert factions, compelling them to reveal the treasure ground publicly. Fortunately, the leader of that generation of the Black Sand sect was a pragmatic individual who quickly compromised, seizing the opportunity to charge an entrance fee under the pretext of managing the site, amassing significant wealth over the years. After hearing the dwarf's description, Shangwan Binger suddenly realized that the Blood Flame body cultivation closely resembled her own method of refining the body with the Jade Spirit Divine Fire, both employing unique flames to purify the physique. After all this time, she was not the originator of such a cultivation technique. Summoning her flying vessel, She released all the members of the Wu family, for this cultivation treasure ground would undoubtedly provide them the greatest enhancement, while for her, it merely served to satiate her curiosity. A group of individuals embarked on a journey toward the Blood Flame Sanctuary. During their flight, several significant events stirred up a whirlwind across the continent. Chapter 57. The Emergence of the Talented Rankings in the Central Region. At the entrance of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in Yuling City, 9 ancient stone tablets, exuding an aura of mystery, stood majestically on either side of the entrance. Inscribed with a multitude of intricate characters, passers-by, who were cultivators, occasionally turned their heads to glance at these tablets, feeling the weight of the inscriptions. 2 disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, tasked with transcribing the tablets, stood vigilant, awaiting the refresh of their contents. Brother Fong, there is no need to keep your eyes glued to the talented rankings. According to its refresh cycle, it won't be updated for another 2.5 years. One of the cultivators yawned, speaking in a languid manner. We must not be negligent in our duties. Since it is our watch, any oversight could lead to dire consequences. Came the admonition. The talented rankings established by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion comprises content meticulously recorded by the Pavilion Master, ranking individuals from the lowest to the highest realm. Each list includes information about the top 100 cultivators within that realm, detailing their age, cultivation level, and achievements, making it the most credible ranking across the continent. Countless prodigies aspire to etch their names upon the talented rankings as their lifelong dream. However, once one enters the list, not only do they gain immense fame and fortune, but they also become ensnared in an endless cycle of challenges. Should anyone dare to challenge a contender listed on the talented rankings and emerge victorious, they will automatically replace the defeated individual, ascending the ranks. Those already on the list also have the opportunity to challenge higher-ranked individuals in pursuit of greater acclaim. Since the emergence of the celestial rankings, fluctuations in the general standings have merely been confined to the list itself, with few challengers from outside succeeding in contesting those who occupy the prestigious positions. Amidst the idle conversation of the 2 cultivators, a sudden phenomenon occurred. The 9 stone tablets simultaneously erupted with blinding radiance, illuminating the skies for thousands of miles, as inscriptions revealed themselves upon their surfaces. The 2 cultivators, having never encountered such a spectacle, hastily rushed into the Hall of Heavenly Secrets to report this extraordinary occurrence to the attending steward, only to collide with the steward, who was exiting in urgency. You 2, swiftly record the rankings and transmit them to all major branches without delay, the steward commanded, hastening away. Such disturbances with the heavenly stone tablets had only been witnessed once before in the hall, when a singular tablet emitted a dazzling beam of light, causing a tremendous uproar. That incident heralded the arrival of an unparalleled swordsman, who, with a single sword, vanquished all foes and ascended to immortality at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a legendary tale. Now, years later, the heavenly stone tablets have once again manifested an anomaly, and this time with all 9 tablets resonating. It surely signifies the emergence of a prodigy even more formidable than that legendary sword immortal. Countless cultivators within Yuling City were drawn to the radiant glow, soaring into the heavens to behold the inscriptions. Rankings of the Qi Refinement List. 1. Wang Fugue, a direct descendant of the Wang family from the Central Domain, has achieved perfection in Qi refinement and single-handedly defeated a 5th-layer disciple of the Mad Blade sect. Rankings of the Foundation Establishment List. 1. Shengwan Binger, the young master of the Xingyue sect from the Southern Domain, an elixir master of celestial grade, a 6th-grade talisman master, a weaponsmith, and an array master, has attained perfection in the Foundation Establishment stage. Achievements. Once, during the grand competition of the Southern Domain sects, he decisively overwhelmed the Shadow Demon Palace, the Sunlight sect, and the Heaven Sword sect as a junior sect master. Utilizing an illusory formation, he indirectly caused the demise of the Shadow Demon Palace's leader. Subsequently, during the Shadow Demon Palace's campaign to annihilate sects, he single-handedly eradicated all invaders. Furthermore, amidst the tempest of the Northern Domain's desert storms, he single-handedly obliterated the Red Cloud sect, quelling the storm. 2nd place, Tai Jin, a core disciple of the Star Moon sect in the Southern Domain, boasting a perfect foundation-building stage. Achievements. During his training in the Southern Domain's Wandering Empire, he faced a siege from dozens of Golden Core stage cultivators and ultimately defeated them all without sustaining a single injury. Golden Core Rankings. First, Master Wenchuan, a Buddhist practitioner from the Central Domain Zen sect, possessing a perfect golden core stage, who survived the pursuit of a transformation stage cultivator. Second, Yu Wuqing, an elder of the Star Moon sect in the Southern Domain, a third-grade alchemist at the golden core third level. Achievements: he ventured into the beast forest, battling for several months and slaying numerous nascent soul stage beasts. As the rankings were reviewed, the cultivators in the sky stood dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Could it be that the heavenly mechanism stone tablet had erred? How could someone at the foundation building stage annihilate those at the void cave stage, especially a celestial grade alchemist? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Such a being could not exist in this world. Surely a jest. I had once believed that the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion possessed unparalleled predictive abilities, yet I did not anticipate such a grave oversight. Alas, it is truly a source of mockery. Fellow cultivators, the matter concerning Shengwan Binger may indeed hold truth. I recently visited the Southern Domain, and the dynamics there have changed drastically. Witnesses have emerged, and the matter concerning Shengwan Binger has long circulated throughout the southern region. The Xingyue sect has no intention of concealing this. How could the annihilation of a top-tier sect remain shrouded in secrecy? Such events can be unveiled with just a little inquiry. Really? I find that hard to believe. Cough. Some cultivators remain skeptical, and in their profound doubt, they suffer a surge of blood, spitting forth a large mouthful of crimson. Each cultivator fervently relays this shocking news to their families and sects, spreading the astonishing events far and wide. The world is on the brink of transformation. What is this Xingyue sect, that three monsters have suddenly emerged? It appears that there are indeed beings beyond our comprehension, realms beyond our own. We, the denizens of the central region, have looked down upon the other four regions. Yet we find ourselves harshly rebuked. Given the chance, I must visit the Xingyue sect and seek the secrets of apprenticeship in the secret chambers of various prominent families. Similar scenes unfold. Ahem. What? Please clarify. A celestial grade alchemist is a female at the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, esteemed ancestor. This matter has been personally verified by the master of the Tianji Pavilion. It cannot be false. Your health is failing. Shall we consider? No. Ahem. You are still too young to comprehend the terror embodied in the title of celestial grade alchemist. In any case, we must not offend her. Instead, we should strive to befriend her, to curry her favor with resources, and request her to concoct a life-prolonging elixir for me. Even if my time is short, I cannot allow my plight to provoke the ire of a celestial grade alchemist. In the southern region, at the Xingyue sect, within the grand hall of the sect, Zhou Tong and others gathered to welcome a high-ranking official from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, who hailed from the southern region. Friend Nan, what brings you to our Star Moon sect on this occasion? Is there a matter of significance? The position of the pavilion's official holds as much weight as that of Zhou Tong, the sect leader. It is uncommon for them to visit without pressing reasons. Someone from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion entrusted me to deliver a message to you, sect leader Zhou. Please receive it, Nan Tianwen said, gazing at Zhou Tong with a hint of envy, as he presented a jade slip. Master, your disciple has been swept into the northern region by spatial turbulence. But all is well now. I intend to train outside for a while, so please do not worry about the sect. The voice of Shengwan Binger resonated from the jade slip. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong and the others were filled with excitement. They had been anxiously awaiting any news from her. Wonderful. Binger is safe, and we can finally breathe easy. Zhou Tong suppressed his joy and expressed his gratitude to Nan Tianwen with a cupped fist. Do not be too hasty in your elation. There is even more delightful news that I have yet to convey. You do not suppose I came merely to deliver a message, do you? Nan Tianwen said with an air of mystery. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he decided to reveal his true purpose. He had come to foster goodwill with the Star Moon sect. Retrieving a miniature scroll from his storage ring, he tossed it into the air, whereupon countless characters began to materialize. Zhou Tong and the others were astonished. Is this the talent rankings? Why has it been updated at this time? They recognized this as the celestial rankings, a standard by which cultivators across the continent gauge the strengths and weaknesses of various factions. Should a powerful figure from a certain sect grace the list, it undoubtedly signifies that the sect is formidable. Furthermore, if disciples from the lower tiers make an appearance, it indicates that the sect is vibrant and on the path to prosperity. Several of the friends present took a moment to closely examine the rankings. Upon doing so, their astonishment turned to exuberance, and they rose with elation. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Ji Shuiwei exclaimed repeatedly, her excitement palpable, while the other peak masters nodded in agreement, equally delighted. Their sect had rarely achieved such commendable standings in previous years. Even Zhou Tong had not made a mark on the Void rankings. The last time their sect appeared on a list was when Zhou Tong's eldest disciple, the elusive Master Brother, entered the Golden Core rankings, securing a position beyond the 70th spot, which had already brought them considerable joy. To their astonishment, this time, 4 individuals from their sect were listed, with 3 occupying the top 2 positions. How could they contain their happiness? The ancestors of the sect are watching. At last, Zhou Tong has not disappointed your expectations. Our Xingyue sect shall surely grow ever more formidable. Zhou Tong's face was streaked with tears of pride, a feeling he had never experienced before. Ahem, esteemed friends. The tasks ahead are demanding, and I must take my leave. I still need to disseminate this list throughout the southern region. Prepare yourselves. For a multitude of powerful beings will soon come to pay their respects. Let us not tarnish the reputation of the Xingyue sect. The others quickly expressed their gratitude as they bid farewell to Nan Tianwen. Brother, I am momentarily overwhelmed by 2 delightful surprises. I shall retreat for a while. Please handle the guests in my absence. With that, Ji Shuiwei swiftly departed, as such matters have never been to her liking. The other peak masters soon found excuses to leave, leaving Zhou Tong alone in the courtyard. Very well, as the sect leader, these responsibilities are indeed mine to bear. In high spirits, Zhou Tong chose not to dwell on their departures, humming a light tune as he returned to the Great Hall to begin his preparations. Chapter 58. Wu Hanyan's concerns on the flying boat. Members of the Wu family gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery below. From their vantage point in the sky, they beheld a vast crimson pit formed by spiraling flames, within which numerous cultivators were seated in meditation. Sister Binger, is this the Blood Flame Treasure Land? It is breathtaking. Wu Hanyan exclaimed, captivated by the unexpected beauty of a cultivation site. Having never ventured so far from Qiyun City, she had only heard tales of such mystical realms. She had often fantasized that once her family's crisis was resolved, she would visit this renowned treasure land in the northern region to witness its splendor. Little did she anticipate that today, her small dream would come true. Thank you, Sister Bing, Wu Hanyan exclaimed, enveloping Shangwan Binger in a heartfelt embrace. Without Shangwan Binger, her life would have lost its meaning. She often reflected on how fortunate she was to have acted when she saw Shangwan Binger lying in the desert, refusing to turn a blind eye. All right, let us descend. Gently releasing Wu Hanyan's arm, Shangwan Binger sighed with a hint of reluctance. She had come to realize that she possessed a unique aura, one that seemed to captivate those around her. All her acquaintances and subordinates were utterly devoted to her, sharing an intimate bond. She pondered whether such camaraderie among women was commonplace, or if it was a mere trick of the system. She recalled that the ultimate goal of the system was to cultivate her into the world's most exceptional goddess. Had she unwittingly fulfilled this task, resulting in an endowment of boundless charm? Shaking her head, she chose to dismiss these thoughts. At that moment, 2 disciples of the Black Sand sect soared into view, respectfully clasping their fists in greeting. Esteemed friends, are you here to cultivate in the Blood Flame Treasure Grounds? Each individual must pay 1 high-grade spirit stone. The notion of 1 stone per person sparked a quiet incredulity in Wu Hanyan, considering the number of individuals who frequented this place daily. The Black Sand sect must be amassing considerable wealth. With a playful flick of her tongue, she whispered her thoughts. This esteemed friend jested. The annual maintenance costs for our Black Sand sect are substantial. Just recently, during the Desert Storm, we had to safeguard our sect, protect the city, and ensure the safety of the Blood Flame Treasure Grounds. Such mobilization has indeed exhausted our sect, not to mention the elders who must be dispatched to maintain order, sacrificing their own cultivation time. The disciple of the Black Sand sect explained, though their irritation was tempered, they had grown accustomed to repeating such clarifications countless times. Moreover, those who could command such lavish flying vessels were undoubtedly not to be trifled with, and it was prudent to avoid any offense. Well, I was merely inquiring, without any intention of questioning you. Wu Hanyan quickly apologized. After Shangwan Binger paid the spirit stones, she led everyone to a secluded corner. Sister Binger, why are you so kind to us? Typically, followers must contribute to receive rewards, yet we are unable to assist you in any way. Wu Hanyan suddenly felt a wave of despondency. They had long relied on Shangwan Binger as support, and they were genuinely taken aback, feeling a deep-rooted sense of inferiority. Gathering her courage, she finally posed the question. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure beside them perked up, sharing the same curiosity. Generally, aspiring alchemists must possess considerable strength to protect her. It was perplexing to him. He could only offer himself a rationale. Lady Binger was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. Shangwan Binger gazed at Wu Hanyan, recognizing that without an explanation, Hanyan might remain troubled. Yet, she had no substantial reason to provide. Her actions were always guided by her whims. She simply found Wu Hanyan agreeable and chose to assist her, plain and simple. As for the resources expended, they were merely lifeless objects to Shangwan Binger, of no concern to her. Since her arrival in this world, she had never contemplated notions of equitable exchange. All she desired was to live freely and leisurely, with aspirations to glimpse the pinnacle of existence and see what lay beyond, nothing more. However, how to respond to this girl? After some contemplation, she devised a response that resembled an answer but was not quite one. "Indulge me in this capricious fancy, my dear," she jested with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Once you've blossomed into your full splendor, I shall simply devour you." A ripple of amusement escaped Wu Hanyan's lips at the sheer absurdity of the statement. Such a transparent fabrication, yet it served to dispel the anxieties that had been clouding her countenance. Come what may, she mused, a sense of tranquility washing over her. As long as Bing Er remained steadfast by her side, she would remain in tow, resolved to prove her worth in due time. Her gaze, now imbued with unwavering determination, shone with such brilliance that it seemed to sear the very soul of the diminutive Taoist standing nearby. He was still grappling with the implications of the scene that had just unfolded before him. Could it be that his master harbored a penchant for pulchritude? Should he, perhaps, begin compiling a compendium of comely maidens to present to his liege? Chapter 59. The Bloodheart Lotus. The outermost fringes of the Bloodflame Sanctum were primarily populated by cultivators in the body-tempering stage. These individuals could still manage to sit upon the ground, tentatively absorbing minuscule amounts of the sanguine flames into their bodies. However, deeper within the sanctum, there was no longer any solid ground to rest upon. Instead, everyone levitated in midair, immersed in their cultivation. The entire surface was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, and to dare to sit upon it would be akin to courting death itself. After settling the Wu family in a secluded corner and erecting several protective formations around them, Shangwan Bing Er ventured forth alone to explore the depths below. These sanguine flames posed no threat to her whatsoever. In fact, they would tentatively surge into her body, only to be immediately repelled by an unseen force. Her physique had been tempered by the Jade Spirit Divine Fire, and within her being lingered traces of the Divine Flame's aura. How could these mere sanguine flames dare to provoke such a formidable power? She descended deeper into the earth, passing by numerous cultivators who were completely engrossed in their cultivation. Even as Shangwan Bing Er glided past them, they remained oblivious to her presence, their eyes sealed shut in concentration. As it happens, Shangwan Binger was uncertain of her current physical cultivation realm. Despite her physical body being capable of overwhelming body cultivators in the void refinement stage, she herself did not possess the abilities of that stage. It was as though she had created her own cultivation system, one that focused solely on the power of the physical body without cultivating other aspects. This resulted in Shangwan Binger's extremely formidable physique. But if she didn't have it, she didn't have it. At least she could still cultivate her qi, couldn't she? Shangwan Binger was now simply waiting for all the spiritual liquid within her body to transform into solid spiritual essence. Once she broke through to the golden core stage, subsequent realms would be as swift as a fish in water. This was because, starting from the nascent soul stage, breakthroughs in realms had little to do with the spiritual essence within the body, but rather with the cultivation of the power of the divine soul. Shangwan Binger's divine soul power was already immeasurably strong. Once all of her spiritual essence was successfully transformed, she would be able to break through several major realms in rapid succession. Flying towards the bottom of the treasure land, the closer she got, the deeper and purer the color of the blood flame became, and the fewer cultivators there were. Finally, when she landed at a point 1/3 of the way from the bottom, only one last cultivator remained there, meditating with his eyes closed. Shangwan Binger's arrival startled him awake. Over the years, apart from a few sect leaders, very few people had come to this location. And even those sect leaders did not dare to venture deep into here alone, fearing an ambush. The world of cultivation was exceedingly cruel, and no one dared to take risks. This person was the master of the Black Sand Gate. He opened his eyes and looked at Shangwan Binger. It was her. The master of the Black Sand Gate recognized Shangwan Binger. The transmission of information was always the fastest. The time taken by Shangwan Binger to fly here was brief, yet the events within the Qiyun Desert had already spread far and wide. As the leader of the Black Sand sect, Shamoda naturally received this intelligence. His expression one of melancholy. His longtime rival had perished within his own territory. He promptly performed a respectful bow, addressing, "I am Shamoda of the Black Sand sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist." Shangwan Binger nodded in acknowledgement. "Continue your cultivation. I have come merely to investigate what lies at the bottom of this blood flame treasure ground." Upon hearing her words, Shamoda found it impossible to focus on his training. He had coveted the secrets of the blood flame treasure ground for quite some time. But alas, his power was insufficient. Now that a formidable expert was attempting to explore it, he was eager to observe closely. Shangwan Binger gracefully circumvented Shamoda and descended further into the depths. Why did the flames not scorch her? Shamoda was curious to witness how she resisted the blood flames, only to discover that the flames completely disregarded her presence, parting to create a pathway. Before long, Shangwan Binger reached the bottom. To her astonishment, the base of the blood flame treasure ground was devoid of any heat, shrouded in utter darkness. A stark contrast to the world above. Closing her eyes, she extended her consciousness, revealing that the very bottom was a small pond. Its water a crystalline elixir ablaze with flames. At the center of the pond bloomed a blood-red lotus, absorbing all surrounding light and warmth. What is this? The 9th-rank spiritual herb, blood heart lotus? Through the pharmacopoeia, Shangwan Binger discerned the information regarding the lotus before her. Strictly speaking, the blood heart lotus is not a spiritual medicine for body refining, but the primary component in concocting the blood hell pill, a 9th-grade poison pill. The blood heart lotus itself contains substantial toxins. Direct consumption would lead to a cataclysmic eruption of blood and qi, resulting in bodily destruction. The blood hell pill, with the blood heart lotus as its key ingredient, is even more virulent. Any cultivator below the level of an immortal who ingests the blood hell pill will find their blood and qi suppressed. Should the flow of blood and qi accelerate even slightly, the toxins will activate, causing the afflicted to suffer a violent surge of blood and qi, leading to demise. It should be noted that even those who do not practice body cultivation will experience fluctuations in their blood as they circulate their cultivation techniques. This is unavoidable unless one chooses to remain immortal forever. Only the blood-spirit fluid, with which the blood heart lotus coexists, can alleviate this toxicity. It is unexpected that this notoriously poisonous substance in the cultivation world would create a treasured cultivation ground. It can only be described as an ironic twist of fate. Shangwan Binger gently plucked several lotus seeds, collected a few buckets of blood-spirit fluid, and sent them back to the Sumeru realm for cultivation. This treasured ground does not belong to her, and if she were to take the entire pool, along with the blood heart lotus, the northern domain would permanently lose a valuable cultivation site. Such an action would be unfavorable. With the existence of the Sumeru realm, cultivating a new blood heart lotus would not be difficult, so there is no need to engage in such a detrimental and unprofitable deed. Shangwan Binger thoroughly explored this underground space and, finding nothing else, began to cultivate in a cross-legged position. Chapter 60. Embarrassing events among the flowers. 2 months passed swiftly, and in the darkness, 2 beams of light burst forth. Shangwan Binger slowly rose to her feet. During this period, she had made some progress in her comprehension of the true meaning of wind, to the extent that she could manipulate the gentle breezes of the world without relying on the power of the wind spirit ring. However, her understanding of the true meaning of space had advanced at a rather sluggish pace. Whether this was due to the inherently elusive nature of the true meaning of space, or perhaps because she was unable to grasp it within a stable environment, remained uncertain. Ascending into the sky, she noticed that the leader of the Black Sand sect was no longer present. Soon, Shangwan Binger arrived at the location where the Wu family members were situated. They were diligently cultivating, seemingly unhindered by any unforeseen circumstances during this time. Wu Hanin appeared to sense something, opening her eyes to discover Shangwan Binger. She quickly beckoned her clan members to awaken. "Let us return to Qiyun City." On the flying vessel, Wu Hanin, brimming with excitement, addressed Shangwan Binger. "Sister Binger, do you know? In the 2 months since your departure, so many significant events have transpired, and they are all related to you." "Oh, pray tell. What events are connected to me?" Shangwan Binger inquired with curiosity. "Sister Binger, are you aware of the talented individual's ranking? The ranking has been updated ahead of schedule, and you have claimed the top position on the Foundation establishment list. During this period, numerous individuals had approached the Wu family, eager to establish good relations with them. Wu Hanyin and her companions had learned of these developments through their interactions and had even procured a copy of the talented individual's ranking. They were astonished to discover that the person they had been following was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. What an incredible revelation! Even more astonishing was Shangwan Binger's identity as a celestial-grade alchemist. The implications of this were truly remarkable. In the realm of transcendent beings that all aspire to follow, a presence previously unseen in the Yuling continent emerges. The group of body refinement practitioners surrounding her incites envy beyond measure. Upon receiving the list, Shangwan Bingo glanced at it, noting her position as the foremost on the Foundation establishment ranking, along with her various accomplishments and abilities meticulously detailed. The head of the Tianji Pavilion is indeed formidable, capable of divining such information. However, Shangwan Binger soon realized that her remarkable feats within the secret realm were conspicuously absent from the record. Could it be that only she and the master of the realm were present at that time? With the protection of her system, the head of the Tianji Pavilion could not delineate her achievements, relying instead on the people she had encountered to glean insights about her, thus rendering her actions in the secret realm unknown. As she continued to peruse the list, she was pleasantly surprised by the impressive progress of Tai Jin and Yu Wuk. In just a year, they had grown significantly. Had Shangwan Bingo not made her remarkable entrance, it could very well have been their moment to shine. Completing her review of the entire list granted her a deeper understanding of the prodigies and strong contenders on the continent. She also spotted a core disciple from the Xingyue sect on the Yuaning list, likely her esteemed senior brother, which was commendable, as those who made it onto the list were undeniably gifted. Lady Binger, you are also featured on this list, the short man remarked, presenting another list to her. Shangwan Binger took it and, upon reading, found herself at a loss for words. Baiwa list, rank 1, Shangwan Binger. Detailed life account can be found in the Tianjiao list, Foundation establishment section. An unparalleled beauty, unmatched in the world, rumored to shun male affection, favoring only women. With accompanying image. Second place, Huang Qiyo. For detailed biography refer to the Celestial Talents list, Yuan Ing edition. She is the princess of the Phoenix Demon clan in the central region, possessing stunning beauty and a sharp, untamed personality. With accompanying image. 49th place, Xiao Lingxue, a core disciple of the Xingyue sect in the southern region, has seemingly flourished in recent years, her demeanor becoming more poised and self-assured. The short man, inquiring about the list, was confronted by Shangwan Binger. What is the meaning of this ranking? This is not a compilation from the Tiangue Pavilion, but rather a list organized by some well-meaning individuals. The criteria for evaluation include a woman's figure, beauty, temperament, and strength. My lady, it is only fitting that you claim the top spot. I did not inquire about that. I wish to know who divulged my fondness for beautiful women. How is it that I remain oblivious to this? While she had no objection to her placement on the 100 Flowers list, being a matter of pride rather than shame, she was vexed by the rumor of her supposed preference for the fairer sex. Upon hearing her question, the short man hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Do you know something? Shangwan Binger sensed his unease, the guilty demeanor arousing her suspicion. The initial rumor originated from your Shirshu. Since the emergence of the Celestial Talents list, numerous young male cultivators have sought you out, hoping to forge a partnership. Thus, she publicly proclaimed that you have no interest in men, and even claimed that you have engaged in dual cultivation with her. Recently, inquiries have arisen regarding the veracity of this matter. Recalling the words you spoke to Miss Wu that day, I thus conceded the truth. Upon hearing the explanation from the diminutive figure, Shangwan Binger felt an overwhelming sense of despair. She had merely sought a reason to lighten Wu Hanyin's mood. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Moreover, her own master Shui Yue was truly unreliable. Could such matters be spoken of so casually? Sister Binger, are you aware of the expressions on the faces of those male cultivators when they received the rankings and saw your disinterest in their advances? It was as if they had lost several innate spiritual treasures, utterly heartbroken. Wu Hanyin stifled a laugh beside her. This list had indeed left many youthful talents in a state of melancholy. Let them grieve, for the list did not err in its assessment. I am indeed indifferent to male affection. Now let us set sail. Chapter 61. The Ambush of the Evil God Cult Fairy Binger. Please focus solely on your cultivation during this time. We shall handle the navigation of the flying vessel. We will notify you before we reach our destination. A servant from the vessel belonging to Yibao Pavilion spoke respectfully to Shangwan Binger. Ever since the Tianjiao and Baihua rankings had circulated, she had gained a widely recognized title in the cultivation world, Fairy Binger. Thank you for your hard work. Upon returning to her small chamber on the vessel, Shangguan Binger contemplated the lengthy journey to the central domain. With the speed of Yibao Pavilion's flying vessel, it might take 3 to 4 months. She intended to use this time to deeply comprehend the power of intent. Wu Hanyan and the others remained in the Shumi realm, diligently honing their skills. Taking out the wind spirit ring, she gently stirred the wind intent within, but Shangguan Bingo felt perplexed at her notably sluggish progress in cultivation. What could be amiss? Perplexed, Shangguan Bingo pondered how, with her profound understanding, she could grasp the intricacies of higher realms yet still falter in advancing her comprehension of the essence of wind. Summoning a gentle breeze from her palm, she intensified her focus, watching as the soft zephyr gradually transformed into a fierce gale, causing her garments to flutter audibly. As she released her power, the miniature tornado in her hand dissipated, reverting back to wisps of soft wind. The wind of the world manifests in myriad forms, the subtle whisper of a gentle breeze, the ominous gust heralding a storm, and the cataclysmic fury of a tempest. Although the gentle breeze appears frail and diminutive, it navigates the silence with grace. In contrast, the storm looms with overwhelming might, sweeping across the land with the force of nature itself. If I were to directly grasp the broader concept of wind from the outset, would it not become too nebulous? It would be wiser to begin with the various subcategories of wind, ultimately synthesizing these insights to pursue the true essence of wind. With her eyes shining with newfound clarity, Shangguan Binger discerned the path to her understanding, and her cultivation began to accelerate. Amidst the clouds, a group of gray-clad cultivators concealed themselves within an array, each adorned with masks, their presences stifled like assassins lurking in the shadows, awaiting their target's arrival. The target will soon pass this way, my esteemed colleagues. Please prepare for the strike, intoned a seemingly leading cultivator, who had just received a message through a communication stone. Are we truly going to ambush Shangguan Bingo? She is the only celestial-grade alchemist in the Yuling continent, and countless clans and sects are relying on her to prolong their lives. Will our actions incite the wrath of the masses? Even now, there are those who question this undertaking. Having only recently discovered that the target of our assassination is none other than the most sought-after cultivator in the Yuling continent, Shangguan Binger. Prior to the operation, the organization deliberately concealed this information. It is imperative that she be eliminated, as this command comes directly from the leader. Are you unaware of Shangguan Bingo's profound disdain for heretical cultivators? What will we do if she garners the favor of the influential ancestors across the continent and rallies them to eradicate heretical forces? The leader of the team retorted. They are members of the evil god sect, followers of the dark path, composed entirely of heretical cultivators, with influence spanning the entire continent, including the Yinfang Hall in the southern region. The righteous sects have refrained from striking against them, primarily due to the lack of a unified consensus and the fear that engaging in battle with heretical cultivators might leave them vulnerable to their own adversaries. As long as the heretical cultivators do not jeopardize their own interests, the major sects and forces tend to turn a blind eye. The heretical cultivators are well aware of this dynamic and typically refrain from attacking disciples of the major sects. However, in their eyes, only the central region houses the true major sects. After the Xingyue sect annihilated the Yinfang Hall, no one organized a retaliation against them. This exemplifies the self-serving nature of heretical cultivators. The concept of avenging anyone is foreign to them. Even this operation was convened solely at the behest of the evil god sect's leader, enabling the assembly of these heretical cultivators. Now that they are here, prepare for action. Do not hold back. Unleash your full strength. The flying vessel of Yibao Pavilion glided smoothly through the air, its defensive array perpetually operational. Suddenly, the stealth formation shattered, and the nefarious cultivators unleashed their full might against the ship. Under this unexpected and fierce assault, the vessel's protective barriers disintegrated, and the entire structure began to suffer severe damage, teetering on the brink of collapse. Beware. We are under attack. Prepare for battle. A guard on the ship bellowed, as several figures leaped from within the cabin, soaring into the skies to confront the assailants. Who dares to assault the flying vessel of Yibao Pavilion? Have you grown weary of life and seek your own demise? Depart now, and Yibao Pavilion shall overlook this transgression. An elder of Yibao Pavilion admonished, his expression tense. To his dismay, the opposing group consisted entirely of cultivators at the god transformation stage and above, while their own vessel boasted only 3 such guardians. They could now rely solely on the prestige of Yibao Pavilion to intimidate their foes. The malevolent cultivators, however, remained unperturbed, launching themselves with relentless vigor, swiftly overpowering the guardians and leaving them bleeding profusely. Be cautious. They are dark cultivators. The dark cultivators made no effort to conceal their malevolent techniques. Their strikes ruthless and vicious, unmistakably revealing their sinister nature. They understood that no matter their attempts at subterfuge, the financial power of Yibao Pavilion could easily summon the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to unearth the identities of the perpetrators. Thus, they chose to forego concealment, opting instead for a swift resolution, confident that their leader would shield them from any repercussions. Damn it, Ice Fairy, we implore you to come to our aid. Yibao Pavilion shall reward you handsomely. The venerable elder, lying on the ground, cried out for help, now relying solely on the Ice Fairy within the cabin. With her formidable strength, she could undoubtedly lead everyone to break through the encirclement. The sinister practitioners had already incapacitated all the combatants of the Yibao Pavilion, surrounding their flying vessel. From their storage rings, they produced a peculiar black-purple circular array disc, commencing the formation of the Een Demon 9 killing array. This nefarious array was personally crafted by the leader of the evil god sect, requiring a minimum of 10 malevolent cultivators at the transformation stage to gather countless souls for sacrificial offerings. The array's power was immense, classified as Grade 8, once activated. Even formidable beings at the integration stage could be mercilessly refined within its confines. Had it not been for the specially crafted array disc by their leader and the multitude of vengeful souls offered, they would never have been able to initiate this formation. Despair washed over the Yibao Pavilion cultivators as they recognized the grim nature of such an array. Those ensnared within it would be tortured to death, their souls condemned to eternal suffering. How dared the evil god sect act against us so brazenly? Or was it that their true target was never us, but rather? At that moment, the elder from Yibao Pavilion realized that he was merely a guardian of a branch, and even if the sinister practitioners sought to attack them, employing such an array was improbable. It was likely intended for the one within the cabin, with them being mere collateral damage. Chapter 62. The gentle breeze can also kill in the sky. The formation of the malevolent cultivators had been completed, with millions of vengeful souls merging into the Een Demon 9 kill formation. The dozens of malevolent cultivators who had established the formation spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces as pale as paper. They had not anticipated that even with such extensive assistance, the completion of this formation would still leave them severely depleted. However, it was certain that Shangwan Binger would perish here, thus their mission would be deemed accomplished. The leader of the malevolent cultivators took a moment to catch his breath and relaxed his mind. Yet, why had Shangwan Binger not emerged? One of the malevolent cultivators inquired. Forget about her. We'll know once we refine them. If she doesn't come out, she shall perish inside. The Een Demon 9 kill formation began to exert its power, and hellish sounds reverberated into the ears of those within the formation, causing them to cough up blood, their flesh and blood withering away, their consciousness growing increasingly muddled, as though their primordial spirits were on the verge of being torn from their bodies. Inside the flying vessel, Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow, sensing an evil force eroding her being. What is this? Exiting her meditative state, she unleashed her consciousness, purging all the malevolent energy that had infiltrated the cabin, and then swept across the entire vessel. She beheld the malevolent cultivators in the sky and the struggling disciples of Yibao Pavilion on the ground. Malevolent cultivators? Recently, she had sensed that she was on the brink of comprehending the true essence of wind, the mastery of the gentle breeze. To prevent an extended period of enlightenment from being interrupted when the flying vessel reached the central domain, she had established a barrier formation. Having just successfully grasped the concept and still in the process of solidifying her understanding, she had forgotten to dismantle the formation. Unexpectedly, they have now been cut off from their pleas for help. I feel somewhat guilty towards them. As the door creaked open, Shangwan Binger gracefully stepped onto the deck of the flying vessel. Fairy Binger, save us. This is an 8th grade formation, the Een Mo Jiosha formation, which incessantly devours one's primordial spirit. Upon catching sight of Shangwan Binger, the attendant clutched at her as if grasping the last straw of hope. An 8th grade formation, you say? That delves into the realm of my ignorance, for I am merely a 6th grade formation master. However, one need not fully comprehend a formation to dismantle it. With a delicate flick of her jade hand, the world around seemed to fall into a serene hush, as wisps of gentle wind began to weave through the air. The gentle breezes multiplied, silently infiltrating every nook and cranny, even filling the entirety of the formation, yet remaining distinct and uncoalesced. What purpose does she have in summoning such ethereal winds? Does she truly believe these innocuous elements can breach the formation? One malevolent cultivator waved dismissively at the drifting breezes. Unconcerned. Who knows? Perhaps she yearns for a more graceful demise. Suddenly, a realization struck. The formation, something is amiss. Everyone, exert all your strength to maintain the formation. The leader, attempting to jest, was abruptly stricken with alarm, hastily channeling spiritual energy into the formation disk. The tendrils of gentle wind began to merge with the formation, ruthlessly destabilizing its integrity. The power that eroded the primordial spirits dissipated, as all forces within the formation were redirected to combat the breezes. Yet, astonishingly, this eighth-grade formation found itself unable to gain the upper hand against the winds, instead being gradually subdued and pushed back. The essence is a force of a higher caliber than mere spiritual power. It represents a qualitative suppression. The Demon 9 killing array began to tremble violently, fissures emerging within the formation. Regardless of how the evil cultivators infused their strength or sacrificed spirits, it proved futile. At last, with a resounding crack, the formation shattered completely, disintegrating into several fragments that drifted down. All the array's creators suffered grievous injuries, their vitality waning. And even the ability to maintain flight became a challenge. The cultivators aboard the flying vessel also regained their composure, hastily retrieving healing elixirs from their storage rings to distribute among the group. What manner of power is this, so bewildering and more insidious than our own dark techniques? The leader marveled, having never before been harmed by something as ubiquitous as the wind. It is widely believed that the might of the wind is most effective when concentrated and amplified, leading to the common practice of condensing wind blades and storms for assault. Yet, little do they know that their understanding of the wind is woefully inadequate. Today, I shall enlighten you. Even a gentle breeze can be lethal. Upon delivering this proclamation, Shangwan Binger once more wielded the winds of heaven and earth, still silent and elusive. She infiltrated the bodies of the evil cultivators, who could only sense their peril upon encountering the wind. Too late. Before the warning could be fully articulated, the practitioners began to plummet like raindrops. Their primordial spirits extinguished by the gentle breeze, their lives snuffed out. Fortunately, as a void refinement stage cultivator, I possess avatars to return. The leader's expression of relief barely had time to surface before he caught a glimpse of Shangwan Binger's faint smile directed at him. At this moment, his gaze began to dissipate, as if he beheld the very embodiment of the wind, erasing his will from the realms of existence. His eyes slowly closed, and simultaneously, in two distant caverns, two bodies collapsed, devoid of life. With their wills extinguished, what purpose did their mere avatars serve? Shangwan Binger extended her hand, summoning all the treasures from the fallen evil cultivators, including that shattered array disk, into her Shumi realm. I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention, Fairy Binger. Upon our return to the central domain, I shall faithfully report the entire sequence of events. Ebao Pavilion owes you a debt of gratitude. The elder, accompanied by the members of Ebao Pavilion, came forth to express their thanks, having narrowly escaped death. There is no need for gratitude. They came for me. And you merely suffered collateral damage. It is I who should apologize. Upon seeing the malevolent cultivators, Shangwan Binger realized they were undoubtedly after her, and indeed, evidence was found within their storage rings. That is not how it should be said. We invited you aboard. Regardless, it was you who saved us, and we shall not deny the debt of gratitude owed. Witnessing the elder's unwavering stance, Shangwan Binger chose not to elaborate further. It was indeed unusual for Ebao Pavilion to act otherwise. With little distance remaining to the central domain, she decided against further seclusion, opting instead to relish the breeze on the deck while also guiding the martial families within the Shumi realm in their cultivation. In the nurturing environment provided by Shangwan Binger, they have rapidly flourished, with Wuhanin nearing a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, there is another delightful revelation. The dwarf has exhibited an extraordinary talent in artifact forging. In merely a few months, he has already begun to attempt the crafting of magical instruments. Could this be attributed to his innate fondness for treasures? Shangwan Binger is reluctant to squander this gift. By cultivating him diligently, he could significantly bolster the Wu family's armament. After all, it would be impractical for her, as the master, to personally engage in the forging for the Wu family. The dwarf, having spent considerable time with them, has developed a deeper understanding of their needs. Chapter 63. The Legend of the Sword Immortal in the City of Linbei. A gentle rain pattered down. A trio consisting of 2 women and a man entered the tea house, drawing little attention from the patrons. Storyteller, commence your tale for today. Spare us the spurious rumors of the streets, and instead share something authentic to broaden our horizons. One tea drinker called out. In this small town, one of the few pleasures was the sound of light rain outside, a warm cup of tea in hand, and the resonant, rhythmic voice of the storyteller by their ear. To them, this existence was scarcely inferior to that of the cultivators. The storyteller, unfazed by the commotion, tapped his folding fan. Very well. Today the old man shall recount the tale of the carefree sword immortal who shattered the sword pavilion with a single strike, an event surely rooted in the annals of history. It is widely acknowledged that the current powers within the central domain can be categorized into 4 major factions: the cult of the evil god, the celestial mechanism pavilion, the easy treasure pavilion, and the Prajna Zen sect, alongside the Qian Kuan Dao sect, the body sect, the Yuling royal family, the spirit clan, the soul clan, and the Phoenix demon clan. These forces undoubtedly overshadow all other factions on the Yuling continent. However, what remains unknown to many is that, long ago, there existed a formidable entity capable of rivaling these powers, the Sword Pavilion, composed entirely of sword cultivators. At its zenith, the Sword Pavilion basked in unparalleled glory and prestige. Regrettably, they committed a grievous error, one that led to their downfall and has since deterred any sword cultivator from establishing a sword sect in the central domain. What kind of blunder could annihilate a top-tier sect? The audience's curiosity was piqued, eagerly awaiting the storyteller's continuation. The storyteller, savoring a sip from his teacup, leisurely fanned himself, deliberately prolonging the suspense, seemingly indifferent to the impatience of the crowd below. Please, do tell. We shall reward you handsomely. The spectators, aware of the storyteller's desire for tips, began tossing coins of various denominations, much to his delight. A nearby attendant hurriedly gathered the offerings, allowing the storyteller to resume his narrative. As he gently waved his fan, a tale of the Sword Pavilion's decline began to unfold in the minds of the audience. The protagonist of this story is none other than the most exceptionally talented sword cultivator throughout the annals of the Yuling continent. No, rather, the sword immortal, Li Xiaoyao. From a tender age, the unfettered sword immortal exhibited extraordinary talent in the art of swordsmanship. At merely 12 years old, he was capable of exchanging blows with Qi refinement practitioners, a feat both astonishing and remarkable. It is essential to recognize that delving into the depths of cultivation is akin to navigating an ocean. Even the most nascent Qi refinement cultivators are formidable adversaries. Yet, this unfettered sword immortal shattered such conventions. Upon gaining notoriety, he began to traverse the realms in search of wisdom, but resolutely refused to affiliate himself with any sect. When inquired by others, he merely stated that his lifelong pursuit was freedom and tranquility, unwilling to be constrained by sectarian ties. Despite lacking the resources typically afforded by a sect, the unfettered sword immortal remained the most rapidly advancing genius of his era, which inevitably drew the attention of the Sword Pavilion, a faction claiming to represent all sword practitioners. Consequently, the Sword Pavilion dispatched envoys to invite him to join their ranks. But the unfettered sword immortal steadfastly declined, asserting that a sword cultivator's essence transcends any particular sect. One need not belong to the Sword Pavilion to be deemed a true swordsman. This rejection struck a severe blow to the pavilion's leader, as the most talented sword cultivator in the realm showed disinterest in joining their organization, a slight to their dignity. In response, the pavilion leader publicly issued a challenge. A trial of the sword, inviting the unfettered sword immortal to compete in a demonstration of swordsmanship. The outcome was inevitable. The pavilion leader suffered a crushing defeat, vanquished beneath the unfettered sword immortal's blade without resorting to his own cultivation. As he departed, the immortal's parting words shattered the leader's heart for the sword, compelling him to disband the Sword Pavilion. You are merely practitioners wielding swords, devoid of any understanding of sword intent. What, then, do you truly embody as sword cultivators? How utterly laughable! These words resonated deeply within the hearts of all disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and indeed, all sword cultivators across the realm. No one truly understood the essence of sword intent. Many believed that the carefree sword immortal spoke in jest, merely intending to dishearten them. However, to their astonishment, the very next day, the carefree Sword Immortal ascended to the heavens. At that time, the Sword Immortal was merely at the nascent soul stage. Yet such a level of cultivation enabled him to transcend. This left everyone utterly bewildered. When the onlookers arrived at the location of the Sword Immortal's ascension, he had already vanished, leaving behind only a mountain peak that bore the mark of a single sword strike. This peak is now known as Wanjian Mountain, the sole remaining sanctum of cultivation in the central region not claimed by any faction. It retains the remnants of the sword intent spoken of by the carefree Sword Immortal. Though none have been able to comprehend it, those who feel its power are subtly guided by an inner voice that reveals the truth of sword intent. From that moment forth, the Sword Pavilion disbanded, and sword cultivators ceased to refer to themselves as such, instead identifying as mere swordsmen. Those who had not grasped the sword intent dared not establish sword sects in the central region. And so, the tale concludes here. If you find the old man's story captivating, I kindly urge you, dear audience, to show your generosity. As the story ended, the audience was stirred with fervor by the tale of the carefree Sword Immortal. Eager to journey to Wanjian Mountain to comprehend sword intent and become the next incarnation of the carefree Sword Immortal, coins were tossed in appreciation to the storyteller. In a corner, a spirit stone was cast at the storyteller's feet, and a melodious female voice pierced through the crowd, exclaiming, "Well said, let us applaud." It was precisely the trio of 2 women and 1 man. After they cast the spirit stones, they swiftly departed, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching. The storyteller hurriedly pocketed the stones, tiptoeing to glance around, but the woman who had thrown the stones was nowhere to be seen. Sister Binger, does that sword intent truly exist? It is astonishing that one could transcend the nascent soul stage and ascend directly through the tribulation using only sword intent. The 3 individuals were none other than Shangwan Binger and her companions, who had recently arrived in the central domain. Upon entering, Shangwan Binger had quietly disembarked from the flying vessel, finding the presence of the treasure pavilion's entourage too conspicuous. She wished to avoid such troubles. Shangwan Binger nodded affirmatively, asserting that sword intent indeed exists. Not only sword intent, but the essence of all things and paths within the universe possesses its true meaning. If one can comprehend even a single aspect, they may transform from a carp into a dragon, soaring to great heights. To grasp sword intent and directly ascend from the nascent soul stage? Why is it that I cannot? Is it because my cultivation base is too low? Not yet reaching the nascent soul stage? Or is my understanding of intent insufficient? Or perhaps sword intent is a uniquely exceptional existence? These inquiries seem to suggest that only by reaching Sword Questioning Mountain and personally experiencing the sword intent left by the carefree Sword Immortal could one find the answers. If I possessed such talent, I wouldn't be Wu Han Yin, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. I suppose I shall diligently focus on body refinement instead. Do not belittle yourself unnecessarily. The comprehension of intent is unrelated to one's innate talent for cultivation. Sometimes, even a mere mortal can grasp such profound mysteries. Simply pay closer attention in your daily life. The best method for understanding intent is to not force it. Nature follows its own course. Chapter 64. Feng Yuxiu. The trio journeyed leisurely, meandering through the picturesque landscapes, ultimately directing their path towards the heart of the central domain, Yuling City. On this day, Shangwan Binger and her companions arrived in a bustling metropolis, which, unlike the modest Linbei City, rivaled even Qiyun City in grandeur. In the central domain, there exists no imperial rule. Rather, it is composed of numerous cities, both large and small, governed by a second-rate sect known as the Kanshui sect. Within the central domain, any sect must possess at least 1 cultivator at the void stage to be regarded as a third-rate sect. Those with cultivators at the integration stage are considered second-rate, while those boasting cultivators at the ascendant stage are deemed first-rate powers. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy are the most formidable forces, each possessing beings capable of transcending tribulations. This stratification is precisely why the inhabitants of the central domain look down upon those from the other 4 domains. The esteemed sects of those regions are perceived as mere third-rate organizations here, abundant as they may be. As they walked through the streets, Shangwan Bingo was about to complete her remaining transactions at Yibao Pavilion when she noticed a commotion nearby, with individuals calling out to one another in excitement. Quickly, come and see. At the duel platform, another challenger has stepped up to contest against a prodigy from the talent ranking. Who is the challenger this time? It appears to be a rogue cultivator daring to face the young master of the Kanshui sect, Shui Tianhua. Shui Tianhua, He is none other than the 36th ranked prodigy on the Yuan Ying ranking. Shouldn't this rogue start from the lowest tier before challenging such a formidable opponent? Uncertain, yet he appears to exude a considerable confidence. Let us venture forth to observe. Opportunities for those on the illustrious list are seldom, as they predominantly dedicate their time to cultivation, leaving little room for challenges from others. The throngs of people on the street surged in a singular direction. We too shall witness the prowess of this genius who has ascended the ranks of the esteemed. The trio followed closely behind the crowd, arriving at a designated arena for combat. The area surrounding the duel platform was teeming with spectators, while at the forefront stood a cultivator clad in azure robes. Undoubtedly a member of the Qianshui sect, Shui Tianhua stood before the members of the Qianshui sect, elegantly fanning himself with a floral folding fan, embodying the demeanor of a refined young gentleman, captivating the attention of numerous onlookers. Young sect master, could it be that the rogue cultivator is apprehensive, having issued the challenge? Their tardiness might be perceived as mockery towards our Qianshui sect. As noon approached, the challenger had yet to arrive. And not only had the assembled spectators begun to exhibit signs of impatience, but even the disciples of the Qianshui sect expressed their discontent. Shui Tianhua furrowed his brow, preparing to declare the challenge concluded. At that moment, a bloodied head soared through the air, landing at Shui Tianhua's feet. He turned the severed head over, and upon recognizing the visage, he recoiled in terror, collapsing onto the ground. What is this? Sect master. The disciples of the Qianshui sect gasped in astonishment. This severed head belonged to their unequivocal leader. What? The sect master of Qianshui has been slain? The audience below erupted in astonishment. In this city of Qianshui, the Qianshui sect held absolute dominance. Who would dare to openly slay its master? Is it true that the prodigies listed on the talented rankings possess such cowardice? It is merely a single life taken, yet you are so utterly terrified. How can I engage in the forthcoming battle with such enthusiasm? A voice, brimming with arrogance and hubris, descended from the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing squarely at the center of the dueling platform, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the onlookers finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. He was an utterly unremarkable individual, bearing an ordinary square-shaped face adorned in simple black robes. Should one claim he was merely a mundane martial artist, no one would contest it. Do not remain seated. Your master met his fate justly. We agreed upon a fair duel, yet you chose to ambush me en route, hoping to weaken me before our confrontation, leading to your eventual victory. Feng Yuxiu nonchalantly cleared his ears, disdain etched across his face as he continued. Is Qianshui sect not a third-rate sect? Do they lack any confidence in their own prodigies? The gathered crowd began to comprehend why the challenger had arrived so late. It was revealed that the master of the Qianshui sect had intercepted him along the way. Instantly, disdainful glances were cast toward the disciples of the Qianshui sect. To accept the challenge while resorting to underhanded tactics was indeed contemptible. Shui Tianhua, already shaken by the grim fate of his master, could not bear such scornful gazes and rose to his feet, shouting, Feng Yuxiu, this is merely your one-sided account. My master is certainly not this kind of person. Believe it or not, did I truly infiltrate your sect and slay your leader within its confines? Such an outcome should instill greater fear in you. For the demise of a leader is not synonymous with the annihilation of an entire sect. Furthermore, do not entertain thoughts of summoning the elders of your sect. Even the leader of the Dongshu stage has met his end. What difference would the arrival of additional elders make? Let us resolve this matter with a fair confrontation, and it shall conclude here. Having spoken, Feng Yuxiu raised his hand, assuming a combat stance, as dark energy enveloped him, rendering him akin to a demonic deity. This individual is a practitioner of demonic arts, remarked Shangwan Binger. What defines a practitioner of demonic arts? Similar to the practitioners of evil arts, they derive their name from the terrifying and bizarre nature of their cultivation techniques. However, they do not tread the same path as those who practice evil arts, which necessitate the blood, flesh, and souls of living beings, rendering them abominable to the heavens. In contrast, practitioners of demonic arts merely exhibit a propensity for ruthless and vicious techniques, inflicting cruelty not only upon others but also upon themselves. Their actions are often eccentric, guided by their own whims. Some practitioners of demonic arts engage in acts of murder and arson, while others find joy in aiding others. This is a most chaotic group, albeit one of limited numbers, typically transmitted through master-disciple relationships. Across the entirety of the Yuling continent, there exists no faction solely composed of practitioners of demonic arts. Shangwan Bing Er's understanding of practitioners of demonic arts is confined to her knowledge from the, and Feng Yuxiu is the first such practitioner she has encountered. Given this context, it stands to reason that the leader of the Kanshui sect was slain by Feng Yuxiu's master. I must seek to uncover where that individual is hiding. This time, Shangwan Binger opted not to probe with her divine sense. Instead, she invoked the essence of the gentle breeze. The influence of intent extends beyond mere combat, possessing extraordinary effects in various realms. For instance, the essence of the gentle breeze, typically overlooked by cultivators as it caresses their bodies, actually enables a thorough exploration of their cultivation levels. Unbeknownst to them, at last, she spotted an elderly man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, watching the spectacle amidst the crowd. His feeble aura might lead the untrained eye to presume he was merely an ailing mortal. Yet, who could fathom that within this elderly figure resided a power more formidable than that of a harmonization phase cultivator? Shangwan Bing's gaze fixated on the old man, who remained oblivious to her scrutiny. However, when Wu Hanyan and the short man also turned their attention towards him, the old man abruptly glanced back, recognizing the three. Shangwan Bingo? What was she doing here? Chapter 65. A single remark leaves you stunned. The old man's eyes flickered with alternating shadows before he gradually blended back into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Shangwan Binger, disinterested in pursuing him further, turned her attention back to the fighting stage, where the battle had commenced. Shui Tianhua wielded a water-blue longsword, launching assaults akin to relentless tides, each wave stronger than the last. It bore a resemblance to Yi Wuqing's technique, the vast sea palm, though the capacity for a cumulative offensive appeared significantly inferior. Upon witnessing Shui Tianhua draw his longsword, Feng Yuxiu also produced one, seemingly intending to vanquish his opponent in the very domain where they excelled. In stark contrast to Shui Tianhua's ceaseless tidal onslaught, Feng Yuxiu's approach could be encapsulated in a single word: ferocity. The battle unfolded as an exchange of injuries, compelling Shui Tianhua to refrain from launching a full-scale assault. Realizing that this approach was unsustainable, he contemplated a strategy, extending his hand to unleash a sword strike. Shui Tianhua retreated, creating distance between himself and Feng Yuxiu. With a resolute internal command, he conjured a river that materialized into a binding chain, ensnaring Feng Yuxiu with unyielding precision. Seizing the moment, Shui Tianhua summoned all his strength to execute the pinnacle technique of the Kanshui sect, his sword shimmering with rippling waves as it aimed for Feng Yuxiu's dantian. Feng Yuxiu struggled desperately, yet he found himself ensnared by the water chain, helplessly witnessing the 3-foot blade pierce his dantian. Was this the end? Or was Shui Tianhua truly superior, deserving of his place among the prodigies of the Tianjiao ranking, while the unranked cultivators were utterly outmatched? But wait, Feng Yuxiu was not dead. What was happening? On the battlefield, Shui Tianhua believed he had secured victory and, with a sigh of relief, retracted his treasure, preparing to return to his sect. With the death of his master, significant changes loomed ahead for the sect. However, as he turned, he sensed a fierce and domineering attack approaching from behind, leaving him no time to react. Feng Yuxiu's sword cleaved through Shui Tianhua's body, severing his primordial spirit in two. Defeated and filled with resentment, Shui Tianhua collapsed to the ground. You, how despicable! To resort to a sneak attack. In martial contests, the aim is to establish superiority and determine life and death. Any means necessary can be employed to secure victory. Feng Yuxiu disdainfully replied, crushing Shui Tianhua's head underfoot, and loudly proclaimed to the astonished audience below, "Today, I, Feng Yuxiu, have successfully challenged Shui Tianhua and shall usurp his position on the nascent soul rankings. Quickly spread the word and urge the people of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to amend the list. It would be utterly shameful for a corpse to continue occupying a spot on the rankings." His arrogance was palpable, and the onlookers, intimidated by his volatility, dispersed in haste, fearing that remaining would provoke his wrath. Meanwhile, Wu Hanyan remained in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How could a cultivator whose dantian had been destroyed remain unscathed? She felt like a fool, utterly ignorant, casting a pitiful glance at Shangwan Binger. With a hint of exasperation, Shangwan Binger explained, "The techniques of demonic cultivators are peculiar and enigmatic. Some methods can relocate the dantian to another part of the body. It all depends on your own perception. Typically, the dantian is the locus of the most concentrated spiritual energy, so striking there is usually a sound strategy. Hanyan, you should spend more time reading." Traveling 1,000 miles and reading a myriad of books ensures that one is well prepared to tackle any challenge that arises. This advice was directed not only at Wu Hanyin and the diminutive figure, but also served as a reminder to Shangwan Binger herself. There are always greater beings beyond one's own, and one must continuously strive for progress to avoid obsolescence. As the crowd dispersed, the trio that remained stood out conspicuously. Feng Yuxiu took notice of them, and upon catching sight of Shangwan Binger, his initial disbelief transformed into sheer elation. He flew over directly. Wu Hanyin and her companion quickly positioned themselves in front of Shangwan Binger, preventing him from advancing any further. Fairy Binger, I never expected to encounter you here. My purpose for descending the mountain this time is solely because of you, Feng Yuxiu proclaimed with fervor, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. Could this individual be concocting yet another scheme, approaching us merely to launch a surprise attack? At that moment, the elderly man who had departed earlier reemerged, standing beside Feng Yuxiu and bowing respectfully to Shangwan Binger. Demonic cultivator Li Yang, it is an honor to meet you, Fairy Binger. Although Shangwan Binger possessed a modest cultivation level, her exceptional secondary profession left many in awe. Fairy Binger, my disciple Feng Yuxiu has been diligently training in the mountains, striving for excellence. However, his understanding of interpersonal dynamics is somewhat lacking, so I hope you can forgive him, as others treated her with courtesy. Shangwan Binger naturally responded with grace, returning the gesture. At this moment, Feng Yuxiu stepped forward once more, his face alight with excitement. Fairy Binger, my lifelong ambition is to become the most formidable individual in existence, in every conceivable aspect. Therefore, I have been fervently studying alchemy, weapon forging, and various other disciplines. However, throughout my training, I gradually recognized the limitations of one's innate talent. For instance, I find myself lacking in the realm of alchemy, struggling to make progress despite prolonged effort. Consequently, I have abandoned those peripheral pursuits and dedicated myself solely to elevating my cultivation level. To think that you have achieved true omnipotence. Do you have any idea how I felt upon seeing your name on the Celestial Prodigy rankings? I wish to present you with a challenge. In a surge of excitement, Feng Yuxiu leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Shangwan Binger, provoking her to a duel. How dare a cultivator at the nascent soul stage challenge one at the foundation establishment stage? Have you no shame? Li Yang hastily restrained Feng Yuxiu, advising him, fool, refrain from such reckless words. Binger has vanquished several at the Void Realm. Are you courting death? Let us only contest our martial techniques, excluding any consideration of realms or formations. Feng Yuxiu declared obstinately, refusing to relent without a fight. Yet, did you not assert that in a duel, one must not only determine superiority but also confront life and death, wielding any means necessary to secure victory? Are you now seeking to restrain my abilities? Shangwan Binger posed a soul-stirring inquiry, momentarily immobilizing Feng Yuxiu, at a loss for words. Reflect upon your true purpose and cultivation before seeking me out. Life is not solely about combat. There exists a world of beauty awaiting your discovery. I hope that when you stand atop the mountain, you do not find yourself devoid of memories beyond the battles fought. That would indeed be a profound tragedy. With that, she dismissed Feng Yuxiu, soaring away with her two companions. She had no desire to accept the challenge of a novice, for crushing her opponent would offer her no thrill. Instead, her thoughts turned to visiting Sword Mountain, eager to compare her prowess with that of the unfettered sword immortal. Li Yang gazed at the bewildered Feng Yuxiu, exhaling a sigh. His fiercely competitive disciple had encountered a woman younger and superior in every aspect, a blow to his pride that could not be understated. Upon witnessing the indomitable spirit of his disciple striving to reach the pinnacle, he felt a profound sense of gratification. Such a fervent desire for victory, coupled with formidable innate talent, rendered it untenable for the young aspirant to remain in the humble realms of cultivation for long. Alas, he encountered a veritable monster. Given Li Yang's temperament, he ought to have chastised his disciple vocally, rousing him from his reverie. However, upon reflection, he conceded that Shangwan Binger had spoken with merit. It would be prudent to allow his disciple the opportunity to contemplate his path independently. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves and departed in search of a new direction. Chapter 66. Deceit and intrigue. In a dimly lit space, a shadowy figure emerged. What do you seek from me? The voice resonated from all corners of the void. The shadow replied, collaboration. Ha ha ha. Why do you presume I would acquiesce? Should this venture falter, the repercussions are beyond my capacity to bear, because you and I are kindred spirits. Even if I do not approach you, would you truly remain inactive? Our alliance is the only assurance of success. Aboard the flying vessel, the diminutive figure was engaged in foundational cultivation while Shangwan Bing'er idly stood by, safeguarding him. Unlike Shangwan Bing'er, who faced no risk in her breakthroughs, the average cultivator found each ascent to a higher realm fraught with peril, akin to escaping the jaws of death. The potential for catastrophic failure loomed large, with severe injuries or even death as possible outcomes. Thus, cultivators approached each breakthrough with utmost caution, never daring to be complacent. Those with the means often had family and mentors at their side, providing protection during these critical moments. Having departed from Kanshui City more than a month ago, Shangwan Bing'er navigated the vessel towards Wenjin Mountain, encountering no further stops along the way. The short man's talent in cultivation is indeed rather mediocre. Under the abundant resources provided by Shangwan Bing'er, he has only just managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Moments later, a faint aura of the foundation establishment stage gradually emanated from the short man. Shangwan Bing'er cast a glance and then departed. The short man no longer posed any threat, having already surmounted the most arduous phase, merely needing to consolidate his cultivation at a leisurely pace. Arriving at the bow of the flying vessel, she gazed at the clouds swiftly retreating behind them, the birds chasing each other in the sky, and the little flowers darting across the ground. Such beauty enveloped the world. Wait, flowers running? Shangwan Bing'er looked again, and to her astonishment, there was indeed a pristine white flower racing across the ground with the speed of thunder, pursued by 6 red-eyed cultivators. Catch her. If we seize her, we shall prosper and never face hardship again. Could it be a spirit medicine that has attained sentience? Might it be a member of the spirit clan? Do we truly wish to continue this chase? If the spirit clan holds us accountable, we are but a handful of insignificant fish unable to withstand their wrath. One of the cultivators said, his brow furrowed with concern. Fear not. This spirit medicine has only just awakened its consciousness and cannot even speak yet. It is certainly not a member of the spirit clan. As long as we sell it before it joins their ranks, no one can accuse us. The 6 cultivators moved at a moderate pace, yet the little flower's speed dwindled. After the spirit medicine had gained sentience but had not yet begun to cultivate, its endurance was naturally far inferior to that of the cultivators. At last, a cultivator clad in green robes caught up with the little flower, seizing it triumphantly, a smug smile gracing his lips. I have caught you now. Let's see if you can escape. With that, he ruthlessly flicked little flower a few times, causing it to wilt entirely. The approaching cultivator hastily intervened, exclaiming, You scoundrel! What are you doing? If you harm the spirit herb, I will not let this matter rest. The cultivator in green reluctantly withdrew his hand, intending to explain, but unexpectedly, a sharp weapon pierced through his dantian, rendering him incapacitated. You! The cultivator in green collapsed to the ground, pointing at the assailant with an expression of disbelief. Do not think I have not noticed your actions. You pretended to vent your anger on the spirit herb, while secretly plucking a piece of it to hide away. Am I right? The assailant replied coldly, stepping forward to pry open the hand of the cultivator in green, retrieving a storage bag from his embrace. After rummaging through it, he finally unearthed a petal. Indeed, this petal belonged to the very flower, explaining why little flower had suddenly become so despondent. It had been surreptitiously severed from its body. How despicable! We have toiled tirelessly to capture it, and he still resorts to such underhanded tactics. It is crucial to understand that a newly born spirit herb cannot endure such torment, as it is exceedingly prone to spiritual collapse, leading to a significant decline in quality. Brotherly, since that is the case, let us disregard him. We 5 shall share this spirit herb. Is it not better without him? The others quickly grasped the situation, indignantly pointing at the cultivator in green and hurling invectives. Dividing among 5 individuals is undoubtedly more advantageous than sharing among 6. However, does the prospect of solitary possession surpass the benefits of sharing with 5? The cultivator known as Brother Li ruthlessly struck, grievously wounding an unsuspecting practitioner with a single blow. The remaining 3 hastily retreated, their vigilance now fixated upon him. Li Boning, how could you conceal your true strength? Were you plotting this from the very beginning? Initially, all 6 were deemed to possess mid-stage foundation establishment capabilities, which accounted for their relaxed demeanor towards one another. With comparable strengths, the likelihood of direct confrontation was significantly diminished, as none could single-handedly contend with 5. Yet the situation has now changed. Li Boning's authentic prowess is at the perfected foundation establishment stage, and with 2 of their number rendered incapable of fighting. The remaining trio stands no chance against him. How else could I have deceived you into assisting me if I had not concealed my strength? I have pursued this spiritual herb for months. Had it not been for your assistance in cornering it, I would never have succeeded. A triumphant smile graced Li Boning's face. With this herb in his possession, his chances of breaking through to the Golden Core stage have drastically improved. Who knows? He might even dare to challenge the nascent soul threshold in the future. Exchanging glances, the 3 understood the futility of retrieving the herb and swiftly scattered, intent on surviving to devise a means of retribution against Li Boning. Li Boning chose not to pursue them, with their determination to flee. It was no longer feasible to eliminate them entirely. His priority was to ensure that news of his acquisition of the spiritual herb did not escape before he could find a place to sell it. Yet, as he glanced down into his palm, he realized with dismay, where is the herb? No, the elixir vanished into thin air, which had clearly been held tightly by Li Boning. When had it disappeared? Li Boning was consumed by despair and fury, pondering who could have stolen his precious elixir. Without it, he faced certain doom. He could not allow those 3 individuals to disseminate the information. Without hesitation, Li Boning pursued them, determined to prevent their escape at all costs. The trio was equally startled. How could this man, after gaining what he wanted, still feign ignorance about the elixir's absence? Chapter 67. The Spirit Clan aboard the flying vessel. Shangwan Binger gazed at the ailing little flower in her hands, uncertain of how to save it. While she could directly administer a medicinal pill to save a person, the question remained, how to assist a spirit herb? Should she pulverize the pill and sprinkle it over the flower? Perhaps planting it in the Shumi realm and nourishing it with some spiritual liquid might yield better results? Having planted the little flower in the spirit soil of the herb garden and watered it with a bit of spiritual liquid, to her amazement, this method proved effective. The flower's condition visibly improved, its petals began to unfurl, and it no longer appeared so pitiful. It seemed that restoration would require some time. To her surprise, she discovered a latent talent for healing, though perhaps it was more akin to a gift for cultivation. In the ensuing months, Shangwan Binger frequently visited the little flower, which had now completely recovered. The environment of the Shumi realm was nothing short of a sanctuary for these botanical beings. As Xiaohua grew increasingly attached to Shangwan Binger through their interactions, every time Shangwan Binger appeared, it would eagerly leap into her palm, gently nuzzling its head against her hand, resembling a small pet. "Oh, Xiaohua, why can't you speak yet?" Shangwan Binger gently inquired. This little creature was brimming with spirit. Logically, such vitality should enable it to articulate its thoughts. Despite Shangwan Binger possessing knowledge of nearly half the medicinal herbs on the continent, she had yet to discern the species of Xiaohua, and no information could be found regarding it. Upon hearing Shangwan Binger's question, Xiaohua lowered its head in a display of distress, its roots softly brushing against her, as if attempting to convey something profound. Yet their language remained incomprehensible to one another. Suddenly, powerful oars locked onto the flying vessel. "Halt the vessel ahead," an ancient voice boomed, laced with a fury that seemed capable of engulfing the heavens and the earth. Upon her appearance, Shangwan Binger beheld 4 figures, 2 elderly women and a middle-aged couple. The couple's strength was at the late stage of the merging phase, while the 2 elder women exuded an even more terrifying power, being rare grandmasters of the great ascension stage from the Yulin continent. After a moment of reflection, Shangwan Binger concluded that she had not offended such cultivators, and they did not appear to be evil practitioners. Furrowing her delicate brows, she parted her lips to inquire, "What brings you here, esteemed guests?" Just as one elder woman was about to respond, she received a mental transmission from the middle-aged man beside her, her expression shifting to one of surprise before her anger swiftly dissipated. With her lips slightly parted, she pondered for a long while before ultimately conceding, gesturing for the man to approach for a conversation. The man, relieved by the elder's understanding demeanor, hastily stepped forward and bowed. "I am Ling Qianjun of the Ling clan, and I have had the honor of meeting the illustrious Ice Fairy. My companions and I have come in search of my daughter, who went missing 6 months ago. According to our clan's unique sensing abilities, her lingering essence should be aboard your flying vessel." The mention of the Ling clan and the search for a daughter led Shangwan Binger to speculate that it must pertain to the little flower. She summoned the small blossom from the Shumi realm. Upon its emergence, the little flower instinctively sought to leap into Shangwan Binger's embrace. But upon spotting the 4 figures in the sky, it froze momentarily, then trembled violently before darting towards them at an astonishing speed. It appeared that the little flower indeed belonged to the Ling clan. The previous 6 individuals had confidently asserted that the flower could not possibly be of their lineage, only to be swiftly proven wrong, a fact they were regrettably unaware of. Shangguan Bingo made no attempt to hinder the flower's rush towards its kin. The 4 members of the Ling clan, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the little flower, encircled it, offering comfort in a language that Shangguan Binger could not comprehend. They embraced, creating a rare atmosphere of familial warmth seldom witnessed in the realm of cultivation. After a considerable time, the group settled their emotions. The 4, along with the flower, descended onto Shangguan Binger's flying vessel and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Ice Fairy, for saving my beloved daughter. I, Ling Qianjun, shall forever remember your kindness. There is no need for such formalities, she replied. It was but a simple act, and the little flower and I share a bond. It hardly constitutes a great favor. Shangguan Binger casually waved her hand, unperturbed as she spoke. Sister Binger, I am not called Xiaohua. I possess a name, Linger. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you can speak now. Shangguan Binger felt a surge of curiosity, for she had spent 3 months attempting to coax her into speech, yet this family had arrived, and she was already conversing. Could it be a reflection of her own inadequacy? Indeed, Sister Binger, Linger has always been able to speak. However, due to certain issues, she was temporarily unable to communicate. But Grandma Lu just helped me resolve that. Grandma Lu, the irate old woman from earlier, now stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am Lu Wanji. I offer my sincerest apologies to you, Fairy Binger. My tone was rather brusque earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Shangguan Bingo indicated her indifference to the matter. Yet she was intrigued by the reason behind Linger's silence. She wished to dismiss any notion that it was her own inadequacy that had hindered Lingo's ability to speak. The reason Lingo could not speak before was due to the nature of her cultivation technique, she sighed. Alas, our delayed search for Lingo was also linked to this technique. Must our noble spirit clan perish because of such matters? As Lu Wanji spoke, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Indeed, such a predicament was no trivial matter for one of considerable power. Fairy Binger, in a few days, we shall celebrate the millennial grand ceremony of our spirit clan. I formally invite you, in my capacity as the clan leader, to attend. Beside her, Ling Qianjun noticed that his elder's emotions were rather unstable, and he hastily intervened, extending an invitation to Shangguan Binger. Due to the longevity of our Ling clan, we seldom partake in activities. This grand celebration is a rare festivity for us, and we have never invited outsiders to participate. Shangguan Binger pondered. Since outsiders have never attended, might my uninvited presence disrupt the customs? Would your kin harbor any objections? She was reluctant to instigate discord within the clan, as being caught in the middle would be quite uncomfortable. Rest assured, I can guarantee that the members of the Ling clan will not reject you, Fairy Binger. We merely disdain those avaricious individuals who seek to capture us for alchemical purposes, disregarding our feelings entirely. Such actions are akin to those of malevolent practitioners who are intolerable in this world. How unjust the heavens are. The birth of a member in our Ling clan is an arduous endeavor. Once born, we must ensure that we remain undetected by humans or demon tribes. Even after achieving great mastery, we dare not reveal ourselves to the world. Lu Wanji resumed her discourse, and Shangguan Bingo had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing Ling Qianjun to guide her to the Ling clan. Chapter 68. The uniqueness of the Ling clan in the Shumi realm. Shangguan Binger fled back to her room, finally escaping from the incessant chatter of Lu Wanji. That woman made her feel as if she had returned to her previous life. Surrounded by countless gossiping aunties, what a terrifying ordeal. The Ling clan can be deemed the most extraordinary group in the Yuling continent, possessing formidable strength yet rarely revealing themselves to the world. Were it not for the occasional emergence of powerful figures from the Spirit Clan during their tribulation period to deter maleficent cultivators, the Spirit Clan would likely have been forgotten by the world. The Spirit Clan, composed of beings of flora and fauna who attained sentience, was established to unite and protect themselves from indiscriminate slaughter by others. Yet, despite their status as one of the foremost forces on the continent, they remain unable to escape a tragic fate. They can only retreat into their ancestral lands, venturing forth with utmost caution to disguise their existence. Even the formidable beings in the tribulation phase can merely project a semblance of intimidation, refraining from appearing freely far from their homeland. It is crucial to understand that the spiritual herbs cultivated in the tribulation phase possess efficacy comparable to celestial elixirs. One cannot ascertain whether other tribulation-level cultivators on the continent harbor murderous intentions toward them. Should they find themselves encircled, the spirit clan would face utter annihilation. On the following day, scarcely had Shangwan Bingo enjoyed a moment of tranquility when she was interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found, as anticipated, for individuals standing neatly outside. The spirit clan's vigilance is indeed formidable. They move as a collective, ever wary of being picked off one by one. At this moment, the 4 members of the spirit clan appeared exceedingly excited, gazing at Shangwan Binger with the fervor of one beholding a treasure. Lu Wanji eagerly approached and grasped Shangwan Binger's hand, inquiring impatiently, "Fairy Binger, I've heard you possess a small realm. Was it not where Linger previously recovered?" "Lu grandmother, it is impolite to pose such questions to Sister Binger." Linger, perched upon Ling Qianjuan's shoulder, chimed in with a melodious tone, admonishing Lu Wanji. In the cultivation world, directly inquiring about the details of another's treasures is considered extremely impolite, as the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble holds true everywhere. Who knows if your inquiry about someone's treasure stems from a desire to seize it for yourself? Yes, is there a problem? Shangwan Binger readily admitted. For if she dares to reveal it, she is naturally unafraid. She has appeared with Wu Han Yin and others in so many places that anyone with the inclination could discover that she possesses a treasure capable of containing living beings. So there is no point in denying it. Would you permit this old one to enter and observe? Since the 4 of them and Linger discussed their experiences over the past 6 months last night, they learned that Shangwan Binger actually possesses a small world that she can carry with her, and the rules within it are complete. Moreover, according to Linger's account, the spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb garden there seem to give birth to spirituality more easily, greatly enhancing the cultivation of spirituality. Lu Wanji never conceals her emotions, directly expressing what she wants to do. Such a personality would be extremely difficult to survive within the world of cultivation if she did not possess the strength of the Mahayana stage. However, Shangwan Binger does appreciate Lu Wanji's straightforward personality, which is very similar to her own. Of course, you can. Relax your minds, and I will send you in. Within the Sumeru realm, Shangwan Binger is akin to a deity. Once someone enters the Sumeru realm, there is no way to resist Shangwan Binger. Therefore, she is not afraid of these people causing any trouble. The group only felt a dizzying sensation before arriving in a completely new world. This world is full of spiritual energy, not even inferior to their spirit race's ancestral land. A few individuals swiftly ascended to the sky, soon locating the herbal garden spoken of by Linger. This place thrived with an abundance of spiritual herbs, exuding vitality and the essence of spring. Occasionally, members of the Wu family arrived to tend to the garden. Upon encountering the 4 from the Ling clan, the Wu family members expressed no surprise. For those who could enter this realm were undoubtedly recognized by the esteemed Ice Fairy. Lu Wanji soared towards a patch of spiritual soil, attentively sensing the will of the herbs within. Astonishingly, it was indeed as Linger had described. The environment of this realm greatly favored the growth and awakening of spiritual herbs. Blessings upon the Ling clan. At this moment, Shangwan Binger also arrived, standing quietly to the side, observing. The Shumi realm, in comparison to the Jade Spirit continent, possessed certain peculiarities. After all, it was a divine tier treasure, endowed with functions incomprehensible to ordinary beings in such a lower plane, which was hardly surprising. Fairy Binger, I have a humble request. Lu Wanji addressed Shangwan Binger with a bow, showing no concern for the dignity befitting a cultivator of the great ascension stage. The Shumi realm cannot be far from my side, nor shall I linger in one place for too long. Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow, vaguely discerning the nature of her request, which likely pertained to the significant role the Shumi realm could play in strengthening their clan. However, it was clear that Shangwan Binger would never consider trading away the Shumi realm. That is not my intention, Fairy Binger. My request is that if any beings of spiritual essence arise from this realm, you refrain from refining them into elixirs. Once they have awakened their spiritual nature, they are already considered beings of the Ling clan. I am aware that you are a remarkable alchemist, and the purpose of cultivating these spiritual herbs is indeed to refine elixirs. This poses a dilemma for the esteemed Fairy Bing. Yet I cannot bear the thought of my kin being sacrificed in such a manner. Shangwan Binger remained silent. The bond of kinship is one of the purest emotions in existence. Regardless of any grievances one may hold against their own clan, the oppression from foreign tribes ignites an overwhelming fury, uniting them in a common cause against their adversaries. This is precisely why malevolent cultivators are so detested. They direct their hostility towards their own kind, preying on the weaker members of their community to satiate their own desires, often betraying their kin during times of interclan conflict. I assure you that as long as the spiritual herbs possess sentience, I shall not harm them. Upon receiving Shangwan Binger's assurance, Lu Wanji felt a weight lift from her heart. Fairy Binger truly is a virtuous individual. Observing the joyous expressions of the spirit clan, Shangwan Binger suddenly became curious about the origin of this sentience. If the quality of the herbs determines their propensity to develop consciousness, why then do so many top-tier spiritual herbs in the system's repository lack sentience? Moreover, the 9th grade spiritual herb, the Bloodheart Lotus, which I encountered in the northern region, similarly lacked intelligence. Is it a phenomenon that arises randomly from the heavens? Why then, does the quantity of such herbs born in my Shumi realm far exceed that of the Jade Spirit continent? Could it be due to the differences in the levels of the worlds? Are most spiritual herbs in the immortal realm inherently sentient? Do the alchemists in the immortal realm exclusively use these sentient herbs for their elixirs? And how do the spirit clan navigate their existence in such a realm? If, in the future, the spiritual herbs of the realm of Sumeru or even the celestial realm possess sentience, how shall I refine elixirs? Does the creation of a single pill equate to the demise of several beings from the spirit clan? Such questions swirled incessantly in Shangwan Binger's mind, tormenting her. Gradually, her demeanor became increasingly erratic. Waves of energy emanated from her being, as if the entire world, the skies, the creatures, and all living entities had been enveloped in a profound silence. Was this enlightenment? Yet, enlightenment should not influence the surrounding environment, should it? The members of the spirit clan were left astounded by this phenomenon. Even Lu Wanji was uncertain of Shangwan Binger's condition and could only urge a retreat, unwilling to disturb her in this critical moment. Chapter 69. The revelation of the laws in the entire medicinal herb garden. Only Shangwan Binger remained. Everyone else had withdrawn to a distance of over 100 miles. Aware that their mistress was undergoing a moment of enlightenment, and they dared not make a sound that might disrupt her. Otherwise, not only would their family reprimand them, but they would also find it impossible to forgive themselves. At this moment, Shangwan Bingo found herself in a wondrous state, as if her consciousness had transcended time and space. Traversing through various realms, she beheld the Jade Spirit continent and witnessed the latest recruitment conference at the Star Moon sect. Due to the influence of the talented list, an unprecedented number of participants attended, including geniuses from the central region, much to the delight of the sect's higher-ups, who could hardly contain their smiles. She also observed 2 exceptionally handsome young men within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion engaged in the deciphering of celestial mysteries, their eyes seemingly sparkling with the brilliance of stars. Imbued with extraordinary profundity, the gaze shifted once more, this time arriving at a realm imbued with ethereal beauty, vastly larger than the Jade Spirit continent. Here, various celestial beings engaged in cultivation and combat. She witnessed the alchemical processes of these immortals, observing how the spiritual herbs writhed in struggle, yet were ruthlessly transformed into elixirs by the alchemists, solidifying into pills of potency. She also encountered the spiritual clans of the celestial realm, who were seen trading the herbs they had nurtured themselves. It appeared they did not consider those with merely a hint of spirituality as kin. Rather, only those herbs endowed with true sentience were worthy of being recognized as members of the spiritual clan. This contrasted sharply with the beliefs held by the spiritual clans of the Jade Spirit continent, perhaps due to their extreme scarcity, leading to a profound reverence for any potential member of the community. Oh, so this is how they resolve their dilemmas. And what of my stance? Like them, do I also disregard the spiritually aware herbs as mere entities, hastily utilizing them for alchemical purposes? I find myself questioning whether I can truly relinquish the grudges I harbor. As the thoughts swirled within her, the very fabric of the cosmos appeared to quiver in response, becoming increasingly unstable and tumultuous. Since the turmoil stemmed from the act of alchemy, she resolved to address the issue at its core. With determination, she produced a white jade alchemical furnace and gathered a multitude of spiritual herbs, preparing to commence her own alchemical endeavors. She began with the most rudimentary of elixirs, the purification pill, and aimed to ascend through the ranks of alchemical creation. Meanwhile, the teachings of the alchemical scriptures continuously resonated in her mind. One by one, batch after batch, the pills were refined by her hands, and she diligently observed the entire alchemical process unfold before her. beginning with the handling of the spiritual herb, then progressing to its dissolution, allocation of proportions, control of the flame, and ultimately the formation of the elixir. Each step was observed with utmost diligence, akin to an earnest novice intently watching the master's demonstration. What is a spiritual herb? It is a naturally occurring entity imbued with the unique attributes bestowed by the heavens and the earth. For instance, the blood-stanching grass, when crushed and applied to a wound, effectively staunches bleeding, while the heart of blood lotus, containing potent toxins, exemplifies its inherent characteristics. Yet, the energy contained within these herbs is not their most significant aspect. What is the objective of alchemy? It is to eliminate the harmful substances within the spiritual herbs and to extract their medicinal properties to the utmost efficiency. Therefore, if I could distill a fraction of the characteristics of the spiritual herb and substitute it with other energies, would it not allow me to achieve the dual purpose of preserving the herb while still accomplishing the goal of alchemy? A spark of enlightenment illuminated Shangwan Binger's eyes as she grasped the solution. She had discerned the method for replicating the essence of an entire spiritual herb through its characteristics, which is none other than the principles of alchemy. After diligently practicing the Danjing for an extended period, Shangwan Binger's spirit had evolved into a divine consciousness, imprinted by the principles of alchemy, granting her a degree of understanding of these laws. She perceived a remarkable resonance between the principles and her own insights, albeit the former represented a more advanced existence. Without further ado, Shangwan Binger retrieved a set of spiritual herbs required for concocting the fasting elixir. Gently extracting a drop of essence from the herbs, she infused her divine consciousness upon it, employing her nascent understanding of the principles of alchemy to explore its intrinsic qualities. As she summoned her spiritual energy, it enveloped the droplet of liquid, while beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. Never before had she employed the alchemical principles, and harnessing even a modicum of this arcane power proved to be exceedingly challenging. Gradually, a pristine medicinal herb materialized once more in the hands of Shangwan Binger, identical to its original form. Utilizing it to concoct a batch of nourishing elixirs, both the quality and efficacy remained unimpaired. Success! A smile graced Shangwan Binger's lips. The exhilaration of overcoming a formidable challenge with utmost effort was truly delightful. Suddenly, the heavens resonated, and a surge of alchemical energy descended upon Shangwan Binger, merging seamlessly with the faint understanding she had gleaned of the alchemical principles, causing them to rapidly expand. What could this signify? A reward, perhaps? Little did she know that the emergence of all things from nothingness is a form of replenishment to the cosmos, which bestows rewards upon those who dare to innovate. Although Shangwan Binger felt perplexed, she was not one to refuse such bestowed power. After all, her own comprehension had taken considerable toil to achieve, and this sudden influx multiplied her understanding of the principles manifold times over. With a sigh of relief, Shangwan Binger's consciousness once again returned to the Shumi realm, back to her own form. Yet she found no one around her. A sweep of her divine sense revealed Lu Wanji and the members of the Wu family, who were retreating in palpable fear, as if they had just endured some dreadful calamity. In a flash, Shangwan Binger appeared before them and inquired, "What on earth are you doing?" "Sister Binger, it seems you have finally awakened. We were nearly overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from your cultivation just now." At the moment when Shangwan Binger comprehended the principles of alchemy, the entire Shumi realm was shrouded in divine pressure, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Even Lu Wanji, at the Great Ascension stage, found it difficult to withstand such force, retreating continuously from Shangwan Binger to alleviate the pressure. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shangwan Binger tousled her hair and said, "Is that so? My apologies. Well then, Taoist Lu, let us continue our journey to the Spirit Clan." Lu Wanji respectfully stepped forward, saying, "Fairy Binger, your moment of enlightenment was quite lengthy. We have lingered before the ancestral grounds of the Spirit Clan for an entire year. Fortunately, you have awakened in time. Otherwise, the grand ceremony of our clan would have commenced without you." Lu Wanji's sentiments towards Shangwan Bingo had transformed into fear. There was an aura about her that commanded submission. She could not articulate what it was, yet she found herself unable to harbor any adverse thoughts towards Shangwan Binger. Shangwan Binger, too, was astonished, feeling as though she had merely wandered through several realms in her consciousness and practiced alchemy, yet over a year had slipped by. Departing the Shumi realm with Lu Wanji and the others, they realized they had been absent for more than a year without contacting their clan, which surely would have caused great concern among the Spirit Clan. Chapter 70. the ancestral grounds of the spirit clan upon boarding the flying vessel. It came to a halt before a towering tree, surrounded by members of the spirit clan. The vessel had remained stationary since its arrival, and the interior was utterly vacant, creating an atmosphere of mystery. The sudden appearance of Shangwan Binger and her companions startled the members of the spirit clan, prompting them to instinctively adopt defensive stances. Fortunately, upon recognizing the faces of Lu Wanji and the others, they relaxed. "Grandma Lu, you have finally returned," exclaimed the clan members. "Chief, the ancestors are nearly beside themselves with worry. If we do not receive news from you soon, the ancestors will seal the entire ancestral tree." The onlookers gathered around Lu Wanji and her companions, chattering excitedly about the happenings within the clan during their absence. "All right, children. Today we have several esteemed guests visiting our spirit clan. Let us proceed to the ancestral grounds," Lu Wanji reassured them. Despite her age far surpassing that of these youths, the title of Grandma Lu had become firmly established among the clan members. Many of them had been under her care during their formative years, nurtured by her guidance. Even Ling Qianjun, in private moments, would affectionately refer to her as Grandma Lu, underscoring her esteemed position within the spirit clan. "Fairy Binger, let us enter," suggested one of the clan members. The ancestral grounds of the spirit clan lie within the hollow of the ancestral tree, believed to have transformed from the body of a venerable ancestor of the spirit clan who perished during the tribulation phase, possessing formidable protective abilities. Upon entering the hollow, one is enveloped by a different realm. The ethereal energy, imbued with a rich natural fragrance, invigorated Shangwan Binger and her companions. As they gazed around, they were met with a verdant panorama where countless spirit flowers and grasses frolicked on the ground, creating a scene of serene natural beauty. At the heart of the ancestral grounds stood numerous quaint wooden cabins, each housing various trinkets used in daily life. The members of the spirit clan find it exceedingly convenient to rest, as they can simply revert to their original forms and take root in the earth, thereby eliminating the necessity for additional dwellings. As Shangwan Binger and her companions journeyed, their presence captured the attention of all the spirit clan members, particularly Shangwan Binger herself, who exuded an aura that was both endearing and commanding. The ancestral land of the spirit clan had never before welcomed outsiders. The hearts of men can be treacherous, and none could predict whether the newcomers would harbor intentions detrimental to the clan. Most of these spirit clan members were of a naive disposition, lacking understanding and thus approaching with inquiries. Consequently, Shangwan Binger found herself surrounded by an array of curious spirit flowers and grasses, creating a peculiar yet harmonious scene. "All right, children, please do not crowd around. These are our guests, and we must not disturb their enjoyment." Lu Wanji once again dispersed her kin. The spirit clan, while endearing, was excessively innocent and easily deceived. Their inability to venture into the outside world stunted their growth, and their simplistic nature, coupled with insufficient strength, rendered them unfit for exposure to external influences, creating a vicious cycle. Contemplating this matter, Lu Wanji's expression dimmed slightly, with the little ones no longer obstructing her. Shangwan Binger swiftly followed Lu Wanji to the very heart of the ancestral land, where an elderly man sat in meditation on the ground. Upon noticing Shangwan Binger, the old man opened his eyes and scrutinized her intently, his weathered gaze seeking to penetrate her essence. However, despite his prolonged observation, he could discern no discernible flaw. "It must be the ice fairy, for I am the eldest of the spirit clan, known as Ling Yun. I express my gratitude for your assistance to Ling Air. Do not hesitate to make your requests. As long as they do not contravene principles, I can fulfill them. Indeed, may I present my requests?" To everyone's astonishment, Shangwan Binger has genuinely acquiesced, a development unforeseen by all. Earlier, aboard the flying vessel, she had expressed a lack of desires. Could it be that her previous demeanor was merely a facade? Has she only now revealed her true intentions upon arriving at the ancestral grounds of the spirit clan? Wu Hanyan and the diminutive figure were on edge, for they had accompanied Shangwan Binger to broaden their horizons. They found themselves surrounded by formidable beings of the ascension and integration stages, and before them stood an ancestor of the tribulation stage, a rarity across the entire continent. The audacity of Shangwan Binger to propose conditions in his presence is truly remarkable. Yet, she remained unperturbed by the opinions of those around her. Initially, she had no requirements from the spirit clan. After all, asking for spirit herbs would only incite conflict. However, upon comprehending the intricacies of alchemical principles, she conceived a plan. Now that she is within the very heart of the spirit clan, how could she possibly return without collecting some essence of spirit herbs? If this endeavor proves successful, she shall lack for nothing in terms of alchemical materials on the Jade Spirit Continent, able to concoct any elixir she desires, discarding them as she pleases, a display of extravagance. Ah, dear friend, you are truly forthright. Please, do share your thoughts. The chieftain of the Lingyun clan was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated based on previous discussions with Lu Wanji and the others. He hoped that the demands put forth by this woman would not be too severe, lest it jeopardize their mutual dignity and lead to a premature end to their budding friendship. My request is modest. I merely wish to obtain a single drop of blood from each member of your esteemed spirit clan. This will not inflict harm upon you. A mere squeeze will suffice. Lingyun was utterly bewildered by the conditions proposed by Shangwan Binger. What kind of request was this? Although he understood that the blood of spirit herbs contained a fraction of their efficacy, the significance of such a minuscule amount was negligible for both alchemy and cultivation. Yet, perhaps this was a considerate gesture from the young friend, an attempt to spare him from embarrassment and to prevent the spirit clan from feeling indebted to her. How misguided I was to have assumed she would make exorbitant demands. I truly misjudged her intentions. Not a problem, he declared. I shall promptly see to your request, and it will be fulfilled in no time. Do you have any other needs? Please feel free to express them without hesitation. Our spirit clan may lack in certain areas, but we are rich in resources. No need for anything else. That is all I ask. Very well then, Wanji, please accompany our young friend on a tour. The grand festivities of our spirit clan are about to commence, and I wish to showcase the splendor of our celebrations to her. Lu Wanji responded with a sound, then continued to wander through the ancestral grounds with Shangwan Binger. However, despite the enchanting scenery of the spirit clan's ancestral land, prolonged gazing inevitably leads to a certain aesthetic fatigue. Fortunately, as they were all cultivators, they could immerse themselves in their practice, and time invariably flew by in such pursuits. A month later, Linger arrived punctually at Shangwan Binger's resting place to awaken her. Sister Binger, our grand ceremony has commenced, and the ancestors are eagerly awaiting your presence. Chapter 71. The flaw in the inherited techniques. When contemplating the various gatherings and celebrations within the realm of cultivation, Shangwan Binger could only think of competitions. For in this world where strength reigns supreme, such displays are indeed the most fitting. Yet, the spirit clan is a rather unique race, and it was difficult to imagine what kind of festivities they might host. Surely, it could not involve alchemy or artifact forging. Following Linger, Shangwan Binger arrived at the site of the celebration. The spirit clan's festivities were not akin to the vibrant celebrations of her past life, adorned with colorful decorations and the cacophony of firecrackers. Instead, the surroundings bore no significant difference from their usual DCOR, albeit the atmosphere was considerably more lively. The ceremony unfolded in a spacious clearing, where ancestor Lingyun and the clan leader were seated at the forefront, with an empty chair placed beside them. Upon seeing Shangwan Bingo approach, Lingyun smiled and waved, beckoning her to sit beside him. With Shangwan Bingo seating, the grand ceremony officially commenced. The first act unexpectedly featured a captivating performance, where several members of the spirit clan transformed into human forms, joyfully singing and dancing in a clearing. They spoke in the human tongue and executed human dances, which transported Shangwan Binger back to her previous life, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia akin to a cultural gala. Dear friend, we of the spirit clan have always harbored a deep admiration for human culture, thus we have endeavored to learn from your kind. This is a dance we have acquired from the mundane world. What do you think of our rendition? It is quite commendable. I haven't witnessed such unadulterated dance in ages. Their performance was remarkable, embodying the essence of the art. The subsequent acts predominantly revolved around human culture, indicating the spirit clan's genuine affection for it. The final performance was a contest. Indeed, one cannot escape the realm of combat in the world of cultivation, and this climactic event was a duel. Shangwan Binger and her companions exchanged knowing smiles, having anticipated such an ending. However, as the spirit clan members entered the arena to compete, Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow. Their approach was excessively gentle, even tender. To her eyes, the battles among the spirits resembled a mere game of pretend, devoid of lethality, akin to gentle pushes and playful kicks. Such a display of combat raises the question of how they would confront real adversaries in the future. Yet, the spectators from the spirit clan wore expressions of satisfaction, as if they found this display of combat truly exhilarating. even esteemed elders like the Spirit Cloud Ancestor, with their high cultivation levels, exhibited no dissatisfaction with the lackadaisical nature of the battles unfolding before them. However, they noticed the furrowed brow of Shangwan Binger and could not help but inquire, "Are you dissatisfied with this competition, young friend?" Daoist Lingyun, is this how your spirit clan typically engages in battle? Might such a style be considered rather, well, simplistic? After much contemplation, Shangwan Binger could only delicately express her views on this combat by using the term simplistic. Yet, these individuals were ancient beings who had lived for millennia. How could they possibly fail to discern the implications behind her words? Lingyun, with a voice tinged with bitterness, clarified, "Young friend, you misunderstand. It is not that our spirit clan inherently favors such a manner of combat. Rather, we find ourselves in a most unfortunate predicament. It may sound laughable, but our vast spirit clan possesses not a single cultivation method suitable for our practice. The techniques we currently employ are the result of countless generations of modifications. Yet they still bear numerous flaws. Practicing them occasionally leads to various issues, as demonstrated by Linger's earlier inability to speak, which was indeed a side effect of the technique. Moreover, when our kin engage in battle and utilize these methods, they often encounter absurd side effects that provoke both laughter and tears. Even I, despite my transcendent stage of tribulation, dare not venture outside carelessly. For should the side effects manifest unexpectedly, and I am caught off guard, it could lead to my untimely demise. After Lingyun's heartfelt discourse, the surrounding powerful members of the Spirit Clan fell into a profound silence. As long as the issue of their cultivation methods remained unresolved, their clan would forever be unable to rise again. The matter of cultivation methods is not easily resolved. Over countless millennia, despite generations of refinement, the inherent flaws of these techniques remain unaddressed. All that can be achieved is a reduction in the frequency and intensity of their side effects. Is there no alternative cultivation method you could employ? Inquired Wu Hanyan, perplexed. It is not possible. The spirit race differs fundamentally from the human race. Your internal meridians largely conform, whereas our spirit race manifests in diverse forms, each with its unique approach to cultivation. This technique was specifically devised by our ancestors for the spirit race, allowing all members to practice it, albeit with varying side effects, came the reply. Understanding dawned upon Shangwan Binger and her companions. The human race, being the essence of heaven and earth, possesses a nearly uniform bodily structure, enabling them to continuously refine their methods over time. Ancient cultivation techniques remain applicable to contemporary humans. Conversely, the demon race has its own inherited methods, indelibly marked within their bloodlines, accessible solely to their kin, rendering it arduous for others to learn. For the spirit race, the situation is even more challenging. Lacking bloodline inheritance and possessing varied bodily meridians, it is nearly insurmountable for them to adopt a universal technique. Thus, despite the spirit race's extensive efforts over generations, this dilemma persists. However, Shangwan Bingo conceived a potential solution. Let us not forget that she harbors within her the most supreme technique of the cosmos, the Genesis Tao Canon. This esteemed canon has the capacity to optimize and perfect all cultivation methods that Shangwan Bingo has encountered, transforming them into the most exquisite techniques within feasible limits. The martial art known as the Yin-Yang Quest technique from the Star and Moon sect, after the refinement provided by the Genesis Tao scripture, now rivals the quality of celestial tier techniques. At that moment, Shangwan Binger contemplated that once her strength increased, she would convey the enhanced technique to her sect. Unfortunately, due to a series of unforeseen events, she had yet to return to her sect. Now, the only consideration was whether she should assist the Spirit Clan. After careful reflection, she resolved to aid them, not out of any maternal compassion, but because she had overlooked a crucial piece of information during her contemplation of the technique. If she were to pass on the celestial tier Yin-Yang Quest technique to her sect, could they truly safeguard it? Sooner or later, she would depart from the Yuling continent, and her sect would struggle to keep pace with her. Once she left, the knowledge of the celestial tier technique would inevitably provoke the covetous eyes of other factions. Thus, Shangwan Binger's intention was to seek out formidable and trustworthy allies for her sect, and the Spirit Clan presented itself as an ideal candidate. After assisting the Spirit Clan in refining their technique, it was highly likely that their martial arts would also ascend to the celestial tier. This would render the Spirit Clan a target of desire, and due to their unique nature, they would be even more alluring than the Star and Moon sect. For the Spirit Clan's self-preservation, it was imperative to ally with the Star and Moon sect, which possessed celestial tier techniques and was also the benefactor of their mother's sect, fostering a relationship of mutual aid. With this realization, the entire situation became clear. Chapter 72. Optimizing Techniques. After profound contemplation, Shangwan Binger directly addressed Ancestor Lingyun. Dear Lingyun, if you don't mind, could I observe the noble techniques of your clan? Perhaps I may offer assistance. However, Lingyun's ancestor hesitated. The techniques are the foundation of a clan and cannot be casually shared. What if someone discovers weaknesses within them and exploits these vulnerabilities against the Ling clan in future battles? What then? If it is inconvenient, please disregard my request. Seeing the predicament of Lingyun's ancestor, Shangwan Binger offered a way out. Yet at that moment, Lu Wanji conveyed a message to Lingyun's ancestor, recounting the scene she witnessed in the Shumi realm when Shangwan Binger attained enlightenment. Ancestor, I believe that Binger may indeed possess the means to assist our Ling clan. Her talents are recognized by the heavens, and we are in dire need of a flawless technique. If we allow this incident with Lingter to pass without action, what will happen next? Our clan is already sparse. If this continues, we shall only descend further into decline. Why not take a gamble? Moreover, since Binger has interacted with us for quite some time, we have gained a certain understanding of her character. She seems to be a person of integrity and poses no threat to our clan. Furthermore, to speak frankly, are the issues surrounding our clan's techniques truly unknown to others? After all these years and countless incidents, it is likely that someone is already prepared to target us. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lu Wanji's words indeed provide the venerable Lingyun with a refreshing perspective, despite his lingering doubts, prompting him to seek the opinions of those around him. Naturally, those like Ling Qianjun, who have had prolonged interactions with Shangwan Binger, support Lu Wanji's viewpoint, while others, unfamiliar with the context, remain silent in their dissent. The Ling clan undeniably needs to take a gamble. They have endured this precarious existence for far too long, living in constant trepidation, which is hardly aligned with the freedom sought by cultivators. Thus, as the consensus emerged, they resolved to take this leap of faith. Once the celebration concluded, Shangwan Binger prepared to bid farewell to several individuals and continue her journey toward her objectives. Young friend, please wait, Lingyun called out. Having made up his mind regarding the matter of the cultivation technique, he led Shangwan Binger to the place where he often meditated, producing a jade slip. He handed it to her and sincerely stated, "This is the inheritance technique of our Ling clan, the Heaven and Earth Spirit technique. I hope that after you review it, even if you cannot optimize it, you will refrain from disseminating it to the outside world." Of course, Shangwan Binger accepted the jade slip and effortlessly absorbed the information contained within. The Ling clan's technique primarily focuses on harnessing the latent energy within one's body, placing less emphasis on the absorption of external spiritual energy. This is quite reasonable, as the inherent advantage of the Ling clan lies in their very nature as spiritual herbs. With a vast reservoir of spiritual power within them, mastering this energy would undoubtedly render them immensely formidable. Similar to the Crimson Heart Lotus, even its mindless emanation of flames makes it challenging for cultivators in the integration stage to approach. If the Crimson Heart Lotus were to develop sentience, becoming a spirit race entity, and master spiritual power and toxicity through cultivation, it would likely evolve into an immensely formidable tribulation stage master. He recited the omniscient spirit incantation silently in his mind, incorporating it into the Genesis Codex. Soon, the Genesis Codex commenced its operation. Various inconsistencies within the omniscient spirit incantation were identified and rectified, and the deficiencies in the original technique regarding the absorption of external spiritual energy were optimized by the Codex. As the imperfections vanished one by one, the grade of the omniscient spirit incantation also elevated, ascending from the celestial grade to the immortal grade, and it continued to improve. The foundation of this technique was exceptionally solid, a result of continuous refinement by generations of spirit race masters. Therefore, when the omniscient spirit incantation was thoroughly optimized, its grade surpassed even the Yin-Yang Inquiry Sutra of the Star Moon sect by a significant margin. Outside, Ancestor Lingyun and the others were still anxiously awaiting Shangwan Binger's outcome. They were aware that cultivating a technique was no easy feat, let alone modifying it, which would require countless hours and could not be accomplished in a day or two. However, they were still extremely impatient, as this feeling of entrusting their hope to an outsider was a novel experience for them. Venerable Ancestor, please cease pacing and sit down to cultivate. Even with immortal Fairy Binger's talent, it will likely take decades or even centuries to achieve any progress. Lu Wanji spoke up, suggesting that it was unwise to wander aimlessly for several centuries. It would be far better to engage in cultivation, thus allowing time to pass more swiftly. At that moment, Shangguan Binger suddenly opened her eyes, and a breath emanated from her, one that was of the same essence as theirs but more rounded and perfect. The esteemed Lingyun old ancestor and his companions were taken aback, their mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single sound. Remarkably, in less than half a day, Shangguan Binger had successfully cultivated the treasured legacy technique they held dear, and it appeared she had completed the optimization. Such an occurrence was beyond comprehension, utterly astonishing. The last time Lingyun old ancestor had been so startled was upon hearing that Shangguan Binger was an immortal-grade alchemist. Little did he expect to be awed by the same individual once more in such a short span of time. Young friend, has the optimization been completed? Lingyun old ancestor stammered, his excitement rendering him somewhat tongue-tied, a mix of anticipation and disbelief etched upon his face. The comical expression of Lingyun old ancestor elicited a laugh from Shangguan Binger, causing her to chuckle softly. Do not jest, fair Binger, please give us a straight answer. Regardless of the outcome of the optimization, we shall forever remember your kindness. Lu Wanji, filled with urgency, implored Shangguan Binger for clarity. Seeing the anxious faces surrounding her, Shangguan Binger decided not to tease them further, fearing that their tension might lead to an outburst. Thus, she spoke, I have not failed in my mission. At the same time, she produced a jade slip, inscribing the optimized technique within and presenting it to the group for their perusal. The venerable Lingyun was the first to infuse the power of the primordial spirit into the technique, delving into the depths of this newfound method. What on earth is happening? Ancestor, is there a problem with the technique? The onlookers, noticing the ancestor's unusual exclamation, hurriedly inquired. Lingyun swallowed hard, casting a glance at the serene and composed Shangguan Binger. Then observing the anxious expressions of the gathered clansfolk, he slowly spoke. Our technique has ascended to the celestial tier. Chapter 73. The portent of a great era. Lingyun's revelation sent a surge of exhilaration through Lu Wanji, who snatched the jade slip from Lingyun's grasp to examine it with haste. Moments later, a look of astonishment graced his features. It was indeed true. The technique had not only advanced to the celestial tier, but all its previous flaws had also been rectified. The others, upon receiving the technique, were equally overwhelmed with joy, their tears flowing freely. The problem that had plagued the Ling clan for millennia had been resolved in a mere half-day by Shangguan Binger. They found themselves at a loss, torn between reflecting on their own inadequacies and marveling at Shangguan Binger's formidable prowess. The group exchanged glances and, in unison, positioned themselves before Shangguan Binger, bowing deeply. Fairy Bingo has alleviated the crisis of our clan. The Ling clan shall never forget this kindness for all eternity. Please rise, Shangguan Binger said, lifting them gently in the air, for my actions are driven by a purpose of my own. What kind of request is this? Clearly, this is a grace bestowed upon my spirit clan by the Ice Fairy. The cultivation techniques of our clan, which are of celestial rank, are undoubtedly a source of envy for many. The Ice Fairy has thoughtfully sought out a powerful and reliable ally for us, for which our spirit clan is immensely grateful. The esteemed members of the spirit clan have unanimously expressed their agreement. To be candid, such an achievement is so remarkable that even if Shangguan Binger were to require half of the essence of our ancestral figure, Lingyun, for alchemy, they would likely consent. After all, forming an alliance with the Star Moon sect, characterized by mutual assistance and cooperation, is indeed a splendid arrangement. It is crucial to note that the Star Moon sect is the mother sect of Shangguan Binger. Now that they are allies, it is conceivable that she might come to our aid should our clan encounter difficulties. Otherwise, if the relationship were merely a transient exchange of interests after this transaction, Shangguan Binger might simply depart, leaving us without such a formidable support. With this understanding, let us agree upon this commitment. I shall relay the message to our sect, and I hope everyone will uphold their promises. With matters settled, Shangguan Binger prepared to bid farewell to the members of the spirit clan and depart from our ancestral grounds. Just as she stepped onto her flying vessel, ready to take flight, a youthful voice called out to her, halting her in her tracks. Sister Binger, wait. It was Linger, the little flower, dashing towards her, followed closely by Lu Wanji, who wore an expression of bemused resignation. Sister Binger. Linger effortlessly climbed into Shangguan Binger's palm, her cherubic face nuzzling affectionately against her. The Ice Fairy, Binger found herself in a predicament as Linger insisted on accompanying her in her cultivation journey, leaving Lu Wanji feeling quite vexed. It seemed that Linger, having followed Binger for merely a few months, had become utterly enraptured, to the extent that she barely lingered at home. No matter, I shall take her with me. I quite adore this girl. Binger gently tapped Linger's little head. During this time, Binger had acquired a wealth of knowledge within the Spirit Clan, particularly regarding the essence of flora and fauna. Her understanding of medicinal herbs had reached a noteworthy level within the Jade Spirit continent. Linger's true form resembled a peculiar white flower, yet she had yet to reveal any distinctive traits. According to the experiences of the clan's esteemed elders, the later a Spirit Clan individual manifests their characteristics, the higher their rank. It is worth noting that Ling Qianjun, previously mentioned as her father, was not her biological parent. Rather, he had brought Linger into the Spirit Clan. Hence, she regarded him as her father, which was a common practice within the clan's intricate relationships. Goodbye, Grandma Lu. Linger shall miss you. With that, the flying vessel lifted off into the distance. The ancestral grounds of the Spirit Clan were not far from the sword-questioning mountain. Yet Binger had numerous tasks awaiting her aboard the vessel. She was determined to cultivate all the medicinal liquid she had gathered from the Spirit Clan, reconstituting them into a cohesive whole before planting them within the Shumi realm. Once accomplished, she would truly attain the freedom of medicinal herbs. And upon the successful cultivation of these herbs, she would emerge as the wealthiest woman in the Jade Spirit continent, far surpassing even the likes of the profit-hungry Yi-Bao Pavilion. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the more challenging it is to cultivate anew. Thus, none of the herbs capable of becoming part of the spiritual lineage are to be regarded as trivial. The cultivation process is exceedingly time-consuming. Fortunately, at this moment, Shangwan Binger's alchemical prowess has significantly advanced. Otherwise, akin to her previous struggles, even the creation of a mere fasting pill would have been an insurmountable task, potentially leading to her exhaustion. Let the work commence. During the 2 years of Shangwan Binger's absence, myriad events unfolded across the Yulin continent. In the second month following Feng Yuxiu's departure from Kanshui City, he returned with renewed vigor, wreaking havoc upon the genius rankings. None of the prodigies he challenged emerged unscathed from the competition arena. Consequently, those on the nascent soul rankings found themselves in a state of trepidation with many prodigies, feeling inferior to Feng Yuxiu, publicly announcing their retreat into seclusion, opting not to engage in further battles. Yi Wuqian, having remarkably advanced to the nascent soul stage within a mere 2 years, immediately challenged the 9th position on the nascent soul rankings upon his breakthrough and emerged victorious, shocking the world. Meanwhile, Tai Jin steadily progressed to the Golden Core stage, seizing the top spot on the Golden Core rankings. These 3 dark horses stirred the winds of change across the realm, igniting a fierce determination among all prodigies to resist being easily surpassed by the newcomers. After all, who does not possess a sense of pride and confidence in their own potential? In a fleeting moment, the entirety of the Yulin continent was revitalized, with talented individuals emerging in droves, heralding an era of greatness. Chapter 74. A lesson for the willful princess regardless of how the winds of fate may shift. Shangwan Binger, now nearing Wanjin Mountain, found herself obstructed by an unforeseen presence. The roadblocker, adorned in vibrant crimson light armor, bore a phoenix insignia upon her forehead, with long, dark red hair cascading to her waist, wielding a fiery gun known as the Fire Phoenix. Huang Chuyao stood resolutely atop the flying vessel, her spear aimed directly at Shangwan Binger, exuding an aura of elegance and unparalleled beauty. So it is you who have usurped my position at the pinnacle of the 100 Flowers ranking? Meeting you today has left me utterly disillusioned. The foremost of the 100 Flowers is merely a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage. Do not regale me with tales of having defeated those in the Void Realm. I do not believe you. I hereby challenge you. Her words and demeanor radiated an air of arrogance, while a retinue of armored guards behind her watched Shangwan Binger anxiously, fearful of an abrupt confrontation. Shangwan Binger pressed her hand to her forehead, bemused by the situation. How had she, Shangwan Binger, come to contest beauty with another woman? It was indeed a mortifying predicament. My dear lady, I have no desire to usurp your esteemed position. The 100 Flowers ranking is merely a frivolous list concocted by those with too much idle time. If you wish to claim it, do so and consider me defeated. The Sword Mountain loomed nearby, and Shangwan Binger could already sense the overwhelming sword intent emanating from afar. She truly wished to avoid entanglement with this willful and capricious girl. To her astonishment, Shangwan Binger's earnest declaration only served to infuriate Huang Chuyao further. Are you bestowing pity upon me? Do I, Huang Chuyao, require your compassion? Whether you accept it or not, prepare to face my spear. With that, Huang Chuyao charged forth, her spear engulfed in flames, the phoenix insignia on her forehead gleaming resplendently, enhancing her noble and striking presence. Have you grown weary of this game? Do you take me for a feeble cat while I am, in truth, a fierce tiger? Shangwan Binger was equally infuriated by such unreasonable behavior. Adhering to the principle of leaving a path for future encounters, I wish to avoid further disputes with you. Yet, you chose to escalate the situation, did you not? Should a virtuous individual endure the barrel of a gun? I care not for whether this offends the Phoenix Demon clan behind Huang Chuyu. If the clan mirrors her unreasonable nature, then she should not blame others for her ruthless demeanor. A flash of fierce light glimmered in Shangwan Binger's eyes. Her jade-like hand reached forth, seizing the formidable Fire Phoenix spear, her spiritual energy suppressing the flames, extinguishing them entirely. Before Huang Chu could react, she swiftly reclaimed the spear, striking it against Huang Chuyo's rear, sending her flying. Return. With another grasp, a powerful force pulled the airborne Huang Chuyu back to Shangwan Binger's feet. Grasping the Fire Phoenix spear, she prepared to inflict several bloody wounds upon her. Stop. Release, Her Highness. Shangwan Binger's actions were so swift that none could respond in time. Huang Chuyu was already down to the ground. At this moment, her guard finally reacted, rushing forth to form a protective circle around her. Now you call for a halt? When your esteemed princess lashed out at me, where were your calls to stop? Shangwan Binger scoffed. My apologies, Fairy Binger, but duty compels us. There is no other choice. The captain of the guard clasped his fists, acknowledging that they were all members of the Phoenix Demon clan. And protecting Huang Chuyu was their mission, even if it meant facing death. Shangwan Bingo shook her head, feeling it inappropriate to voice her opinions on the decaying customs within their clan. However, having been offended by Huang Chuyu, she was not inclined to let this spoiled princess off easily. With a swift motion, she scattered the formation of the guard and seized Huang Chuyu, sealing her cultivation. Return and inform the powerful figures of your clan that if they wish to reclaim Huang Chuyu, they must present sufficient reparations. In the meantime, I shall spare her life. She playfully patted Huang Chuyu's defiant face and smiled. During this period, you shall serve as my maid, pouring tea and fetching water. Should you fail to obey, I will hang you at the highest point of the sword-questioning mountain for all the cultivators to admire the beauty of the Phoenix Demon Clan princess. You dare. Huang Chuyu erupted in fury. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Always accustomed to having her whims fulfilled, she had never encountered anyone who dared to defy her. How could Shangwan Bingo threaten her? You can certainly try. Let's see if you dare. Shangwan Bingo replied nonchalantly, turning back to the cabin and calling out, Little maid, come and brew some tea. Huang Chuyu's expression wavered between anger and frustration, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Ultimately, she restrained her temper, silently vowing, Shangwan Binger, wait for my father and the others to arrive, and I shall ensure you face dire consequences. What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear me calling you? Do you wish to be displayed as a spectacle? Huang Chuyu hurriedly got up, dusted herself off, and reluctantly entered the cabin, feeling a sense of grievance. The escort team had returned and gathered once more. What shall we do, Captain? This matter is of great importance. I shall personally report to the clan leader. You all continue to follow the Fairy Binger's vessel. As long as Her Highness is not in danger, do not provoke Fairy Binger. Understood. Chapter 75. It seems something remarkable has awakened within the cabin. Shangwan Binger gazed at the motionless Huang Chuyu and could not help but inquire, Are you still unconvinced? I concede, Huang Chuyu replied softly, lowering her head. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. It is best to submit and endure less suffering. Then why do you not brew tea? I do not know how. Having been pampered since childhood, Huang Chuyu had never paid attention to such trivialities, to the extent that she was unaware of even the most basic steps in brewing tea. Shangwan Binger was taken aback. At your age, you cannot even brew tea? She said, slightly irritated. Bring me a cup of water. Moreover, you must learn to read the room. Do not wait for me to instruct you before you act. Do you understand? She had resolved to teach this willful princess a lesson. You think yourself noble and capricious? I shall have you perform the duties of a servant, merely to diminish your arrogance. Oh, understood. Huang Chuyu replied carelessly, devoid of emotion. Observing Huang Chuyu's forced calm demeanor, Shangwan Binger playfully lifted her delicate chin and teased. I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you once possessed. Huang Chuyao tightly grasped her hands, continually reminding herself to remain calm. She understood that her opponent was deliberately trying to provoke her, to make her appear foolish. She would not fall for such a ruse. Regaining her composure, she silently turned to pour herself some water. How impressive it was that she managed to restrain herself. The life of cultivation was often tedious, and having such a punching bag to amuse herself was indeed a welcome diversion. As the flying vessel approached Wanjin Mountain, Shangwan Binger once again summoned the inconspicuous Huang Chuyao, who had been seated in the corner, attempting to diminish her presence. "Little maid," she inquired, "could you enlighten me on the power dynamics surrounding Wanjin Mountain? Are there any particular customs I should be aware of?" "Indeed, there are customs. The reason Wanjin Mountain has not been claimed by other forces lies primarily in the lingering presence of the Xiaoyao Sword Intent. It is uncertain whether this sword intent was intentionally set by the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal or possesses a certain sentience that allows it to perceive its surroundings. Once it detects encroachment by others, it conceals itself from their awareness. This explains why, for many years, no one has dared to dominate this place. Yet, despite the absence of overt control, there exists a distinct distribution of power in the vicinity. The 4 peaks closest to Wanjin Mountain have been claimed by the Prajna Zen sect, the Qian Kuan Dao sect, the Wang clan, and our Phoenix Demon clan. We are on the verge of reaching Wanjin Mountain, where my father awaits. I advise you to release me promptly and extend a respectful apology. Perhaps if the princess is in a good mood, she might grant you leniency. Otherwise, should my father take offense, I shall be unable to intervene." Humph. Approaching the Sword Question Mountain, Huang Chuo's confidence grew ever stronger, for her father was the most formidable tribulation stage cultivator in the world. With him by her side, who would dare to bully her? Shangwan Binger completely disregarded Huang Chuo's final remarks and continued her inquiry. "Why don't you directly settle upon the Sword Question Mountain?" Huang Chuo cast a disdainful glance at Shangwan Binger, thinking to herself that this girl, despite her immense strength, lacked worldly experience. "You truly have not seen much of the world. The Sword Question Mountain is permeated with the sword intent left by the carefree Sword Immortal the closer one approaches. The more intense the sword intent becomes. Even someone as powerful as my father cannot ascend the mountain while withstanding the sword intent, let alone lesser cultivators. The 4 surrounding peaks are perfectly distanced, allowing one to comprehend the sword intent without being harmed. That is precisely why we must occupy them. Other cultivators can only experience it from afar." Shangwan Binger smiled alluringly, sending a chill down Huang Chuo's spine. "I understand now. I have no further questions. However, now it seems you have a dilemma." "What dilemma could I possibly have? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I just remembered that the cabin's cleanliness has yet to be attended to. I must take my leave." "Trying to escape? Your tone was rather arrogant just now. It appears that the recent labor reform has not dulled your haughty disposition." Before Huang Chuo could flee back to the cabin, she was seized by Shangwan Binger, her limbs thrashing helplessly in the air. "Please do not hang me up. I acknowledge my mistake. I promise I won't do it again." "I am truly sorry, master. However," Shangwan Binger showed no intention of letting Huang Chuyao off the hook. Drawing the Fire Phoenix spear, she coldly inquired, "Tell me, where do you wish for me to strike you? Shall I hit the air behind you?" Huang Chuyao, momentarily taken aback, quickly changed her tune upon seeing Shangwan Binger's stern expression. "Wait, strike my backside instead. It can withstand the blows best." The sound of slaps echoed through the air, accompanied by faint, pain moans. Thankfully, there were no onlookers nearby. Otherwise, they might have misconstrued the situation. Shangwan Binger could only endure a few dozen strikes before she could bear it no longer, abandoning Huang Chuyao and retreating to the cabin. How could this girl constantly emit such strange sounds? It was unbearable for her, a pure and innocent flower. Meanwhile, Huang Chuyao, sprawled on the ground and nursing her sore posterior, seemed to awaken to some profound realization. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light. Clearly, she harbored a longing for the kind of harsh treatment she had lacked in her childhood, a truly alarming revelation. In the future, upon encountering children ensconced in a bubble of pampering, she resolved to advise their parents against withholding discipline, lest their offspring emerge into the world utterly misguided. Chapter 76. The true blood of the Phoenix Mount Wenjian soared into the heavens, yet halfway up, a colossal sword scar marred its surface, extending all the way to the peak, where no vegetation dared to grow. Surrounding Mount Wenjian were 4 smaller peaks, each adorned with palatial structures of various sizes. Before a mountain adorned with crimson palaces, several furious cultivators listened intently to the account of the returning captain of the guard. How audacious! This upstart Binger truly believes herself of great significance, daring to imprison even a noble princess of the Phoenix Demon clan. She is utterly oblivious to her own insignificance, exclaimed a burly man with a red beard in a furious tone. Chieftain, allow me to venture forth and rescue that Yao girl. She has never endured hardship and cannot withstand the torment of captivity. No, we must exercise caution. Our clan still has pressing matters that require her assistance. We cannot afford to offend her, countered the young man clad in golden red battle armor, casting a glance at the bearded man who appeared ready to speak again. I understand your sentiments, but we cannot be the first to strike at upstart Binger. Countless powerful figures are watching her, especially here at Sword Inquiry Mountain. Do you not realize that the moment we take action, a host of formidable beings will rush to her aid, eager to repay her a favor? Return to your training. I shall handle this matter, declared Feng Kaixian, dismissively waving his hand to prevent the bearded man from approaching upstart Binger, knowing that his reckless nature could easily complicate matters. Upstart Binger's vessel moved with remarkable speed, and within half a day of the guard captain's return, she arrived before Sword Inquiry Mountain, where she encountered Feng Kaixian and others who had long awaited her arrival. Father, I am here. Before her presence was seen, her voice rang out. As Feng Kaixian approached, prepared to greet upstart Binger, he was met with the excited call of his beloved daughter. As I cast my gaze in that direction, I beheld my daughter and scathed, diligently tidying up on the deck. Tidying up? This peculiar scene would undoubtedly be deemed bizarre in the eyes of the Phoenix Demon clan. After all, once one enters the realm of cultivation, mundane concerns such as dust become irrelevant to practitioners, let alone the delicate princess Huang Chuyu willingly engaging in such menial tasks. It was akin to a small blade beneath the skin, truly an eye-opener for them. At that moment, Shengwan Binger emerged from the cabin, soaring into the sky to stand shoulder to shoulder with Feng Kaixian, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Shengwan Binger's voice, low and laden with an odd tone, echoed as though she were conducting a clandestine transaction. I have brought the person. Where is the payment? Dear friend Binger, could we converse in a more conventional manner? Your choice of words strikes me as somewhat peculiar. Feng Kaixian replied, his expression one of embarrassment. How could their first meeting feel akin to a trade of goods? Huang Chuyu is my beloved daughter. How could she be treated as a mere commodity? Oh, my apologies. I've been somewhat unsettled lately due to your daughter's antics. Shengwan Bingo shook her head, regaining her composure. Ever since Huang Chuyu awakened that unique attribute, her previous threats had lost their potency, save for the one about hanging her from the mountain peak. Should Shengwan Binger utter any words of violence towards her, Huang Chuyu would instantly light up, eagerly approaching with an impish grin. This had led Shengwan Binger into a spiral of erratic thoughts, leaving her in an unusual state. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed Huang Chuyu to Feng Kaixian. Just offer a reasonable ransom. It shouldn't be too little, for I might just lose my temper. The lesson has been learned. Although the outcome remains uncertain, it is time to swiftly cast her aside to acquire some resources in return, for her presence is utterly discomforting. Feng Kaixian caught Huang Chuyu and meticulously examined her body, relieved to find no lingering dangers within. With a flick of his hand, a transparent vial materialized, containing a small, pulsating sphere of seemingly sentient blood, bubbling with life. Ice friend, he said, this is a drop of ancestral blood from my Phoenix Demon clan, which can be utilized for alchemy or to enhance one's bloodline. Consider it my humble apology for my daughter's indiscretion. I implore you to accept it. At these words, the onlookers gasped in astonishment and quickly voiced their objections. No, esteemed leader, ancestral blood is exceedingly precious. Our clan possesses so little of it left. Perhaps we could offer other treasures as compensation instead. This blood should be preserved for the princess, as it may elevate her bloodline to that of our ancestors. Indeed, I urge the leader to reconsider. Another added, I am willing to offer all my savings to compensate the fairy ice. I earnestly request that the leader retract the ancestral blood. Meanwhile, Huang Chuyu, who had just returned to her father's side, was equally aghast. Having grown up within the Phoenix Demon clan, she understood the significance of ancestral blood. She had absorbed a drop shortly after her birth, which had immensely enhanced her innate abilities, allowing her to effortlessly ascend the ranks of the gifted. The thought of her father using such a precious drop of ancestral blood to atone for her misdeeds was simply unacceptable to her. Grasping Feng Kaishuan's hand, she implored, "Father, you cannot bestow it upon her. I would rather return to her side as a maid than allow you to give her our ancestral blood." Witnessing this scene of pushing and pulling, Shangwan Bingo could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Is the ancestral blood truly so formidable? Could it even compel the haughty and willful Huang Chuyu to sacrifice herself for it? Legend has it that the Phoenix Demon clan was born from the blood spilled when a true phoenix of the celestial realm fell. Could this ancestral blood be the very essence of that celestial phoenix? If so, it is indeed impressive. After all, mere blood could give rise to a dominant race, suggesting the inherent power it possesses is not to be underestimated. Enough. My decision is made, and your counsel is unnecessary. This ancestral blood serves not only as an apology to Yao Yu, but also as a token of goodwill to Fairy Binger. This is a matter I have long discussed with several elders of our clan. Feng Kaishuan's authoritative voice resounded, revealing the dignity of a clan leader, silencing those who sought to persuade him. Glancing at the weeping and self-reproaching Huang Chuyu, Feng Kaishian gently ruffled her hair and articulated the reasons for fostering a good relationship with Shangwan Binger. Yao Yao, you are all aware that the supply of our ancestral blood is dwindling. Thus, we must not endeavor to reduce its usage, but rather seek alternatives from other avenues. Have you heard of the bloodline pill? This is the strategy devised by the elders and me to remedy our predicament. The bloodline pill was discovered on the body of our ancestor, yet only 3 exist. 2 of these were consumed by 2 venerable ancestors, resulting in formidable effects. It was precisely due to the terrifying enhancement of their bloodlines by the bloodline pill that they were able to forge the illustrious Phoenix Demon clan we now know across the renowned continent. The bloodline pill is an elixir of celestial tier, and logically speaking, each one is invaluable to us, as it cannot be produced in the Jade Spirit continent. However, an opportunity has arisen. Fairy Binger, an unprecedented celestial tier alchemist, possesses the potential to concoct the bloodline pill. This is why I have endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with her. Do you understand? The members of the Phoenix clan finally grasped the urgency with which their leader sought to befriend Shangwan Binger. It pertains to the rise and fall of their entire lineage. However, the astute Huang Qiyao pondered a pressing question. Father, we possess only one bloodline pill, and without the recipe, how can Shangwan Binger create the elixir? This matter must be addressed with Fairy Binger, for no celestial tier alchemist has ever emerged in the Jade Spirit continent. No one knows how a celestial tier alchemist formulates their potions or whether a recipe is necessary. If Fairy Binger does require a recipe to concoct the elixir, then there would be no loss. We could simply regard our ancestral blood as a means to forge a friendship. After explaining to Huang Qiyao, Feng Kaishian stepped forward and presented the ancestral blood to Shangwan Binger. She accepted it, attuning herself to the latent power contained within. The essence of this power was indeed formidable. Even Shangwan Binger, with her immense divine consciousness, could scarcely discern much from it. One could faintly perceive within the blood a spectral phoenix soaring endlessly, the liquid brimming with vitality and destruction. Astonishingly, these 2 diametrically opposed forces coexist within a single drop of blood. Upon contemplating the matter, it seemed prudent to utilize the system for an analysis. Admittedly, due to her overwhelming prowess, Shangwan Binger had seldom engaged with many functionalities of the system. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the system's capabilities were formidable and rather unyielding. For instance, while Shangwan Binger spent considerable time unearthing a fragment of information, the system completed the entire analysis in a mere second. The drop of blood from the celestial ranked True Phoenix is one of the primary ingredients of the celestial ranked 4th grade pill, the Phoenix Ascension pill, containing the essence of rebirth. If one lacks the requisite strength and attempts to consume it, they are highly likely to meet a tragic demise. Shangwan Binger disregarded the other information, focusing instead on the profound concept of rebirth encapsulated within the ancestral blood, a notion she had never encountered before, worthy of her contemplation. I graciously accept this gift from the Phoenix clan. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to the Sword Inquiry Mountain for enlightenment. Until we meet again. With that, she secured the ancestral blood and made her way directly to Sword Inquiry Mountain, harboring no intention of lingering. Feng Kaishian had intended to invite Shangwan Binger to the peak occupied by the Phoenix Demon clan to contemplate the essence of the sword. But before he could articulate his invitation, she had already departed. However, reflecting on their limited acquaintance, he concluded that this encounter was merely a fortuitous meeting. Hastily seeking to forge a bond might only evoke her wariness and dissatisfaction. Thus, it was prudent to allow time to unfold their relationship. Meanwhile, Shangguan Bingo officially arrived at the foot of Sword Inquiry Mountain. Long had I yearned to inquire about the sword intent of the carefree sword immortal upon Sword Asking Mountain. However, a myriad of unforeseen events delayed my journey, and at last, I have arrived at this sacred place. Closing my eyes, I ascended the mountain step by step. The cultivators atop the 4 peaks suddenly sensed an individual making their way up Sword Asking Mountain, their astonishment palpable. Who would dare risk their life? Do they not comprehend that the lingering sword intent above may indiscriminately strike? Alas, it is the esteemed Miss Binger. I had not anticipated her presence here. Given her prodigious talents, she surely would not ascend the mountain recklessly. Perhaps she possesses some form of support? This lady is Shangguan Binger, undeniably beautiful, and a perfect match for my son, who is of noble birth. Upon her departure from Sword Asking Mountain, I shall certainly assist my son in seeking a suitable marriage. As soon as I set foot on Sword Asking Mountain, a sharp sword intent surged toward me, transporting Shangguan Binger into a realm unfamiliar. This was the pristine Sword Asking Mountain, where a languid swordsman clad in white reclined atop the peak, a flask of strong liquor poured unabated, bestowing a hint of inebriation upon his visage. The swordsman remained silent, yet the moment Shangguan Binger laid eyes upon him, she recognized him as the legendary carefree Sword Immortal. His gaze wandered restlessly across the heavens, as if foreseeing the impending events. The sky began to darken, heralding the arrival of a thunderous tribulation. Moments later, dark clouds coalesced, and violet lightning flickered ominously on the horizon, poised to strike. The white-clad swordsman brushed off the grass clippings from his attire, rising to confront the impending storm. Suddenly, the swordsman turned, casting a smile towards the direction of Shangguan Binger, and spoke. Today, I shall leave behind a sword in this place. Should future seekers arrive here and encounter me, it shall signify that you too have grasped the essence, and that my path is not solitary. Among the myriad cultivators in this world, all ensnared in the pursuit of realms, there exists not a single soul with whom I can discuss the essence. How tragically lamentable. How profoundly lonely. To those who come after, observe closely this sword of mine. If you possess the courage, then dare to engage with me across the chasm of time. With that, the swordsman in white gently extended his long sword, moving it with deliberate slowness yet unwavering resolve, pointing it towards the heavenly tribulation. An aura of profound mystery erupted from the swordsman, a presence more intricate than mere essence, wielding a greater dominion over the forces of nature. Could it be that upon fully comprehending the essence, one evolves into a force? This carefree sword immortal is indeed a born swordsman, capable of comprehending the existence of sword intent in a realm such as the Jade Spirit continent. It is no wonder that the heavens have chosen to unleash the thunderous tribulation upon him. The control he exerts over this domain is utterly terrifying, surpassing the limits of tolerance. At that moment, the thunder dragon in the sky seemed to feel provoked, lunging fiercely towards the carefree Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal's blade, which had been moving languidly, suddenly accelerated, shifting from lethargic to lightning speed in an instant, carving a sword mark that collided with the descending thunder dragon. The dragon was obliterated in midair, utterly defenseless against this sword intent. After vanquishing the thunder dragon, the sword intent surged forth, unstoppable, piercing into the storm clouds and utterly eradicating the gathering tempest above. Inquiring about the sword marks left on the Sword Mountain, it becomes evident that they were merely the aftermath of the single strike delivered by the carefree Sword Immortal. Should the cultivators of the continent become aware of this, their reactions would undoubtedly be profound. As the thunderous tribulation dissipated, a beam of light descended from the heavens, transforming into a series of steps that extended towards the feet of the carefree Sword Immortal. This was the celestial pathway leading to the immortal realm after transcending tribulation. The Sword Immortal glanced back, as if locking eyes with Shangguan Binger, and with a subtle nod, he stepped onto the celestial path and vanished into the horizon. At that moment, Shangguan Binger felt as though she had truly traversed time to stand beside the Sword Immortal, sharing a gaze that felt astonishingly real. How remarkable! Is this what true genius embodies? Filled with fervor and indomitable spirit, Shangguan Binger had not encountered a worthy opponent throughout her journey until now. Finally discovering a figure whose talents eclipsed all others. The carefree Sword Immortal, too, experienced the solitude of unmatched genius in his era. What kind of sparks would emerge from the clash of these two unparalleled prodigies, separated by several epochs? You wish for me to match you with a strike, do you? Then watch closely. My skills are not something just anyone can withstand. Carefree Sword Immortal, let our first strike commence from this very moment. Chapter 78. 5 years of enlightenment. Seated in meditation, Shangwan Binger began to comprehend the sword intent left by the Carefree Sword Immortal. This sword intent embodies an unparalleled freedom, akin to the essence of the wind, with branches of its own. The Carefree Sword Immortal had cultivated this sword intent to the pinnacle of sword momentum. Feeling the sword intent surrounding her, Shangwan Binger seemed to traverse an infinite space, unbound by any constraints, acting upon her whims, unrestricted and free. This epitomized the essence of the Carefree sword intent. While others might struggle to grasp even the superficial aspects of this sword intent, Shangwan Binger, with her extraordinary talent and innate sword intent, found it effortless to comprehend. Moreover, this Carefree sword intent resonated profoundly with her. Her life's pursuit and actions were inherently aligned with the ideals of freedom and ease. As she continuously absorbed and integrated the sword intent, it transformed into her own understanding, propelling her comprehension of the Carefree sword intent to new heights. Concurrently, the origin star within her began to undergo a transformation. With each insight she gained, she would transmute it into a monument of enlightenment, transmitting it to the origin star. Initially, the inhabitants of the origin star struggled to grasp the essence of intent. However, upon receiving the sword intent monuments, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Before any formal cultivation commenced, the origin star already housed a multitude of sword practitioners, each possessing a fundamental understanding of the sword. Now, guided by the sword intent monuments, they ignited like sparks in a barrel of oil. Countless cultivators emerged, each gaining insights into sword intent, which they subsequently shared, creating a ripple effect of knowledge, one shared with 10, 10 with 100. Thus began a revolutionary era of enlightenment regarding intent across the entire origin star. As one understanding opens the door to another, masters of various martial arts, including those of fist and staff techniques, drew inspiration from the sword intent, uncovering their own unique expressions of intent. This burgeoning comprehension continuously flowed into Shangwan Binger, merging with her own insights, transforming into her personal mastery. She has lost count of how many insights she has comprehended, although none of these insights is entirely complete. The sheer volume of them continually enhances her prowess. Time has flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. At the Wanjin Mountain, seekers of enlightenment still arrive in droves. Today, however, the atmosphere is particularly vibrant, for the renowned 3 unparalleled prodigies have assembled here and a conflict has erupted. The news of this event has drawn countless admirers of their talents, eager to witness the sparks that may fly between these 3. In the previously vacant expanse of Wanjin Mountain, Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin stand side by side. After years of separation, Yi Wuqing retains his elegant demeanor, while Tai Jin has grown even more robust and virile. Opposite them stands the demonic cultivator Feng Yuxiu, his fists raised defiantly towards the two, exuding an air of arrogance. Yi Wuqing, Tai Jin, the world has long regarded us 3 as the most extraordinary talents of our era. I have been eager to engage in a friendly spar with you, but alas, your whereabouts have been elusive. Today, fortune smiles upon me. Tell me, who shall strike first? Yi Wuqing and Tai Jin are here in search of their senior sister, Shangwan Binger. Ever since she arrived at Wanjin Mountain 5 years ago, she has mysteriously vanished. Rumors abound that she has fallen at the mountain, yet they remain unconvinced. Furthermore, their cultivation levels have significantly risen, prompting them to wish to experience the sword intent of the legendary Sword Immortal. Yi Wuqing is well aware of the formidable nature of the Sword Immortal. Within him resides an ancient sage, whose knowledge surpasses that of others. The apothecary god in his mind has long urged him to grasp the essence of sword intent. According to the words of the medicine god, the Carefree Sword Immortal is indeed remarkable, having traversed from the immortal realm to the divine realm, wielding a sword alone and establishing himself as a supreme figure in the sword path, ranking alongside the medicine god at his peak as one of the 2 masters of the divine realm. It is worth noting that they share a certain camaraderie, having once engaged in profound discussions together, yet it was unexpected that this Carefree Sword Immortal originated from the Jade Spirit continent. Upon hearing about the existence of Sword Inquiry Mountain, The medicine god eagerly urged Yu Wuqing to hasten there to comprehend the essence of the carefree sword intent, which is of an exceptionally high caliber. Grasping it would be a significant gain. Meanwhile, Tai Jin has come solely to seek traces of his senior sister, firmly believing that she would not easily fall at Sword Inquiry Mountain, convinced that she has encountered some trouble and is trapped in this place. Thus, he has come to find her, hoping to offer assistance. Yu Wuqing and Tai Jin exchanged glances, deliberating on who would engage in battle. As fellow disciples and brothers, their bond has been strengthened by their mutual respect for each other's capabilities, particularly due to their connection with Shangwan Binger. Brother Yi, allow me to take the lead in this battle. I have long desired to witness the enigmatic techniques of the demon cultivators, Tai Jin declared, stepping forward to volunteer. The two of them focused intently, ready for combat. Just then, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Sword Inquiry Mountain, cleaving the clouds in the sky asunder. The entire mountain began to tremble violently, and countless stones cascaded down its slopes. What is happening? What has transpired at Sword Inquiry Mountain? All were struck with alarm. This sword intent was undeniably fearsome, prompting everyone to ponder, if such an intent were to descend upon them, would they survive? The answer is unequivocally impossible. Once ensnared by this sword intent, both the physical form and the primordial spirit would be utterly obliterated, leaving no trace in the cosmos. Following this sword intent, the body of Wanjian Mountain erupted with an equally terrifying sword intent, clashing with the former. The two sword intents bore striking resemblance, yet possessed subtle distinctions. The former was carefree and imbued with emotion, while the latter resembled a wandering rogue of the martial world. Though free-spirited, it exuded an aura of solitude and desolation. The two sword intents transformed into two swordsmen, continuously engaging in a contest of understanding within the skies. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the embodiments of Shangwan Binger and the carefree sword immortal. Both donned white attire while wielding their swords, as true swordsmen cherish an untainted purity. The carefree sword immortal proclaims, "The promised strike is upon you." Chapter 79. The distinction of intent strength over the span of 5 years. It was in the very first year that Shangwan Binger comprehended the carefree sword intent to perfection, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to sword momentum. Though she restrained herself, she feared that upon transcending to sword momentum, she would immediately undergo tribulation, departing from the Yuling continent, as there were matters yet unfinished that she could not abandon at this juncture. In the following 4 years, Shangwan Binger devoted herself to organizing and assimilating the insights of the origin star beings regarding intent. It must be said that the simple truth of collective strength holds merit universally. Each individual's interpretation of intent differed, and when amalgamated in Shangwan Binger's grasp, it amounted to an ocean of enlightenment, significantly accelerating her understanding of intent. As far as sword intent was concerned, Shangwan Binger had now mastered several complete sword intents and classified them into 3 distinct tiers based on their strength. The first tier of sword intent is characterized by the elusive and profound concepts of carefree sword intent and spatial sword intent, which, once comprehended, surpass other forms of sword intent significantly. The second tier encompasses various elemental combinations, such as the wind-fire sword intent, where the wind augments the ferocity of the flames, creating an unstoppable force. The third tier consists of singular sword intents, exemplified by the wind sword intent and the water sword intent. In addition to sword intent, Shangwan Binger has also grasped a myriad of other intents, including the domineering fist intent and the swift wind blade intent, which are countless in number. However, Shangwan Binger does not have the luxury of time to delve deeply into all these aspects, relying instead on the assistance of the inhabitants of Origin Star to facilitate her understanding, thereby accelerating her progress. Most of her time is dedicated to mastering sword intent, spatial truth, and the truth of nirvana. The spatial sword intent is a recent achievement of Shangwan Binger, merging the essence of spatial truth with sword intent, embodying an unpredictable nature. One moment the sword is miles away, and the next it pierces through one's body, a truly terrifying phenomenon. Regarding her comprehension of spatial truth, Shangwan Binger has made significant advancements and is now capable of spatial traversals, although her range is still somewhat limited. The remarkable aspect of such traversals is their immunity to obstruction. No formations or restrictions can impede her. She can go wherever she desires. Of course, there may be formidable formation masters capable of establishing barriers that can seal off space, at which point the depth of understanding of space will determine the outcome. As for the true essence of nirvana, Shangguan Binge remains perplexed. It appears to be an exclusive truth of the Phoenix clan, exceedingly challenging to comprehend. Her previous insight into the truth of space was attained by sheer happenstance amidst the chaos of spatial turbulence. And perhaps grasping the essence of nirvana also requires a certain fortuity. In the sky, the carefree sword immortal seemed to sense Shangguan Binge's words and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Raising his sword, he did not merely unleash the carefree sword intent, but instead began to concentrate the carefree sword momentum. Yet, the might of the sword is formidable. It cannot be summoned solely by an ethereal shadow, necessitating external assistance. The shadow of the sword immortal gestured, and all the sword intents atop Mount Wanjian surged towards the shadow, merging seamlessly. The shadow grew increasingly substantial, and the sword momentum on the sword in his hand gradually crystallized. With a crack, a thunderous sound erupted from nowhere, darkening the skies once more, as a tribulation seemed poised to manifest. However, after a brief moment, sensing that the shadow was not an ordinary cultivator, it dissipated. The surrounding cultivators of Mount Wanjian found themselves bewildered by the series of inexplicable occurrences. First, there was a clash of two terrifying sword intents, followed by the confrontation between Binge and the carefree sword immortal. Now, even the tribulation has made an appearance to witness the spectacle. What on earth is happening? Indeed, my senior sister is unharmed. Senior sister Binge has grown stronger again. It is so difficult to keep up. Shangguan Binge, I see you once more. Ha. I have yet to express my gratitude for your role in reshaping my Dao heart last time. Upon encountering Shangguan Binge, the three illustrious prodigies exhibited divergent reactions. Tegan, upon confirming Shangguan Binge's safety, felt an unadulterated joy, while Yi Wuqing was beset by an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Existing in the same era as Shangguan Binge bore no consequence for the ordinary, yet for them, the pinnacle of genius, it was an overwhelming blow. Should they fail to surmount the formidable presence of Shangguan Binge, it could potentially stifle their resolve, hindering their lifelong progress. Fortunately, Yi Wuqing, having faced such setbacks from Shangguan Binge before, quickly regained his composure. As for the other prodigies on the list, their plight was truly dire. Feng Yuxiu was the most reckless, poised to charge at Shangguan Binge, only to be intercepted by Tegan. The senior sister is currently assessing her sword intent. You are forbidden to approach. Whenever matters concerning Shangguan Binge arose, Tegan transformed into a formidable guardian, a state which even Yi Wuqing dared not confront directly. Feng Yuxiu glared fiercely at Tegan, akin to a frenzied wolf, while Tegan stood resolute like a raging bull, neither yielding to the other. At this juncture, Yi Wuqing stepped forward, positioning himself beside Tegan to issue a warning to Feng Yuxiu. Feng Yuxiu, should you insist on disrupting senior sister Binge, do not blame us for employing our numbers against you. The standoff persisted. Though proud, Feng Yuxiu was not foolish and realized that opposing both of them single-handedly was an unlikely endeavor. However, retreating now would imply fear of Yi Wuqing, and thus, he could not afford to back down. Fortunately, Feng Yuxiu's master intervened, swiftly pulling him back. At that moment, the audacity of this young disciple to disrupt the ongoing clash between Shangguan Binge and the carefree sword immortal was truly astonishing, as all the formidable beings present were intently observing the duel. Misunderstanding. Please continue watching. I assure you I will manage my disciple. Li Yang repeatedly apologized to the crowd, firmly restraining his own apprentice. Since the last encounter, when Shangguan Binge had pierced through his heart's resolve, Feng Yuxiu had reshaped his path and grown even more powerful. Yet, the inherent fierceness and stubbornness within him had not waned. Rather, it had intensified. At this moment, Shangguan Binge was oblivious to the turmoil below. The sword intent of the carefree sword immortal was formidable, leaving no room for distraction. With a graceful motion, she positioned her long sword horizontally before her, channeling a multitude of sword intents into it. Unlike the carefree sword immortal, who concentrated all his energy in one direction, Shangguan Binge's strength lay in her ability to assimilate diverse influences. Although cultivators are endowed with prolonged lifespans, the comprehension of intent is not something one can grasp at will. Without the requisite talent, even with the aid of various treasures and opportunities to unlock its door, one could not venture far within. However, Shangguan Binge was different. Her constitution granted her an extraordinary affinity with all paths of the universe, making her understanding significantly easier than that of other cultivators. Additionally, Due to her connection with the origin star, she saved immense time on paths she had not closely pursued. Thus, even in repose, Shangguan Binger now comprehended the Tao more swiftly and abundantly than her peers. Given that the comparison centers on sword intent, factors influencing combat, such as cultivation and the chaos sword embryo, are naturally disregarded by Shangguan Binger. To purely use intent to oppose the sword saint's sword aura is exceedingly difficult, though separated by a mere word. Sword intent and sword aura are as different as the earth from the heavens, a chasm nigh impossible to bridge. Throughout history, countless cultivators have been stymied at the culmination of intent, a hair's breadth from achieving aura, yet unable to surmount the divide, dying in regret. However, Shangguan Binger is capable of merging various sword intents to contend with the sword saint's sword aura. As previously stated, whether it be the sword saint's sword intent or spatial sword intent, these are merely branches of sword intent, broken down to facilitate easier comprehension. Once Shangguan Binger has grasped a sufficient number of these branch sword intents, their fusion represents a holistic understanding of sword intent, making it not necessarily impossible to oppose the sword saint's sword aura. The whole against a transformed part, the victor remains uncertain. The auras emanating from Shangguan Binger and the sword saint grew increasingly formidable, like an abyss or a prison, as if space itself could not withstand their clash. Spatial fissures began to appear around them, and the cracking sounds of space shattering caused the observing grand cultivators to distance themselves from Sword Inquiry Mountain. It was far too perilous. The heavens and earth were already buckling before they had even made a move. When they finally acted, it was feared that the entirety of Sword Inquiry Mountain, and perhaps the surrounding space, would be utterly destroyed. They were grand cultivators, yes, but none could guarantee their survival under such circumstances. The two figures in the sky exchanged no words. Each had ascended to the pinnacle of their prowess. Under the influence of their formidable energies, they simultaneously brandished their swords. One brought his sword down in a fierce slash, while the other thrust upward with equal ferocity. The clash between these two titans, the most formidable masters of their respective eras, had finally reached its climactic moment. The two blades collided. Yet no sound echoed through the air. Instead, a massive rift tore through the fabric of space, swiftly consuming everything in its path. In an instant, the entire Mount Wanjian erupted, reducing the surrounding four peaks to mere rubble. Within the blink of an eye, it had devoured countless powerful beings hiding 100 miles away. Panic ensued. Help! I anticipated the intensity of this battle and retreated several hundred miles. Why can I not escape? Regret washed over them. Had they known that even a casual observation would lead to such peril, they would have refrained from coming. They had no time to react before confronting death, vowing never to return. At that moment, the master of Yibao Pavilion swiftly cast forth a colossal treasure tower, radiating an aura starkly different from spiritual energy, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. Everyone, quickly channel your spiritual energy into this celestial tower. It is our only chance for survival. The revelation that the master possessed a celestial artifact astonished the crowd, yet a glimmer of hope ignited within them. Given the immense power of such an artifact, it should ensure their safety. However, celestial energy required a different force to activate it. The master of Yibao Pavilion, through unknown means, had managed to convert spiritual energy into celestial energy to infuse into the tower. However, the conversion rate is utterly disheartening. All the powerful beings are exerting their spiritual energy to the utmost, yet they can barely sustain the operation of this celestial tower. Their consumption of spiritual energy is alarmingly severe, and it is not long before they begin to consume elixirs to restore their strength. In Yi Wuqing's mind, the apothecary god continuously praises, "Your senior sister is truly formidable. I have lost count of how many times I have expressed this. I am now virtually certain that your senior sister is not affiliated with my adversaries. They have yet to cultivate such a prodigious talent. Enough, master. Whether we can survive amidst this chaotic spatial turbulence remains a pressing concern." Over the course of his prolonged cultivation journey, Yi Wuqing has developed an increasingly close relationship with the apothecary god, who acknowledges Yi Wuqing's status as his disciple. Do not panic. Endure until your senior sister concludes her contest. She will not abandon you. Presently, the apothecary god harbors an inexplicable confidence in Shangguan Binger, given that she was able to emerge unscathed from the last instance of spatial turbulence. It seems reasonable to believe that retrieving her junior brother from within this chaos should not pose an insurmountable challenge, should it? One must commend the apothecary god for his audacious thoughts. While spatial turbulence poses no threat to Shangwan Binger, this is solely from her perspective. She harmoniously cultivates her spirit, soul, and body, all progressing impressively, allowing her to survive unscathed in this perilous void, and even comprehend the true essence of space. For others, even those of the tribulation stage, falling into such turbulence is often a death sentence, let alone the notion of rescuing anyone from its depths. The spatial rifts have finally ceased their expansion, and the scene at the heart of the battle has reemerged. Shangwan Binger gently retracted her sword, only for the incredibly resilient spiritual weapon to shatter with a grating sound, its fragments vanishing into the spatial rifts. The avatar of the sword immortal Shao Ao had become exceedingly transparent, as if a mere gust of wind could dissipate it. The avatar let out a prolonged roar towards the heavens, and upon turning back, its once illusory eyes were now brimming with emotion. A pair of dazzling, radiant sword-like eyes gazed upon Shangwan Binger, a faint smile gracing its lips. You are quite remarkable. Hasten your ascent to the higher realms. The Jade Spirit Continent should not detain you for long. A hint of surprise crossed Shangwan Binger's face. Do not be astonished. I sensed from the upper realms that the sword intent I left behind had been vanquished, and thus I projected my power to stabilize this last vestige of my avatar. You have prevailed in this contest. In my life, there have been only a scant few whom I have esteemed, and now I must add one more. Seeing the bewilderment in Shangwan Binger's eyes, Li Xiaoao explained with a touch of insouciance. He was typically a man of action rather than words. But Shangwan Binger was very much to his liking, and he would make an exception for her. This junior still has some lingering attachments to resolve. Once I have settled these matters, I shall ascend to engage you in battle. Shangwan Binger showed no fear of the sword immortal Shao Ao, although he had begun his cultivation earlier than she, and it was only natural for her to address him as a senior. This did not imply that Shangwan Binger was intimidated by his invitation. Her eyes blazed with determination, her battle intent palpable. Very well. I shall await you in the upper realms. Do not tarry too long. Ha ha ha. A life of freedom and delight found in wine. A single sword shatters shadows as I embark on my journey. The carefree sword immortal, with a charming smile, transformed into fragments that dispersed into the cosmos, truly embodying the notion that there are no misnamed titles, only misnamed identities. He came with ease and departed just as effortlessly. Chapter 81. Restoration of Space. Once the sword immortal had departed, Shangwan Binger finally noticed the individuals ensnared within the rift of space. Oh, are you all contemplating the true essence of space? How delightful it is to share such insights together, a blessing indeed, she teased, her tone imbued with playful sarcasm. As the gentle breeze tousled her flowing tresses, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her brows arched like distant mountains. The radiant glow upon her fair visage, coupled with the lingering aura of sword intent surrounding her, made her appear as a celestial goddess gazing down upon the mortal realm. However, the mortals being scrutinized did not share in her ethereal grace. They were left in a state of despair, bereft of tears. After all, they were esteemed experts on the Yuling continent. How could they admit that they had been ensnared by the residual waves of Shangwan Binger? How would they ever face her again, let alone foster goodwill? The master of Yibao Pavilion incessantly signaled to Yi Wuk and Tai Jin, urging them to seek Shangwan Binger as assistance. After all, they were her cherished friends and fellow disciples. They could not stand idly by and watch their doom unfold. However, Yi Wuk and Tai Jin found themselves at a loss for words. It was an opportune moment for Shangwan Binger to garner favor, and the spotlight must remain upon her. Exchanging glances, they both closed their eyes, pretending they had not heard. Yet, this could not continue indefinitely. Each passing second consumed vast amounts of elixirs, causing many to sweat profusely with concern. Dear friends, this celestial tower is provided by your pavilion master for your protection. At this juncture, it would seem unnecessary for me to intervene and beseech my friend Binger on your behalf. The master of Yibioj spoke first, gently tapping the celestial tower in his hand, his expression radiating a threatening demeanor. Should they dare to utter words that would compel him to seek assistance, he would not hesitate to retract the tower and cease his protection of them. Naturally, the master had contributed immensely and should not be further troubled. Let us speak instead. What is the point of beating around the bush? Why not speak directly? What kind of cultivators are these? I shall take the lead. Unable to tolerate the indecisiveness of these individuals, Feng Yuxiu stepped forward, addressing Shangwan Binger. Help. In truth, Shangwan Binger was already well aware of their predicament. She had listened intently to their conversation, yet she was merely indulging in a playful whim. curious to see if these formidable beings would set aside their pride to seek her aid. Alas, her amusement was spoiled by Feng Yuxiu, who, devoid of any emotional intelligence, would have long been ensnared and beaten had it not been for his exceptional master and his own remarkable talent. Ah, so that is how it is. Had I known sooner, it would be only fitting for me, the young lady, to rectify the errors I caused. Shangguan Binger smiled lightly, her hand brushing across the spatial rift, revealing the profound essence of space as it mended the fractured dimensions. However, restoration is invariably more arduous than creation, and the repair progressed at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, a surge of celestial power joined the endeavor, aiding in the restoration. 3 days later, the spatial rift was completely mended, and the trapped individuals leapt forth at the final moment of the rift's closure, returning once more to the Jade Spirit Continent. However, the newly born space remained somewhat unstable, unable to withstand significant fluctuations from battle. Everyone is tempering their aura to prevent another collapse of the realm. As they arrived, Yu Wuqing and Tegan stepped forward to reminisce with their senior sister. Shangguan Binger, observing the two familiar yet unfamiliar figures before her, expressed her admiration. Not bad. Junior brother Yi, you've reached the transformation stage so swiftly. And Tegan, your physical form seems rather extraordinary. The 9-turn barbarian god technique shouldn't have enhanced your physique to such an extent. Yi Wuqing's rapid progress in cultivation to the transformation stage was no surprise to her. But Tegan's prowess was remarkable. His current physical strength likely surpassed that of many at the transformation stage. His innate physical talent seemed to rival that of the wandering sword immortal in the realm of swordsmanship, though she too had practiced the 9-turn barbarian god technique. Even the enhanced version, she felt that her gains paled in comparison to Tegan's. Aside from the technique itself, it must be attributed to Tegan's bloodline talent. Hee, senior sister. I have encountered some opportunities, Tegan said cheerfully, eager to share his adventures with Shangguan Binger. However, she promptly interrupted him. Junior brother Tegan, it's best not to disclose personal opportunities. It suffices to keep them to yourself. Speaking of them may attract envy. Tegan, unfazed, felt he could confide entirely in Shangguan Binger. Should anyone dare to covet his fortunes, he would simply respond with a punch. If he couldn't defeat them, he would consider himself lacking. At that moment, the annoying fellow, Feng Yuxiu, also arrived, offering a grand gesture. I am grateful to Fairy Binger for aiding me in restoring my Dao heart. In the future, I, Feng Yuxiu, shall repay this kindness. I was merely undermining your resolve. It was merely by fortune that you managed to reconstruct it. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to a mere shell of a person. Do you still feel grateful? Gratitude. Shangguan Binger was quite intrigued by the peculiar workings of Feng Yuxiu's mind, as his thought processes were rather eccentric. At the time, she had no intention of assisting him in rectifying the flaws in his resolve. She merely sought to distance herself from him. Unexpectedly, her actions had the opposite effect, propelling him to greater heights. Nonetheless, Shangguan Binger did not harbor any intense dislike for Feng Yuxiu. He bore a striking resemblance to someone she had encountered in her previous life, a fleeting recollection that often surfaced when she beheld him. As time passed in her cultivation, the brief 20 years of memories from her past life would soon dissolve into the vastness of the ocean, leaving no ripple in its wake. Occasionally recalling fragments of her past served as the finest seasoning in her journey of cultivation. Naturally, this was contingent upon Feng Yuxiu harboring no ill intentions towards her. Although his demeanor was often somewhat impolite, he possessed a sincerity that was far more genuine than that of the hypocritical cultivators who surrounded her. To him, she was a goal to strive towards, an aspiration he sought to attain or even surpass. With her objectives in reaching the sword-questioning mountain accomplished, Shangguan Binger felt no desire to linger further. She bid farewell to her junior disciples and prepared to return to the Star Moon sect. Once she had resolved matters there, she would embark on her tribulation, ascending to the celestial realm. In this Jade Spirit Continent, there was nothing left that could further her growth. Since her duel with the carefree sword immortal, her spirit of combat has been ignited, and she is eagerly yearning to engage with formidable opponents. Wait, friend Binger. The Yibao Pavilion is soon to host a grand auction in Yuling City. I wonder if you would be interested in attending. I have already sent an invitation to your esteemed sect, and I believe the members of the Xingyue sect will also be present. Chapter 82. The auction invitation. Noticing that Shangguan Binger was about to depart, the powerful figures behind her could no longer remain seated. The head of the Yibao Pavilion was the first to speak, handing Shangguan Binger an invitation. An auction? Upon receiving the invitation, Shangwan Binger observed the list of items that would be available at the auction. It must be said, there were indeed some remarkable offerings. Several tomes of celestial-level martial arts techniques were listed, alongside an array of precious elixirs and array formations, all of which appeared rather unremarkable in comparison. Items of half-step innate spiritual treasures and first-grade spiritual herbs also made an appearance, and notably, they were not the main attractions, suggesting the main items would be exceedingly rare. As her gaze swept across the auction list, Shangwan Binger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discovered a particularly useful item, a comprehensive array manual by a 9th-grade array master. Currently, her mastery of array techniques was at a 6th-grade level. While not an ordinary 6th grade, she lacked the array diagrams necessary to arrange more advanced formations. Securing this array manual at the upcoming auction would enable her to rapidly ascend to the status of a 9th-grade array master, providing considerable assistance to her ambitions. The master of Yibao Pavilion observed that Shangwan Binger remained silent as she gazed at the invitation, assuming that she harbored some reservations, believing there was nothing particularly enticing within. Growing somewhat anxious, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Dear friend Binger, this auction is the most grandiose event in the Yuling continent for millennia. The highlight item will surely not disappoint you. While I cannot divulge too much, I can reveal that the centerpiece is related to the heavens. As he spoke, the master gestured upwards, wearing a mysterious expression. Above, the celestial realm? Shangwan Binger's earlier suspicions resurfaced when she recalled the master of Yibao Pavilion presenting a celestial artifact. It became increasingly evident that the Yibao Pavilion and the Tianji Pavilion were far more complex entities than she had initially perceived, likely possessing connections to the celestial realm. This realization clarified many aspects. No wonder the Tianji Pavilion refrained from selling information regarding innate spiritual treasures, and Yibao Pavilion similarly did not trade in such artifacts. The innate spiritual treasures contained a form of consciousness, a power of great significance in the celestial realm. Thus, for these two formidable factions, the benefits of transferring innate spiritual treasures to the celestial realm far outweighed any profits from circulation within the Yuling continent. Very well, I shall participate, Shangwan Binger replied, tucking away the invitation. With the auction several months away, Yibao Pavilion had already extended invitations across the continent. Returning now might mean missing out on her master and companions. So she deemed it wiser to remain here and wait. Splendid. Your participation will undoubtedly enhance the auction's brilliance. Should you possess any treasures, feel free to entrust them to Yibao Pavilion for bidding. We shall not charge any fees for you, dear friend Binger. The master of Yibioj wore a beaming smile, as if the participation of Shangwan Binger brought him immense honor. Indeed, only individuals like him and the master of Tiangong Pavilion, who possess connections to the celestial realm, can truly comprehend the extraordinary significance of Shangwan Binger's identity. Even upon reaching the celestial realm, she would be revered by countless beings. Shangwan Binger surveyed the Shumi realm and realized she indeed possessed items of value to sell. Otherwise, with her current reserves of spirit stones, acquiring her desired treasures would prove quite challenging. She retrieved a jade vial and tossed it to the master of Yibioj. This is a pill I personally refined. A celestial-grade, 3rd-tier pill, the life-reviving jade spirit pill. Its effects, I presume, you are already familiar with. It restores vitality and prolongs life. You may determine the pricing. After studying the pill scripture, Shangwan Binger's alchemical skills had significantly improved. Coupled with her divine consciousness and the principles of alchemy, she had elevated what was originally a celestial-grade 1st-tier life-reviving jade spirit pill to a celestial-grade 3rd tier. Shangwan Binger offered only a single life-reviving jade spirit pill to the master of Yibioj, understanding that rarity enhances value. She was aware that many factions sought her out, all in pursuit of this pill, and thus she decided to auction it directly. Desire the pill? Compete for it. Given the fervor of these factions, the final selling price of this pill could very well reach an astronomical figure, perhaps allowing Shangwan Binger to acquire everything available at the auction in one fell swoop. The master of Yibioj tightly grasped the jade vial, gently uncorking it. A rich aura of vitality wafted forth. Anyone who inhaled this fragrance would feel rejuvenated by several years. No one would dare question the authenticity of this pill. The master of Yibioj hastily sealed the lid to prevent the potency of the elixir from dissipating excessively, withdrew the storage ring, and took his leave. Even as he departed, he suspended the immortal tower above his head, remaining vigilant against the crowd. It was not that he was timid. Rather, the allure of the potion was insatiable. Witnessing the bloodshot eyes of the powerful beings around him, who could predict whether someone might succumb to temptation and launch a surprise attack to seize the treasure. Although he held numerous trump cards as the master of Yibyoj, he could hardly withstand the covetous gazes of so many. As they watched the master of Yibyoj depart, other formidable figures yearned to approach and negotiate for a single elixir. After all, which faction did not harbor a few ancestors nearing their final breath? Should they acquire the Shengxing Yuling Dan, their ancestors could reclaim their former glory, or even transcend their limits. Such an event would signify that their faction could thrive for millennia without fading. Furthermore, whoever secured the elixir would be hailed as a hero within their faction, earning the esteem of their ancestors and forever inscribed in the annals of their organization. Fairy Binger. Look, before the sentence could be completed, Shangwan Binger vanished from sight, leaving a bewildered assembly of powerful beings behind, none able to discern how she had disappeared. For the essence of space eluded all perception. Initially, she had intended to cultivate relationships with these factions, but she had not anticipated her rapid ascension in strength, rendering her indifferent to their presence. Only a message from the Phoenix Demon Tribe piqued her interest slightly, pertaining to the study of the true essence of nirvana. Indeed, during the conversation between the master of Yibao Pavilion and Shangwan Binger, Feng Kaixian conveyed a message to her through spiritual transmission, requesting her assistance in concocting a particular elixir, contingent upon her understanding of the essence of nirvana. Naturally, Shangwan Binger welcomed this opportunity, for even if she could not grasp the elusive nirvana essence, acquiring knowledge of another method to refine a celestial-grade pill would be a valuable addition to her repertoire. Consequently, she consented to assist him. And as the ancestral land of the Phoenix Demon Clan was quite distant from Wenjin Mountain, they agreed to meet in Yuling City. Chapter 83. The Insight Crystal in the Shrouded Darkness. A figure returned to this place once more. Is the plan still in motion? The strength exhibited by our target exceeds our anticipated parameters. Proceed as planned. We have already initiated our actions, and it is too late for regrets. Once she discovers the truth, she will not let us off easily. Very well. I hope your strategy proves effective. Yuling City stands as the epicenter of the entire Yuling continent, a locale where countless formidable factions have established their presence. Shangwan Binger entered a guest house owned by Yibao Pavilion, renowned for its exceptional reputation, particularly in safeguarding the privacy of its patrons. Upon entering, she promptly received a spiritual transmission from Feng Kaixian. Binger, please proceed to room Tianzi number 1. Room Tianzi number 1, located on the highest floor of the guest house, was easily identifiable, and Shangwan Binger swiftly located it. Upon entering the room, she found Feng Kaixian had been awaiting her arrival for quite some time. In addition to Feng Kaixian, there sat beside him a youthful-looking elder with white hair, exuding an impressive aura of power, a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. It was reasonable to assume that he was an elder of the Phoenix Demon Clan. Feng Kaixian nodded towards Shangwan Binger, introducing them. Binger, this esteemed individual is the most venerable elder of our Phoenix Demon Clan, and he is also a former user of the medicinal pills you are to concoct. Elder Feng. Elder Feng, allow me to present Binger, a master alchemist of celestial rank, upon whom we rely to refine our clan's bloodline elixir. Elder Feng nodded slightly, his fiery red eyes fixated intently on Shangwan Binger. A surge of scorching spiritual power invaded her consciousness, probing her depths. Shangwan Binger's spiritual force surged forth, effortlessly dispersing Elder Feng's probing power, and then, with a swift counterattack, her consciousness struck back at Elder Feng's own mind. Elder Feng was unable to withstand the might of her spiritual force and immediately spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. Binger, show some mercy, Feng Kaixian exclaimed in shock, hurriedly supporting Elder Feng and feeding him restorative pills to stabilize his shattered mind. However, it was only enough to barely maintain Elder Feng's crumbling consciousness. Since you have requested my assistance, do not engage in such probing. The true with a cold laugh. Shangwan Binger remarked that when seeking assistance, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor. What sort of conduct is it to summon someone only to issue a display of authority? These individuals from powerful factions have become accustomed to wielding their influence without restraint. They will not recognize their missteps unless they are taught a lesson. After a considerable pause, Elder Feng finally regained a semblance of composure. trembling as he struggled to bow and apologize to Shangguan Binger. I sincerely apologize, Binger Fairy. This matter is indeed my fault. I implore you to show mercy and forgive my transgressions. Elder Feng, having been thoroughly intimidated by Shangguan Binger, no longer dared to address her as fellow cultivator. This was quite justified, as the term is typically reserved for cultivators of similar rank and status. Shangguan Binger's prowess had far surpassed that of this realm, rendering her beyond the reach of such titles. However, she remained indifferent to these superficial distinctions. Speak, what elixir do you wish for me to concoct? Given your previous actions, I must insist on receiving my compensation in advance before I commence my work. Shangguan Binger stated with an unfriendly tone, urging them to articulate their needs swiftly. Feng Kaixian offered a wry smile, fully aware of their culpability, and refrained from voicing any requests. He retrieved a blood-red diamond-shaped crystal from his storage ring and presented it to Shangguan Binger. Fairy Binger, this is a Dao crystal imbued with profound insights into the essence of nirvana, derived from the spiritual consciousness of our phoenix ancestors. Should you absorb this crystal, you would have a significant chance of comprehending the true meaning of nirvana. Such a remarkable treasure exists. To absorb it and directly grasp a profound truth. This enchanting phenomenon was a revelation to Shangguan Binger. If the enlightenment crystals could be mass-produced, would it not mean that everyone could become a wielder of intent? If you possess such a remarkable treasure, why do you not utilize it yourselves? Surely, you comprehend the immense power of intent. If but one individual within a clan achieves enlightenment, it would prove far more beneficial than the birth of a formidable being in the tribulation stage. Shangguan Binger inquired with evident perplexity. However, the matter is far from simplistic. The enlightenment crystals were left behind by our ancestors, and only 10 remain. Over the years, we have gradually consumed 8 of them. Yet, these crystals are not easily absorbed. They contain not only the essence of nirvana, but also the spiritual will of our forebears. Should the absorber's soul power be insufficient, they risk being eroded by the ancestral will during the absorption process, ultimately succumbing to madness, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. When our venerable ancestor in the tribulation stage consumed the first enlightenment crystal, he could not withstand the erosion and ended up slaughtering a significant portion of our kin. Feng Kaixian spoke of the drawbacks of the enlightenment crystals with a hint of bitterness. The madness of that ancestor inflicted a profound blow upon the Phoenix Demon clan, nearly relegating them from the ranks of the continent's top powers. Consequently, a regulation was established within our clan. Those wishing to attempt the enlightenment crystals must not exceed the Great Ascension stage, and each absorption must be supervised by a clan member of a higher realm. However, throughout these years, none have succeeded. The one currently deemed most likely to triumph is Princess Huang Chuao, whose bloodline purity is closest to that of the ancestors among all the Phoenix Demon clan. Yet, her mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. We can only wait for her spirit to be honed before attempting to absorb the final Dao Enlightenment crystal. Chapter 84. The Bloodline Pill of the Demon Clan. After listening to Feng Kaixian's explanation, Shangguan Binger comprehended that this Dao Enlightenment crystal must have been refined by a powerful being from the celestial realm. Moreover, even those formidable entities cannot entirely purge their residual consciousness from the crystal. The absorber must possess formidable mental strength to take it in, and one must not absorb an excessive amount, lest their spirit becomes severely tainted, adversely affecting future cultivation. Indeed, the most reliable and beneficial path in cultivation is to progress step by step. Shangguan Binger thought shamelessly, entirely disregarding her reliance on the origin star for an unfair advantage. As her consciousness delved into the Dao Enlightenment crystal, she was immediately enveloped by a potent, searing will that sought to erode her resolve and annihilate the intruder. Yet, Shangguan Binger's consciousness was not easily subdued. The engraved alchemical principles radiated brilliantly, swiftly dissolving the essence of the true Phoenix's will. Shangguan Binger was momentarily taken aback, realizing her alchemical principles were indeed remarkable, far beyond her initial expectations. After all, the opponent was a true Phoenix from the celestial realm, capable of creating a top-tier race with a mere drop of blood, an entity capable of condensing its mental power into a Dao Enlightenment crystal. In this realm of existence, Shangguan Binger had mentally prepared herself for a fierce battle, yet she was unexpectedly dissolved by the principles of alchemy. Could it be that the laws of alchemy surpass even those of the celestial beings? Unable to comprehend this, Shangguan Binger dismissed the thought. What she desperately lacked was the guidance of a formidable master. Had the medicine god manifested before her, she might have long realized the extent of her own strength. Now that the will of the true phoenix had vanished, it was time to absorb the essence of nirvana. The essence of nirvana, as its name suggests, embodies the concept of rebirth. Upon grasping this profound truth, her physical recovery abilities would be significantly enhanced. It could even allow her, akin to the Phoenix clan, to rise from the ashes after death, thus elevating her power further. Of course, attaining such a level requires more than just the essence of nirvana. It necessitates the might of nirvana itself. Within the insight crystal, the essence of nirvana was continuously absorbed and integrated by Shangwan Binger, and at last, she broke through the barriers that had long hindered her understanding. The beginning is always the most challenging. Once the door was opened, the subsequent journey became considerably simpler. Before long, the insight crystal transformed into a cloud of powder, gently dispersing into the air. Shangwan Binger slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to flicker with flames. A phantom little phoenix danced joyfully within her gaze. An insight crystal merely allowed her to gain initial understanding of the essence of nirvana. Further comprehension would require her own effort, yet that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Feng Lao, who was meditating nearby to restore his own strength, was startled awake by Shangwan Binger's actions. What on earth is happening? I merely took a moment to rest, and she has already comprehended the insight crystal? This is an unprecedented achievement for their clan, accomplished so effortlessly by Shangwan Binger. The elder Feng, somewhat disheartened, began to question his own existence. Ever since he witnessed the formidable spiritual consciousness of Shangwan Binger, he had prepared himself for the possibility that she could safely absorb the enlightenment crystal. However, he was utterly taken aback by how effortlessly she achieved it. Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied with this enlightenment crystal. Now, please articulate your needs. Feng Kaixian and the others were engulfed in mixed emotions, yet Shangwan Binger radiated joy. Every increment of her power brought her immense delight. It resembled a collecting obsession. As each branch of true intent she gathered brought her one step closer to the holistic understanding of intent. Completing the branches of true intent to synthesize a complete understanding invigorated her spirit. Kaixian, you go and speak with her. I wish to be alone for a moment. The elder Feng wearily closed his eyes, feeling that no setback in his life had impacted him quite like this one. If Shangwan Binger could truly concoct the bloodline pill, he would face yet another blow. The mere thought of it sparked an impulse to leave this place, but ultimately, his sense of duty anchored him. Having anticipated this outcome, he reassured himself that the blow would not be as severe. Feng Kaixian carefully retrieved the only remaining bloodline pill from their clan and handed it over to Shangwan Binger with great caution. Fairy Binger, might you be able to refine this pill without relying on the formula? Shangwan Binger accepted the bloodline pill and began to operate the pill cannon, assessing the pill's properties. She possessed the ability to discern various elixirs present, yet there were numerous spiritual herbs whose names eluded her. These were celestial-grade pills, naturally concocted from divine herbs. With a furrowed brow, Shangwan Binger felt compelled to activate the system for detection, curious to see how effective it would prove. Beast Bloodline Pill, a first-tier celestial-grade elixir. Crafted from blood spirit grass, commanding lotus, and other divine herbs, capable of enhancing the bloodline potency of demonic beasts, enabling them to revert to ancestral forms. The purer the bloodline, the greater the quantity of bloodline pills required for enhancement. The system lived up to its reputation. Aside from lacking precise ratios for the alchemical process, it was nearly akin to a complete recipe. Upon noticing Shangwan Binger's knitted brows, Feng Kaixian assumed she too was unable to concoct the elixir, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He understood that it was exceedingly difficult for an alchemist to refine pills without a recipe, especially celestial-grade ones, yet they were devoid of alternatives. If even Shangwan Binger was at a loss, their clan would inevitably face a slow decline over the course of millennia. Fairy Binger, please speak candidly. The worst outcome would merely be an inability to concoct the elixir, which I can accept. Who says it cannot be refined? Shangwan Binger retorted in confusion. She was merely contemplating how to substitute the original recipe for the bloodline pill with the existing spiritual herbs, aiming to create a version that could be crafted using the herbs from the Jade Spirit continent. Do you have a method for refinement? Feng Kaixian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his excitement palpable. The elder Feng, who had been resting nearby, found his attention diverted from recovery, his aged eyes fixed anxiously upon Shangwan Binger. There is a way, albeit it will require some time. The elixir's formulation, The celestial pill is not present in the jade spirit continent. We must substitute it with other spiritual herbs. Consequently, the final concoction may yield somewhat varied effects, so you must be prepared. No matter, as long as it proves effective, what do you require from us? We shall immediately instruct our kin to make the necessary preparations. Upon receiving Shangwan Binger's affirmation, the two were nearly overcome with joy, ready to embrace each other in ecstatic circles. There is no need for anything. You may step outside and leave this room to me alone, for I shall commence my alchemical endeavors. Very well, Fairy Binger, there is no need to rush. Take your time, for we have ample time at our disposal. Feng Kaixian and his companion obediently exited, standing guard at the door to ensure that no disturbances would disrupt Shangwan Binger's alchemical process. Chapter 85. The Reformation of the Pill Formula. Once Feng Kaixian and his companion departed, Shangwan Binger began her search within the Shumi realm for a spiritual herb that could serve as a substitute for the primary ingredient of the bloodline pill. The blood spirit grass is a first-grade celestial herb, primarily functioning to violently ignite the bloodline within one's body, thereby achieving the purification of the bloodline. This bears a striking resemblance to the 9th-grade spiritual herb, the blood heart lotus, though one ignites the bloodline while the other incinerates the physical form. Yet both aim to eliminate impurities. The blood heart lotus contains toxins, rendering it unsuitable as a substitute. Thus, it was eliminated from consideration. Ultimately, Shangwan Binger settled upon an 8th-grade spiritual herb as a replacement. Unfortunately, with the limited varieties of 9th-grade herbs, she could find none that matched the characteristics of the blood spirit grass. Thus, she had to make do with a lesser alternative. The primary ingredient of the bloodline elixir, the divine lotus, serves the purpose of safeguarding the spirit. The process of enhancing one's bloodline is excruciating, often accompanied by intense agony. At such moments, if the user succumbs to unconsciousness, they face grave danger, as they may inadvertently lose control over the medicinal energy within, potentially leading to the complete annihilation of their bloodline. Here, the divine lotus performs its vital role, ensuring that the user's consciousness remains alert until the medicinal effects have entirely dissipated. Alternatives to this celestial herb are relatively easy to find. There are numerous spiritual herbs that can protect the soul and spirit. Soon, Shangwan Binger identified several viable substitutes and selected them as options. As for the auxiliary materials, they are rather simple to procure for a first-grade celestial elixir. Most of the auxiliary components consist of spiritual herbs, which are easily gathered by Shangwan Binger. She retrieved the white jade alchemy furnace and cast all the prepared spiritual herbs into it, commencing the melting process. With meticulous care, she extracted a small portion of the resultant liquid to conduct an experiment. During the first trial, complications arose. The spiritual herb intended to replace the blood heart grass was completely overpowered by the other primary ingredient, resulting in a concoction that offered minimal enhancement to the bloodline, falling short of Shangwan Binger's standards. Thus, she adjusted the ratios to ensure that the bloodline-enhancing liquid constituted the majority of the elixir. This time, the refining process progressed smoothly. However, the final product still did not align with Shangwan Binger's expectations. According to her conjectures, utilizing an 8th-grade spiritual herb and a 9th-grade spiritual herb as the primary ingredients, combined with the enhancements of the white jade alchemy furnace and the principles of alchemical cultivation, she anticipated that the result would yield at least a 9th-grade elixir, if not a celestial grade one. However, the elixir concocted before me is merely an 8th-grade pill. This is the drawback of lacking a formulated recipe. The mastery of temperature and proportions relies solely on personal experimentation. Consequently, a significant portion of the medicinal potency of the spiritual herbs is squandered, resulting in a pill that fails to meet the standard. Typically, if an alchemist attempts to refine a pill without a recipe, merely avoiding an explosion of the furnace is considered a success, not to mention the challenge of successfully producing one. Even if one employs 9th-grade spiritual herbs as the primary ingredient, the likelihood of yielding a mere 5th or 6th-grade pill is quite high, and it may very well diverge from the anticipated effects. For instance, a blood-boiling pill might transform into a blood-exploding pill, one designed to enhance one's abilities temporarily with minimal side effects, while the other detonates one's own blood in exchange for an extreme boost in combat prowess, a perilous concoction that one would only employ in dire circumstances, as the repercussions could be severe, potentially leading to irreversible damage and even death from its side effects. Shangwan Binger has only dropped a grade. and her pill-less effects remain flawless. This is already exceedingly remarkable within the realm of recipe research. I shall persist. I refuse to believe that with my innate talent, I cannot master the creation of a mere pill. Months have elapsed, and at this moment, Jade Spirit City is a veritable hub of activity and excitement. Each day, countless cultivators from all corners of the world converge upon the city. Fortunately, Jade Spirit City is sufficiently spacious, and since all are cultivators, they often meditate and practice outside the city during their leisure. Thus, the city itself does not feel overly congested. This bustling atmosphere is all due to the upcoming Continental Auction hosted by the Yibao Pavilion, drawing nearly all capable cultivators from across the continent to witness the spectacle. Even if one cannot afford the items at the auction, merely expanding one's horizons can be quite rewarding. Furthermore, prior to the auction, Yibioj organizes small trading fairs where one can exchange treasures of personal significance. The disciples of the Xingyue sect have also arrived in Yuling City, leisurely wandering through its streets. Leading them are Zhou Tong and Ji Shuiwei, who have come with the intention of exposing their disciples to the wider world. Having selected a group from their sect to accompany them, in the past, Zhou Tong would attend such auctions alone, as he was the sole representative of the sect in procuring treasures. Bringing disciples along posed a challenge, should they encounter ruthless cultivators seeking to snatch treasures. His disciples could become a liability. However, this time, due to the presence of the esteemed Shengwan Binger from the Xingyue sect, Zhou Tong felt entirely unencumbered. Who would dare to challenge the mother sect of the illustrious Binger? There would be countless powerful factions eager to curry favor with her, ready to act on her behalf without her even lifting a finger. Since the emergence of the talented ones list, Zhou Tong's smile has been unceasing. He has been inundated with visits from major sects and powerful forces, a sensation that leaves him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Ah, Sectmaster Zhou, you truly are an exceptional mentor. Having fostered such a remarkable figure as Binger, I must seek your guidance on the art of mentorship one day? Oh, not at all. Let us learn from each other. Along the way, fellow cultivators greet Zhou Tong, exchanging pleasantries. Senior brother, do mind your demeanor. We wouldn't want to tarnish Binger's reputation. Ji Shuiwei, covering her face, wished to distance herself from this individual. After Master Mingming accepted Binger, he scarcely imparted any guidance to her. Her accomplishments today are solely attributable to her innate talent and relentless effort. It is rather shameless of my senior brother to accept praise that rightfully belongs to her. Junior sister, you fail to comprehend. I am merely diverting attention toward Binger. She currently finds herself under an overwhelming spotlight. Should I assert that all her achievements are her own, would that not draw even more eyes upon her? Spoke Zhou Tong with utmost conviction. Ji Shuiwei was reluctant to continue the discourse. Does he truly believe others are oblivious to the truth? Binger has only recently joined the sect, and her time spent outside it has been substantial. Such information has long since been unearthed by others. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed across the sky, capturing everyone's gaze. Who is undergoing tribulation within Yuling City? Could it be that the elder of the Wang family is attempting to ascend? It is also plausible that the esteemed elder of the Qian Kuandao sect, who I have heard has been on the verge of ascension for quite some time, is the one. Wait, you are all mistaken. That location is the Yibao Pavilion Inn. I have thoroughly investigated, and the most powerful occupant therein is the chieftain of the Phoenix Demon Clan. Thus, it is the Phoenix Demon Clan that is undergoing tribulation. Their strength has waned significantly. Do they dare to risk losing a formidable being during the tribulation period? Regardless, let us venture forth and witness this rare spectacle of ascension. It is not often that one encounters such an event. Familiarizing ourselves with the process may prove advantageous in the future. Your confidence is commendable, fellow cultivator. I wish you great success in your pursuits. Chapter 86. The true essence of alchemy. The tempest of the tribulation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. By the time the crowd reached the Yibao Pavilion Inn, it had already been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the inn had sensed the impending calamity and fled to safety, thereby escaping unscathed. Where have the people gone? Have they transcended the tribulation and flown away? Zhou Tong inquired of a nearby cultivator. No, our assumptions were misguided. This is likely the result of an alchemical tribulation summoned by the esteemed Fairy Binger. Take a moment to inhale. Do you not detect a lingering fragrance of elixirs in the air? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong focused intently and indeed caught a whiff of the aromatic essence. He recognized this scent well. It was a fragrance only possessed by celestial-grade pills. One could only wonder what the Phoenix Demon Clan had sacrificed to persuade Fairy Bingo to concoct pills exclusively for them. Ah, when might I have the fortune to consume an elixir crafted by Fairy Binger? Surely, it would carry traces of her essence. The cultivator murmured to himself, lost in a reverie from which he found it difficult to extricate himself. Brother, we must depart hastily. This individual is quite peculiar, Ji Shuiwei urged, pulling Zhou Tong away from the scene. Many had begun to take notice of them, and lingering any longer might lead to an unwelcome encirclement. Even if we cannot coerce her master, surely we can entice her with various appeals and tales of woe that may render them defenseless. At this moment, Shangwan Binger had already exited the city with Feng Kaixian and Elder Feng, arriving at a secluded hilltop. The ice fairy, Binger, is faced with the daunting challenge of the Dan Tribulation. Could it be? Feng Kaixian inquired with palpable anticipation. The emergence of a Dan Tribulation signifies the birth of an elixir of the celestial tier, indicating that Shangwan Binger has indeed succeeded in concocting the bloodline Dan, and furthermore, has achieved the extraordinary feat of crafting a celestial elixir from spiritual herbs. This revelation left him utterly speechless. Here is the elixir you sought. I have fulfilled your request. Henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements, Shangwan Binger affirmed with a slight nod, acknowledging Feng Kaishuan's conjecture as she tossed forth 2 jade vials. One contained the bloodline Dan sample that Feng Kaixian had previously provided for her research, while the other held the bloodline Dan she had successfully refined. The ability of this bloodline Dan to ascend to the celestial tier was a result of a flash of inspiration from Shangwan Binger. At that moment, she had optimized the bloodline Dan to the 9th grade level, reaching its zenith. However, by chance, her gaze fell upon the wind spirit ring adorning her wrist, which sparked an idea in her mind. If an innate spiritual treasure can embody a fragment of the true essence of wind, and it is this very essence that bestows such formidable power upon the treasure, could she not also infuse this essence into the elixir? Through relentless contemplation in her mind, she discovered that this endeavor was indeed feasible. The Dan Sutra elucidates that the true strength of a formidable elixir is not solely reliant on the potency and rarity of the primary ingredients, but rather on the infusion of the power of heaven and earth. Regardless of the spiritual herb, it flourishes and comes into being under the nurturing embrace of this cosmic energy. If an alchemist can incorporate this heavenly force into their refining process, the quality of the elixir will be significantly enhanced. What the force of heaven and earth is, Shangwan Binger does not know. However, she is aware that intention can indeed harness this force. Ever the one to act upon her thoughts, Shangwan Binger embarked on this journey, swiftly drawing a connection between the essence of nirvana and the bloodline pill. Both the essence of nirvana and the bloodline pill were bequeathed by the ancestral phoenix of the Phoenix Demon Clan, making it difficult to ascertain whether there exists a link between them. Furthermore, the characteristics of the essence of nirvana complement those of the bloodline pill remarkably well. The rebirth of the nirvana practitioner through fire and the bloodline pill's ability to ignite the bloodline for enhancement create a synergy that transcends mere arithmetic. It is not simply a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Nonetheless, integrating the essence of nirvana into the pill-forming process proved to be exceedingly challenging for Shangwan Binger. Firstly, her comprehension of the essence of nirvana was still superficial, hindering her ability to manipulate it with finesse. Moreover, once the essence of nirvana was infused into the formed pill, it would disrupt its internal structure, compelling her to devise a new formula from scratch. After enduring countless failures, she finally succeeded in concocting her inaugural bloodline pill. However, she felt that retaining this name was insufficient. Thus, she chose to name her creation based on its true essence, calling it the Nirvana Pill. Nirvana Pill, a 4th grade immortal tier elixir, capable of purifying bloodlines and awakening physical constitution. Within the system's assessment, the description of the Nirvana Pill was significantly more concise than that of the bloodline pill. Yet, within those few words lay a monumental revelation. The Nirvana Pill could actually awaken one's constitution. It is worth noting that ever since Shangwan Binger's Genesis Dao body merged with her form, it had remained dormant without any sign of activity. Although the Genesis Dao body bestowed upon Shangwan Binger an unparalleled talent for cultivation, she still yearned for the legendary ability to awaken a divine physique capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, she had not yet discovered the means to achieve this. But today, the Nirvana Pill presented her with a delightful surprise. The reason the bloodline pill is also referred to as the Demon Clan bloodline pill is that the human race rarely relies on bloodline powers. Their bloodline inheritance typically manifests as various spiritual or divine bodies, rendering the bloodline pill ineffective for humans. However, the Nirvana pill can now be consumed by humans, and Shangwan Binger was eager to ingest one immediately to observe its effects. Feng Kaixian carefully examined the jade vial containing the pill crafted by Shangwan Binger, and indeed, it emanated a similar aura to the bloodline pill, albeit significantly weaker, with no residual traces of tribulation. Miss Binger, this cannot be correct. Is this not an elixir of the celestial tier? Feng Kaixian inquired. This vial contains 6 ninth-grade bloodline pills, sufficient to match the value of the insight crystal stone you provided me. As for celestial tier elixirs, they cannot be exchanged for merely 1 insight crystal stone. There is no way Shangwan Binger would part with the Nirvana pill. Such a treasure could not be acquired even for 10 insight crystal stones, as the value is not commensurate. The limitations and side effects of the insight crystal stone are too numerous for an ordinary person to utilize, rendering it somewhat valuable only to Shangwan Binger herself. 6 first-grade bloodline pills are entirely adequate to satisfy their compensation. Well then, Miss Bing, we would still like to trade for more bloodline pills, if you would consider it. Feng Kaixian, understanding the rarity of celestial tier elixirs, sighed and resigned himself to the situation. Let us discuss this after the auction concludes. Shangwan Binger casually dismissed the matter and turned to leave. At this moment, the Phoenix Demon Clan held no value for her, and she had no desire to squander her time assisting them in alchemy. After parting ways with Feng Kaixian and his companion, Shangwan Binger entered the Shumi realm, preparing to consume the Nirvana pill and evaluate its effects. Chapter 87, Awakening of the Tao Body. Han Yan. Relay the message to our clan members to maintain a distance of at least 1,000 miles from me. I anticipate that my upcoming meditation may create considerable commotion. Shangwan Binger instructed, wishing to avoid a repeat of the previous incident when she grasped the principles of alchemical laws. Wu Hanyin promptly set off to inform the clan, while Shangwan Binger utilized this time to regulate her breath, aiming to be in optimal condition for the imminent awakening of her physique. Moments later, the Wu clan members had retreated 1,000 miles away, with many opting to err on the side of caution and retreat even further. She procured a strikingly vivid Nirvana pill and consumed it with a tilt of her neck. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and Shangwan Binger felt a surge of warmth within her body, followed by an unsettling stillness. What is happening? Is it ineffective? Shangwan Binger furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Was her physique too formidable, or did the awakening of this physique have prerequisites? She swallowed another pill, yet once again, she merely felt a brief warmth before the stillness returned. This sensation was far less potent than that of consuming a vital essence pill. Glancing at the remaining 10 pills in the jade vial, Shangwan Binger gritted her teeth and consumed them all in one go. If the pills were depleted, they could be refined again, but if her Tao body remained dormant, it would be truly disheartening. With 10 Nirvana pills consumed at once, a fiery power erupted within her. It worked. This time, Shangwan Binger's body experienced a continuous surge of heat, no longer merely fluctuating. Delving within her consciousness, she discovered that 10 Nirvana pills had coalesced, sending their medicinal potency surging directly into her Dantian, merging with the primordial essence of her Genesis Tao body. Under this overwhelming infusion of medicinal energy, the primordial essence finally stirred lazily, releasing a trace of its core to permeate throughout Shangwan Binger's body. A chaotic yet supreme aura gradually emanated from her, compelling all entities that sensed it, be they spiritual herbs, animals, or distant humans, to submit without a hint of resistance. As the Tao body began to awaken, the oceanic spiritual liquid within her Dantian transformed at an unparalleled speed into a unique form of spiritual power. It was neither gaseous spiritual energy nor liquid spiritual liquid, nor solid spiritual essence. Shangwan Binger could not articulate what it was. It seemed distinct from celestial energy, a power uniquely her own, capable of effortlessly transitioning between various forms of energy. Given that this power was birthed from the awakening of the Genesis Tao body, it would be apt to name it Tao power. Typically, she didn't utilize it, as her other powers were derived from the transformation of Tao power. Thus, it appears I could masquerade as a novice in the Qi refinement stage. After all, ISNT1's cultivation in the realm of practice assessed by their aura and the state of their spiritual power. As the spiritual liquid within her transformed entirely into Tao power, a vast torrent of information surged into Shangwan Binger's mind. Even with her formidable consciousness, she found herself momentarily bewildered by this influx of knowledge. What is this? All abilities of the subsequent realms have been entirely mastered by Shangwan Binger. The power of the Tao coalesces into a pill, reaching the golden core stage, accomplished. Breaking the pill to become an infant, entering the nascent soul stage, achieved. Transforming the nascent soul into the primordial spirit, attaining the transformation stage, realized. The primordial spirit returns to the void, refining 9 avatars, entering the void stage, success. The body and avatars merge into one, returning to simplicity, reaching the integration stage, completed. Mastering minor divine abilities, capable of creating a relatively stable space, attaining the great ascension stage, achieved. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, able to invoke the heavenly tribulation, transcending the tribulation, entering the tribulation stage, fully accomplished. Shangwan Binger's realm continuously ascends. In merely one day, she has risen from the foundation establishment stage to the tribulation stage. However, these realms have long ceased to offer her significant enhancement. Whether it is the avatars of the void stage or the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth at the tribulation stage, it is merely reliant on the power of her soul. With the elevation of her realm, her soul's power also strengthens, allowing her to grasp the laws of heaven and earth with increasing clarity. In this aspect, Shangwan Binger excels far beyond them. Powerful beings at the tribulation stage have contemplated the laws of heaven and earth for so long, yet they have failed to grasp even a hint. Meanwhile, she is merely a step away from fully comprehending the momentum. With a gentle sigh, the awakening of the Genesis Tao body has concluded. Just a trace of the original source has granted Shangwan Binger such immense enhancement. What if more of the original source were to be integrated into her body? Contemplating this, Shangwan Binger was about to reignite the furnace to refine the nirvana pill once more. However, at that moment, the voice of the system, Shuer, suddenly emerged, interrupting her actions. Master, the subsequent awakening of the Genesis Tao body can no longer rely on the nirvana pill. The nirvana pill merely facilitated a slight awakening of your Tao body ahead of time. Originally, once all your physical spiritual energy was transformed into celestial energy, the Genesis Tao body would awaken automatically. However, due to the nirvana pill, this awakening has been expedited. The future awakening can only depend on other methods or more potent elixirs than the nirvana pill to have a chance of occurring. Shuer, how did you suddenly come to know about these matters? Shangwan Binger inquired with some confusion, as Shuer had previously been utterly oblivious, merely a whimsical system spirit. Yet now she comprehends the conditions for the awakening of the Tao body. I'm not quite sure either. It seems that ever since you awakened your physique, I have gained a surge of memories. I now possess much more knowledge, and you can ask me anything you don't understand. Shuer confidently patted her chest, brimming with self-assurance. Pondering with a hand on her chin, Shangwan Binger appeared contemplative. Upon awakening her Tao body, Shuer had also acquired a new reservoir of memories. Was it possible that her memories had been sealed before, only to be unlocked upon binding with me during my Tao body awakening? What exactly does the mastermind behind this intend to achieve? The stronger one becomes, the more questions arise. Who is the creator of the system, and what are their objectives? Such inquiries had never crossed Shangwan Binger's mind during her weaker days, yet now they gradually surfaced. Nevertheless, regardless of their intentions, I have already accepted their gifts. So I shall let it be. Why overthink it? If one cannot comprehend, it is best not to dwell on it. Even if one were to uncover the ulterior motives of the hidden puppeteer, the present self would remain powerless to resist. Everything one possesses has been bestowed by another, and reclaiming it is not merely a trivial endeavor. Rising to one's feet and stretching languidly, there are indeed inquiries that must be directed towards Xiaoxue. For navigating this labyrinth alone breeds confusion. Chapter 88. Inquiring of the Zen Buddha child Xiaoxue, are you aware of the classifications of power levels within the immortal realm? Shangwan Bingo harbored a keen desire to ascertain her standing within this celestial domain, yet regrettably, no one had been available to offer guidance. The immortal realm's hierarchy comprises stages such as human immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal monarch, immortal venerable, and immortal emperor. The transcendence between these stages is intimately linked to the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Upon entering the immortal realm, cultivators must grasp these celestial laws to advance. These laws encompass the notions of intent, momentum, heart, and the way. Taking the sword path as an illustration among these 9 realms, the first 3 stages necessitate the comprehension of sword momentum to ascend to the mysterious immortal stage. The immortal monarch stage requires the understanding of sword heart, culminating in the immortal emperor, which demands mastery of the sword's laws to transcend to the divine realm. Should you ascend to the immortal realm at this moment, your level would be that of a true immortal. However, your prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of a mere true immortal. Upon hearing Xiao Xue's response, Shangguan Binger gained a clearer understanding of her own abilities, realizing that she would not be at the nadir of immortals in the immortal realm. Given the efficacy of the Nirvana pill, she resolved to concoct several more batches to administer to Wu Hanyin and the others, hoping to awaken their latent potential as well. Once again, 5 batches of Nirvana pills were refined, consuming little time. Wu Hanyin and the dwarf each ingested 12 pills, yet regrettably, neither awakened a special constitution, which left Shangguan Binger feeling somewhat disappointed. With her formidable physique requiring only 12 Nirvana pills, she surmised that her companions likely harbored no latent abilities within their bloodlines, rendering any efforts to awaken them futile. While she did not wish for her subordinates to possess overwhelming strength, their enhanced capabilities would undoubtedly be beneficial. Especially as she aspired to achieve eternity, she naturally wished to see her old friends and subordinates thrive, rather than fade away with age. At this moment, the system Xuemei emerged to offer comfort, saying, "Master, do not be disheartened. In the immortal realm, we can seek spiritual herbs to concoct postnatal golden pills, aiding them in awakening their innate abilities. Thank you, Xuemei. Let us depart for the auction house. You shall accompany me today." The system Xuemei had previously remained within the confines of the system space, while Shangguan Binger either cultivated or traveled, leaving little for her to enjoy. This auction would indeed provide an opportunity for her to engage in some merriment. Really? How wonderful. Xuemei, I can finally come out to play. Although Xuemei had regained fragments of her memory, her personality remained that of an innocent child. Shangguan Bingo smiled warmly, gently grasping Xuemei's small hand, and with a swift motion, they appeared in Jade Spirit City. As soon as Shangguan Binger materialized within the city, she was immediately locked onto by the powerful beings present, their souls scanning the area incessantly, hoping to uncover her whereabouts. Figures flashed rapidly, both male and female, young and old. However, in the realm of cultivation, youth does not necessarily equate to low mastery. Many powerful beings prefer to maintain the guise of children to lower others' guard. Fairy Binger, Miley family is willing to offer 10 million premium spirit stones, seeking only for you to refine an elixir for me. I, from the Battle Dragon sect, shall bid 11 million. Fairy Binger, do consider us. I offer 15 million, solely for 1 elixir. 20 million. These renowned sect leaders and family heads, known for their formidable reputations in the outside world, were now vying before the esteemed Shangguan Binger for a mere elixir, their faces flushed with excitement. The surrounding cultivators, having rushed to the scene, were left utterly astonished. Esteemed friend, 20 million premium spirit stones could sustain my cultivation for countless lifetimes. Can they truly part with such wealth for a mere request? A nascent soul cultivator slapped himself hard, attempting to awaken from what he thought was a dream. Yet, with each resounding strike, the powerful figures continued to escalate their bids. It dawned on him that this was indeed reality, though he was reluctant to accept it. Dear friend, why torment yourself? An elixir of such rarity, commanding such a celestial price, is undoubtedly worth it. However, I am curious as to why they do not unite to confine Fairy Binger, effectively turning her into a free alchemical tool. If I possessed their strength, I would have acted long ago. Just imagining Fairy Binger's figure and countenance stirs a thrill within me. Beside her, a lecherous cultivator whispered furtively, embodying the adage that one who cultivates the path without nurturing the heart is indeed a misguided soul. In this world, there are always those whose own abilities fall short, yet feel entitled to critique the actions of the mighty, as if they themselves would perform better were they in the same position. Little do they realize that such delusional individuals are the truly ignorant, akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. A glimmer of light flickered in Shangguan Binger's eyes, and the sneering cultivator who had been lurking in the shadows fell silent, his grotesque smile frozen in time as his body crumpled to the ground. The cultivator beside him was so terrified that he dared not check on the fallen man, hastily fleeing in a panic. Enough, Shangguan Binger stated with an icy calmness, her voice ringing clear and tranquil. Yet, upon hearing those 2 words, a A shiver coursed through the crowd, silencing them in fear. I shall reiterate. I, Shangwan Bing'er, am not in need of money, so cease your incessant pestering. Should you dare to disturb me again, consider how many lives you possess. If you seek elixirs, make your way to the Ebao Pavilion for trade. Having delivered her stern warning, Shangwan Bing'er prepared to navigate through the throng, accompanied by Shui to continue her shopping. However, at that moment, a foolhardy voice dared to call out to her. Bing'er, compassionate maiden, how can we, as cultivators, be so heartless? My fellow friends seek merely to aid their dying ancestors. Why not extend a hand and help them through this tribulation? Would it not bring joy to all? The speaker was a young monk clad in a golden robe, his eyes brimming with compassion, seemingly unable to harbor any trace of malice. Who is this monk? It was only when Ice Fairy spoke, requesting others not to disturb her, that this monk audaciously dared to slap her in return. Is this an act of bravery or folly? My friend, your ignorance is quite astonishing. This monk is of significant standing. He is the contemporary bodhisattva of the esteemed Prajna Buddhist sect, Bodhi-Zen. It is rumored that this bodhisattva is the reincarnation of a formidable being from the Buddhist realm, who has descended to the mortal plane for cultivation. Indeed, this bodhisattva is as formidable as the legends suggest, having once claimed the top position on the celestial rankings of each realm. However, in recent years, due to the emergence of 3 dark horses, he seems to have gradually faded into obscurity. Shangwan Bing'er turned to gaze at Bodhi-Zen, locking eyes with him. Within the depths of Bodhi-Zen's gaze, Shangwan Bing'er beheld a golden Buddha statue, radiating brilliant light. Suddenly, the statue spoke. Esteemed friend, may I inquire about your sect from which you have descended for cultivation? Might you extend a favor and concoct a pill for me? Upon my return to the celestial realm, I shall ensure a generous recompense. Truly, as a bodhisattva, he addresses Shangwan Bing'er as benefactor in public, yet refers to her as friend in private. This so-called Buddhist doctrine appears merely as a method of cultivation, revealing a profound hypocrisy. Schwer, are the conditions in the celestial realm so poor that a powerful being must reincarnate in the mortal world for cultivation? Now, Shangwan Bing'er has the presence of her grandfather, and when faced with uncertainties, she turns to Schwer for guidance. Master, when powerful beings reincarnate into the mortal realm, it is often to evade assassination by enemies while they are still vulnerable. Most tracking techniques cannot span dimensions to locate their targets, and moreover, celestial beings cannot descend in their true forms. Thus, the mortal realm becomes a sanctuary for them to evade their foes. Shui elucidated, revealing that they were indeed a fleeing celestial being. So, you too are in such a predicament, forced to escape to the mortal realm under pursuit. What right do you have to act arrogantly towards me? Shangwan Bing'er coldly mocked the Golden Buddha, saying, a wretched dog dares to disregard my warnings and impose moral coercion upon me. Who grants you such audacity? The Buddha? Do not deceive yourself, fellow Taoist. The Buddha's disciple retorted angrily, the unveiling of his scars igniting his rage. Chapter 89. The Buddha's disciple in fury, sword intent of the gale. A surge of sword intent fiercely pierced towards Shangwan Bing'er, striking the Buddha's disciple with a swiftness that left no room for reaction. The disciple was enveloped in a radiant golden light, and an illusory Buddha emerged to intercept Shangwan Bing'er's sword attack. However, a crack appeared on the golden relic upon his chest, losing all its luster. The Buddha's disciple could scarcely comprehend that Shangwan Bing'er would strike without provocation. Was she not here to escape her enemies? As fellow souls adrift in this world, why must we engage in a life-and-death struggle upon meeting? Would it not be more prudent to collaborate in evading our foes? Upon the release of this generation's list of prodigies, the Buddha's disciple recognized something amiss. The talents of the 3 individuals listed were preposterously extraordinary, far beyond those of ordinary mortals. Especially regarding Shangwan Bing'er, a Foundation establishment stage alchemist? Is this not a clear indication that she is a celestial being reincarnated from the heavenly realm? When Shan, the Buddhist disciple, feared that they might be the reincarnation of his nemesis, prompting him to conceal his identity and discreetly gather intelligence on these 3 individuals. Ultimately, he discovered that their cultivation methods and conduct did not align with those of his adversaries, allowing him to relax his guard. All 3 hailed from the Xingyue sect, which is a lineage of the Yinyang Dao sect from the celestial realm. It seems that the Yinyang Dao sect must be in a dire situation in the heavenly realm, compelling them to send disciples to assist in the development of their sect's influence in the mortal world. Once when Chan discerned the circumstances, he approached Shangwan Binger with renewed confidence, believing that their shared celestial heritage would foster a pleasant dialogue. Little did he expect to provoke her ire in his attempt to curry favor with various factions. Fellow Taoist, cease your actions. I shall not involve myself in their matters. When Chan was reluctant to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with Shangwan Binger over these mortal cultivators, especially after suffering the loss of a protective relic from the tribulation stage, a rarity even in the Prajna Buddhist sect. How could Shangwan Binger simply relent? As if her words were meaningless? With a graceful flick of her jade hand, countless blades of wind and sword intent coalesced to strike at Wen Chan. To deal with him, there was no need to employ advanced sword intent. He had initially believed that such a renowned fellow Taoist would be a reasonable, kind, and just cultivator. But today he found himself sorely disappointed. Very well, I see that you possess an affinity with my Buddha. Today, I shall guide you into my Buddhist fold. As the Zen Buddhist disciple, Wen Chan found himself increasingly irked by the relentless sword intent of the noble lady, Shangwan Binger, which had severed several layers of his protective artifacts. He remained resolute, guided by the core tenets of his faith. Regardless of the outcome, the mantle of malevolence must inevitably be bestowed upon his adversary. He fully unleashed the essence of his soul, manifesting as a majestic and compassionate Buddha towering in the heavens, reciting sacred scriptures. The resonant sound of his chanting reached the ears of the gathered crowd, washing over them like a purifying tide, transforming their gazes with a newfound benevolence, compelling them to seek refuge in the monastic life. Although these formidable beings of the Mahayana realm could not resist the brainwashing effect of Wen Chan's divine sound, it did little to alleviate his own anxiety. The sky began to darken, a portentous sign that the cosmos had detected a force surpassing the limits of their world and was preparing to unleash a thunderous tribulation to expel him. Shangwan Binger stood unfazed, her composure unshaken by the unfolding events. Sweat beaded on Wen Chan's brow, bewildered as to why his sacred sound had no effect on her. Such immunity was unexpected. Even celestial beings from the upper realms, lacking sufficient power, could not entirely evade the influence of his resonant teachings, but rather succumbed gradually to his doctrine. As the storm of tribulation loomed ever closer, Wen Chan gritted his teeth, realizing that if he did not bring this confrontation to a swift conclusion, he would be forcibly transported to the celestial realm. The uncertainty of his destination filled him with dread. Should he find himself within the territory of his enemies, it would spell his doom. With a decisive resolve, he summoned the full might of his essence, unleashing a formidable strike known as the Great Buddha's Hand, aimed squarely at Shangwan Binger. He had no time to witness the outcome of the battle and immediately concealed the essence of his soul. However, even this brief engagement of his soul's core power had already inflicted significant exhaustion upon the disciple of the Buddha, Wen Chan. The essence of the soul, the most fundamental strength of a cultivator, should not be wielded lightly. Every use diminishes one's potential. Yet, ordinary cultivators remain oblivious to this essence and are incapable of employing it. Surely, this young lady, Shangwan Binger, must be gravely injured, if not dead. Wen Chan eagerly gazed downward, only to behold Shangwan Binger standing there unscathed, with not even a trace of damage to the land surrounding her. This is impossible. How can anyone withstand the might of my soul essence manifested as the Great Buddha's Hand? Not even a celestial being at the heavenly fairy realm could endure such an assault. Wen Chan exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, now I understand why it was so difficult to maneuver. It was an attack of heavenly fairy caliber. Since you assert that no one can withstand it, can you endure it yourself? Shangwan Binger remarked with an enigmatic smile, raising her hand and gently twisting it. The space before Wen Chan contorted, and astonishingly, the Great Buddha's hand he had unleashed emerged from the distortion and struck him fiercely. With a resounding crash, the entire Jade Spirit City trembled violently, causing countless buildings to collapse under the aftermath of the battle. The cultivators, who had been entranced by the sound of the Buddha's teachings, were jolted awake by the thunderous noise, and as they recalled their previous posture of reverence, cold sweat began to pour down their brows. How terrifying! Unbeknownst to us, our thoughts were altered. The methods of the Buddhist sect are indeed more fearsome than those of heretical cultivators. The Buddhist sect must not be spared. Today, they dare to forcibly enlighten us in the presence of mighty beings. Should there be no adept like the fairy Binger by our side in the future, how shall we resist? Slay the monks, annihilate the Buddhist sect. In an instant, the sentiments of the cultivators in Yuling City towards the Buddhist sect diminished significantly. with some more radical practitioners even forming alliances to prepare for a campaign against it. What do you insignificant ants understand? I am aiding you. The profundities of Buddhist teachings are exponentially more powerful than the cultivation methods you currently practice. Rather than languishing in stagnation, it is far better to join our Buddhist sect and relish in the eternal bliss of the Pure Land. The disciple of Zen, Wenshan, who survived in the grasp of the great Buddha, was not only filled with immense rage upon hearing the surrounding cultivators' slander against the Buddhist sect. Eternal bliss of the Pure Land? Where did that relic you just used to save your life come from, if not from the transformation of deceased Buddhist practitioners? Can your sect truly claim eternal existence? A cultivator scoffed. Do not force my hand. While insults against me may be tolerated, slandering the Buddhist sect is utterly intolerable. Let us perish together. At that moment, Wenshan's expression turned almost frenzied, a demeanor unbecoming of a master of Buddhism, suggesting he might be the most thoroughly indoctrinated by the sect. No longer suppressing his soul's essence, Wenshan unleashed his full power, disregarding the rapidly gathering calamity clouds above. This time, even at the risk of being sent to the celestial realm, he vowed to transcend all those practitioners who defied the Buddhist path. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 90. A finger of flower in the skies above, the colossal soul statue of the Buddha child once again manifested itself, prompting the assembled cultivators to hastily attempt an escape. However, they found themselves immobilized by the radiant light emitted from the statue, left to await their demise with expressions of sheer terror. This was an undeniable disparity in power. They could not even resort to self-detonation, as all their strength was suppressed within their bodies, rendered utterly dormant. Ha ha ha! Insignificant insects, dare you defile my Buddhist sect? The Zen Buddha child laughed heartily as he surveyed the frightened cultivators. Have you forgotten me? Ignored and overlooked, Shangwan Binger wondered if the Buddha child had lost his senses. Instead of addressing the greatest threat before him, he chose to torment these lesser beings to showcase his might. With a flick of her delicate hand, the cultivators, previously bound and immobilized, regained their ability to move and hurriedly sought refuge behind Shangwan Binger. The Zen Buddha child, finally regaining a semblance of clarity, glared at Shangwan Binger with a vicious expression. Arhat, golden body. This time, he unleashed his full power without reservation, causing vast expanses of space to begin disintegrating, the very heavens and earth becoming overwhelmingly oppressive. With but a fraction of the Buddha's heart, he sought to suppress all things. A terrifying aura emanated from the you have yet to comprehend the realm of the heart. What audacity do you possess to confront me, the Zen disciple? In such a manner? The attainment of the Arhat in the Buddhist realm corresponds to the exalted status of celestial beings, belonging to the upper echelons of the immortal world. Shangwan Binger, having shed all reservations, faced the impending thunder tribulation. Regardless of her understanding of the sword intent, she would inevitably endure the tribulation. Thus she ceased to suppress her own realm. In that moment, the myriad perfected sword intents, including the carefree sword intent and the spatial sword intent, surged forth, transforming into formidable sword forces. Waves of sword forces ascended to the heavens, resisting the oppressive weight of the Zen disciple's enlightened heart. The swordsman, the sovereign of all weapons, would never bow in submission, unwavering and resolute, radiating brilliance. Concurrently, countless other intentions soared alongside, supporting one another to collectively withstand the suppression of the enlightened heart. Before such a vast array of intents, the enlightened heart was, astonishingly, pushed back. The Zen disciple's expression morphed into one of disbelief. This is impossible. How could you possibly comprehend so many intents? No one can achieve such a feat. Even the so-called emperor of 10,000 paths from the celestial realm, known for his mastery of myriad paths, has only grasped a few hundred intents, accumulated over an extensive period, while his contemporaries have nearly ascended to the divine realm. Shangwan Binger disregarded his astonishment, clasped her hands to invoke a spell, merging all sword forces and intents into a singular entity, which coalesced into a colossal sword energy that struck the Zen disciple's Arhat golden body. With a resounding clash, the sword energy shattered, leaving merely a white mark upon the golden body, devoid of any real damage. Initially startled by Shangwan Binger's onslaught, the Zen disciple could hardly fathom that even his defenses could be breached, and he could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. As Shangwan Binger furrowed her brows, she realized that this was her first encounter with such a formidable adversary. The Rohan Golden Body was undoubtedly a powerful divine ability of the Buddhist sect. Common attacks would struggle to breach its defenses. However, if one possessed an exceptionally sharp weapon, the outcome might differ. Contemplating this, Shangguan Binger summoned the Chaos Sword Embryo from within her being. This sword embryo, refined day and night by her, had transformed into a pale blue longsword, which she named Ice Snow. Grasping Ice Snow, a surge of confidence washed over her, a sense of assurance bestowed by the divine weapon itself. The sword's momentum began to meld with Ice Snow, which emitted an unapproachable radiance. This brilliance instilled a flicker of danger in Wenchuan Fozu. For the sixth sense of a high-level cultivator is often remarkably precise, and he dared not underestimate the threat. Seizing the opportunity before Shangguan Binger could fully gather the sword's power, he launched the first attack. The golden Rohan Golden Body swung its palm, akin to a grand fan, unleashing a forceful strike. Unperturbed by whether Ice Snow was charged to its utmost potential, Shangguan Binger responded with a sword strike of her own. The clash of palm and blade ensued, one colossal and brimming with strength, the other diminutive yet concealing lethal sharpness. The collision echoed through the skies, sending Shangguan Binger hurtling back several hundred miles, her arm trembling slightly, as if she had sustained some injury. Conversely, Wenchuan Fozu's expression did not reflect satisfaction, for the Rohan Golden Body had been marred by a wound inflicted by Shangguan Binger. This was a manifestation of the Buddhist sect's divine ability, and the fact that a mere junior, far inferior in strength, had breached the body of a Rohan was a tale few would dare to believe. The golden body of the Buddhist realm has long been renowned in the celestial world for its unparalleled physical prowess, and no other supernatural ability can utterly dominate its corporeal might. Most significantly, he discerned that Shangguan Binger had been engaging him with the cultivation level of the tribulation stage. While he had unleashed the very essence of his soul, yet she had not exerted even the slightest fraction of her power. This seemed rather exaggerated. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation had fully brewed, and a bolt of lightning struck the Arhut Golden Body, resulting in but a mere spark, even less damaging than Shangguan Binger's earlier assault. However, tribulations are known to intensify with each occurrence. It would not be long before the descending lightning would surpass what the Zen Buddha child could withstand. At that juncture, he would have no choice but to depart this realm and venture to the celestial realm, ultimately attempting to vanquish her once more, if all else failed. He would have to seek solutions in the upper realms, he mused silently. He unleashed his final, desperate move, a technique he had yet to completely master, the supreme supernatural ability of the Buddhist sect, the finger of flower plucking. This ability is typically wielded solely by those of the Buddha's caliber. Others who attempt to learn it can only manifest a fraction of its power, yet even so, it remains more formidable than the vast majority of supernatural tech. However, Shangguan Binger remained utterly unperturbed. She sensed that her connection to the Shumi realm was still intact. With a casual wave to the Wenchuan Bodhisattva, she vanished from sight, entering the Shumi realm. No matter how formidable the divine powers were, they could not traverse a realm to eliminate Shangguan Binger. Perhaps only a supreme master, fully adept in this divine art, like the Buddha, might have attempted such a feat. This mere Arhut could scarcely entertain such notions. Wenchuan Bodhisattva could never have imagined that Shangguan Binger possessed a genuine world of considerable depth, allowing her to evade his assault in such a manner. As Shangguan Binger reappeared before the Bodhisattva, he finally succumbed to despair. Heavenly Tao, grant me a path to ascend. I must depart. Chapter 91. Unintentionally severing the path to immortality, the Heavenly Tao adhered to its established protocols. As the tribulation thunder descended upon the tribulation phase, a path to ascension gradually unfurled. Simultaneously, the tribulation thunder began to shift its target, now bearing down upon Shangguan Binger, whose very existence had become intolerable to the universe. She commenced to wield her Tao power, marking the first occasion she had done so since the awakening of her Tao body. A haze of chaotic and ethereal energy emanated slowly from Shangguan Binger, an aura unfamiliar to all present. Merely the slightest leak of this essence instilled an unexplainable sense of submission in the hearts of the onlookers. In the heavens above, the Heavenly Tao, poised to unleash its thunder, sensed this aura and abruptly halted. In an instant, the entire storm of tribulation clouds dissipated. As if fearing that Shangguan Binger might strike at any moment, the spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. What kind of ability is this? Even the Heavenly Tao appears to tremble in trepidation. Shangguan Binger had not anticipated that the Dao power would possess such terrifying deterrence. However, this proved advantageous, granting her ample time to resolve issues within this realm. She had initially believed that following this battle, she would be promptly expelled from this plane. The student of the Zen path, known as the Enlightened One, finally reached the threshold of the final gate. Crossing it would allow him to return to the celestial realm. Turning back, he intended to utter a final threat, only to be met with the sight of Shangguan Binger unleashing a formidable sword strike. This strike could be deemed the most powerful she had ever executed, embodying all her Dao power and sword intent. The blade effortlessly sliced through the body of the Enlightened One, even continuing its momentum to cleave the pathway to ascension. Alas, the heavens emitted a mournful cry. The long-standing path connecting the Yuling continent to the celestial realm had been severed in two. The celestial order was in profound anguish, yet dared not reveal itself to confront Shangguan Binger. The aura emanating from this woman evoked a sense of familiarity. As if encountered long ago, this essence was inherently antagonistic to it, rendering it incapable of harboring any hostile intentions. The Enlightened One, at a level comparable to that of a celestial sovereign, met an inexplicable demise, his passing both abrupt and simple, with traces of panic still etched upon his visage. The Dao power obliterated everything about him. His primordial spirit had no means of escape, and all defensive measures proved futile, leading to his utter annihilation. Master, someone has employed divine means to probe your presence, but I have successfully shielded it. Nonetheless, they have glimpsed your form and observed your techniques. The system, Schwer, reported. Someone is probing me. Could it be a powerful entity from the celestial Buddhist sect? It seems prudent to prepare in advance, as her current strength is insufficient for the celestial realm. Shangguan Binger cast a glance upwards, her heart resolute. Observing the terrified crowd around her, she chose silence. Swiftly appearing beside the master of Yibao Pavilion, requesting him to impart the insights of the formation master and other professions, she resolved not to wait for the auction of the elixir she had entrusted to him, opting instead to pledge it to the pavilion master for expedited access to the knowledge she sought. Once she acquired the insights, Shangguan Binger sought out her companions from the sect, who were concealed within the city. After providing them with a brief explanation, she led them away from Yuling City. At the very moment when Wenkan the Buddhist sun was slain, in the celestial realm of Xiaxishan, within a grand palace adorned with countless Buddhist lamps, a lamp on the third level flickered violently before extinguishing. The two young monks stationed within the palace were taken aback and hurriedly exited to report to their sect. They informed Buddha Mingxing that the soul lamp of Wenkan Luohan had been extinguished, its essence utterly destroyed, rendering any possibility of reincarnation impossible. Buddha Mingxing, who was meditating on the platform, opened his eyes and formed a hand seal, sending spiritual light into the soul lamp of Wenkan Luohan. Fate revealed. The cause and effect were discerned. Soon, the lamp displayed an image of Shangguan Binger engaged in combat with Wenkan Luohan. However, the visage of Shangguan Binger was indistinct, revealing only that she was a woman. In the next instant, Shangguan Binger glanced curiously in this direction, and the image within the lamp instantly vanished. After a prolonged silence, the venerable Buddha Mingxing finally spoke. The woman who murdered the monk Wenchan is a swordswoman, employing what appears to be the technique of the carefree sword style. Even the divine powers I wield were rendered ineffective against her. Could she be a disciple of that esteemed figure? Very well. Let it be proclaimed that Wenchan has reached the end of his days and has attained parinirvana. We shall refrain from disclosing the matter concerning this woman for the time being. I will investigate whether a formidable force lies behind her, and only then shall we seek vengeance for Wenchan. As you wish, Buddha. Within the cave of the Moonlight sect, Su Guanyin was diligently absorbing knowledge of formations. Their return from the central domain to the Moonlight sect was swift, as she utilized the essence of spatial understanding to traverse with her flying vessel, significantly reducing their travel time. As she thoroughly grasped the last of the formations, Su Guanyin's mastery solidified at the rank of 9th grade formation master. Speak. What is it that you wish to convey? She addressed the empty air. A wave of intent resonated, emanating from the will of heaven. Since the battle, it had been persistently seeking to converse with her. However, occupied with her studies, she chose to disregard it for the moment. Are you implying that I have injured your essence, and as a result, the ascension path on Yuling continent has been severed? No one can reach the celestial realm now? Su Guanyin expressed mild astonishment, as she had assumed that the ascension path was a mere fabrication of the will of heaven, akin to the methods employed by practitioners to condense spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was constructed using the essence of the heavenly Tao. This time, Shangwan Binger did not anticipate that her Tao power could inflict harm upon the heavenly Tao. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Promise me a condition, and I shall assist you in restoring your essence. Surpassing your current state will pose no difficulty." Within Shangwan Binger's repository lay a piece of world stone, a rare treasure of no grade found in the system's vault, its purpose being to expand and upgrade worlds. However, upon utilizing it for the Shumi realm, she discovered that the world stone bore no effect on it, being effective solely for lower-tier worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The will of the heavenly Tao hastily acquiesced. This was a solid arrangement. With the countless formations she had laid and the abundance of treasures reserved for her sect, most crucially, the promise of the heavenly Tao. With the protection of the heavenly Tao's will, as long as the Xingyue sect did not act recklessly, no one could obliterate the sect on the Yuling continent. Go! Shangwan Binger cast forth the world stone, and the moment it appeared, it vanished in an instant. She seemed to perceive a dog eagerly gnawing at the world stone, exhibiting an insatiable eagerness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this juncture, the will of the heavenly Tao, having consumed the world stone, sent her a message that ignited her fury. Dare to touch my people? Chapter 92. The Ants Scheme in the Soul Clan. Within the shadowy prison, Xiao Lingxue was bound to a pillar, her body marred with wounds. As two figures cloaked in black conferred nearby. Damn it, that Shangwan Binger has already slain even the reincarnated powers from the immortal realm. Are we truly seeking our demise by provoking her? The leader of the evil god sect, Xie Tian, exclaimed in anger. This plan was initially proposed by him, intending to join forces with the leader of the Soul Clan to confront Shangwan Binger. Her overt hostility towards the Dark Practitioners instilled in him a sense of impending crisis. The Soul Clan and the Dark Practitioners had long enjoyed a symbiotic relationship, one favoring pure souls, the other, tainted ones. Together, these two factions hunted down cultivators. The world only perceives Dark Practitioners as irredeemably wicked, unaware that the resources fueling their rise were clandestinely supplied by the Soul Clan. At this juncture, there is no turning back. Do you believe that releasing Xiao Lingxue now would prevent Shangwan Binger from erupting in fury? We must cast aside all reservations and take decisive action. If we succeed, we shall ascend to unprecedented heights, ruling the entire continent. If we fail, we shall meet our demise. The leader of the Soul Clan, Hondo Luo, stated with a calm demeanor. Everything is in place. We only need to lure Shangwan Binger here, uniting the full might of our two premier factions to subdue her. She would never suspect that her beloved senior sister has already been possessed by me. Delivering a critical blow at the most opportune moment, Hondo Luo felt a surge of confidence. He had executed this maneuver countless times, leading many secondary factions to their oblivion without their knowledge. For the Soul Clan, adept at harnessing spiritual energies, the acts of possession and soul exchange were mere trifles. Is that not so? Suddenly, a crisp female voice echoed within the confines of the secret chamber. Who goes there? Both Xie Tian and Hondo Luo were taken aback. This chamber was supposed to be the Soul Clan's most concealed sanctuary. How could anyone have approached so stealthily? Shangwan Binger's figure gradually materialized before them. Were you not searching for me? Here I am, delivered to your doorstep. The two men were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that their plans had been overheard entirely by Shangwan Binger, leaving no room for a surprise attack. Shangwan Binger unshackled her senior sister, channeling her spiritual power into Xiao Lingxue's body while administering a medicinal pill. Having assessed the situation, she noted that her senior sister had sustained severe injuries, with her soul suppressed in the recesses of her consciousness by the Soul Clan's secret techniques. However, she remained unharmed. This is precisely why the Soul Clan is confident in usurping others' bodies, cloaked in deception. The original owner's soul had not vanished. It still resided within the body. Thus, when others sensed it, they would merely perceive something amiss with the soul, attributing it to a minor error during cultivation, leading to a chaotic state, rather than suspecting a substitution had occurred. As the medicinal effects and Shangwan Binger's spiritual energy worked together, Xiao Lingxue's consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Upon awakening, she instinctively assumed a defensive posture, her memories still anchored in the moment of her ambush. Sister, do not fear. I have come to rescue you. Shangwan Binger gently reassured her. Binger, what has happened to me? Xiao Lingxue exclaimed in agony, overwhelmed by the pain stemming from her injuries. Though Shangwan Binger swiftly soothed her discomfort, Sister, Rest for a moment. I will deal with them first and then explain the entire situation to you. Soul returned to the heavens. While Shangguan Binger continued to comfort Xiao Lingxue, the Soul Delua could no longer remain passive and unleashed a long-prepared lethal strike against Shangguan Binger. The entire Soul clan radiated a pearlescent glow as all the summoned members of the clan, along with the malevolent cultivators gathered by Xie Tian, emitted anguished cries of torment. Their primordial spirits were forcibly extracted from their bodies by the formation, surging towards the Soul Delua and penetrating his sea of consciousness. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators had their spiritual essence drained, while those still alive fled in desperation, only to be intercepted one by Xie Tian. Master, let us go. If we do not escape, we shall perish here. Do you still trust Xie Tian? He is in league with that accursed Soul clan. We, the malevolent cultivators, should not place our faith in others. Elder, cease at once. The members of the Soul clan are nearly all dead. At this moment, the Soul Delua had transcended the tribulation stage and ascended to the realm of human immortals. Not enough, still not enough. This power is insufficient to defeat the likes of Shangguan Binger, who can slay celestial beings. You shall all perish. The Soul Delua raved madly. However, no more souls were left for him to absorb. His cultivation was firmly stuck at the pinnacle of human immortal, just a hair's breadth away from the celestial immortal realm. At this juncture, Xie Tian, who was busy collecting the corpses of the Soul clan, sensed a hint of danger and abruptly dodged aside. The Soul Delua appeared in Xie Tian's former position, extending a hand in an attempt to seize him. What do you intend to do? Xie Tian felt a tinge of regret. This Soul Delua was even more sinister than himself, a leader of malevolent cultivators, and it seemed he intended to absorb his power. Xie Tian, is your goal not to slay Shangguan Binger? As I absorb your essence, I shall ascend to the realm of celestial beings, rendering the demise of Shangguan Binger inevitable. You, practitioners of the dark arts, I shall assist in your resurrection. Before Xie Tian could utter another word, Soul Delu had already seized his form, an irresistible force instantaneously drawing Xie Tian's soul into the depths of Soul Delu's consciousness. Soul Delu, may you meet a wretched end. With Xie Tian's passing, Soul Delu's aura finally ascended to the celestial realm, enveloped in an unparalleled strength that intoxicated him. Clap, clap, clap. Shangguan Binger gracefully emerged, applauding with delight. What a splendid performance. I hardly needed to lift a finger. Nearly all adversaries have been vanquished. I thank you for ridding me of them. And as a reward, I offer you a single strike. The might of the celestial realm is indeed unrivaled in this world, and I have heard whispers that preparations began long before their arrival in the central domain. At that time, I could scarcely withstand the prowess of the celestial realm and could only flee. It is evident they never anticipated Shangguan Binger's rapid advancement in merely a few years. She has grown to an unfathomable level. As the spectacle concluded, Shangguan Binger delivered her parting strike. Without any grandeur, a mere gentle stroke of her sword extinguished Soul Delu's life. All the efforts he exerted to consume his kin in exchange for power culminated in a fleeting blow from Shangguan Binger. How tragically pitiful. Soul Delu succumbed in defiance. No wonder it is said that cultivators must be devoid of emotion. Sentiments leave one vulnerable to exploitation by foes. Are there not countless tales of cultivators severing ties for the sake of enlightenment? Cultivators wage battles against heaven, earth, and humanity alike. However, Shangguan Binger remained unconvinced by such notions, believing that the so-called emotional turmoil was merely a reflection of one's insufficient prowess. If one were to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, who would dare to threaten me? Speaking of which, it seems that by mere chance, I have once again aided our sect in acquiring resources from two formidable forces. My master will surely be grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 93. Ascending to Immortality. Senior Sister, have you made your decision? On board the flying vessel, Shangguan Bingo gazed at the resolute expression of Xiao Lingxue, seeking confirmation once more. She had already elucidated the sequence of events to Xiao Lingxue, and upon learning of the plans devised by Soul Delua and Xie Tian, a bead of cold sweat had trickled down her brow. This was indeed Shangguan Binger. Had it been anyone else by her side, they would have undoubtedly fallen prey to the machinations of the two, meeting a dire fate. Xiao Lingxue nodded affirmatively and declared, Binger, I have made up my mind. I wish to accompany you in your cultivation and become your follower. I am aware that my talents are modest, falling short when compared to my junior brothers Tai Jin and Yi Wuk. They need only a modicum of your investment to soar to great heights. while I would forever remain a burden. I cannot allow such a scenario to repeat itself. Given her senior sister's earnest insistence, Shangwan Binger felt no inclination to refuse. She understood Xiao Lingshue's character well. When she herself had been stuck at the peak of the Golden Course stage, she had not easily acquiesced to Xi Min Lingtian's demands. Then, senior sister, go forth and cultivate in the Xumi realm with peace of mind. With that, Shangwan Binger welcomed Xiao Lingxue into the Xumi realm, and upon entering,